Hey guys. This is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter forged a dark alliance with Bellatrix Lestrange. Here is short summary. After the battle at the Department of Mysteries, Harry wakes to find Bellatrix Lestrange offering him an unexpected pact. Bound by survival and a shared desire for power, Harry is forced into a dangerous alliance that could either destroy him, or make him stronger than anyone imagined. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry returned to Grimmauld Place brokenhearted. Sirius Black was dead and his murderer had escaped. He collapsed onto his bed numb. He'd failed to save his godfather. The tears came now, he couldn't stop them. Finally he fell into a painful sleep. Harry smelled jasmine, it began to rouse him into wakefulness. He slowly opened his eyes and found two things were different than when he'd went to sleep that night. The first was that Bellatrix Lestrange was atop him on the bed, her hands resting on either side of his head. She was staring at him with a little smile on his face. The other thing he'd noticed was that he had been tied to the bed with thick cords, he couldn't move his arms or his legs. "Good morning, little Potter," she said as the smile grew. "Yes, you are at my mercy at the moment. However, I am only restraining you so that you will listen to me. Firstly, I did not mean to kill my cousin. He was dear to me. Secondly, the Dark Lord has decided that my life is more expendable than I would like. I was directed to not come back until I had found and killed you. I've heard enough about your history to know what happens to Death Eaters who come against you. I am insane but not stupid." Here she raised her wand and removed the silencing charm that Harry hadn't known she'd placed on him and continued. "I, Bellatrix Lestrange, do swear on my magic that I will cause no harm to Harry Potter, and that I hereby forsake my former master Lord Voldemort. So mote it be." A spark from her wand signified that it was a real magical oath. Harry looked to her confused. "So, what do you want from me?" he asked her, wanting to sound defiant, but for some reason his voice was soft. She looked down at him. Her hair was softly touching his face. It tickled slightly, but Harry was still too confused to laugh at the feeling. "Well, first thing is, it's not what I want, Harry, it's what I can offer you. If you provide me with asylum here, I will teach you the tactics of the Death Eaters and tell you what I can of Voldemort's plans so far. But, how can I hide you? The Order comes here constantly," Harry began but was muffled as Bellatrix smirked and pressed a finger to his lips. "I have a glamour I plan to cast. To all the world, I will appear as someone else. I know that chewed-up Auror can see through my disguise, so I will avoid being around him. Grimmauld Place knows how to protect a Black, I can keep hidden from him. Again, Harry, I am not stupid. I may have joined a group dedicated to the destruction of everything you hold dear, but it was not because of lack of foresight. The next thing we will do is take me to Gringotts. You are Lord Black and Lord Potter. You will annul my marriage to that witless oaf Rodolphus, and thus I will be Bellatrix Black once more." She was smiling again and sat up, sitting on Harry's lap. "You are free to refuse me, Potter, but I can promise you this. If I leave this place, you will never know how to protect yourself from the Dark Lord." Harry sighed softly and looked to his bound wrists and ankles. "All right, for now I'll trust you. Can you kindly remove these bindings so I can get up?" he said, motioning with his head. Bellatrix grinned and stood up, casting the counter spell and freeing Harry. "Handle your daily needs. When you return to this room, I'll be in my new shape. We can go to Gringotts after breakfast. This will be fun." Bellatrix Lestrange was a woman who knew her role in the world. She had been sent out to hunt down and destroy her master's greatest enemy. She knew where he would go. The blood traitor was dead, little Potter would go to his home. She still had black blood, the wards would recognize her. Smirking, she pulled her hood over her head and apparated to Grimmauld Place. Getting inside was easy. The blood traitor was dead now. The wards welcomed her as a member of the family. The voices, ever present in her mind, sang to her. "Wait until the fool falls asleep, let him make himself a target. Then strike, strike for your master." Bellatrix allowed the whispers to guide her on. She hid in a closet, watching as Harry walked past her, his face pale and his eyes shining with tears. He collapsed on the bed and in a few moments had dropped into a deep slumber. Bellatrix waited until she was certain he was sound asleep. She crept out of her hiding place and withdrew her wand. The whispers continued to guide her on, urging her to bind him so he couldn't escape her. She cast the charm. Instantly Harry's arms and legs were bound to each corner of the bed. He was so mentally drained that he didn't notice and slumbered on. She was close enough to touch him. For a split second Bellatrix felt as if someone was beating on the walls of her prison back in Azkaban. She could hear someone shouting a name, but she couldn't make it out. The whispers were shouting now, shouting like they had at the beginning. Kill him. Kill the boy. Obey. 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 Bellatrix saw in her mind's eye a little girl with dark curly hair and a little boy with messy hair standing together, impulsively the little boy and Ed the cheek of the girl. Then it was silent in her mind. No voices, no commands. For the first time in over 2 decades she didn't hear any commands. She looked down at Harry and her decision was made. She would wait for him to awaken, and then she would make a deal. For now, she would rest. She slept on the floor, conjuring the blanket and pillows she required. She would awaken before Harry. She set a charm that would make sure she was awake before him. Then, for the first time in a very long time, Bellatrix slept. The next morning her charm worked perfectly. A rooster crowed inside her head. The whispers were back, but they were nearly silent. She could ignore them. She rose and went into the suite's bathroom. Harry wouldn't mind her borrowing his toothbrush, she was sure of it. Once she was prepared for him, she took her place. Her eyes, bright and surprisingly sane, was the first thing he saw as he awoke. Good morning, little Potter. Harry let the hot water of his shower pound onto his head. Its warmth was soothing, and he had quite a few thoughts buzzing in his brain. Bellatrix Lestrange was in his house, asking him for asylum. She had claimed that she had not meant to kill Sirius, she had cast a wizard's oath that she would not harm him, and had denounced Voldemort. That was proof that she was serious about leaving the Death Eaters, but Harry was still unsure if he could trust her. Finally he turned off the shower and dried himself off. When I open that door, Bellatrix will be standing on the other side, Harry thought as he put on his clothes. When he opened the bathroom door and stepped into his room, Bellatrix was gone, replaced by an unfamiliar but attractive witch closer to his own age. Bellatrix had used her time well. She had performed the glamour charm in order to hide herself as they left Grimmauld Place. She had chosen to keep her hair the same black as her normal state. Her eyes though were now a bright blue. She'd given herself a more rounded, innocent face. She was a little shorter in this form, standing an inch shorter than Harry. Bright red bow-shaped lips and powder blue robes completed the look. What do you think? She asked him, her voice disguised in a light Irish accent. Josephine Reed, at your service. She bowed theatrically before him. I told you, Potter, I'd have a better face for going out when you came back. Harry was stunned. Bellatrix had made herself beautiful. It wasn't hard, she was kind of cute before a treacherous voice in his head whispered. Harry frowned for a moment and then looked to her. What about when we get to Gringotts? They have ways of knowing who is who, don't they? He asked her, trying to keep his thoughts straight. Bellatrix grinned. In this face the smile was warm and welcoming. Indeed they do, and I'm counting on that. I have a gift for you at Gringotts. The first one is free. Well, 2 of them will be free. The rest you will only get after you secure my annulment and formally bring me back into the Black family. Seeing Harry was still quiet, obviously taking stock of this morning's events, she continued, now, since I'll be staying here at least until the end of this war, we need to get our story straight. I am a half-blood witch from Belfast. We met when I was coming out of Flourish and Blots. You were captivated by me then and there. We've been meeting secretly for a few months and you've asked me to live with you. I am employed as a freelance curse breaker, not working for any major firm, but available to those who need and can pay for me. Is there anything else? Harry asked. Bellatrix smirked in response. I was homeschooled due to being very ill as a child. If anyone asks, I'll think of a proper ailment at that time. I would recommend learning this backstory, Potter. I'm sure one of the members of your female fan club will want to know all about the young lass who stole your heart. We'll be together. Possibly even marry during the course of the war, then at a suitable time, we will quietly divorce, I will take a share of our fortune and then vanish. You'll be free to live your life as you see fit, so long as you do nothing to jeopardize our status. In return, as promised, I will inform you of the Dark Lord's tactics, numbers, and provide you with the names of hidden Death Eaters your ministry friends can apprehend. Now finished, she led him out of the bedroom and towards the front door. There in the foyer was Tonks. Sensing a chance for a little harmless mischief, Bellatrix leaned in and keyed Harry, pretending she hadn't noticed the young Auror. Harry love, who's your friend? Bellatrix as Josephine asked with a wide smile. Harry sputtered out of shock from being keyed by Bellatrix Lestrange and was no help. Bellatrix held out her hand to the stunned woman. Hello there, Josephine Reed, you must be a friend of Harry's. Harry love, who's your friend? Bellatrix as Josephine asked with a wide smile. Harry sputtered out of shock from being keyed by Bellatrix Lestrange and was no help. Bellatrix held out her hand to the stunned woman. Hello there, Josephine Reed, you must be a friend of Harry's. Nymphadora Tonks prided herself on being smart. She might have been in Hufflepuff, but she had always believed she was just as smart as anyone in Ravenclaw. But being smart and being witty weren't always the same thing. She had came to see if Harry was all right, but when she came in, she found a young witch, someone it appeared was about her age, keying him. She was a beautiful woman, straight, jet black hair and bright blue eyes. For some reason the idea of her keying Harry like that irked the young Auror. My name is Tonks, I'm a friend of Harry's. She began, taking the woman's hand and shaking it, still somewhat stunned by what she'd seen. Nymphadora Tonks, this must be Andy's daughter, Bellatrix thought, releasing her hand after shaking it. Well, I am sorry for pushing you out of the house, but Harry and I must be on our way. She said with a smile, acting for all the world like the pleasant if dim persona she had decided to craft for this body. Harry Potter was still processing how his morning had went thus far. First I wake up tied to a bed by Bellatrix Lestrange, now she's keying me in front of Tonks, that's it, somewhere in the afterlife, Sirius and my dad are making fun of me. Harry felt a tug on his hand. Looking down, it was if he had just noticed Bellatrix standing there. That's right, sorry Tonks. Thanks for coming to see me. Can we maybe talk later? He asked her. Harry liked the young Auror. She was smart and a lot of fun. Tonks nodded. All right, maybe we can meet up this evening. I'll stop in Muggle London and get us a pizza or something. Harry looked to Bellatrix. Do you like pizza? He asked her, unsure of if she'd ever even had it. Why certainly, every kid who grew up half-blooded likes pizza, don't they? She lied smoothly. When we're alone, I'll have to ask him what the hell a pizza is, she thought. Tonks left and the pair got ready to go to Gringotts. Bellatrix looked to him. Have you ever sighed along apparated? She asked him. Harry shook his head and Bellatrix rolled her eyes and stuck out her hand. Hurry up, Potter. Take my hand, and be warned, people usually vomit their first time. I might have taken an oath not to kill you, but if you get any sick on me, I'll find a loophole somewhere. Harry took her hand in his own, then felt a strange sensation as if he was being beeped down a tube. Bellatrix hated Gringotts. It stunk to her, it always had. It smelled like her father's study, the coppery stink of old coins, the acrid stench of the dragon's blood ink the goblins used, and then there was the goblins themselves. Goblins always smelled like a mixture of cheap vinegar and wig powder. She pulled him along to the front desk. The heir to houses Black and Potter is here for the preliminary reading of Sirius Black's will. I, as Lady Lestrange, need to speak with my account manager. She spoke to the goblin, who looked up from his paperwork and then set down parchment. Right, both of you hold out a finger, he said in a bored tone. As they did, he pricked each finger with his quill and applied the blood to the parchment. It glowed red for a moment, then settled into a soft blue glow. Very well. Please follow me to meeting room 619. Masters Goldclaw, Silvertooth, and account representative Griphook will be with you shortly. Very well. Please follow me to meeting room 619. Masters Goldclaw, Silvertooth, and account representative Griphook will be with you shortly. Harry and Bellatrix followed the goblin to the meeting room. Harry had never seen the inside of a Gringotts meeting room. It reminded him of the parlor inside of Grimmauld Place. It was an imposing place, windowless and paneled in shiny black wood. A long table stood in the center of the room, 2 seats on the side facing the door and 3 seats opposite of them. Harry and Bellatrix took their seats. Bellatrix removed the glamour and Harry jumped slightly. "Are you sure that's a safe thing to do?" he asked her. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow and then lowered it, shrugging. "Potter, the goblins knew who I was when I walked in. They are strictly neutral in this merry little war of ours. They will respect us more if we do not appear to be fearful," she explained to him. The door opened and 3 goblins walked in. The first 2 were ancient, the third and youngest was one whom Harry recognized. "Hello, Griphook. I'm glad to see someone I know here." The youngest goblin nodded to Harry. "Greetings to you, Lord Potter. I am here as your account representative." "May we begin?" the eldest and smallest of the trio said, to which Griphook seemed to startle and hastily bow. "Of course, Master Goldclaw. You are the senior goblin here. Would you please do us the honor of stating our purpose?" The elder goblin looked to the 2 of them. "Firstly, we are here to perform the private reading of Lord Sirius Orion Black's will. Secondly, we will hear from the Lady Lestrange in regards to her vault. As Master Goblin in charge of overseeing House Black, it is my duty to present this will to the heir of House Black. Please hold out your finger." Harry did as he was asked by Goldclaw. The goblin pricked his finger with the quill and put a drop of his blood onto the parchment. Just like with the other paper, it glowed red and then blue. "It is known to Gringotts that one Harrison James Potter is now known as Lord Harrison James Potter Black. He is the Lord of Houses Black and Potter. To that end, we may begin the reading," Goldclaw announced, then set the parchment down. The paper glowed and then there was the silver image of Sirius Black. "I, Sirius Orion Black, being of sound enough mind and body, 15 years in Azkaban will do that to you, what? Damned goblins. Anyway, me, being of the things I said, do name Harrison James Potter as my heir, thus making him a legal adult and as such is now the lord of his own house, House Potter. To Harry, I bequeath my properties and 90% of the Black fortune. The rest will be divided in this manner. To my dearest cousin, Narcissa Malfoy, I bequeath 1 Canute and a box of sketchbooks that she used as a child. Sissy, you are entitled to an additional 250,000 galleons provided you have your marriage to that b. Own twit Lucius within the month. To my cousin Andromeda Tonks, I formally bring you back into my home. I ask that the new Lord Black see fit to give you 250,000 galleons, and treat her as a member of your family. To my cousin Bellatrix Lestrange, I leave you 1 Canute and a box of Muggle records and a record player. I think you know the one. Bella, it is my hope that you will find your way from whatever darkness that took you from us. If you are unable or unwilling to claim them, then I leave them to the new Lord Black to deal with as he sees fit. I also make the same offer of 250,000 galleons if you annul your marriage to that bastard Lestrange. To my friend Remus Lupin, I leave 100,000 galleons and the instructions to buy some new clothes. Moony, you look ridiculous and this is coming from a man who worked prison rags for nearly 2 decades. To Peter Pettigrew, I leave a boot to your ass, to be delivered by the new Lord Black at his earliest opportunity. To Hogwarts I leave 100,000 galleons to be used to purchase Quidditch supplies for underprivileged students. Albus Dumbledore, you get nothing except a warning to stay out of Harry's life. To the Weasley family, I leave 100,000 galleons, take care of Harry for me, he might be an adult now, but he's going to need you for a while yet. To Hermione Granger, I leave the Black Library and 50,000 galleons. Let's face it, Harry won't read them unless you force him to. Finally to my niece, Nymphadora Tonks, I leave 50,000 galleons, take care of yourself Nymphadora, I don't want to see you up here for many years. This is my will and last testament. Harry tried to take all of this in, he looked at Bellatrix, she wasn't crying, but it seemed she was close to it. He reached over and took her hand, she tensed and looked at him as if she expected him to strike her. Now then, Lady Lestrange, you requested access to your vault. Master Silvertooth said, looking to her. Yes, Master Silvertooth. I would like to move all monetary resources from the Lestrange vault to the Black Vault. Also, there is a cup inside the Lestrange vault. I have reason to believe that it is a Horcrux. Bellatrix looked back to the second goblin. Silvertooth frowned. A Horcrux is a deadly artifact of the darkest magic. There is a steep penalty for bringing those into our vaults. He grinned then. Harry decided that he didn't like a goblin grin. I assume, since the liquid assets of House Lestrange are being moved, that you wish to use the house's properties to pay that debt. Bellatrix returned the grin. I would, Master Silvertooth. I also ask you to have a writ of annulment prepared for me. The goblin made his notes and rose. I will have this for you in less than an hour, Lady Lestrange, soon to be Lady Black. Lord Goldclaw looked to Griphook, then back to Harry. Griphook has sent quarterly statements to your magical guardian. He has also sent the request forms to have a goblin named your account manager. Are you prepared to do that, Lord Potter Black? Harry was confused. Who is my magical guardian? I've never seen any of these statements. Griphook frowned and looked at his papers. Albus Dumbledore, Lord Potter Black, he's been receiving your statements since you were orphaned. Harry got mad at this. In that case, I am more than ready. As Lord Potter Black, I would like to name you, Griphook, as my account manager. You have been performing your duties admirably this entire time, even if I was unaware of it. The younger goblin grinned broadly. This was a significant raise in status for him. Thank you, Lord Potter Black. I will prepare the necessary paperwork and return it to you with the writ of annulment. The other two goblins left and Harry and Bellatrix were alone. So that was the first surprise I had for you, my new lord. The next one was taking that money from Lestrange. Between losing that Horcrux, that money, and most likely all of the Lestrange holdings, we have just dealt a significant blow without casting a single spell. She looked down to the table and spoke again, more to herself than to Harry. I can't believe he kept those albums for me when we were kids. We would hide from our parents up in his bedroom. He'd put a silencing charm on the room and we'd listen to music all night long. He really was my best friend back then. Harry looked to her. He put his hand back on top of hers. This time she didn't flinch. I don't remember how I turned from him, Harry. It was as if one day someone locked me in a cell and I couldn't escape it. Then after what happened last night, I felt the bars shift, and then when I came to you, it was to kill you, but when I touched you, the cell opened and it was quiet in my mind for the first time in over 20 years. Her voice was still soft and Harry could see the unshed tears in her eyes. Griphook and Silvertooth returned with the papers. Harry signed the form naming Griphook as his account manager. Silvertooth handed the paper to Bellatrix. If you would, please state your intent. Bellatrix rose and drew her wand. I, Bellatrix Aidan Lestrange, do hereby request an annulment from my marriage due to abuse at the hands of my spouse. I request to be adopted back into House Black. Her wand glowed and then she looked at Harry. Now, you read the script on the paper. Hold your wand up and make sure you say the entire thing. He stood beside her and held his wand out. I, Harrison James Potter, Lord of Houses Potter and Black, do hereby honor your requests. Firstly, you are no longer a member of the family Lestrange. Secondly, you are once more Bellatrix Aidan Black, member of my home and my heart. So say I, so mote it be. Harry's wand glowed and it was done. Very well, Lord Potter Black, if there is anything else we can do for you, please speak to Master Griphook. Bellatrix stopped them. Master Griphook, can we see the vault? I would like to get my inheritance. Griphook nodded. I will be waiting for the two of you at the vault entrance. It will give you a chance to gather your papers, Lord Potter Black, and allow Ms. Black to reapply her disguise. Bellatrix did just that, and the pair followed the goblins out. The public reading will be in a few days, Harry. If you wish, I'll stay home, she said as they walked to the vault. Harry looked to her. I don't mind you being there. After all, Tonks has met Josephine, the rest of them might as well. Harry looked to her. I don't mind you being there. After all, Tonks has met Josephine, the rest of them might as well. Harry and Bellatrix were met by the newly minted Master Griphook at the entrance to the vaults. Climbing into the goblin-made cart, they prepared to be taken down to the vault that now housed the collected fortunes of the Potter and Black families. Harry noticed that while he was doing better this time than when he came down at age 11, Bellatrix looked more queasy. He wasn't sure why he did it, but he reached over and took her hand again. She looked to him and made what was most likely a smile of thanks, but came out looking more like a wince. That contact, along with the other little touches he'd given her since coming into Gringotts, had helped her in more ways than he knew. Each touch had helped quiet the whispers that had started hissing in her brain again. When she was near Harry, it seemed to quiet them, and when he touched her, they seemed to vanish entirely for a time. A few more moments on the rickety cart found them in front of the Potter Black house vault. Griphook reached into his pocket and handed Harry a small black key. "This, Lord Potter Black, is your vault key. No one can enter this vault unless accompanied by you. In addition, this key is tuned to your blood. Even if someone were to steal this key and use polyjuice or a glamour to take your appearance, they would be unable to use the key to enter your vault." Quote. Griphook turned from the pair and touched the door. Harry and Bellatrix heard the numerous magical locks disengage and the door opened. "Sweet Maeve," Bellatrix whispered as she looked at the collected wealth on display. She turned to Harry. "Do you realize that you could live like a king for your entire life and never spend half of this? You could leave England to Voldemort and hide yourself anywhere you wanted." Harry looked to her. "I could, but we both know he'd come searching for me. He would kill everyone that knew me. You heard the prophecy. Either I kill him, or he kills me." Bellatrix looked at him. He wasn't a boy. Not anymore. He was a lord of 2 houses. He had fought her former master multiple times to a draw. This young man was stronger than he had any right to be. "Whatever happens, Bella, you are with him now," she thought as she turned her notice back the treasure before them. There it was. Sitting on one of the tables was her box. It really was Sirius's old album collection and his old player. He'd gotten the thing during a trip to Muggle London with James. He'd enchanted it to work inside a magical home. Almost reverently, she walked over and took the box into her arms. She closed her eyes, and for a moment she was transported back to her childhood, laying on the carpet with Sirius, listening to music and pretending her parents weren't trying to ruin her life downstairs. She thought to a different evening. Sirius and James were in the room with her. They had just put on a new album. It was the music from a concert they'd all 3 went to in Southern Ireland. She and James had danced together to the music and she'd done something stupid. She'd keyed him. It was just on his cheek, but it was a key. Regardless. That evening they were upstairs when Bellatrix had been summoned by Aunt Walburga. She'd never came back upstairs. That had been the last time Sirius or James had seen her until she'd been named the Lady Lestrange. Bellatrix blinked back tears, then looked over towards Harry. He was looking at one of the Potter family books. It appeared that he would be taking it with him. "Harry," Bellatrix called to him, "do you mind if, when we get home, if I destroy that painting of Aunt Walburga?" Quote. Harry smiled. "Are you kidding? If you can get that thing down, you have my blessing to do whatever you want to it." Creature will end up even crazier than he is now with Bellatrix back in the family. Harry thought with some amount of joy. Once prepared to leave, they were taken back up to the Gringotts lobby. Checking with a conjured mirror to make sure that her glamour was still applied, Bellatrix looked over to Harry. "Let's get back to Grimmauld Place. I really want to hear these albums again." Harry had left her to her devices once they arrived back home at Grimmauld Place. The first thing Bellatrix had done was use a burning charm to reduce the painting of Walburga Black to ash. "Creature!" she yelled out. The wizened old house elf appeared with a pop. "Creature lives to serve the great who. What has Mistress Bellatrix done to the painting of great Lady Walburga?" The old house elf looked as if he was about to have a heart attack, but Bellatrix stopped him. "Walburga Black was directly responsible for the death of Regulus Black, and my torture at the hands of Rodolphus Lestrange. If I could have then, I would have lit her on fire for real and not her portrait. Now, clean up these ashes and get this house set back into proper order. You have a new Lord Black again, you will treat him with the respect due his station. I am once again a Black, and I promise you, I will not brook insults to my head of house." Creature looked to her, then to the ashes. Muttering about the trick the nasty Lady Walburga had played on to poor loyal Creature, he did as she asked. Bellatrix turned to Harry. "Right then, I'll be downstairs if you need me." She went into the basement and in a few minutes Harry could hear the strains of faint music. After a time, Harry came downstairs. Creature had announced dinner would be ready shortly, so he went down to tell Bellatrix. He stopped at the doorway stunned. Bellatrix was dancing, not just dancing, but smiling as if she'd been given a million galleons. Noticing him, she rushed over and took his hands, forcing him to dance with her. The music played merrily and Harry picked up the chorus. Step we gaily, on we go. Heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and row on row all for Myri's wedding. She kept him moving until the end of the song. She was panting lightly, she'd been dancing possibly since the first song nearly an hour ago. Their eyes locked and for a moment he forgot why he was down there. Finally he cleared his throat. Creature has dinner ready. She looked down and then back to him. Thank you for everything. She released his hands and they prepared to go upstairs. This time they felt the ward. Someone was at the door. Bellatrix quickly reapplied her glamour and walked with him to the foyer. Molly Weasley, Ginny Weasley, and Hermione Granger were standing there. Tonks had apparently been busy. Now Harry had 3 women in various stages of anger and confusion staring at him. This time they felt the ward. Someone was at the door. Bellatrix quickly reapplied her glamour and walked with him to the foyer. Molly Weasley, Ginny Weasley, and Hermione Granger were standing there. Tonks had apparently been busy. Now Harry had 3 women in various stages of anger and confusion staring at him. Harry had faced death many times at this point. His earliest memories after all were flashes of his mother's death. He'd faced Voldemort, he'd fought a basilisk, he'd survived horrors the likes of which would cause many others to faint. However, the looks he was getting from the gathered women gave him cause of alarm. Molly's anger seemed to be directed towards Bellatrix as Josephine. Just who is this woman, and why does she have her claws in Harry? I might have not birthed him, but he's one of my boys all the same. Ginny, on the other hand, was focused directly at Harry. Harry is supposed to be with me. Who does this woman think she is? Finally there was Hermione. Hermione, like Tonks, prided herself on her intelligence. She was rather concerned about this feeling in the pit of her stomach, seeing Harry with his hand in this unknown witch's own. Who is she? She's not a student at Hogwarts, she's too old for that. She looks like she's about Tonks' age. What is she doing with a 15-year-old? Those thoughts wouldn't leave her mind. She was secretly glad of it, because it meant she didn't have to deal with the sick feeling she had when she saw Harry squeeze the witch's hand gently. Hello there, Josephine Reed, nice to meet all of you. Bellatrix smiled to them, acting again like the pleasant but slightly dim Josephine Reed. Harry, are these the ones you told me about? Molly Weasley, her daughter Ginny, and this must be Hermione, your classmate and one of your best friends. Bellatrix had put a little more emphasis on the word friend than she had intended. She was a clever witch, she always had been. She knew jealousy when she saw it. Molly might just be an overly protective mother figure, but the other two, they were looking at Bellatrix like she was a trespasser. Harry moved forward. I'm sorry, I keep meaning to introduce you all to Josephine, but I keep thinking one day she'll come to her senses and find someone better suited to her. Bellatrix looked to him. How would Josephine answer something like that? She smiled and retook his hand. Now Harry, we've had this discussion since the day we started dating. I'm here because I want to be, and you're not getting rid of me that easily. She leaned over and kissed his cheek in what she hoped would pass as a girlfriend trying to make sure that her boyfriend knew she cared about him. It seemed to pacify Molly at least. The older woman smiled to her then. You'll have to tell us all about yourself, since Harry has been hiding you all to himself. Bellatrix recognized this trick. This was an interrogation behind a smiling face. She mentally drew herself taller and started in on the story she'd devised. Well, as you can tell, I was born in Ireland, Belfast to be exact. I'm a half-blood. Mum was a witch, my father was a doctor. I work here in London as a freelance curse breaker. Harry and I met when I was coming out of Flourish and Blots. I accidentally knocked him over. It was Hermione who stopped her then. Wait, how old are you? I don't remember seeing you at Hogwarts. Bellatrix began again. Well, you wouldn't have remembered me, I was homeschooled. When I was a child I was very sick, so my parents didn't want me going on such a long trip. As for my age, I am 23, And yes, we are aware of the age difference, but Harry has been a perfect gentleman. We have agreed not to go too far until he's a legal adult. That earned her another smile from Molly, though it looked as if Ginny took it to mean that she had a chance in the intervening period. Ginny had a question of her own. So, where do you live? Bellatrix decided that while she would not hurt the youngest witch, she did not like her. Actually, Harry let me move in here with him. I was renting a flat, but thanks to a neighbor's lack of planning, that flat and two on their side of it are covered in green goo that they have thus far been unable to remove. The smile left Molly's face now. You're living here. But, Harry, does Professor Dumbledore know about this? It was Harry's turn to face the firing squad now. Not yet, Mrs. Weasley, but I did tell Josephine that we had certain meetings here on a semi-regular basis. She's agreed to leave the house during those meetings. Bellatrix decided that this interrogation had lasted long enough. I'm sorry to break this up, but the house elf had told us that dinner was served just before you arrived. I'm sure we'll get a chance to meet again very soon. The three looked to her, then to Harry, who was quietly wishing that a hole would open up and take him anywhere else. Molly turned to the girls. Right then, ladies, let's go back to the burrow. Goodbye, Harry, Ms. Reed. May we use the flow, Harry? Harry gave his consent and with a shouted, the burrow. The three ladies were gone, leaving Harry and Bellatrix to have their dinner. Once at the burrow, Molly Weasley looked to Ginny and Hermione. Ginny, please send an owl to Nymphadora. It's time for a war council to figure out what to do about Ms. Reed. Once at the burrow, Molly Weasley looked to Ginny and Hermione. Ginny, please send an owl to Nymphadora. It's time for a war council to figure out what to do about Ms. Reed. Harry, I'm fairly sure Creature boiled a rat for our dinner. Harry looked at the meal before them. He couldn't disagree, mostly due to the fact that the meat had 4 legs and a tail. Disgusted, he pushed away the plate. Just then they heard a voice from the flow in the other room. Watcher Harry, you home? Harry walked into the other room. Bellatrix stayed behind so she could reapply her glamour before joining him. He was talking to the head of Nymphadora, Tonks, from the fireplace. You didn't forget about our pizza tonight, did you? I figured I'd call up and see what you two want on yours. The head of Tonks said with a smile. She saw Bellatrix walking into the room. Watcher Josephine, you keeping Harry out of trouble? He's been very well behaved, thanks for asking. Bellatrix answered with a little smirk. She knew that the other women she'd seen at the house didn't like her living here. I wonder if they'd be relieved if they knew it was a Death Eater living with him instead of his girlfriend. That thought made the smirk turn into an actual smile. Harry looked to Bellatrix and then back to Tonks. How about one with plain cheese on half and the other half with pepperoni and sausage? What do you think, Josephine? Bellatrix shrugged in what she hoped said whatever sounds good versus I have no bloody clue what a pizza is. It seemed to work as Tonks turned back to Harry, seemingly ignoring the other witch. Right then, I'll be over in about a half an hour. See you two soon. With a flash of green, Tonks closed the flow call and then Harry and Bellatrix were alone again. All right, what is a pizza, Harry? I'm sure it can't be worse than a boiled rat, but I am still curious. Harry looked to Bellatrix. All right, the best way to imagine a pizza is think of a meat pie. It's a flatbread covered in tomato sauce, cheese, and sometimes meats and vegetables. It's sliced into wedges, usually about 8. It's extremely popular among Muggles, and every Muggle-born student I've met at Hogwarts has at least mentioned it once. Well, almost all of them. Hermione's parents probably never let her have anything as bad for you and delicious as pizza. Tonks had seen the message from Ginny Weasley. She had penned a reply having dinner with Harry and Ms. Reed. We'll send details afterwards. It felt odd going behind Harry's back like this. But it had to be done. No one knew this woman, which meant no one could trust her. At the best, she could just be, as Ginny Weasley had called her, a color woman. At the worst, she could be a hidden Death Eater. It was too risky for now, so she would do her best to befriend Josephine Reed, get to know her. Hopefully she'd be able to suss out what she meant to Harry, and more importantly what she wanted from the boy who lived. Meanwhile, Bellatrix had went downstairs. Returning, she had the box of albums resting on top of the case of the record player. Help me find a spot to rest this. I figure we can listen to some music while we wait. Bellatrix motioned with her arms full. Harry moved to clear space on a counter beside the table. Thanks, Harry. One moment and I'll pick us out a good album creature. Bellatrix shouted, and with a pop the house elf appeared before them. Yes, Miss Bellatrix. Creature lives to serve the great house of black. Quote. Bellatrix glared at the house elf. I'm sure you do. To that end, if you ever serve us anything as disgusting as that excuse for a dinner, I will personally knit a scarf so I can throttle you with it before kicking you out of this house. You served the new Lord of House Black a meal he has to throw away uneaten. You will clean these dishes and then you will ensure that tomorrow's breakfast will be up to the standards of Lord Black. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Harry watched. The elf looked down at the floor and muttered a barely audible, yes, before vanishing again. She turned back to him, the smile returning. Right, with that out of the way, let's get settled in the parlor while we wait. She went back to her record player and box of albums. Lifting it back up, she allowed Harry to open the door for her. She set everything down on her Uncle Orion's old liquor cabinet. She selected an album and put it on before sitting beside Harry on the couch. Soon the music began to play and she closed her eyes and just listened. The winter it has passed. And the summer's come at last. The small birds are singing in the trees. And their little hearts are glad. Ah, but mine is very sad. Since my true love is far away from me. And straight I will repair. To the Cura of Kildare. For it's there all finds tidings of my dear. Harry looked at the smile on Bellatrix's face. It wasn't the same one from before. That one had been joyous, a smile of madcap rapture at her freedom. This smile was softer, a sadder smile. He wondered what she was thinking about. He took her hand. She opened her eyes and smiled a bit wider to him. Then she was back in her own world. The rose upon the briar, by the waters running clear, brings joy to the linnet and the bee, and their little hearts are blessed. But mine can know no rest, since my true love is far away from me. A livery I'll wear, and I'll comb back my hair, and in velvet so green I will appear, and straight I will repair, to the Cura of Kildare. For it's there I'll find tidings of my dear. Bellatrix opened her eyes. She had unconsciously been squeezing Harry's hand in time to the music. She looked over to him. This was a song I would think about whenever it was raining and I was trapped in the house, forced by my aunt to learn what is expected of a pureblood witch. Quote. All you who are in love, I and cannot it remove. I pity the pain that you endure. For experience lets me know that your hearts are filled with woe. It's a woe that no mortal can cure. Tonks popped her head in the flow and called out, Watch her, Harry, if you two are ready to eat, I've got 2 pizzas here ready for us. She walked in. It was quiet, well, not quiet. There was music playing. She crept closer. Harry and Josephine were sitting on the couch listening to an old song. She didn't have the heart to ruin the moment, instead waiting until the song finished to knock on the doorway to get their attention. Harry and Bellatrix both jumped at the sudden noise. Harry looked to the doorway, seeing it was Tonks holding 2 pizza boxes. Tonks, you took a year off our lives. Come on and sit down with us, we'll eat our pizza in here. It was time. He had given Bellatrix academic knowledge of pizza, but now it was time for her to try the real thing. Tonks, you took a year off our lives. Come on and sit down with us, we'll eat our pizza in here. It was time. He had given Bellatrix academic knowledge of pizza, but now it was time for her to try the real thing. Bellatrix liked pizza. Tonks watched the pair and then smiled. Perhaps I should have gotten more. She can pack it away, Harry. Harry ate his slice slowly. Harry had lied when he said that everyone liked pizza. He didn't. However, looking at the way Bellatrix was savoring it, he knew that she loved it. This was possibly the strangest dinner he'd ever had, and he'd been to a death day party. He was technically sitting beside one of the most notorious murderers in the wizarding world. But there was something about her. He believed her when she'd told him about her childhood. Bellatrix, for her part, was too busy eating to really take too much notice to Tonks watching her. The food was good, that plus being trapped in a prison meant that he hadn't had a good meal in a long time. Finally, though, the pizza was finished. Harry had called for Creature to dispose of the boxes, and to his surprise, the elf had done as he wished without too much complaint. Tonks looked to Harry and then back to Bellatrix. So, what do you do for a living? I'm an Auror, she said by way of bringing her into the conversation. I am a freelance curse breaker. I didn't like the idea of working for a bigger firm like Gringotts, too many rules. Instead I work for myself, set my own hours. I stay busy enough when Harry is busy with his own projects. Bellatrix's answer seemed acceptable, or at least Tonks didn't seem too interested in pursuing it at the moment. Instead, she had a different question, quite a few of them in fact. Most were the same questions asked by the Weasleys and Hermione. Tonks didn't want either of them to know that she was here essentially to spy on them. She did notice that Harry and Josephine seemed comfortable enough together. It didn't seem like they had been together for the few months that she had claimed though. Bellatrix had explained it as they had met at the beginning of the school year, corresponded during the term, and had only officially met and started living together that very day. It was lucky that Harry let me in this morning, otherwise I'd be homeless while my flat is being cleaned. I came over here in tears, and of course Harry let me cry and then told me to pick a bedroom. Bellatrix knew Harry Potter's infamous need to save people. That would make that particular lie easier to swallow. Again, Tonks seemed to accept it and then change the subject. Time passed swiftly and Tonks had to leave. Saying her goodbyes, she used the flow to get back to her own flat. Bellatrix and Harry were alone now. She looked at him. She dropped the glamour. So, pizza is a thing, a very delicious thing. I think we should have it at least once a week until you have to go back to Hogwarts. Her voice was casual, but he detected a faint eagerness. That reminds me, Bellatrix, what are you going to do when I'm at school? She smiled. Simple. I'm going to take some of my inheritance and have Gringotts purchase a cottage in Hogsmeade. I know that you have to have Sirius's map by now. You can find a way to sneak out and see me. Until we can find a more permanent solution, touching you each day keeps me from going too crazy. Bellatrix continued to explain her plan. Josephine would rent the cottage so that she and Harry could be close to each other. They wanted to see how their relationship would develop after all. They could see each other openly on Hogsmeade weekends and in secret when he came to see her, or she came to see him. Harry listened. Bellatrix was extremely smart, it seemed. He had only known her as a madwoman before, but freed from that she had a mind that could possibly rival Hermione's. Bellatrix stifled a yawn and looked to him. I'm willing to try sleeping apart if you wish it. The public reading of the will is coming up in a few days. Once they find out you are a lord of two houses, your friends will like me being near you even less. They agreed to try sleeping in separate rooms. They took the master and mistress suites. They were separate but connected by a doorway. Harry went to his room and lay on the bed. On the other side of the connecting doorway, he heard muffled music. Bellatrix, he noted, was determined to listen to every album in that collection. Maybe for Christmas I can find her some more. He let that thought take him to sleep. Jasmine the scent pulled Harry from his sleep. He looked and saw Bellatrix laying more or less atop him, her arms around his waist. She was murmuring in her sleep, Sirius, Sirius, I didn't mean it, James. Her eyes snapped open and she looked straight at Harry. James the First didn't mean to leave you. She keyed Harry before falling back down, snoring lightly. I'm going to find a way to kill spirits. I'm going to kill my dad. I'm going to kill Sirius. I know they're up there laughing at me right now. I'm going to find a way to kill spirits. I'm going to kill my dad. I'm going to kill Sirius. I know they're up there laughing at me right now. The weekend passed relatively quietly. Hermione had sent him an owl, ostensibly about when he might come to the burrow, but was in reality her own brand of interrogation. Harry had sat with Bellatrix in the study and together they answered each question. Bellatrix had music playing while Harry wrote down an answer. Have you ever been to France? Hermione's mom and dad are there now at a conference for dentists. Once, when I was 6. My father took me to meet a friend of his in the French ministry. I wouldn't write that part though. Just tell her that I went once as a child but haven't been back. Came the answer as Bellatrix sat behind him on the couch, tapping her hand gently to the beat. This was one of the Muggle rock albums. Bellatrix, as well as Sirius it seemed, had been a fan of the Beatles. This album was Lady Madonna. It wasn't her favorite of the collection she currently had, but it was still one of her treasures. All right, next up, Harry said to her, Hermione wants to know if we go into Muggle London to the cinemas. I've actually never been to see any. The Dursleys didn't take the freak with them when they wanted to watch something. Did you and Sirius ever sneak off to see anything? No, but we should probably say that we are open to the possibility. We just haven't had the chance, plus nothing has been out that we were particularly interested in. That will make it sound like we spend all day cooped up here snogging. That should make for an interesting conversation later. Bellatrix thought as Harry wrote their response. She wasn't opposed to Granger or the Weasleys thinking that she and Harry were physically active. After all, in 2 days they would all know that Harry was a legal adult. Once they know that he's the lord of both houses and a legal adult, that should keep them from complaining too much if we are together. After all, we are both adults. They think I'm some kind of tramp now. Wait until there's nothing stopping me. She was still a black. She knew how to survive. For now, if she played her cards right and helped Harry end this war, she would walk away with 250,000 galleons. Josephine Reed would mutually end her relationship with Harry and leave the country. Bellatrix could start over provided I can find a way to break this dependence on him. Bellatrix didn't like the idea of needing anyone, let alone someone as young as Harry was. She kept trying to separate from him, but each time the whispers would get too loud and she would find herself creeping back beside him. She had woke up in his bed that morning, her arms around him and her head on his chest. One of his arms was around her waist. It had felt nice and that terrified her. I've got to find a solution to this. I can't be at his side for my entire life. What if he dies first? I'll end up as crazy as I was before. I've got it. She cried, hopping up, not noticing when Harry jumped, snapping his quill tip on the parchment. She raced to the library. Harry followed her. Bellatrix, what are you doing? She looked to Harry, then back to the books. I'm looking for a book my Uncle Orion had. Wait, there it is. She pulled a large book from the shelf and set it on the table. Harry, I know Sirius promised Granger the library, but I need this book. Why this book? Bellatrix, what are you looking for? Compulsion charms. I think. I'm sure that Walburga put at least one of me. Contact with you has only partially lifted it when I denounced Voldemort that should have killed me. Ah, here it is. Compulsion charms can override free will, but they cannot be used as a substitute in magical contracts. If someone has been put under the Imperious Curse, that person would not be responsible for any contract or binding ritual undertaken during that curse's duration. The mark is still there, but it seems inert. I haven't felt it burn or seen it move since I broke that vow. So I'm mostly free of the compulsion, but it's not totally gone. That's why I have to be near you. Contact with you, for whatever reason, gives me enough strength to break free temporarily. Bellatrix pulled her sleeve up and showed Harry the mark. Sure enough, it didn't seem like anything except a normal non-magical tattoo. Harry looked at her arm and then back up to her eyes. So, as long as we're together, you're safe. For now, until I can find a way to fully break this charm. Bellatrix sighed softly. I promise, I'll find a way to break this charm's hold. You won't be stuck with me for any longer than you have to be. Bellatrix, I'm not stuck with you. You need my help to be free of Voldemort. We're partners. You've already helped me hurt his cause more than I could have done on my own. He took her hand, squeezing it softly. Bellatrix took a calming breath and looked to him, smiling softly. Thanks, Harry. For everything. Harry smiled to her. The will reading is tomorrow. Do you want to go with me or would you prefer to stay here and study the book? Bellatrix thought about it, then looked down at the book. I'll stay here. After all, there has to be something in here we can use to fight this. The will reading is tomorrow. Do you want to go with me or would you prefer to stay here and study the book? Bellatrix thought about it, then looked down at the book. I'll stay here. After all, there has to be something in here we can use to fight this. That night they didn't even bother being in separate rooms. They lay in the same bed, Bellatrix busily making notes in the book she'd taken from the Black Library. Harry looked over to her. Have you found anything? A few things, nothing conclusive yet, but there are a few rituals I will investigate further while you're away. The most promising is also the least appealing, unfortunately. What do you mean? What could be less appealing than being forced to obey Voldemort? Bellatrix sighed and set down the book. The most promising I've found is the Veris Amor spell. Roughly translated, it means true love. It would create a bond between us similar to a phenomenon known as soul bonding. We'd share our magical cores, we'd be a constant part of each other's minds. We could be apart from each other, but we would need to be in each other's presence at least weekly, as far as I can tell, not to mention how the spell is cast. How? Harry sat up in the bed. Bellatrix had a look somewhere between hopeless and annoyed as she looked at the passage. Like every truly powerful spell, it is a mixture of intent and blood. The blood, in this case, is a euphemism. We would have to lay together. At the moment of completion, if you will, we would each have to say the phrase, Veris amor senex vincula erumpit. Literally, true love breaks old bonds. Who thinks of a spell like this? Harry shook his head. He felt Bellatrix draw up slightly away from him. I don't like it any more than you do. That's why I didn't want to suggest this ritual. Harry moved back closer to her. It's not like that, Bellatrix. I mean, this kind of magic, it forces two people together. It was used in older times as a way to encourage less compatible couples to be together, so it was most likely it was written by old men with either ignorant sons or less attractive daughters. Bellatrix shifted slightly in the bed, setting the book on the nightstand, and turned back to face him fully. This is a last resort. I promise if we have to do this, I'll find some way to make the Josephine glamour permanent. You won't have to look at an old woman in your bed every night. Harry surprised her. He ed her. This wasn't like the other ones. It wasn't a soft, comforting key. This key, she noted, had some oomph to it. When the key broke, he smiled softly. You aren't some old woman. You are in fact a very beautiful woman. If we have to do this, the glamour will remain a temporary necessity. You will not hide your face when we are together unless it's to keep us safe. He ed her again. Now, let's get some sleep. The next morning found Harry back at Gringotts. When he first got there, Professor Dumbledore had started towards him, but was shooed away by Griphook. The goblin asked to speak with him after the reading to discuss his account. This was the public reading of Sirius Black's will. Harry looked at the crowd. He recognized most of them. Professor Lupin is here. There's the Weasleys. I see Mrs. Malfoy. Hermione is sitting beside Ron. I wish I could sit with them, but Goldclaw told me to take my place in the Lord's chair. I don't recognize the woman sitting with Tonks. That must be Andromeda. Professor Dumbledore didn't look pleased when Griphook spoke to him about my taking over the family vault. When the will was read and the crowd began to disperse, Harry went to Griphook. Master Griphook, has there been any developments with my account? You said that you were looking at some new investment strategies. Lord Potter Black, if you'll give me a half-hour's time, I will have everything prepared for you. If you'd like, you can wait here while I check my messages and see if there were any updates to the information I have ready for you now. Harry nodded and the goblin began to walk away. Lord Potter Black. Harry turned. It was the woman he had correctly guessed was Andromeda Tonks. She looked very similar to her sisters. Harry shook her offered hand. My daughter Nymphadora has spoken of you often. I guess we are family now. She visibly stiffened as another walked up behind Harry. Lord Potter Black, I wonder if you would escort me to the family vault to pick up my inheritance. It was Narcissa Malfoy. She was doing an admirable job of being polite, considering she was in front of the person who was now Lord Black, and her son's biggest rival. Andromeda looked to her. We're family now, so you'll come to a dinner at my home soon. Nymphadora told me about your girlfriend, so of course she is invited. I won't keep you any longer, Lord Potter Black. Harry, please, as you just said, we are family now, Mrs. Tonks. In that case, it's Andromeda or Andy, please. We'll talk again soon, Harry. She leaned down and hugged him. Be careful, please, she said just loud enough that he heard it before leaving, not saying anything to her younger sister. Harry turned back to Narcissa. Well, I believe you wanted to go down to the vault, Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa, please, as my dear sister said, we are family now. While we are down in the vault, there are one or two things I would like to discuss with you, nothing too serious. I just want to know the direction you will take the houses. After all, I was a Black first. She allowed Harry to lead her towards the entrance to the vaults. A nearby goblin led them to the cart, and a few dizzying moments later they were inside the vault. Narcissa looked at the box of sketchbooks for a long time before finally picking one up. I don't know how giving me something that was mine first counts as an inheritance, but it is interesting that he kept them. After. Well, my cousin and I were never the closest of family. Quote. Her hands shook slightly as she flipped open the book. She'd been so young when she'd had this book. Her mother hadn't started planning to which family she would marry her off to. When she was introduced to Lucius, it wasn't love at first sight, but she supposed they'd done well enough at first. Then Draco was born, she thought. We fulfilled our obligation, and he barely touched me again. Draco doesn't respect me, he's his father's son. What can I lose from requesting the annulment? Harry was occupied with the pile of parchment on a small table. Mrs. Narcissa. Could you look at these for me? Narcissa walked over to the table and picked up the documents. These are documents proclaiming your place as the Lord of Houses Potter and Black. Most of them are self-fulfilled, but the ones where you denote which wife will be Lady Potter and which will be Lady Black must be filled out by you. What do you mean by that? I would have to have 2 wives. Well, only if you wished to keep both houses alive. Otherwise you would simply combine the houses and your wife would then be Lady Potter Black. Surely, you were taught this. Narcissa seemed confused. I know you were raised by Muggles, but surely they saw to your education regarding your father's name. Harry snorted at that. The Dursleys, Narcissa, hated my father. They barely said anything about them for the majority of their lives. In that case you will need instruction. I would offer my services. If you will see your way clear to a small stipend, I will be glad to teach you what you need to know. How small? Narcissa smiled at that. Perhaps the young lord isn't as foolish as my son believes. Since you are the head of my birth family, how about 30 galleons for each lesson? Harry thought for a moment. Very well. I will send you an owl in a few days' time and we can begin our lessons then, if that will work. Narcissa nodded deferentially. That is acceptable, Lord Potter Black. As they made preparations to leave the vault, Harry picked up the papers. Bellatrix could probably tell me some things about this as well. That way I know if Narcissa is less than honest with me. As they made preparations to leave the vault, Harry picked up the papers. Bellatrix could probably tell me some things about this as well. That way I know if Narcissa is less than honest with me. Rodolphus Lestrange knew his place in the world. He was a Death Eater, a proud servant of Lord Voldemort. He had wife. She might not have came to him willingly, but the good Lady Walburga Black had taken care of that. Bellatrix had been the perfect wife for him, utterly submissive to his wishes. Now though he had to ask himself what had changed. He had received a message from Gringotts through his usual proxy. They had taken everything, every property, every business. All of his gold had been taken and moved into another vault. The worst part was the cup. His master had entrusted it to Bellatrix and she had placed it in the vault for safekeeping. That cup, the letter had told him, had been cleansed of dark magic and was on its way back to Hogwarts. That brought him to where he stood now. Well, stood wasn't quite accurate. He was levitating above a table in the basement of Malfoy Manor. His entire body was on fire from repeated use of the Cruciatus curse by his master. This message means that dearest Bellatrix has slipped out of your grasp. Worse still, one of my treasures has been taken from me. Voldemort closed the distance, his red eyes looking into the terrified blue eyes of Lestrange. You have failed me, but I am a generous lord. I will allow you a chance, a single chance. You will find Bellatrix and bring her back here. She has most likely begged for asylum. That fool Dumbledore is behind this. Get moving. The spell holding Rodolphus up was cut and he fell hard onto the table and then the floor. He stood and with a quick, "Yes, my lord," apparated away. Voldemort looked to the other Death Eater in the room. Severus, you will keep an eye out for Bellatrix as well. If she has joined Dumbledore, you will have a better chance of finding her. Rodolphus is an imbecile, but he may get lucky. Keep an eye open when you are among that order. If there is a new member, or even a whisper that there is new inside information, find its source and bring that source to me. Yes, my lord, it shall be as you say. Voldemort waved his hand, allowing Severus to leave his presence. The loss of that cup was devastating. Another part of his soul was gone now. His Death Eaters were stretched too thin at the moment to do much more than act as informants for now. Harry had completed his meeting with Griphook. Under the new scheme, his holdings would do well. He wasn't the richest person in the wizarding world, but he was wealthy enough that he could keep himself and whatever family he ended up having comfortable. His thoughts moved to Bellatrix then. I don't love her, do I? I've never really had a family. The Dursleys don't count. They treat me like a bad smell whenever I'm with them. The Weasleys love me, but I'm not Harry Weasley. I'm the last Potter now. Maybe I'm just afraid of being alone my entire life. Harry was lost in his thoughts and didn't notice that he had nearly walked into Professor Dumbledore until he saw the bright purple of the robes. I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't thinking. Quite all right, my boy. I was hoping we'd have a chance to talk. I need to apologize to you, and this would be the best opportunity to do so. Apologize. Harry knew this had to be about his account, but he wanted to see what the professor was going to do first. Yes, I have been treating you like a child, rather than the young man you are. I am aware that you know I had been receiving your statements in lieu of sending them to you. I did not wish the Dursleys to find out how much you had in your coffers. That took Harry back a bit. He'd been used for so long that he had expected Dumbledore to want the ability to use his vault like a private piggy bank. I think I understand your reasoning, sir, but couldn't you have told me once I came to Hogwarts? Perhaps, but again, I worried that you had too much on your plate already. That said, I would like to offer my congratulations to the new Lord Potter Black. When you arrive back at Hogwarts, we will need to meet to discuss your new title and the rights, privileges, and responsibilities it will mean to you. Until then, enjoy the rest of your summer. With that, Harry was left alone. He wasn't sure if he could fully trust Albus Dumbledore, but until he could figure out what to do, he would at least pretend that he did. With that, he made his way to the door and left, setting out for the Leaky Cauldron to use the public flow there. Rodolphus Lestrange arrived in Diagon Alley shortly after Harry left. He was under a glamour so that no one would see a convicted Death Eater in their midst. Narcissa Malfoy was coming out Gringotts. She had went to the reading of her cousin's will. He came up to her, his voice quiet. Mrs. Malfoy, I must speak with you. Narcissa looked to him. At first she looked bored, then she recognized the wizard. Rodolphus used this glamour whenever he had to go out during the day. Not here. Come with me. She led him to a corner away from the main street. What do you want, Lestrange? Shish. Don't call me that. Was my wife there? Bellatrix. I didn't see her. Why? That by.ch took everything out of our vault and moved it to another one. She's hiding from our master. Won't answer summons no matter how much magic he pours into the mark. I haven't seen her. If she's left, then she is most likely dead now. If she's dead, the money would have went to her next of kin. That was Narcissa. Rodolphus slammed her against the wall now, his wand at her throat. Do you have my money, Narcissa? Let go of me or I will scream for help. You'll never get out of the alley in time. I don't have your damned money, Lestrange. She was terrified, but her upbringing kept her voice steady. I haven't gotten anything from my sister. Sirius only left me one canute and a box of books that I already owned. If I'd suddenly gotten richer, I promise you I would look happier about it. Rodolphus released her then, but kept his wand in his hand. If you hear anything from my wife, you will inform me. I don't care if it's finding her in a ditch dead, I want that money. If I think you've been lying to me, I will make your family much smaller than the 3 people it is now. Do you understand me? Narcissa shuddered imperceptibly and she nodded, then started back away from the man. She went into a nearby cafe and ordered a cup of tea. I have to think of something. Rodolphus is as crazy as Bellatrix. He'll kill me if he thinks I have his money, or that I'm hiding Bellatrix from him. I have to get away from this. When her tea arrived, she drank it quickly. She had a decision to make. She needed to get away from Voldemort and the hold he has on her family. Lucius wouldn't dare stop his master from hurting her. She wondered for a moment if Draco would even miss her if she was killed. She looked down as she thought about her place in the world. Lucius wouldn't dare stop his master from hurting her. She wondered for a moment if Draco would even miss her if she was killed. She looked down as she thought about her place in the world. Harry returned to Grimmauld Place in a better state than he thought he would. He was expecting some sort of dramatic confrontation between himself and Professor Dumbledore. He expected Molly Weasley to try and drag him to the burrow so he wouldn't be influenced by the woman in his house. He even expected Tonks or Hermione to get more information out of him, but thankfully none of that happened. With no instruction from Dumbledore that he was supposed to go to either the burrow or Privet Drive, Harry was free to spend his summer in the house he now owned. Bella was in the library studying the book she'd found. One of her albums was playing softly. When she noticed him, he gave him a sad smile and then motioned him over. Harry stood beside her, his hand resting on her shoulder. At his contact, the whispers in her head silenced and she looked back at the book. So, how did it go? Quieter than I expected. I think everyone was just excited about their inheritances. However, I did meet your sister Andromeda. Apparently we've got an open invitation for dinner together one night. I also need you to help me with these. Harry produced the documents he had taken from the vault. Narcissa has offered to instruct me in what it means to be a lord, but I'd like it if you could also talk to me. That way I know that whatever information she gives me will be verified by someone I know I can trust. Bellatrix felt her cheeks redden slightly at the compliment. Well, if we're going to see Andy, I'm sure it's because her daughter has told her about us and she wants to investigate us. As the leader of our house, you are going to be under a lot of scrutiny. Leave the papers for me and I'll look at them after we have our lunch. You said Narcissa offered to teach you. Knowing her, she'll be angling for a way to get into your good graces. I'm sure Draco got his sneakiness from someone. Oh, it wasn't his father. Lucius is an idiot. He can play the part of a charming and somewhat intelligent person, but when it comes to the line in the sand being drawn, he's a weak and foolish man. Bellatrix thought about it for a moment. Our mother had plans for each of us. Andy vanished before they could force her into a marriage. Narcissa took hers willingly. I'm the one who fought. That's why I'm like this. Harry took her hand. We're going to find a way to fix this. We have one solution already. That, true love, spell. We'll find another, and if we don't, then we'll be together. When this is over, when Voldemort is gone, then we'll go someplace where they don't know Bellatrix Lestrange, and it'll just be Harry and Bellatrix Potter Black. You'd do that. You'd give up living in Wizarding Britain. Of course I would. These people constantly shift from, oh Harry, save us from everything, to, Harry Potter is insane and should be locked up. It's rather annoying actually. Bellatrix laughed at that, then looked up into Harry's eyes. All right then, if I can't find any other solution in this book, we'll do the ritual before you leave for Hogwarts. Just then, the pair felt a tingle. It was one of the wards. Someone was trying to enter Grimmauld Place. The only people capable of finding the house were members of the Order, or members of the Black family. Bellatrix quickly put back her glamour as Harry went to see who it was. Narcissa Malfoy stood at the door. She looked much paler than she had at Gringotts. She still had the box of sketchbooks under her arm. Lord Potter Black, may I come in? Of course, what's wrong? I will explain once we are both inside, she said as she came in around him. Harry closed the door. Bellatrix, in her Josephine guise, stood in the archway leading back to the library, an unreadable look in her eyes. All right, you're here, now please, what's wrong? Narcissa sank onto a nearby chair. Rodolphus Lestrange came to find me. Apparently my sister Bellatrix has vanished, taking all of his money. He is desperate to find her. He threatened me. Told me that if he thought I'd had contact with her, he'd kill me. Lucius won't do anything, so it falls upon me to ask you, will you annul my marriage to Lucius and take me back into the Black family? If you do this, I will be your seneschal. I will help you with your affairs as the Lord of Houses Potter and Black. I will do anything you ask. Just please, save me. What about your son? Draco is just like his father. He might feel saddened if he found me dead, but he wouldn't stand against the Dark Lord. Voldemort. In this house, we call him Voldemort, or barring that Tom, his real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle Jr. Harry stated, he's not a boogeyman, he's a powerful dark wizard, but I'm not going to treat him like just saying his name will cause lightning to strike me. Will you do it? Narcissa grabbed his arm. Will you take me back into the Black family? Can I have a few moments? This is a lot of information. When Narcissa nodded, Harry walked into the library. He looked to Bellatrix. If I do this, there's no way that she won't find out who you are. Do you feel comfortable with her knowing the truth? No, but she is my sister, so if you wish it, I will abide. We could ask her to swear a magical oath, like I did when I swore not to harm you. Harry nodded, taking her hand and leading Bellatrix back into the hall. Narcissa rose when he came back with a strangely familiar young witch. All right, Narcissa, I'll do this. But first, I need you to do something for me. I need you to give me a wizard's oath that you will not reveal anything you are about to see. Narcissa, not having much of a choice, agreed. Once the spell was cast, Bellatrix dropped her glamour. Hello, sissy. Once the spell was cast, Bellatrix dropped her glamour. Hello, sissy. Narcissa gasped, seeing Bellatrix in front of her. Harry looked concerned, perhaps frightened that Narcissa was about to faint. Bellatrix, on the other hand, grinned and walked closer. So, my dear ex-husband is looking for me. The bastard who beat my mind and my body in order to make me a soldier is wondering where his dear little Bella ran off to. Her voice was cold enough to make the woman sitting before her shudder. Did he send you to find me? No, Bellatrix, I promise you. After his threat, I just wanted to find somewhere safe. I swear on my magic I had no idea you were here. Potter never said. Harry. What? His name is Harry, not Potter. If you can't call him by his name, then you will call him the title he deserves, Lord Potter Black. Narcissa looked from Bellatrix to Harry. Why was she so defensive of him? Very well. Harry did not tell me you were here. He didn't say anyone was here. When we spoke at Gringotts, it was only about my books, and the possibility of my tutoring him during the summer. Bellatrix looked to Harry for a moment, her expression unreadable to Narcissa, then turned back, smiling at her youngest sister. Yes, Harry told me about that. He said that I was to also look at the papers. He wanted a second point of view. He must have been worried that you were more Malfoy than Black now. Bellatrix crossed the difference and leaned into Narcissa's face. You weren't planning on finding any sorts of loopholes that would have given you control over the family vault now, would you? Harry placed a hand on Bellatrix's shoulder before she could go any further. At his touch, Narcissa noticed. Bellatrix seemed to calm down slightly. Bellatrix straightened up and stepped away, looking to Harry. I'll be in the library. If you think anything is wrong, call for me. Now it was just Harry and Narcissa. Harry looked to her. I suppose the first thing we should do is get you settled and then go to the study. Hermione will be here later to pick up her books. I doubt we'll get much work done once she knows that you're here. You will honor the bargain though, Lord Potter Black. You will annul my marriage to Lucius. This was the only way Narcissa saw herself surviving, especially now. She had sworn an oath to keep the secrets she had witnessed. If Rodolphus didn't kill her for keeping them, Bellatrix certainly would for breaking the trust. I promise, we'll go back to Gringotts tomorrow morning. That promise from Harry seemed to reassure her, at least somewhat. They made their way to the study to being the lessons for the day. Hearing them at work, Bellatrix put back on her glamour and silently left Grimmauld Place. Rodolphus has to be stopped. That thought drove her to Diagon Alley and then into Knockturn Alley. She got lucky. Rodolphus was coming out of a bar, hidden in a glamour that she recognized. She lowered her hood and walked towards him. Hello, handsome. Rodolphus had been stymied all day trying to find a trace of Bellatrix. When he left the pub, he was in a foul mood. Even several shots of fire whiskey hadn't eased his temper. This girl is pretty. I wonder if she's a screamer. He grinned lecherously and then turned it into what he hoped would pass for flirtatious. Hello yourself. What's a beautiful woman like you doing on a dangerous street like this? Bellatrix's grin turned almost predatory. I was just looking for a man like you. My lover is a weak, foolish man, and you look like the perfect person to work out my aggression with. Maybe my luck is turning around. Rodolphus thought as the woman led him to a darkened corner of the alley. Several hours later, a group of Aurors were called into the site of a murder. Kingsley Shacklebolt was among them. The body had been subjected to several cutting and burning curses, but he could at least recognize the face. Someone killed Rodolphus Lestrange. I hope it was someone on our side, but looking at this mess, I doubt it. Something about this made Kingsley nervous. Someone had absolutely slaughtered a Death Eater. Bellatrix had completely missed Hermione's appearance. But from the look on Harry's face, it was clear that she hadn't approved of the appearance of Narcissa Malfoy, and had made that particular thought very clear. Harry came to find her back in the library. It was now bare of every book except for the one she had asked him to keep out for her. "Where have you been? We didn't know you'd left until I went to ask what you wanted for lunch. I took care of something. You and Sissy will both thank me when you read the Daily Prophet." That seemed ominous to Harry. "You went looking for Lestrange." It wasn't a question, and she knew that. "I did. I found him too." Needless to say, he wasn't prepared for a silence charm, or a restraining charm, or any of the other hexes I cast. She seemed proud of herself. The Aurors will need a mop and a shovel to deal with him. Narcissa heard Bellatrix and Harry talking. As she walked to the doorway, she heard Bellatrix's declaration. "She killed Rodolphus. Now the Dark Lord will be hunting us even harder. There's no way he'll believe that it was a random murder." For the first time in many years, Narcissa was concerned for the safety of her elder sister. Harry noticed Narcissa standing there and beckoned her into the room with them. "Well, I guess that means you're safe from him now. If you want, you can go back home to Malfoy Manor." "I could, but I won't. There is no way that Voldemort won't suspect who did this. He has his own spies in the Ministry. They will suspect that I or Bellatrix killed him. So, I still need your protection, my lord." At that moment, Harry heard a voice from the fireplace in the study. "Harry, you in? It's me, Tonks. There's been a murder in Nocturne Alley and the Order needs to have an emergency meeting." At that moment, Harry heard a voice from the fireplace in the study. "Harry, you in? It's me, Tonks. There's been a murder in Nocturne Alley and the Order needs to have an emergency meeting." Albus Dumbledore was a man who in his heart believed that everyone should be free from the fear of dark magic. He believed, with all his heart, that the greater good was a cause worth rallying for. He also knew that sometimes sacrifices had to be made. However, if you sacrificed foolishly, then were you any better than the ones you fought against? He'd done wrong by Harry, first by not being more observant of the Dursleys, and secondly by not being honest with him. Harry was the only one who could defeat Voldemort. That was unquestionable, but it was just as important that he not turn Harry into a Dark Lord as well. Those thoughts weighed heavily as Kingsley gave his report. "Some person or perhaps a group has killed Rodolphus Lestrange. He was found in Nocturne Alley, the victim of multiple hexes. If it was one person, then the number and severity of spells used lead me to believe that it could have been another Death Eater. They wouldn't leave a body out like that to be found. Not one of their own. He likes people to think his servants are a well-oiled machine." Alistair Moody interjected. "This isn't how they operate. If he was killed by a Death Eater, they would have hid him somewhere. Unless they wanted someone specific to find the body." Remus Lupin added. "For now, it is impossible to know the motives behind the killing. However, for a known Death Eater to be out like this, I believe that Harry Potter could well be in danger. To that end, Nymphadora, I need you to stay near him during the day. If he needs to leave this house for any reason, I need you to be with him." Dumbledore looked to the Auror, who nodded, and then to Kingsley. "Kingsley, I need you to use a Muggle phrase, fudge the papers. Until we know more about what is going on, Harry will need around-the-clock protection, and since Nymphadora is family, I think she would be the best to keep him safe." Kingsley nodded. "I'll put Auror Tonks on a long-term reconnaissance assignment. As long as she can get into the office at least once a week to report to me, we should be fine there." Meanwhile, Harry and Bellatrix, along with Ron, Hermione, and the others who were too young to join the Order. Harry was not pleased at the idea of having a babysitter, and Bellatrix was equally concerned that this would be another person who would learn her secret. She kept her hand on Harry's as they listened to the extendable ear. Narcissa Malfoy sat in the basement looking over the documents Harry had taken from his vault. He still needed to pick up the rings that signified his lordship over the two houses. Beyond that, there would be an announcement to make in the Daily Prophet that he was the official head of Houses Black and Potter. There was a great deal of work to do, and she was glad for it. Work kept her mind focused, kept her from thinking about the path she was on now. She looked over the largest pile of papers. These were the houses Harry Potter was lord of, either through familial bonds or by right of conquest. Houses Potter, Black, Peverell, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw by birth or adoption in the case of House Black. House Slytherin by right of conquest, that must be from when Harry defeated the Dark Lord the first time. Harry Potter will be a very powerful wizard. That power could protect me. He is young, but I think I could keep him entertained. I could be the Lady Potter Black. The meeting was over. The other Order members had left except for Dumbledore and Tonks. Harry was being informed of her role as his guardian. If he needed to go into Diagon Alley, she needed to be with him. Bellatrix as Josephine didn't look particularly pleased about it, but she was still quiet. I can't let Andy's daughter know how I am. I'll have to be even more cautious than I am now. Sissy will need to be told. Harry will have to bring her back into the family as quickly as possible now. Tonks looked from Harry to Josephine, and kept her face decidedly pleasant. This worked out perfectly. Harry and I will be around each other all the time now, which means I'll be around his girlfriend all the time. The others in our War Council will love this. We're going to find out exactly who this Josephine Reed really is and what she intends. Those thoughts were still somewhat strange. Harry was, well, not a boy, he was a legal adult now, but the idea of a woman her own age being interested in him made her feel strange. She'd known that Harry had a crush on her from back when they first met. He was cute enough, but he'd just been a kid then. Now though, he's a man. They could be doing anything here. If she's just here for his money or his position, I've got to protect him. Maybe I should try flirting a bit, just to throw her off her game. Don't worry, Harry. I won't keep you locked up all the time. We'll go out and have some fun one of the weekends before you leave. Maybe I'll take you to a nightclub. She'd winked at him before messing his hair and then leaving, using the flow to get back to her own flat. Harry and Bellatrix retreated to their room. He looked to her and then chuckled. Well, I guess we'll need to step up our plans to break your charm. I don't think Tonks is aware that I don't plan on cheating on my girlfriend, Josephine, anytime soon. Bellatrix looked to him before conjuring a silk curtain to change behind. I wouldn't advise it. Josephine is the jealous type. She didn't laugh, and that made Harry nervous. The curtain vanished and Bellatrix was dressed in the same black nightgown she normally wore to bed. She climbed in as Harry stripped to his boxers and slid in beside her. Bellatrix didn't pretend tonight. Her arms went around Harry before he even turned the lights off. I would suggest you impress on my niece that you, my lord, are a one-woman man. Bellatrix then keyed him soundly before turning off the lamp and leaning atop him. I am so very dead, Harry thought as Bellatrix keyed him again. I am so very dead, Harry thought as Bellatrix keyed him again. Harry and Narcissa had an early appointment at Gringotts. Bellatrix had merely opened one violet eye at his stirring and pulled him back down onto the bed. She had keyed him sleepily. Hurry back home. She bade him as he rose to dress. Bellatrix watched him leave. She couldn't fall back asleep now. With his absence, the bed grew cool swiftly and she rose. Well, at least I know that he isn't repulsed by me. A smile tugged at her lips at the way he'd reacted to her key's last night. He knew that she wasn't his first choice, but when he returned her second key, it had been honest enough. Harry and Narcissa were gone now, so she went back to her studying. This book still held secrets, but she worried that none of them would solve her problem. At Gringotts, Harry and Narcissa were met by Griphook and taken back to his office. On the desk before them were several thick packets of documents. First things first, Lord Potter Black, we must address your houses. You are currently Lord of Houses Potter and Black. You also have claims by right of blood to Houses Peverell, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and through right of conquest, Slytherin. Will you keep those houses alive or will you merge them into Houses Potter and Black? He and Narcissa had discussed this earlier. Harry had been informed that the best way to consolidate his position was to have fewer houses, and thus, fewer feuding heirs when that time came. I will merge those houses, Master Griphook. The goblin nodded and made a note on his parchment. He then held out a small dagger and offered it to Harry. Now for the creation of your lord's ring. Please cut the palm of your left hand, then make a fist and hold it over this. Griphook placed a small black bowl on the table. It was covered in softly glowing runes. Harry made the cut, wincing slightly, and then held his fist over the bowl. Griphook counted the drops of blood aloud, one for House Potter, one for House Black, one for Houses Gryffindor, Peverell, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Once the last drop hit the bowl, Harry felt the wound heal painlessly. The blood at the bottom of the bowl began to sizzle and evaporate, leaving a small black ring. Griphook took the ring and placed it in Harry's hand. "This is your lord's ring. Notice the sigils of Houses Potter and Black have been merged, and then the 4 other houses have small sigils on each of the cardinal directions." That bit of business completed, Narcissa looked to Harry meaningfully. He nodded. "Next, I would like to formally annul the marriage of Narcissa Malfoy and bring her back into the house." Griphook nodded and reached into the pile of documents from the reading of Sirius's will. Narcissa stood and held out her wand. "I, Narcissa Cassiopeia Malfoy, do hereby request an annulment from my marriage due to neglect at the hands of my spouse. I request to be adopted back into House Black." Harry rose then and drew his own wand. "I, Harrison James Potter, Lord of Houses Potter and Black, do hereby honor your requests. Firstly, you are no longer a member of the family Malfoy. Secondly, you are once more Narcissa Cassiopeia Black, member of my home and my heart. So say I, so mote it be." With a flash of light from their wands, it was done. Narcissa was free of Lucius and, more importantly, free from Lucius's master. She gave Harry a genuine smile, possibly the first true smile she'd given anyone in a very long time. "My lord, I cannot thank Harry. We are family now, Narcissa." Again Harry was rewarded by a smile. Griphook cleared his throat. "Lord Potter Black, the final thing we need you to sign is your acceptance of a lord's suite at Hogwarts. You, as the lord of 2 houses, have the right to a private suite for yourself and any retainers you may have." Harry liked the idea of that, not the idea of retainers specifically, but rather the idea of a place in Hogwarts that was his own. He signed the parchment and Griphook handed him a parcel. "These are your copies, Lord Potter Black. As of this day, you have a place in the Wizengamot. You may choose to attend meetings on your own, or you may find a trusted person to act as proxy. Typically that would be your spouse. But as you are currently unwed, you may select a third party. Once you are ready for that, you may send an owl with your selection and we will process the paperwork." Harry and Narcissa left Gringotts. Narcissa's heart felt lighter than it had in years. She looked to Harry. "Thank you again, Harry. You have most likely saved my life today." She surprised him by taking his hand and squeezing it. "I have an idea of how I could help you further, my lord. Perhaps we should find somewhere to eat so that I can tell you my idea." The cafe Narcissa chose was one she'd been to several times before. It was a quiet place, well off the beaten path. The proprietor, seeing Narcissa, had taken them straight away to a booth, well away from the front door. Narcissa sat down across from Harry and then cast a silencing charm. "There, now we can speak privately. You are a powerful wizard, and I have no doubt that you will grow even more powerful in time. Those who practice the dark arts will fear and hate you. Those who believe themselves of the side of light will try to constrain you. I want to be a voice for you when you are not in London. However, with the repressive laws our society has put in place, I cannot. Unless you marry me." Harry had been taking a sip from his teacup while she was speaking. At her plan to marry him, the tea stopped at the back of his throat and he began coughing. What? He looked to Narcissa. "You want me to marry me?" "Yes. I have no illusions that you would fall in love with me, my lord. But I can help you, and I want to help you. If you will allow me, I will help you make our name as great and revered as it was when my uncle was Lord Black." She took his hand in her own. "I will give you an heir. I will help you raise that child to be great." Harry looked at their hands, and then to her. Narcissa didn't look like she was plotting. She seemed genuine. He sighed and squeezed her hand. "Narcissa, do you love me?" "What does that have to do with marriage? Perhaps in Muggle society it matters, but here, especially in prominent houses, marriage is a partnership." She looked at the table. "Lucius never loved me. He found me attractive, and with the right potions he was able to produce a son, but I never had any belief that he would love me. I don't want to trap you like he did. Besides, Bellatrix and I have an agreement. if she can't find a way to undo the compulsion charm that was placed on her, I am going to join her in a ritual and we will be bound by magic. I don't want to cheat on my wife, and I don't want to make Bellatrix feel like she's forcing me into something. Narcissa took a sip from her own cup then, watching Harry. I do not have to be your only wife, you are the Lord of Houses Potter and Black. If I am the Lady of House Potter, there is no reason that Bellatrix could not be Lady Black. Harry thought about it for a moment. Except for the whole, she's a wanted criminal thing. We aren't planning to stay in England if that happens. Once Voldemort has been defeated, we were going to leave. We could leave together. Narcissa said softly. We could leave together. Narcissa said softly. Bellatrix continued her research in the library. She was halfway through diagramming a particular ritual when she heard the voice of Nymphadora Tonks from the fireplace. Harry, you in? Bellatrix muttered darkly and recast her glamour. She put on a fake smile and walked to the fireplace. She looked to the young woman's head. Hello, Ms. Tonks. I'm afraid Harry is out of the house at the moment. Drat, I wanted to invite him to come with me. The Weird Sisters are going to be doing an autograph signing in Diagon Alley. Bellatrix hid her rolled eyes. A likely story. You just wanted to take him out of the house and try to get more information about our relationship. Well, he's in the alley. If you'd like to find him, I'd be glad to come with you. Tonks thought for a moment. All right, I'm coming through. The flames grew bright green and then Tonks was standing before her. They both apparated to Diagon Alley, just as Harry and Narcissa were going into the cafe. What's Harry doing with Mrs. Malfoy? Tonks asked, more to herself than to Bellatrix. Who is Mrs. Malfoy? Bellatrix played dumb. Josephine wouldn't know the whole of the Black family, especially since she had not went to the public reading. Bad news. Her husband Lucius is a jackass and he's running with a dark crowd. Tonks frowned and looked to her companion. You up for some undercover work? Let's find out what she's doing with your boyfriend. Bellatrix and Tonks came into the cafe and got a table at a corner away from Narcissa and Harry. Tonks conjured a small mirror and maneuvered it so that they could see the couple. They couldn't hear them talking. Must be a silencing charm, Tonks had offered. They watched the silent conversation. Bellatrix saw Narcissa touch Harry's hand. Her knuckles turned white as she clenched her fists. Why is she touching him? What is her game? Is she planning on using him to get revenge on Lucius? Tonks saw that Josephine looked furious. It's not just a passing fancy, unless she's worried that Mrs. Malfoy wants to take him for his money before she gets a chance. The couple prepared to leave. Tonks cast a quick notice me not charm so that neither Harry nor Narcissa would see them in the nearby booth. She needn't have bothered though, they too left in their own little world. She looked to Bellatrix. You all right, Josephine? Harry's a good guy. I doubt he'd be doing anything untoward, especially not with a married woman. I'd hope not. I've told him before that I'm the jealous type. I'd hate to have to ruin her pretty face. Bellatrix looked to Tonks. If you don't mind, I'm going back home. I think Mr. Potter and I need to have a conversation. Without waiting, Bellatrix apparated away, leaving Tonks in the cafe. Good luck, Harry, you're going to need it. Narcissa had retreated to the study when they arrived back at Grimmauld Place. Harry was in the kitchen making a sandwich when he heard the telltale pop of someone apparating. He turned and saw Bellatrix and smiled. Hey, I called for you when I got back, you must have been out. Do you want a sandwich? He hadn't noticed the look of forced calm on her face yet. A sandwich? Didn't you have something to eat at the cafe? No, we only had tea. Wait, were you at the cafe? Did you follow us? Tonks and I came looking for you. She saw you walking with Narcissa. We followed you into the cafe and saw you holding hands with my sister. What happened? It was not a question, it was a demand. Harry saw the rage behind her eyes. He decided to tell the truth. Narcissa asked me to marry her, to make her Lady Potter. I told her that I wasn't going to do that right now. Harry had hoped being honest would soothe her. She asked you to marry her. Bellatrix whipped past him going towards the study. Harry caught her hand, bringing her back to face him. He drew her against him. Let me go. Her voice was a dangerous whisper. Bellatrix, please look at me. She drew still and then looked to him, Her rage-filled violet eyes met his green ones. I told her that we made a promise to each other, that I wasn't going to treat you like the others have. I'm not going to marry Narcissa just because she'd be easier to take to a party. Besides, I promised you that if I survived this war, you would be Bellatrix Potter Black. She felt her cheeks redden. Harry held the embrace for a moment. Please don't try to kill your sister. She's been through enough. She might not have been put under a spell, but she's lived a life as devoid of love as you have. So she says. I've seen the way Lucius Malfoy treats people. I'm pretty sure she's not lying when she describes being used to create an heir and then ignored. No, that is the pure blood way. Bellatrix seemed to be calming down now. She broke the embrace. She would be a better wife for you though. I can't host a Yule party. No one is going to take a written invitation from the woman who cursed the Longbottoms into insanity. Harry, I can't ask you to perform that ritual for me. I'll ruin your life. None of your friends will want to be around you if they find out about us. She felt Harry draw her back against him. I made you a promise. Either my friends will accept that you were under a compulsion charm and not responsible for your actions, or they will have proven that they aren't really my friends. He pulled away. So how about that sandwich? Bellatrix went to respond. Just then they heard the voice of Molly Weasley through the fireplace. Harry James Potter, what were you doing with Narcissa Malfoy? Bellatrix went to respond. Just then they heard the voice of Molly Weasley through the fireplace. Harry James Potter, what were you doing with Narcissa Malfoy? While Harry went to explain things to Molly Weasley, Bellatrix went to talk to Narcissa. Narcissa was in the study filling out some papers. Making the marriage document. She froze hearing her sister's voice. Narcissa turned to see Bellatrix standing in the doorway. Her expression was unreadable. No, I am not taking that step, not until Harry asks me to. However, you know as well as I do that I would be the better Lady Potter. Narcissa softened her voice. You never had the patience for the parties and meetings required of a lady of the house. Maybe not. But does Harry even want to deal with the politics of our society? He doesn't, Narcissa explained, but, if I'm there I can be his voice. I can fight against Fudge, against those who would try to silence him. He deserves someone in his corner. Bellatrix was silent for a time and then walked away. Sissy is right. I can't fight his political battles. But I did promise to give him insight into Voldemort's actions. She went back to library and began to write out what she knew. Locations of safe houses, names of current marked and unmarked Death Eaters, and possible locations of other Horcruxes. Meanwhile Harry was trying to calm Molly Weasley down. Mrs. Weasley, please. Narcissa came to me and asked me to annul her marriage. She wants nothing to do with Lucius Malfoy anymore. What does she want then, Harry? Does she want you to keep her safe or does she want more? Nymphadora saw her holding your hand. Harry heard a faint. Don't call me that. He scowled. She was thanking me for doing something that I could have easily refused. In fact, since I know she's there, ask Tonks to come over so I can speak with her. Molly sputtered. Harry, she was only trying to make sure you were safe. Harry straightened up. Mrs. Weasley, I love you as if you were my mother. So please, don't try to tell me that this is anything other than you snooping on me. I'm not stupid and neither are you, so let's both act like it. If Tonks won't come to the flow, then there's no reason to continue this call. Tell her we'll talk when she comes over to be my minder today. With that Harry walked away, leaving a stunned Molly Weasley in the fireplace. Narcissa was at the doorway watching him. So, they know. Yes, Harry said. Tonks and Bellatrix saw us in the cafe. Bellatrix asked me about it. I told her the truth. Well, that explains why she came to see me downstairs. She didn't immediately curse me, so thank you for whatever you did. Harry smiled then. I was honest with her, Narcissa, just like I was honest with you. I do care about her. I care about both of you. Narcissa looked to him. I just want to help you guide this house back to greatness. He sighed softly. That's admirable, but it's not the foundation to build a marriage on. If you can look at me, not as the lord of your house, but as the person you want to be with, then we can talk. But until then I can't marry you. Meanwhile at the burrow Tonks was seriously regretting telling the others what she'd seen. Harry had been furious, and she knew he was going to be even more angry when he saw her again. She'd betrayed his trust. Harry had been lied to his whole life, and now she was one more person who'd lied to him. Molly was furious that he had walked away from the call. Ginny and Hermione were furious that Harry had been holding hands with the mother of Draco Malfoy. He's right to be angry. We are all still treating him like a boy. He's an adult now. I have to make this right. Molly, I need to use the flow. I will let you know when Harry has calmed down, but until then, please do not antagonize him any further. Don't insult Narcissa, please. Tonks left the burrow, going to Grimmauld Place. When she arrived, she found Harry and Narcissa in the study talking. Judging by the sounds, the house's other occupant was listening to music downstairs. Harry looked up from the discussion and glared. What do you want? Narcissa and I are just talking. Harry, I'm sorry. I abused your trust. We were just worried. Tonks noticed the look in his eyes. That was not the right way to phrase it. Worried that what? The little boy would get seduced and give his entire fortune to the first beautiful woman he saw. That's what all of this is. None of you think I am capable of having an actual relationship unless it's with Ginny Weasley under the watchful eye of Molly and Professor Dumbledore. Harry wasn't yelling, but Tonks flinched as if he was. Harry, you're right. I'm sorry. Please, tell me how I can make this right. Tonks felt her eyes begin to sting. The look on Harry's face was anger and hurt. She wanted to throw herself down at his feet. What do you want me to say, Nymphadora? He said, using her hated first name. Tonks winced. Do you want me to pretend that it doesn't hurt when my so-called friends spy on me because they don't trust me? We're supposed to be friends. I care about. Harry shook his head and Tonks felt her stomach drop. Now the tears came. Harry, I'm so sorry. I'll speak with Dumbledore. He'll get someone else to come here. Harry sighed and rubbed his face. Tonks, wait. She turned back to him, her hair a dull brown to match the sadness she felt for what she had done. I don't want you to go away, but it does hurt. Since I was a kid, everyone has lied to me, told me what they wanted me to hear. Then when my godfather died, he gave me the tools to make a fresh start. I want that. I need that fresh start. Harry crossed the distance and put his hand on hers. At that contact, Tonks cried heavier now. Please, don't cry. Just listen to me, all right? Yes, it hurt me. He turned to Narcissa. Can you please excuse us for a moment? Narcissa nodded and left the room. The pair were alone now. Tonks, it hurt when you, specifically, did this. I was a stupid kid and I had a crush on you. Then this happened and now. I don't know. It's like I want to push you out the door and never see you again, but I also see you crying and I just want to hug you. Tonks put her arms around him. She cried against his shoulder. I'm so sorry. I didn't. I wasn't thinking. Meanwhile, her thoughts were racing. Wait, Harry had a crush on me. Harry, most famous wizard since Dumbledore, fighter of Voldemort boy who lived, had a crush on me. He could have anyone he wanted. Suddenly she thought back to that odd feeling she'd had when she saw Josephine Reed dotting him. Damn it, I like him too. She looked to Harry and made up her mind. Harry, what I did was wrong. I did treat you like a child. But I'm not going to lie to you anymore. I promise you, I will do whatever it takes to regain your trust. I like you, in ways that I shouldn't like any 16-year-old, regardless of his status as an adult. I've been acting like a jealous. Harry stopped her. Tonks, it's all right. If you promise me here and now, that you will be honest with me, I will forgive you and we can move on. She smiled, blinking the remaining tears from her eyes. Bellatrix is going to kill me. Narcissa wants to marry me. Bellatrix needs me to marry her, and the woman I have feelings for feels the same way. I must be cursed. Bellatrix is going to kill me. Narcissa wants to marry me. Bellatrix needs me to marry her, and the woman I have feelings for feels the same way. I must be cursed. Lucius Malfoy came back to Malfoy Manor in a foul mood. The Dark Lord had instructed every Death Eater to hunt for Bellatrix after the corpse of Rodolphus was found. But no one knew where to find her. Lucius had went to the safe houses he knew of. No one had seen a trace of her. So finding a notice from Gringotts on his desk was not going to improve his mood. He quickly opened it. Lucius Malfoy. This is to inform you that due to complaints of neglect at your hands, the Lord of House Black has seen fit to annul your marriage to Narcissa Malfoy and bring her back into the Black family. As a result of that annulment, the following bride price has been removed from your account and placed back into the account of House Black. 10,000 galleons. Master Griphook account manager for Houses Potter and Black. Lucius cursed, then crumpling the paper up and throwing it away from him. Potter is responsible for this. That by.ch went to him with a sob story, and now I've lost 10,000 galleons. I'll kill them both. Wait a moment, I know exactly what to do. Reaching for a piece of parchment, Lucius began to write, an evil grin coming to his lips. It was quiet at Grimmauld Place. Harry and Bellatrix were still in bed, upstairs. In the study, Narcissa was making a list of the things she wanted Harry to learn. He'll need to know the current heads of house that make up the leadership in the Wizengamot. I'll also have to teach him how to curry favor with those heads. She was engrossed in her work until she heard a faint pop beside her. A small black envelope appeared on the table, addressed to Harry Potter, current Lord of Houses Black and Potter. This is a challenge to duel. I know that handwriting. That's Lucius's handwriting. He must have found out about the annulment today. Harry and Bellatrix were just starting to awaken when there was a knock at the door. Come in, Sissy, you're the only person here. Bellatrix called out. Narcissa entered looking pale. She handed Harry the black envelope. Confused, Harry opened it. Suddenly they heard the voice of Lucius Malfoy. Lord Potter Black, you have slandered me and taken from me that which is my own. To that end I formally challenge you to a duel to the death. If you refuse, then your title, wealth, and magic are forfeit. This letter will act as a portkey to take you to the Ministry's official dueling site and will activate in 2 hours. Please bring your second. My son will serve as mine. Should I be incapacitated before the start of our duel, he will act in my stead. Lucius Abraxas Malfoy. Harry looked to Narcissa. Did you know this would happen? I didn't think he would do this. Narcissa began. Bellatrix scoffed. Come off it, Sissy. You know as well as I do. Lucius is a spoiled little boy and you were his toy. Now his toy was taken away and he's throwing a tantrum. A tantrum that could result in my death. Harry said morosely. I need a second. I'd better speak with Tonks. Tonks. Harry, I could duel circles around Malfoy. You could, Bellatrix, but you are a wanted woman. If you could with me as my second, you'd be either in Azkaban or Key Ed before you could get a word out. Harry pointed out. What about if I came as Josephine? The Ministry has wards in place that prevent glamours. He's probably trying to lure you out as well. We both did the same thing. Annulled our marriages and took back our bride price. Narcissa said. Nymphadora will be the best choice for a second. She is a trained duelist. Harry nodded. All right, Narcissa. If you'll let me get dressed, I'll be out shortly. She left the room, leaving Harry and Bellatrix to rise and get dressed. Bellatrix looked to Harry. Please be careful, he's an idiot, but he's sneaky. He will try to cheat. She said softly. Harry took her hand. I'll be as careful as I can. But if it's a duel to the death, Lucius Malfoy won't let me take it easy. Tonks rushed over once Harry called her on the flow. You want me to be your second? Why? Well, he began. Narcissa can't do it. Her son is the second, and if something happened, I don't want his death at her hand. Josephine isn't a duelist. I need you. All right then, she said softly after a moment. How much longer? The portkey will activate in 5 minutes. Narcissa said quietly. Harry crossed over to her and took her hands in his own. I swear on my magic, I'll do my best to not hurt Draco. Narcissa nodded. May I come with you? Of course. Harry said simply. Then went to Bellatrix. I'll be home soon. We can get some pizza for lunch. Bellatrix smiled sadly and drew him into an embrace. Dotting him. Please be careful. Come back to me in one piece. Harry turned to Tonks and Narcissa and took their hands. The portkey activated and then they were gone. Arriving at the Ministry, they found Lucius and Draco standing in the center of a practice square. This is normally where Aurors are trained in combat magic. Tonks said quietly. The Malfoys turned to face the newcomers. Potter. I take it. This is your second. Lucius spat. She is. Our judge will be here momentarily. We want to make sure things are on the level after all. There was a faint crack and a man Harry had never seen before appeared. Ah, Pius, so good to see you. Lucius smiled, the grin not reaching his eyes. All right, gentlemen. Let's begin. This is a duel to the death. Because of that, all spells are allowed, including unforgivables. Go out to the ring, bow, and then when you hear the sound, begin. The man Lucius had referred to as Pius stated. Narcissa took a spot in the center near him while Harry and Tonks stood at the eastern corner of the ring. Lucius walked out into the center and Harry did the same. Ready to die, boy? Lucius sneered. I will have what is mine returned to me. Narcissa will have to pay dearly for her betrayal, but I'll think of something she can do to repay me. Harry didn't speak. Instead, he bowed stiffly, his eyes never leaving the elder Malfoy's. There was a loud crack from Pius Thickness's wand and the pair began to duel. Confringo! Lucius shouted. The ground at Harry's feet exploded. Luckily Harry had jumped away just as the spell landed. Harry twisted and cast his own spell. Reducto. Harry cast, ducking around a bone-crushing hex cast by Lucius. Protega. Lucius brought up a shield charm. Harry rushed towards him this time, casting the jelly leg hex. It continued. Damn. Lucius, though spitting a bit of blood on the ground from where he'd been hit by the edge of a curse, the boy is better than I thought. I'll have to end this quickly. Venenum Sanguine. Expelliarmus. The spells hit at the same time. Lucius Malfoy was thrown back, his head striking a pillar with a sickening thump. Harry took the curse in the chest and went down in a crumpled heap. Harry! No! Cried Narcissa and Tonks respectively, each racing to his side. Pius and Draco went to check on Lucius. Lucius Malfoy is dead. Harry Potter, while grievously injured, is still alive, so I declare him the winner. House Malfoy's fortune and property will be transferred to House Potter Black. Pius declared. Draco stormed away. How dare Mother side with Potter. I'll have Professor Snape take me to see the Dark Lord, he'll help me take back my family's name. At least it looks like Potter is dead. Narcissa looked at Harry. He was pale, his veins appearing black against his skin. I have to get him back to Grimmauld Place. We have to take him to St. Mungo's. We can't. This isn't a common spell. Lucius used a blood poison and hex. There's a ritual room at Grimmauld Place. I can perform the ritual to draw the curse back out of him there. Narcissa took Harry's hand and began to apparate but was stopped by Tonks. I'm coming with you. I need your oath not to reveal anything you see. Narcissa hissed. I can't wait. Do it now, or let go of us. Tonks quickly gave the oath. Narcissa took her hand and the pair apparated with Harry back to Grimmauld Place. When they arrived, Tonks saw why she had to give an oath. Bellatrix Lestrange was standing in front of her. Tonks quickly gave the oath. Narcissa took her hand and the pair apparated with Harry back to Grimmauld Place. When they arrived, Tonks saw why she had to give an oath. Bellatrix Lestrange was standing in front of her. What happened to Harry? Bellatrix didn't even notice Tonks standing there. She rushed over to Harry. Lucius hit him with a curse. It was the poison blood hex. Narcissa began. Did Harry lose? No. Lucius is. Harry cast a disarming charm and the force of it threw Lucius into a pillar, breaking his neck in the process. Narcissa stroked his cheek. We've got to hurry. I have to get him downstairs to the ritual table in the basement. Harry Ned softly, his eyes opening for just a moment. Bellatrix looked down at him. He smiled weakly, reaching up to touch her cheek before his eyes closed. Narcissa rose, levitating Harry with her wand. Bellatrix finally noticed Tonks. Her eyes widened. Tonks looked to Bellatrix. We'll figure out if we hate each other later. I made an oath I wouldn't reveal you. Narcissa led them down to the basement, positioning Harry on the table. We need to strip him. I'll be back in a moment. If I'm lucky, Lucius was too angry to go through the trouble of changing the wards. I need a book from the Malfoy library. She apparated with a pop, leaving Tonks and Bellatrix alone. Bellatrix began removing Harry's shirt. She winced seeing the black veins under his skin. I'm so sorry, Harry. I should have came with you. To hell with the ministry. The tears fell now as she continued. Tonks came forward, but with a glare from Bellatrix she stepped back. Narcissa was lucky. She was able to get inside Malfoy Manor. The house was empty. Draco is probably trying to find a way to keep his childhood home in his name. She rushed into the library. Lucius had never approved of her career aspirations. At Hogwarts she had expressed interest in being a Medowitch. No wife of his would work, he'd told her at the time. Going through the books she looked at title after title until she found the one. Kessel's Curses and Counters. This is it. Grabbing the book she apparated back to find a nude Harry and Bellatrix and Tonks eyeing one another warily. I have the ritual here. Bellatrix hand me the vial of runic ink. Nymphadora. The ritual I will have to undertake will require a few items from the apothecary. Narcissa said, making some notes on a piece of vellum. Bring these back as quickly as possible. Tonks left for the flow upstairs. Bellatrix looked at the book and then to Narcissa warily. That's the book Uncle Orion gave you, the one of rare curses. Narcissa nodded. I believe that Lucius learned the curse from this book. In order to cure him, I will have to use a cleansing ritual. It will bind our magical cores so that he can draw from mine in order to heal. How will you perform the ritual on yourself? You'll have to read the ritual for me. Narcissa said. Bellatrix shook her head. I can't perform it on me. You realize if this doesn't work, it could kill you. It could kill you just as easily. Like you said, Harry needs you to act as his voice while he's at school. I'm just the crazy woman he sleeps with to keep her from killing him. Bellatrix said sadly. He cares about you. He would prefer that if this went bad, you were there to comfort him rather than if I were the one he saw. Is there a way to make this safer? Narcissa thought about it before responding to Bellatrix's question. Perhaps. The ritual says that if a coven casts the spell, the impact on the casters is essentially diluted. How many witches make a coven? Tonks had returned with a package. Narcissa took the package from her and set to shaking the crushed dried herbs into the runic ink. She stirred it swiftly, watching as the ink began to smoke slightly. 3. Narcissa replied as she began to trace the patterns of the runes onto Harry's feet. I'm in. Whatever you need. So am I, sissy. Very well. Let me get these runes inscribed, then I'll explain the ritual. Narcissa went back to her task. Runes had to be placed along Harry's legs next, then up along his belly and his forehead, then a drop of blood from each which had to be mixed into the ink and a final rune inscribed onto his chest just above his heart. One by one, Narcissa, Tonks, and then Bellatrix added a drop of their blood. Finally, Narcissa inscribed the final rune. The runes glowed softly then vanished as they were absorbed into Harry's body. Now, Narcissa said, you will need to take my hands and then put your hands on Harry's hands. Focus on the strongest emotion you can. Take that and use that emotion to push your magic into Harry. We will essentially be lending him our magic until his can heal him. I promised myself that I would find a way to make up what I did to you. Tonks thought, concentrating on the moment when she realized that she liked Harry. You gave me an oath that you would spare my son's life, at risk to your own. You saved me from the clutches of a man who would never love me. Narcissa thought as she concentrated on how she felt when her marriage was annulled. Live Harry. Live for me, for yourself, for us. Bellatrix concentrated on the first real key. He'd given her, her first real key. Since James, I'm sorry, but I think I'm in love with your son. A warmth enveloped Tonks. It felt like sunshine after a cold day. She smiled softly as in her mind's eye, she saw Harry as the carefree young man he would be after the war was over. Narcissa felt like the breath that was being held in was suddenly let out. She felt a cool rush as her magic moved through her. She imagined a beautiful older woman dancing with a handsome young man. Bellatrix felt as if she was standing in Azkaban and her cell exploded around her. She saw Harry reaching out to her, pulling her free onto his broom. Behind her she saw her mother, her aunt, and Rodolphus standing in the cell as it rebuilt itself, trapping them. I'm free. The spell ended and the three women collapsed panting. Did it work? Tonks asked after a time. It's too soon to tell. Give Harry some time to rest, then we'll check on him. Narcissa said softly, drawing in a ragged breath. Go upstairs, find Creature and tell him to make a proper dinner. When Harry wakes up he'll be hungry. Bellatrix said as she forced herself up and into a chair near the table. I'll stay here with him. Go upstairs, find Creature and tell him to make a proper dinner. When Harry wakes up he'll be hungry. Bellatrix said as she forced herself up and into a chair near the table. I'll stay here with him. Harry found himself in a huge room, easily twice as big as the Great Hall at Hogwarts. He saw a throne where he was sitting. Narcissa Malfoy was kneeling beside him, his hand resting on her cheek. Draco Malfoy stood in front of them shouting, "Mother, stop touching him. Potter, how dare you?" The other Harry just laughed and pulled Narcissa up to key her. "She's mine now, Draco. I guess that makes me your stepfather." Then Draco and Narcissa were gone and Harry was sitting on his throne by himself. Before him stood Molly Weasley and Ginny. "How can you marry them, Harry? Nymphadora is too old for you, the others are too old and are evil." The Weasley matron screeched at him. "I'm sorry, but you believing they are evil doesn't make them evil. As for Tonks, we wanted to be together and I'm a legal adult." At his dismissal the pair of Weasley women vanished with the sound of a deflating balloon. Hermione and Professor Dumbledore were there as well, each one looking disapprovingly at him. The Dream Harry made a rude gesture to them and snapped his finger. Bellatrix and Tonks appeared before him, each one sitting on a different knee as they Ed and caressed his cheek. The room vanished and he was sitting on a beach somewhere beside Fleur Delacour. They were smiling, watching a small blonde-haired girl playing in the water in front of them. Harry called out, "Sabine, don't go too far. Make sure that you're where Mum and I can see you." The scene changed and now it was Harry and Tonks sitting on a couch in what looked like a muggle flat. He was in front of them, standing behind a television. The couple were cuddled together watching a movie when he heard a child crying. "It's your turn." Tonks had told the other Harry, "Teddy wants to see his daddy." A flash and the scene changed again. This one wasn't as odd as the first, or as sweet as the previous two. Harry lay on the ground, Voldemort lay a few feet away, and Bellatrix was crying on his chest. "Harry, please wake up." She sobbed as a crowd gathered. Harry saw Hermione, Ron and Ginny, other students he'd seen at school but didn't know their names. The students were shouting at Bellatrix, calling her a monster and a Death Eater. They were gathering around as if to attack her when the scene went black and Harry woke up. Harry bolted up in shock, panting. He looked around. He was laying on a stone table under a silk sheet in the basement of Grimmauld Place. Suddenly it all came back to him. The duel with Lucius Malfoy, the curse hitting him, then he passed out. He faintly remembered waking up for a moment and seeing Bellatrix looking down at him. He heard a soft gasp and turned towards it. Bellatrix had been sleeping, sitting upright in the chair. "You're awake." She rose and rushed to his side. She embraced Harry, peppering the side of his face with kisses. "We were so worried that the ritual wouldn't work, that we were too late." Harry took in the scent of jasmine before noticing that he was BPD under the sheet. "What ritual? What happened to me?" Harry shook his head to clear the cobwebs. "How long have I been unconscious?" Bellatrix stood back and took her wand from her robes. "Tempest," she muttered, and the numbers 0145 appeared. "You've been out for over 12 hours. Lucius hit you with a curse called the Poison Blood Hex, Sissy, Tonks, and I performed a ritual that bound our magical cores to yours so that you could heal." Harry moved his legs so he could get off the table. Bellatrix put her arm around his waist to steady him. "The ritual bound our cores. Are the three of you all right?" "We're fine, Harry, as far as I can tell. How do you feel?" "I'm awake. I don't feel like anything changed," Harry said, wrapping the sheet around his waist and tying a knot in it. "Oh, there has been at least one change," Bellatrix said. "I think this ritual fulfilled the same purpose as the Varus Amor ritual. When we joined hands, Sissy had us think of a powerful emotion. I thought about that key you gave me. When the magic flowed through us I had a vision. I saw you on a broom outside my cell at Azkaban. The walls exploded and you took my hand to help me get away. As we pulled away I saw my mother, my aunt, and Rodolphus trapped inside the cell. You freed me." Harry took in what she said. "You're free. Does that mean you'll sleep in your own room?" Bellatrix glared at him. Then her features softened as she saw the smile forming on Harry's lips. "I plan to keep sleeping in your room for the time being. I am the jealous type and it wouldn't do if some other woman found her way into your bed. They both laughed and then Bellatrix's face grew more serious. You're all right with that? The two of us being together like this? Harry nodded. I had a dream while I was unconscious, not willing to tell her that he might have been dead in the dream. I saw us standing together against Voldemort. I don't know if it was just a dream or something else, but we were together there. Let's get you to upstairs and rest. In the morning, we'll let Sissy and Tonks know that you're feeling better. Bellatrix led him upstairs to what she considered their room. She disrobed before him, not bothering with the curtain she normally conjured. The two lay in bed. Harry put his arm around her. So, we're basically married now. In the eyes of magic, we are bound together. My strongest emotion was key. In you, so it's very possible that magic itself connected us. Bellatrix answered, placing a hand on his chest. I don't know everything about the ritual, so when everyone wakes up, we'll ask Sissy. With that, the pair fell asleep. At Gringotts shortly before dawn, a goblin clerk put together a parcel for that morning's owl delivery. Included within was the notice that House Malfoy was now House Potter Black's by right of combat, and 3 documents congratulating Lord Potter Black on his marriage to Narcissa Black, Nymphadora Tonks, and Bellatrix Black. At Gringotts shortly before dawn, a goblin clerk put together a parcel for that morning's owl delivery. Included within was the notice that House Malfoy was now House Potter Black's by right of combat, and 3 documents congratulating Lord Potter Black on his marriage to Narcissa Black, Nymphadora Tonks, and Bellatrix Black. Harry and Bellatrix woke up a few hours later. Harry felt more rested now. Bellatrix roused after feeling him move. She looked up and smiled blearily to him. Good morning, she said, stifling a yawn. Good morning yourself. Do you think the others are awake yet? We are, came the voice of Narcissa. She and Tonks were standing at the door of the bedroom. You could have told us you were awake. Tonks said, we were worried sick about you. Harry smiled then sat up. Well, Bellatrix told me about the ritual. I guess I have you 3 to thank for my life. Narcissa blushed slightly. You risked your life in a duel because of my annulment. All I could think about during the ritual was how you swore that you wouldn't kill Draco if you had to face him. You would have lost everything, just to protect my son. Bellatrix's eyes widened. Wait, you thought about Harry during the ritual too? So what? I thought about him. I thought about my promise that I would find a way to regain his trust. Tonks said, confused. When we performed the ritual, we all thought about a powerful emotion and they were connected to Harry. This ritual didn't just heal Harry, it removed the rest of the compulsion charm from my mind. It bonded us together. Bellatrix said, it might have bonded all of us together. Back at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore was reading a letter sent to him by Kingsley Shacklebolt. Albus. Lucius Malfoy challenged Harry Potter to a duel to the death. Harry won, but he was hit by a curse and taken away by Narcissa Malfoy and Nymphadora. He's most likely at Grimmauld Place since I haven't heard of him at St. Mungo's. You may wish to check on the boy. Kingsley. Albus frowned. If Harry had been grievously injured then he would need to be found. He didn't waste time with the flow, instead he apparated to Grimmauld Place. The house was quiet. He made his way to the stairs. They all felt the ward's thump as someone entered the home. Bellatrix quickly rose, running to her own bedroom to put on her glamour and get dressed. Tonks and Narcissa went to the door. Professor Dumbledore, what are you doing here? Tonks said loud enough that Bellatrix knew who was here. Harry went to rise but Narcissa came back and gently pressed him back into the bed. Stay here, if he thinks you're recuperating he'll leave. She whispered as Albus walked inside the room. Harry, I heard that you were involved in a duel to the death with Lucius Malfoy. Are you all right? What happened? Dumbledore said, coming to stand beside his bed. I'm fine, sir. He hit me with a curse but Narcissa checked me over. She said I just need some rest today. Harry hoped that the professor would believe him and that he would leave soon. Still, we should get you to St. Mungo's and let a healer take a look at you. Professor Dumbledore, I can assure you, my former husband used a curse that is well known to me. I applied the needed counter curse and told Harry to stay in bed and rest all day. Creature will bring his meals to him and one of us will stay by his side. Harry is the lord of my house. I swore an oath to keep him safe. Narcissa said, watching Dumbledore purse his lips in thought. Harry, I will be back later today, there is going to be a meeting here. If you feel like anything has worsened, please send Nymphadora to me. He stepped back and then apparated away. Bellatrix walked back into the bedroom. That went too well. I have a bad feeling that Dumbledore will be back earlier than he's letting on. Harry rose, wrapping the sheet around him. Narcissa chuckled softly. Harry, everyone here has seen you BPD. You might as well put the sheet down and just get something from your wardrobe. She walked out, giving him some privacy. Bellatrix, however, stayed behind. I'm worried. I completely forgot that Dumbledore can get here whenever he wants, so can any member of the Order. Harry pulled on a shirt before looking to Bellatrix. I understand, but we just have to keep this up a little longer. The school year will start, and then they'll be too busy to come here. We'll find a place in Hogsmeade to rent. I know how to sneak out of Hogwarts, so I can come see you whenever we want. Bellatrix smiled at the idea. Harry Potter, the golden boy of Hogwarts, sneaking out for a secret rendezvous. Whatever will people think? She walked over and keyed him softly. We are, for all intents and purposes, married now. At some point I think I'll need to see to your education. Her voice was teasing as she pushed him back towards the bed. I'm sure you were given a basic understanding of the differences between a man and a woman, but there's nothing like carnal knowledge. Bellatrix keyed him again, hungrily, pushing him back onto the bed. Just then they heard Tonks call out, Harry, there's a package for you from Gringotts. Bellatrix stifled a curse and rose, letting Harry get up. Once Harry had finished dressing, the pair descended the stairs and went into the study. The first part of the parcel was the thickest. It was a letter decreeing Harry was the new Lord of House Malfoy by right of conquest and listed the properties and monies that were now his. The next part was 3 separate envelopes, each one addressed to Lord Harrison James Potter, Lord of Houses Potter and Black. Underneath that the letters were addressed to each woman, calling them Nymphadora Louisa Potter Black, Narcissa Cassiopeia Potter Black, and Bellatrix Aiden Potter Black. These are marriage documents, Narcissa said, opening hers and reading it aloud. Lord Harrison James Potter Black. And Lady Narcissa Cassiopeia Potter Black. Congratulations on your new marriage from Gringotts. Please speak with your account manager at your earliest convenience to discuss the formation of a family vault. Yours, Greyneck, Head of Line Continuation Department. Gringotts, London. Each letter was the same thing. How am I married to all 3 of you? Harry asked. Narcissa thought for a moment. The ritual, it bound our magic, it's as Bellatrix said. We all thought of you. We were pouring our magic into you to save your life. Wait until Molly Weasley hears about this, she'll be worse than Voldemort. Harry asked. Narcissa thought for a moment. The ritual, it bound our magic, it's as Bellatrix said. We all thought of you. We were pouring our magic into you to save your life. Wait until Molly Weasley hears about this, she'll be worse than Voldemort. Harry looked at the letters in front of him. I can't go to Gringotts today. I promised Professor Dumbledore that I would rest. Knowing him, he's probably got some ward that would let him know if I left the house. It's very likely, Narcissa said. We will go to Gringotts tomorrow and deal with it then. For now, go back upstairs and rest. I'm going back to Malfoy Manor to bring back some more books. It's our property now. Lucius put everything he had against your fortune, Harry. With the absorption of House Malfoy, you are most easily one of the richest men in magical Britain, possibly in the magical world now. Narcissa used the flow and vanished. Tonks looked to Harry. Would you mind if I went to my parents' house? I don't think they'll enjoy hearing that their only daughter got married yesterday, but I'd rather they find out from me than when the prophet makes a notice. Harry nodded. Be careful. Bellatrix said. I doubt my little sister will enjoy finding out you're married to Harry, but I know she'll hate that you share him with your aunts. Tonks paled at that thought, but she still apparated away. Now it was just Harry and Bellatrix. Harry sighed and looked at the stack of papers. You know, I should probably be freaking out more about this. I knew that we'd end up together, but I never thought I'd be married to 3 witches at once. Bellatrix took his hand and squeezed it softly. We had to save you. You gave me my mind back. You risked your magic to save Sissy's son, how could we let you die after that? She leaned down and at his cheek softly. I spent 20 years locked inside my mind. You set me free. I love you, Harry. She said softly. Harry turned and stood. Dotting her lips. I love you too, Bellatrix. When I was asleep after the ritual, I had dreams I saw you kneeling over me. Voldemort was dead. I think I was dead. But all I could think of was that I can't die like that. I couldn't leave you alone. The pair embraced, holding it for a moment. Bellatrix sighed against his ear. I have something. I want to give it to Dumbledore. It's a list, all the names of Death Eaters that I know, all the safe houses, and possible locations of Horcruxes. I want to trade it for my safety. Harry was quiet for a moment. He pressed a key to her temple, breathing in the scent of jasmine. I know that he needs me to defeat Voldemort. If he refuses to help keep you safe and out of the Ministry's clutches, then we'll fight Voldemort on our own. Quote. Albus Dumbledore, now back in his office at Hogwarts, was in fact checking his wards on Grimmauld Place. He had a suspicion that Harry would seek to have the wards keyed so that only members of his house could apparate there. I will have to work quickly, it seems. Harry is a smart young wizard, but he's not ready to defend a house on his own. The duel with Lucius was a fluke. I believe we need an impartial guardian at Grimmauld Place. One that Harry will have no reason to distrust. Dumbledore smiled as the perfect person popped into his mind. He took his quill and set it to paper. Ms. Delacour, you are required to serve as Harry Potter's guardian. I worry that Nymphadora Tonks has gotten too close to the lad. She means well, but too much leniency is dangerous in these dark times. The greater good requires that you leave Gringotts for now and come to Grimmauld Place. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore sent the letter to the Ollery with a flick of his wand. Fleur had been an important acquisition for the Order. During the Tri-Wizard tournament, she and Harry had become very good friends. He had risked his life to save both Fleur and her sister Gabrielle. He had noticed that Fleur had developed feelings towards the boy though, and he couldn't have that. Luckily, he wasn't just the headmaster of Hogwarts. He was Albus Dumbledore, leader of light. A few words had led her to Bill Weasley, and a few potions had ensured that Ms. Delacour was on her way to becoming Mrs. Weasley. Meanwhile, the newly minted Nymphadora Potter Black had arrived at her parents' home. Ted Tonks was at work and Andromeda was putting away the dishes she had washed. Mum, Dad, you home? She heard her daughter call out. In the kitchen, love. Come in and I'll make you something. Andromeda called in response. Tonks walked into the kitchen and embraced her mother. Well, Nymphadora, tell me about your new assignment guarding Harry Potter. Don't call me Nymphadora, Mum, actually, I may have to change what I tell people to call me. Sit down. I have a few updates to give you. You see, it started when I found Harry and a woman named Josephine Ing. Andromeda Tonks considered herself a fairly reasonable woman. She listened in silence as her daughter explained the story of how she became first the guardian, and then the wife of Harry Potter. That part had been tricky to accept, learning that her sister Bellatrix was living in Grimmauld Place and had been under a compulsion charm cast by her mother and aunt. That had been rather difficult as well. Somehow finding out that Harry Potter was married by magic itself to her daughter and both of her sisters was just enough to cause the woman to faint. Narcissa, now at Malfoy Manor, had been busy. She had shrunk all of the books she considered important and had placed them inside a small satchel. The wards will need to be rekeyed when we have the time. This is a Potter Black home now, not a Malfoy one. Harry will need to decide what he wants to do with it. Perhaps I could convince him to leave it for Draco when he reaches his majority. Draco hadn't been back since the duel, it seemed. She had checked his room, but found nothing. He most likely went to see his godfather. Hopefully Severus can guide him, make him better than Lucius. Narcissa worried her lower lip as she thought about her son. She did love Draco, she just knew that at this moment, her son was a clone of his father. When Draco finds out that Harry Potter is his stepfather, he might go insane. I'll have to find the right way to break it to him. Draco Malfoy was not at the home of Severus Snape. He was instead at Gringotts shouting at a thoroughly unimpressed goblin that he was the rightful heir to Malfoy Manor. Mr. Malfoy, the goblin said, Make sure to use Mr. as opposed to Lord or heir. Your father lost all claim to his properties and monies upon losing his duel with Lord Potter Black. You are not entitled to anything save the contents of your trust vault, which, I will remind you, you cannot access without a vault key. Do you have one? My key is back in Malfoy Manor, the house that I can't enter. Draco spat. The goblin grinned then. Well, I suppose the only thing you can do is go to the Lord Potter Black and ask for permission to get your key. It shouldn't be too hard. I'm certain your mother will be able to convince him. Draco stormed out of Gringotts. Potter has my home. My mother forsook our name. He has to be controlling her. That's the only thing that makes sense. I'll find a way to get through to mother, then I'll kill Harry Potter. Draco stormed out of Gringotts. Potter has my home. My mother forsook our name. He has to be controlling her. That's the only thing that makes sense. I'll find a way to get through to mother, then I'll kill Harry Potter. The order meeting downstairs was relatively quiet. Bill Weasley had opened a bottle of wine in the kitchen and returned with glasses serving each person. Dumbledore had asked everyone to keep their voices low. Harry is recuperating after Lucius Malfoy's murder attempt. That drew a gasp from the table, especially the Molly Weasley side of the table. It's the fault of that damned Narcissa Malfoy, isn't it? She lured him into the duel. The Weasley matron accused. Molly, please. Narcissa Black is the reason that Harry is still alive at all. She brought him back here in order to recuperate. As far as we can see thus far, she has taken Harry's place as lord of her house seriously. Albus said. He knew that right now he had to stay on Harry's good side, and the best way to do that was to stop outbursts like this. Turning his attention to the young woman beside Molly, Albus smiled. Ms. Delacour, I trust you've made the arrangements. We, Professor. Avenue spoken to my department, EAD. I will be taking personal leave for the next month in order to be heir. She answered, sipping the wine Bill had given her. Tonks frowned then. Wait, why will she be here? In light of recent events, I am worried that you are not keeping a sharp enough eye on Harry's safety. Dumbledore said, his voice holding a trace of grandfatherly disappointment. If Harry hadn't responded to that duel, he would have lost his magic. He isn't old enough for a magical contract of that nature. It would have been better if you would have came to me first. Dumbledore said before turning to Bill Weasley. Bill, I am sorry to borrow your fiancé for time being, but I'm sure you can visit whenever you need. Bill nodded. He did not like this idea. It would hard to continue dosing Fleur in order to assure she saw him as the best thing for herself. It had been Dumbledore's plan. Give her enough love and loyalty potions that she would be head over heels for him, that would keep her from thinking about the life debt she owed Harry. Now they would have to hope that the residual potion in her system would hold until he could get her alone. Tonks noticed the use of the phrase need rather than want. For some reason that word usage twigged her as wrong. I will still be here, Professor. My flat was only a short-term rental, I've already turned in my key. She said, lying smoothly. Dumbledore frowned then. Too many people here will be a danger. You'll need to make different arrangements, Remus my boy. Perhaps you could let Nymphadora here stay with you. As Lupin began to answer, Tonks cut him off. That's all right, Remus. All my stuff is here. Harry wants more of his family here. He asked me to stay and I said yes. Internally, Dumbledore swore. He needed Harry to trust him. More to the point, he needed Harry to need him. Very well then. Is he upstairs? Dumbledore asked. He is, but he's sleeping. Josephine won't let anyone up there. She's rather strict on Harry getting his sleep. Tonks replied. Plus she's most likely BPD sleeping beside him and is actually Bellatrix. She's still here. I thought you were going to help us get rid of her. Molly said, turning to face the young Auror. I came here to observe, and from what I've seen, their relationship is real. She loves him, not his money, Molly. She's paid for every meal we've had outside of this house. Tonks found herself looking into a mirror when confronting Molly over this. This is how I must have sounded to Harry. No wonder he was so angry. They are happy together. If she's paying for your meals, that's money she could be spending on a flat for herself. He and Ginny are so good together. Molly began. She hasn't said anything to him since he got back to Grimmauld Place except to insult his girlfriend. She hasn't sent a single letter to him. Tonks' hair began to turn a dark crimson from anger. Dumbledore, seeing this, held up his hands. Ladies, please. Ms. Delacour will be staying here, Molly. I'm sure your future daughter-in-law will keep a close eye on the two. Bellatrix, wearing her glamour, hid just away from the door. Hearing the meeting and the way they were talking about Harry infuriated her. She was thankful for the defense from her fellow wife. Harry deserves better than these jackals. Narcissa sat in the study. This room had become her sanctum, her place to reflect on the life she had lived and the new one she was starting. She had completed some of the paperwork for Harry's acquisition of House Malfoy and its properties. They would most likely sell the manor, but perhaps Harry would be interested in keeping the villa on the French coast. We should go inspect that property before the summer ends, she imagined Harry putting lotion on his wives' backs and smiled. The meeting was over now. Harry was getting dressed to speak with Fleur. Bellatrix had came upstairs and, with Tonks, had told him everything. So, they're still insisting on treating me like a child. Of course they are. They see you as the boy who lived, or in the case of Molly Weasley, her future son-in-law, no matter what your thoughts might be. Bellatrix said darkly. Harry groaned and walked to the door. Tonks had shown Fleur to one of the guest rooms. Now, she led him to the door. Harry knocked. He heard Fleur say, "Come in, Ari." Fleur had been happy at the thought of losing time at work in order to come here. She liked Harry, liked him quite a bit in fact, but I miss my darling Bill. She thought wistfully. The door opened and Harry walked in. I'm sorry you got roped into this, Fleur. It's quite all right, Ari. Add leave time saved up. Bill will miss me, or at least my housekeeping, she said with a little smile, trying to make light of being separated from her beloved. Tonks found herself staring at Fleur now. Are her pupils normally that dilated? Or training kicked in and she stepped into the room. Fleur, may I ask you something? It's going to sound odd, but I promise I don't mean anything by it. Of course, what is it? Have you had anything to drink in the last few hours? Tonks took a step closer. Her pupils are definitely dilated. Only the wine Bill poured for us at the meeting. Why? Fleur frowned slightly. Bill gave us all a glass. He's such a gentleman, so kind. He's perfect. That was nice of him. Does he do that often? Tonks put up a smile, hoping to keep the other woman at ease. He always serves me at home. Fleur replied proudly. Tonks pursed her lips in thought and then smiled brightly. Well, we'll certainly have to make sure that we keep that up here. To make you feel at home, I will personally serve you your morning tea, she said with a cheeky grin before turning to Harry. All right, Harry, let's give her a chance to get some rest. Come on, you've been resting all day, let's get you a snack. She pulled Harry out of the room and towards the stairs. What were all those questions about? He asked once they were downstairs. Or training. Her pupils are dilated and Bill has been serving her all of her beverages. That's classic signs of dosing. We're keeping an eye on her. From now on, whenever Bill Weasley is here, he doesn't touch a glass that isn't his, she said, going to the pantry and pulling out the bread to make a sandwich. Dosing, Harry said. Tonks frowned then. Potions, and the way Dumbledore said he could visit when he needed rather than when he wanted bothered me. I'm worried that Bill has been giving her something. Potions, and the way Dumbledore said he could visit when he needed rather than when he wanted bothered me. I'm worried that Bill has been giving her something. Harry finished the sandwich Tonks had made and went back upstairs. Bellatrix was sitting up in bed watching him. She had the sheet of the bed up around her neck and a coy smile teased on her lips. So Lord Potter Black, what is the plan? The plan? Yes, eventually she's going to notice something. I'll start waking myself up earlier in the morning. If I cast my glamour each morning, she won't notice that one of the women in your home is a notorious murderer, she said with a little chuckle. Harry stripped and slid into bed beside her. He felt the warmth of her hip against the cotton of his boxers and turned to face her. You're not wearing knickers. I'm not wearing anything, Harry. This is our wedding night. She smiled and slid the covers back off to reveal she was in fact nude. Bella, I like that. It sounds better than Bellatrix, she said with a smile, her hand moving up his chest. She leaned in and keyed Harry soundly, before turning out the lamp. The next morning, Harry went downstairs to find the kitchen table set for breakfast. Kreacher had set out a proper breakfast this time. Something in the way Bellatrix had spoken to him seemed to have gotten through to the house elf. His spot, it seemed, was at the head of the table. Bellatrix, in her Josephine disguise, was on the right side of his seat and Narcissa was on the left. Beside Bellatrix, Tonks sat, pouring a glass of pumpkin juice for Fleur, who sat opposite her. "Good morning, everyone," Harry said, helping himself to breakfast. "Good morning, Harry. Please do not forget, the three of us need to go to Gringotts today," Narcissa said, spreading a thin layer of jam on her toast. Narcissa, it seemed, believed in a very light portion. All she had was the toast and a mug of tea. Bellatrix, on the other hand, had a much healthier appetite. Harry smirked softly, watching her add another rasher of bacon to her plate. "It makes sense. After last night I'm starving," Harry dug in. "Ari, do you mind if I accompany your little group? As Professor Dumbledore said, I need to stay near you. It would not do if I appeared to be abandoning my duty," Fleur said, taking a sip of her pumpkin juice. Like Narcissa, she hadn't wanted a large breakfast. "This English food is still too heavy on my stomach. I suppose you could. It's a private affair though, so you'd have to wait for us in the lobby. Would that be all right?" Harry offered. Fleur nodded, though she didn't appear happy about it. Professor Dumbledore had instructed her to follow Harry anywhere he went, but waiting in the lobby of Gringotts was a better idea than waiting at Grimmauld Place, she supposed. "Before we do that, Harry, I've got a few security measures I want to put in place, if it's all right. It's nothing too drastic, just tightening up the basic wards. You're the lord of our house now, so you might as well have control over who comes into the house. No offense, Fleur, but all it would take is a mole from the bad guys, like a reverse Snape, and Harry could find himself on the business end of a killing curse." Tonks finished her breakfast of coffee and a bacon sandwich. "I wouldn't put it past Snape. He'd probably love to turn me over to Voldy," Harry muttered darkly. Narcissa frowned slightly, but said nothing. She knew her place as a wife. Lucius had made sure of that. She was to be silent and attractive. Harry noticed the look and took her hand, not thinking about Fleur sitting there mentally taking notes. "Narcissa, what's wrong? Severus is Draco's godfather. The idea that he would hurt someone his age distresses me, that's all," she said, her cheeks reddening slightly. "Lucius never would have asked me that. If he'd actually noticed my frown at all, it would have been to tell me that frowning causes wrinkles. I'm sorry if I upset you, but Snape has had it in for me ever since I got to Hogwarts. He's always treated me like I was just another James Potter." He was focused on Narcissa and didn't notice Bellatrix wince slightly. "Am I treating him like another James? Damn it. Am I just trying to recapture the romance I had with James Potter?" After breakfast, Tonks began work on strengthening the wards. A specific addition was a ward that would alert the occupants if anyone brought in compulsion potions of any kind. "I don't care if it's a love potion, a loyalty potion, or even Veritaserum, no one is bringing anything like that into my home," Tonks thought with a little grin. The next change was a little trickier to work in. This ward would act as a doorbell. No one could enter Grimmauld Place, either from apparating or via flow, without Harry or a member of his family's permission. Narcissa was working on a purging potion in the basement lab. Tonks had informed her of her suspicions early that morning. This potion was a standard in every pure-blooded family's home. It was too easy to assume that someone would seek to gain influence over a family member with the use of a tainted bottle of wine. The purging potion was a simple one, but it was powerful. "Ms. Delacour will need to be given this and then directed to the bathroom quickly," she thought, watching the potion turn from clear to silver and then back to clear. The potion needed to rest for an hour, so it would be ready before the group left for Gringotts. "She'll still probably wish to come with us, just so she can hex her former love." Harry and Bellatrix had retreated back upstairs. Bellatrix put her hands on his shoulders. "Harry, please tell me something. Are you sure you love me? It isn't that you feel that you owe me, or that I'm just a quick shag." "Bella," Harry started, using the nickname she'd enjoyed while he whispered it against her ear last night. "I do love you. I don't know how to explain it, but whenever I see you, I just..." He didn't know a good way to describe it, so he keyed her. Bellatrix froze for a moment and then wrapped her arms around him. I'm so sorry, Harry. I heard you say that Snape treats you like another James, and I was worried that I was doing the same. I've heard you call me James in your sleep. He said softly. I'm still here, Bella. If I was worried that all you wanted was another James Potter, I would have talked to you about it. He said with a smile. How'd you get this smart, Harry? Bellatrix asked him. Before Harry could answer, Bellatrix keyed again and then pushed him back onto the bed. Tonks came upstairs once her work was done. The house was warded against foreign influences. If someone brought in a compulsion potion, not only would they know about it, but the person responsible would find themselves stuck kneeling at the door. Try to talk your way out of this, Bill Weasley, you ass. She went to knock on Harry's door, but she heard a soft moan and froze. I think I'll see if Narcissa is ready to go, she thought, walking back downstairs and heading towards the basement. Fleur Delacour sighed as she sat at the mirror in her room. She was combing her hair absent-mindedly. She hadn't felt exactly right this morning. Perhaps I am coming down with something. Maybe I miss Bill. Harry's little family was a strange one. He was obviously very close with Josephine, she had noticed. The way she looked at him had put a strange feeling in the pit of her stomach. She remembered Hogwarts and the Triwizard Tournament. Harry was a strong contestant. She had, like everyone, considered him just a little boy. But time and again he had surprised her, summoning his broom and beating the horntail. Then the second challenge. He'd saved Gabrielle when she couldn't. He'd saved her own life in the maze. He had seen the world's most evil wizard and dueled him to a draw. She remembered the night before they were scheduled to go back to Beauxbatons, Professor Dumbledore had asked to see her. The headmaster's office was not what she had expected. At Beauxbatons, Madame Maxime had an office that was painted in all white. It was an elegant place. Dumbledore's office had been much more cramped. When she had arrived, Dumbledore had offered her a candy, and knowing the rules of etiquette, she had taken it. Ms. Delacour, I know that you and Harry were planning on writing each other during the summer. I would ask that you refrain from doing so. Harry will be staying with his maternal aunt and uncle. They do not approve of magic, and I fear that any letters you would send would be poorly received. If you'd care to, you may send the letters to me and I will ensure that Mr. Potter gets them when he comes back to Hogwarts. She sent 5 letters before she gave up. Perhaps Harry had decided he didn't want to be friends with her anymore. Then came the day she had received a letter. It was from a friend of Professor Dumbledore's named Bill Weasley. He had offered to float her name to his department head at Gringotts to fill a vacancy. That was the beginning of their relationship. Bill had not been what she'd expected at all. At first she had thought he was boorish, but he did have a certain sort of sweetness about him. He always brought her a glass of tea each morning. He always had their lunch prepared. It was those little touches that made her love him. That brought her back to her discomfort. Tonks had acted very strangely regarding Bill's spoiling of her. Perhaps she's never been with a gentleman. With the looks she gave Harry this morning, I wouldn't be surprised if she really was jealous of his girlfriend. Molly Weasley had suggested that before the meeting yesterday. She got very upset at the thought of Harry being cross with her, but all she needed to do was explain that we were trying to keep him safe. A girl like that would have him wrapped around her little finger with a bat of her eyelashes. She had said. Ginny had nodded like her mother had spoken the gospel. There was a knock at her door. Entrez. It was Mrs. Malfoy. Though Fleur supposed she should start thinking of her as Ms. Black, Harry nearly died to give this woman her family name back. She thought, frowning for a moment before schooling her features into polite disinterest. Ms. Black, what can I do for you? I'm not keeping us from Gringotts, am I? Narcissa shook her head. No, Ms. Delacour, I just wanted to speak with you. I know that the Order doesn't trust me, they have no reason to. However, I would ask you to remember that Harry is the lord of my house. It is my role as a member of House Black to serve him. Even if I wished it, I would be unable to harm him. Then what do you consider sending? I am to fight your U.S. band. Fleur said. This was apparently the wrong thing to say, though, as Narcissa changed her tone from polite to very cold. Lucius, Ms. Delacour saw me as a prized possession to be taken back. At no point did he see me as an equal, or a loved one. He risked my only child's life. Harry risked his very magic by promising me, when I did not ask him, that he would not kill Draco. You of all people should have any idea what it's like to go from a life where no one valued you for anything other than your beauty to one where you are considered a member of the family. Narcissa looked to the woman. Harry saved your life, just as he saved mine. Would you betray him so easily as you seem to think I would? You are a Malfoy. I am a Black. Narcissa shouted. Fleur shrank a bit, but Narcissa wasn't finished. I am Narcissa Black, Harry Potter Black is my lord, and I would give my life to protect him. Not to mention that he is my husband. Narcissa thought. I am sorry then, Ms. Black. I was not aware of what Ari means to you. He has not been as a good a friend to me, I must confess. We were supposed to write to each other, but he never sent me a single letter. Fleur said. Narcissa walked out the door. Perhaps you should ask if he ever received a letter. That thought struck Fleur oddly. What if my letters got lost on the way? But my letter to Bill Weasley made it. I will speak with Harry before we leave. Narcissa had left the room fuming, but she had done as Tonks had asked. Just go upstairs, get under her skin just a little, enough to make her question things. Her niece was indeed a clever witch, she mused as the group began to gather for the trip to Gringotts. Ari, I must ask you something. Did you ever receive my letters? Fleur said hesitantly. No, Fleur. I figured that you were busy. Or you decided that you didn't want to send me anything after all. He said. Fleur looked confused. Ari, I sent you 5 letters before I gave up. I sent them to Hogwarts. I promise you, Fleur, I didn't receive any letters. If I had, I would have written back. But Professor Dumbledore said he would make sure that you received them. Harry frowned slightly. Dumbledore doesn't think that I'm capable of managing myself. Fleur, we are supposed to be friends. Do you really think I would ignore you? She looked unsure. I don't know what has happened. Professor Dumbledore asked me not to write to you during the summer out of fear that your relatives would not approve of you receiving letters from the magical world. Harry rolled his eyes then. My aunt and uncle wouldn't approve of anything I did. If I dropped dead in front of them, they would say I was rude to not die somewhere they couldn't see. I was at the Burrow for part of the summer. You could have sent them to me there. Bill said that you were staying home all year until it was time to come to London. Now it was Nymphadora's turn. Fleur, Harry has spent nearly every summer at the Burrow since he started Hogwarts. I'm not sure why Bill lied. He would not lie to me. We love each other. He loves you so much he's dosing you with potions. How dare you? Bill would never do that. He is a good man. You are just jealous. Fleur spat. Tonks laughed. I am with a man who's 10 times better than any Weasley. But if you're so certain, drink this. She put a small clear vial on the table before Fleur. What is it? It's a purging potion. If I'm wrong, nothing will happen. If I'm right, you'll be rid of any traces of potion and you'll know that Bill and Dumbledore have been lying to you. Tonks said confidently, waiting to see if Fleur would take the challenge. And how do I know that you wouldn't try to poison me, to avenue my wonderful Bill for yourself? Fleur said with a superior smirk, admit it, you want. I am for yourself. Harry looked to Fleur. Fleur, please, just to be safe, drink the potion. If you are worried, I'll make a wizard's oath here and now that we aren't trying to harm you. Will you trust me? Would Harry lie to her? It didn't seem like something he would do, but she felt a vague voice inside her whispering that he wanted her to distrust Bill, perhaps he wanted her to himself. The little boy thinks that he's a match for my Bill. I'll show him. Fleur picked up the vial and drank it. For a moment nothing happened and she sneered, you see, my Bill is beyond reproach. Then she went green and raced towards the kitchen. They could hear violent retching as Fleur lost the contents of her stomach. Harry went to the kitchen door once the noises stopped and he heard a soft sobbing. Harry opened the door, finding Fleur sitting beside the trash can, her arms around it. Fleur, are you all right? He said, walking into the kitchen and kneeling beside her. How do you think I am? Haven't you just found out that the man I thought I loved was feeding me potions to make is? She began to cry harder now. Harry, at this point somewhat used to comforting crying women now, pulled her to him. She sobbed against his shoulder. I'm sorry, Fleur. Really I am. Tonks changed the words though. If someone comes in with compulsion potions, they won't be able to use them. Good, Ari. Because when I see Bill Weasley again, ce bâtard, je vais le tuer. Je vais brûler ses couilles. Harry noticed that Fleur's hands were hot around his neck. He moved and saw that she had small fireballs in them now. Good, Ari. Because when I see Bill Weasley again, ce bâtard, je vais le tuer. Je vais brûler ses couilles. Harry noticed that Fleur's hands were hot around his neck. He moved and saw that she had small fireballs in them now. Once Fleur had calmed down enough that she wasn't spitting out French curses and growing feathers, she went back to her room to freshen up. Harry went back out to his wives. So, you were right. Dora Bill was dosing her. The worst part is she has very little legal recourse. Narcissa said softly. She's right, Harry. Velas are considered magical creatures, not humans. Plus, the Weasley family are purebloods. The laws are written by purebloods, for purebloods. He'd face no punishment, and if she attacks him, she'd be the one that would go to Azkaban or worse. Tonks said, her hair turning the crimson that Harry knew meant she was furious. So, she can't do anything. Not as Fleur Delacour. Vela, however, as Fleur Delacour, ward of House Potter Black, you could do something. You could challenge Bill Weasley to a duel for damage done to your ward. Narcissa said, I've seen similar things happen. Vela are common mistresses for wizards who travel to the continent. Harry went up to the stairs, his wives watching. All three of them shared a similar thought. Harry Potter is going to try and save another person. Harry could hear sniffling from Fleur's room. He knocked on the door. He heard a very watery, entres, and opened the door. Fleur had been crying at her vanity. He never loved me. He thought I could just be a toy. Harry sat down beside her and put his arm around him. Fleur accepted the embrace, crying against him. Fleur, I'm sorry. I really am. There's got to be something we can do. We can do nothing. Ari. I am a Vela. It would be like an house elf, or a goblin trying to make a complaint. Fleur began to sob harder now. Narcissa suggested making you my ward. Then I could challenge him for you. I would do that, if you wished it. Harry said softly. I would not ask that of you. I was a poor friend. I do not deserve your kindness. Fleur said sadly. She didn't look much like the unapproachable beauty she'd been when he'd first met her. Now, her eyes and nose were red. Harry smiled and took her hand. Fleur, you were a poor friend, as you put it, due to circumstances that weren't your fault. I would never blame you for the actions of someone else. Fleur looked to him and tried to smile, but it wouldn't come out at the moment. Ari, if you wish to challenge Bill in my honor, I will be your ward. I will be anything you would ask me to be. Fleur said softly, her cheeks flushing. Fleur, you are my friend. I'm not doing this because I want a wife. I already have 3, he said. Apparently that wasn't the right thing to say though, as Fleur seemed to flinch. No, you are the Lord of Houses Potter and Black. It would no do if you had a Vela as your lady. Fleur, it's not like that. You aren't just a Vela. You are a beautiful woman and any man should be proud to be with you. He said, taking her hand. I don't want you to think that this is me trying to entrap you is all. I'm in a relationship. We're pretty serious. I could see myself staying with her for my entire life. But yes, I would be happy to make you my ward and I will challenge him. I think he could stand some humiliation for what he's done to you. Fleur blinked rapidly, clearing the remaining tears from her eyes. I do not deserve your kindness, Ari. But I thank you for it regardless. I'll ask Narcissa what paperwork we'll need to fill out. Once you're a ward of my house, then I'll send the challenge. Thank you, Ari. Now, I'll get properly freshened up and we can all go to Gringotts. She said, smiling softly to him. Downstairs, the women who made up House Potter Black were in discussion. Harry and I have been intimate now. I'm not going to lie, I don't feel guilty for taking the initiative with him. Bellatrix said, but I think the two of you need to decide how you want to proceed. Harry and I are close enough in age. I think we'll just go out to a concert or something fun like that. We can just let the evening take us where it will. Maybe on the night we decide to be together, I'll take him back to my flat. Tonks said, her hair turning from brown to pink as she imagined taking Harry to a crowded concert. He needs to be taken out of his shell. I'll help him have some fun before school starts. Narcissa had a slightly harder time of it. Harry is very different than what I am used to. All of the entertainments Lucius would have enjoyed aren't the sorts of thing I could imagine Harry liking. Sissy, you know as well as I do that you are a beautiful woman. Just be with him and be flirty, that's all he'll need. Bellatrix countered. Lucius did a number on you, sister. Harry descended the stairs at that point. He came back to the table. Fleur will be downstairs soon. Good, that gives us some time. Harry, while I have no problem keeping you all to myself, you need to spend some time with your other spouses. Bellatrix said, taking his hand. Tonks has an idea of what to do with you, but Sissy is having a harder time. Would you please tell her that she is beautiful? I mean, of course she's beautiful. To her, Harry, not me, please. Narcissa, you are incredibly beautiful. I know this isn't exactly what you were planning, but you are my wife now. All of you are my wives, and that's crazy to think about, but I want to be with all of you. Since Dora knows what she wants to do, how about you and I have a private date tonight? Harry offered. Thank you, Harry, Narcissa said with a slight blush. So, how'd it go up there? Tonks asked. I brought up the idea. She liked it. I did tell her that I wasn't trying to spin her being a ward into anything else though. I have 3 wives, that's more than enough. Harry said, to which Narcissa nodded. I'll draw up the papers, it's a simple matter. She's an adult, so you won't need to get her father to disown her first. When we are finished with our business, you can send Bellatrix or Nymphadora out to bring her into the office. Narcissa rose and went back what had become her office. Tonks looked to Harry. I'll keep an eye out for a good concert for us. That night though, don't plan on coming back to Grimmauld Place until the next day, she said, surprising Harry by dotting him. This key was a forceful one. The kind that made sure he understood that he was hers. Careful, Dora, a key like that can take a guy's breath away, he said, to which Tonks surprised him again by giggling. That was kind of the point. Right, I might as well go up to my room and get robes that say, that's right, I'm filthy rich and married to a powerful wizard. She left then. That left Harry and Bellatrix. You're handling this well, she said to him. I could say that of you, Bella. You told me you were the jealous type. Bellatrix smiled a bit. Oh, I am. But, if I have to share, it might as well be with women who have proven to me that they care about you. Finally, the quintet were ready. They apparated to the Gringotts lobby. Harry being assisted by Bellatrix, who had put her glamour back on before Fleur came downstairs. Fleur seemed ill at ease with coming to her workplace so soon after leaving it, but there was little she could do for now. Narcissa took Harry privately up to the counter. Lord Potter Black and his wives are here for a meeting with Master Griphook. Very well, Lady Potter Black. If you will gather your group, I will inform Master Griphook. Please make yourselves comfortable in meeting room 316. The goblin stated before leaving them at the counter. Harry and Narcissa walked back to the others, were in room 316. Fleur, will you be all right out here? The meeting won't take long, then we'll call you in so you can be made a ward. He asked. Oui, Ari. Thank you so much for this. She said. All right, if you see Bill, please do not curse him. Harry asked, and then the group left her. I make no promises, Ari. Griphook came into the meeting room shortly after they arrived. We are here to merge House Malfoy and its properties and monies into House Potter Black. We are also going to discuss the formation of trust vaults for your heirs. Griphook said, referencing each stack of papers. House Malfoy, formed 1647, taken by House Potter Black in honorable combat on the 20th of June of this year. Properties including Malfoy Manor in Yorkshire, Via de Nor on the Riviera, and Chalet Malfoy in Switzerland are now yours. The vault of House Malfoy, holding 400,000 galleons, 26,000 sickles and 150,000 nuts, along with jewels and artifacts worth another 300,000 galleons, will be moved into vaults of House Potter Black. Will you keep the house active or merge it, Lord Potter Black? Griphook asked him. I will merge it. Very well. Now to the second matter. If each of your wives will offer a drop of their blood, and you offer a drop of yours for each, we can make your wives their rings. Have you decided on a primary wife? I have. Narcissa Potter Black will be primary wife. She will speak for my interests at the Wizengamot. Harry stated as the blood from himself and Narcissa was taken. The blood, placed in the same rune-covered bowl that had given him his lord's ring, produced a slim silver band with the same stone configuration as his. Very well. And will your primary wife be the same wife that produces your heir? Griphook asked as Tonks stood up next to receive her ring. No, Master Griphook, I would like to make Bellatrix Potter Black the wife who produces my heir. Harry said, putting his non-bleeding hand on her shoulder. Bellatrix was startled at the idea that Harry wanted the child they produced to be his heir. She stood and embraced him, dotting his cheek. Thank you, Harry, she whispered against his cheek. Tonks took her ring, placing it on her finger. It was silver like Narcissa's, but it only held the sigil for House Potter Black. Finally, it was Bellatrix's turn. She offered her blood and was given a ring with the sigil for House Potter Black, but unlike Tonks, hers was in gold. Finally, Lord Potter Black, will you make the standard amount for your trust vaults? It is either 15,000 galleons or 10% of your current worth, whichever is less. Griphook asked as he put the bowl behind his desk. I will. Harry nodded. Master Griphook, I also need to make Fleur Delacour a ward of House Potter Black. Will you sign the paperwork for us? I will. Lord Potter Black, is the prospective ward with you? Harry nodded and then turned to Bellatrix. Bella, will you put your glamour back on and ask Fleur to join us? Bellatrix nodded, and once charmed to look like Josephine, she walked back out of the office. Bellatrix found Fleur looking furious. What's wrong? She asked. Fleur didn't speak, she just pointed. Coming out of a hallway was Bill Weasley. He hadn't seen Fleur yet, which was good. Fleur was dangerously close to ruining the plan they'd made. Bellatrix noticed that Fleur was starting to sport feathers along her arms. She took the angry Vila's hand and pulled her away. Come on, if you burn his bits off now you go to jail, but if you're a ward of House Potter Black, Harry can wipe the floor with him. Fleur seemed to like that idea, or at least she stopped trying to pull away and allowed her to be led into the meeting room. Harry took Fleur's hand and led her to front of the meeting room. Griphook looked up from the paperwork. Cursebreaker Delacour, are you prepared to become a ward? I am, Master Griphook. Very well. Please read this with your wand held out. The goblin pointed to a line on the parchment. I, Fleur Celestine Delacour, do hereby request to become a ward of House Potter Black. I request this due to abuse at the hands of the pureblood Bill Weasley. Has been feeding me love potions to make me is. Harry pulled out his wand. I, Harrison James Potter Black, do hereby state that Fleur Celestine Delacour is now ward of my house. Her grievances are mine. Their wands glowed and the deed was done. You are now Fleur Delacour, ward of House Potter Black. Cursebreaker Delacour, you claim that Cursebreaker Weasley has been dosing you. Griphook asked. We, Master Griphook. He has been dosing me for the past year. Fleur said. I will make a note in your employee file that will keep you and Weasley from working in the same teams. I wish that I could do more, but with pureblood laws the way they are, you will have to allow your lord to intervene for you. I plan to, Master Griphook. Now that Fleur is my ward, I am going to challenge Bill Weasley to a formal duel. The goblin smiled unpleasantly. May I offer you, free of charge, the use of our dueling room? I plan to, Master Griphook. Now that Fleur is my ward, I am going to challenge Bill Weasley to a formal duel. The goblin smiled unpleasantly. May I offer you, free of charge, the use of our dueling room? Bill Weasley had a pretty good life. Thanks to Professor Dumbledore, he had a beautiful fiancée, and thanks to his mother's recipe for pumpkin juice, she loved him like he'd hung the moon. He planned on stopping by Grimmauld Place later to visit Fleur, and to bring her the next dose of Amortentia. Suddenly, he was taken from his reverie by a goblin standing before him, thrusting a black envelope at him. Cursebreaker Weasley. This is for you from Master Griphook. The goblin said, walking away before Bill could say anything else. He'd seen these sorts of envelopes a few times. These were duel requests. I'd better see Dad before I open this. Bill turned to the door and departed for the ministry. Harry and the others had been taken to the dueling room. It was smaller than the one at the ministry. This was the kind used when wizards needed to duel without ministry interference. He didn't like the idea of fighting someone from the Weasley family, but he had to do this for Fleur. Who will be your second? Bellatrix asked him. I think it should be Tonks. She has the most experience in fighting other wizards. She said. That wasn't true exactly though. Bellatrix, under the compulsion charm, had fought hundreds of times, but as Josephine, she wasn't supposed to have that kind of skill set. Harry nodded. What do you say, Dora? Tonks smiled, her hair turning a very dark shade of brown. I'd love the chance to put that rapist in his place. Tonks had very little patience for men like Bill Weasley. As a metamorphagus, she had been treated similar to Fleur. She had taken this personally, saw it as a way to get some payback against a system that treated anyone other than a pureblood, and especially a pureblood male, as a second-class citizen. Narcissa paced nervously. She'd seen Harry duel before. He was good, but he wasn't trained as a duelist. Formal dueling is another class for this summer. Hopefully by the beginning of his next term he will be ready to act as a lord. The office of Arthur Weasley was a very small, dingy room that one could be forgiven for thinking had started life as a janitor's closet. He was hunched over his desk going over a report regarding an enchanted pair of Wellingtons that had begun kicking the owner's landlady when he heard a knock at his door. Enter. Arthur smiled when he saw that it was his eldest. Hello Bill, what brings you round? He looks nervous, Arthur thought. I'd think he had a fight with Fleur, but those two never even argue. Dad, I got this envelope at work, Bill said, placing it on the desk. In Harry's handwriting it said to Bill Weasley, heir to House Weasley. That's a challenge, but who would challenge you to a duel? Without answering, Bill opened the envelope. Suddenly they heard the voice of Harry Potter. Bill Weasley, you have caused injury to a ward of my house. To that end I formally challenge you to a duel to first blood. If you refuse, then your title, wealth, and magic are forfeit. This letter will act as a portkey to take you to Gringotts' official dueling site and will activate in 2 hours. Please bring your second, I have my own. Should I be incapacitated before the start of our duel, they will act in my stead. Lord Harrison James Potter Black. What is this, Bill? Why would Harry Potter of all people be challenging you to a duel? What does he mean by causing injury to a ward of his house? Arthur was confused. Harry Potter was one of the most decent people he knew. He wouldn't just challenge someone to a duel for no reason. I don't know, Dad. But I have to go to this. It's in an hour. Will you be my second? Maybe you can talk some sense into him. Bill said, still unsure as to why Harry was challenging him, but a sneaking suspicion told him who this might be about. Of course, son. We'll get this squared away. Arthur wasn't sure what this was about, but he was reasonably sure that Harry would be reasonable. The time came for the duel. With a pop the Weasley men found themselves in the dueling chamber at Gringotts. They saw Harry standing there, Tonks beside him. The other women, Narcissa Malfoy, Fleur, and the one Arthur had heard Molly speak of, Josephine something or other, were on the edge of the ring. Fleur had a particularly murderous expression on her face when she saw Bill. She began to move towards him, but was stopped when Narcissa put a hand on her arm. Harry, what is this about, son? Why did you send a challenge to Bill? Arthur said. He began to cross towards the group but was stopped by a goblin before he could get close. Mr. Weasley, Bill has been feeding Fleur love potions. Since the current laws won't allow her justice as a Vila, I have made her a ward of my house, so that I can give her the justice she wants. Harry stood there, his jaw set firm. He hadn't spared a single glance to Bill. Surely this is a misunderstanding. Bill loves Fleur, he would never. Arthur, I'm sorry, but I gave Fleur the purging draft myself. Given the violence of her reaction, I'd say her last dose had been that night. Perhaps in the wine you served us all. Tonks stated, looking from one Weasley to the other, her gaze hardening when she looked at Bill. Bill wouldn't do that. There's got to have been a mistake. Bill, son, tell them you didn't do it. Arthur pleaded with his son, not wanting to face the possibility his son would drug a woman. Dad, I had to do it. She'd never look at me as anything other than a friend otherwise. Bill confessed. Now, she doesn't see you as even that. She hates you now, Bill. Let's get this over with. Duel to first blood drawn. I ask that if I win the duel, you quit Gringotts and the Order. Harry said, ready to get this day over with. And if I refuse? Then you lose your magic, son. When I die, everything you would stand to inherit, what little there is, would go to Harry. Arthur answered for them. Very well, if I win. Then, I get your property and titles. Bill felt fairly secure that he would beat Harry. He's just a boy, this will be easy, and when I'm the lord of Harry's house, I'll take Fleur back. Harry nodded and took his place. The goblin in charge of the arena took his place in the center of the room. This is a duel to first blood between Lord Potter Black, Lord of Houses Potter and Black, and heir William Weasley. Bow to your opponent, and then when you hear the sound, we'll begin. The pair bowed, and then there was a loud crack. The duel began. From her vantage point, Bellatrix was able to watch Harry's form. Unlike a trained duelist, he didn't rely on shields, preferring to dodge spells. Weasley is cocky, he's casting third-year hexes, she thought, watching Harry nimbly dodge a jelly-leg curse. Harry had yet to cast any spells. It seemed he was looking for an opening, or perhaps for Bill to get tired and make a mistake. This was the second time for Narcissa and Tonks. This duel was different than the one against Lucius. Harry knew better what to expect. He cast his first spell, a leg-locking hex, then dodged a bad bogey. I need to give him some training in how Aurors fight. He's good now, but if he were trained up a bit, he'd be bloody brilliant. Tonks found herself imagining a training session between herself and Harry. Lots of opportunities for sore muscles, and soothing those muscles with a hot bath or a rub-down unconsciously. Tonks grinned. For Narcissa, she watched Arthur. She felt some pity for the man. He just found out that his firstborn was a bastard who would use a love potion in order to get a woman to be with him. Thanks Circe she wasn't pregnant. She looked to Harry. She smiled softly as he dodged another curse and cast on of his own. When there are children, he will be a talented teacher. He moves like he owns the battlefield. Fleur watched the proceedings. Harry was willing to risk his entire fortune for her sake. He took her into his house to make sure she could have this. Bill, I hope he curses your bollocks off. Now that the potion was out of her system, she was able to think about their relationship. Bill had expected her to do the cleaning, the cooking, everything really. He had served her meals, but only so he could dose her. She drew in a gasp when Harry barely dodged a cutting curse. Damn it, Bill, how could you? Arthur Weasley had always thought he had done all right by his children. He'd tried to be a good influence where he could with Harry as well. After all, the boy didn't have parents. He had an aunt and uncle who treated him like a house elf. Obviously, though, he'd failed somewhere. His son had been using love potions. I'll have to talk to Molly. I can't think of where else he could have gotten the recipe for a love potion. Keeping dancing, you little bastard. I'll get you soon enough. When I do, Fleur is going to be mine again. Bill had never let it show, but he hated Harry. Like his youngest brother, Bill had an inferiority complex. He didn't want to be known for being poor. He wanted more out of life, and Fleur was part of it. Damn, Potter nearly got me. Harry had cast a stunning spell. He could feel the air rush past his leg as he jumped aside. That was the moment Harry was waiting for. He cast a very weak Diffindo, just strong enough to graze him and cut a small spot on his exposed left arm. The duel is over. Lord Potter Black has drawn first blood. The goblin cried, walking into the ring. Suddenly Harry was struck by a speeding bee-owned-haired missile. Ari, I was so worried. Thank Maeve you are unhurt. Fleur said, hugging him and peppering the side of his face in Key's. Fleur, please, I'm fine. More than fine, Harry. You are getting much better at dueling. Tonks said, coming over with Narcissa and Bellatrix. Harry walked over to Arthur, who was kneeling beside Bill. Mr. Weasley, I did my best to make sure it wouldn't be too severe. Bill, will you honor your promise? He said. Bill glowered. Arthur glared at his son. He will, Harry. I promise it. I am sorry this happened, but for the time being, I have to ask you to find a different way to Hogwarts this year. Harry nodded, having expected this. He turned to go back to his group. Harry had made it halfway to the others when he heard Bill cry out, Bombard! The spell was interrupted by 4 female voices crying, Stupefy. Each stunner hit Bill, knocking his back onto the floor with a thud. Bellatrix raced to Harry, pulling her to him. Are you all right? Narcissa rounded on Arthur Weasley. Your son just tried to kill Lord Potter Black. You realize that Harry could request the key for this. Arthur paled. Harry, please don't all. I'll take him to the burrow. We'll take care of it. His wand. Break it, Narcissa said, keeping her wand trained on the stunned form of Bill Weasley. If you do not, the law states that I could kill him for harming my lord. Arthur paused for a moment, then took the wand and snapped it. Narcissa knelt by him and took the broken pieces. We will dispose of these for you. Take your son home, Mr. Weasley. Be glad that Harry is a better man than your poor excuse for a son. Arthur didn't say anything else. He took Bill's hand and apparated the two of them to burrow. Narcissa turned back and walked to Harry. After taking quick stock of his health, she leaned in and keyed him soundly. You are all right. Harry nodded, then noticed Fleur's wide eyes. Let's go back to Grimmauld Place. Fleur, I have some things to tell you. Narcissa turned back and walked to Harry. After taking quick stock of his health, she leaned in and keyed him soundly. You are all right. Harry nodded, then noticed Fleur's wide eyes. Let's go back to Grimmauld Place. Fleur, I have some things to tell you. Fleur took the news much better than Mum. Tonks noted as she sat at the table with the rest of the group. So, you are all Ari's wives. Ari dueled your former U.S. band. She said. Narcissa nodded. He risked his magic by promising me that he wouldn't kill my son if Draco wound up being called upon to act in Lucius's place. Mon Dieu, Kelvi, you never seem to avenue it easy. Fleur sighed and then chuckled to herself. I feel as if I must apologize again for call you a little boy when we first met. Harry smiled. It's all right, Fleur. Unlike the rest of magical Britain, at least you see the difference now. Narcissa sat up a bit. Ms. Delacour, I have an idea. Would you please send a message to your father? From what I know of France, Jean-Luc Delacour is quite well connected. Narcissa turned to Harry. As your voice in the Wizengamot, I will start to build a coalition between the neutral houses. Those voices, plus a man considered in the running to be the leader of Wizarding France, will do a lot to sway members from the light houses and dark houses that have not yet sworn to Voldemort's side. Harry nodded. Then Bellatrix spoke up. Tonks, I have something I wanted to ask you. What do you think of the state of the current Order of the Phoenix? Tonks grimaced slightly. I trust the members, for the most part, but Dumbledore is not the man I thought he was if he is aware of what Bill was doing. After all, he pushed Fleur and Bill together by forcing her to stop writing to Harry. Bellatrix nodded. What would your boss at the DMLE do with a list of marked and unmarked Death Eaters, a list of their safe houses, and a list of locations where powerful dark objects might be found? Tonks thought. Well, besides giving me a raise, I'd say she would be thrilled to be able to hit the bastards. Why? Would she be grateful enough to get a pardon signed for the person who gave her the information, considering that the person had been under a compulsion charm for the entire time they had been a Death Eater? Bellatrix pressed. Tonks thought for a moment then smiled. I believe Madame Bones would be able to sneak the pardon into a pile of papers so that Fudge would sign it without reading it first. Bellatrix smiled. Feel like taking a message to your boss for me? Amelia Bones scowled as she looked over the paperwork on her desk. There had been more attacks, all sudden hits, the kind that are nearly impossible to defend against. She was not in the best mood when her secretary appeared, Madame Bones. Yes, Davis. Kristen Davis shrank a bit at the cold tone in her boss's voice. Tonks here for you, madam. She has something she believes is important enough that it is for your eyes only. The older witch scowled for a moment then nodded. Send her in. Tonks walked into the office. Bones is ticked about something big. What do you have for me, or? Amelia motioned to the chair opposite her. Tonks sank into it and then offered her a parchment. What is this? Amelia began to look at it. It was a series of names she knew of. Beside them were the words marked or unmarked. A present from a source I cannot name at this time. This is a list of every Death Eater my source knows of. She is also willing to give you a list of known safe houses, as well as the possible locations of some of he who must not be named's prized possessions. Tonks stated, watching as the monocle in her boss's left eye nearly pop out. This Source. Is a Death Eater herself, isn't she? She was under a compulsion charm that only recently broke. She is willing to undergo veritaserum and a pensieve if it will help. Tonks answered. Now it was the critical moment. Would all of that get her a pardon? Can you bring her to this office in 1 hour? Amelia looked at the paper before her. This information wasn't enough to put anyone into Azkaban, but it was a start, something she could work with. Put a few oars watching the marked ones, maybe have a few oars checking the owls from the unmarked ones. Bring her here. At the very least, if she'll go through that for me, I can promise her safe passage to my office and back to wherever she's at. You have my permission to directly apparate back from here and to return with your informant. Tonks nodded and rose to leave, apparating back to Grimmauld Place. All I have to do is convince Bellatrix to come with me. That should be roughly as easy as getting Fleur and Bill in the same room and Fleur not burning his ass. Harry and Bellatrix were sitting in the kitchen together. Bellatrix looked as terrified as she had the day Tonks and Narcissa had brought Harry back from the duel. Well, Bellatrix asked her. Bones is definitely interested. She's offered you safe passage, as long as you're willing to take the serum and let her view your memories. Tonks relayed the instructions she had been given by her boss. All right, let's go. Bellatrix rose, but Tonks held out a hand. We can't leave yet. She said to come back in an hour. Should I come with you? Harry asked Bellatrix. Would that help you feel more comfortable? Bellatrix smiled a little and took Harry's hand, squeezing it gently. It would, but I doubt the invitation is for more than just me. Besides, if something goes wrong. She looked lost for a moment. Tonks looked to her. Sometimes it was difficult to see Bellatrix as a former Death Eater. She supposed part of that is the fact that Bellatrix had been trapped inside her own mind for 20 years. Madame Bones isn't going to slap you in irons as soon as you appear in her office, Bellatrix. She's a good, honorable woman. She promised you safe passage in and out. She'll honor that. Fleur finished the letter she had been writing. Her parents were going to be furious, possibly demand that she return to France and never come back to Britain, but she owed it to Harry to stay and see this through. Dear Maman and Papa, I do not know how to explain what I have learned regarding my time in England. Bill Weasley was feeding me love potions. Thankfully, the Auror Nymphadora Tonks, if you meet her, please do not call her that. Just Tonks had suspicions and gave me a purging potion. I had no recourse, because, as a Veela, I was considered a magical creature rather than a woman. However, Harry Potter took me in as a ward of his house. He is the Lord of Houses Potter and Black. He dueled Bill in my honor and defeated him. Bill was a coward and attacked Harry afterwards when his back was turned. I and Harry's wives, he has 3 due to unforeseen circumstances. I am writing you on behalf of Narcissa Potter Black, the primary wife. She is Harry's voice on the Wizengamot and would like to ask you to join your voice to hers. While not a member of the Wizengamot, you are a member of the ICW and your name has weight here in Britain. Your loving daughter, Fleur. This letter had been hard to write. It had forced her to think about what Bill had done to her, the lack of remorse he'd shown. Tears didn't come this time, thankfully. She sighed and folded the note, putting it into an envelope. She walked to Harry's room and found Hedwig sitting on top of her cage. Hedwig, will you take a letter for me? It's a long journey, girl. The snowy owl looked at her for a moment, then held out her leg. Fleur tied the letter to the owl, then opened the window. Hedwig flapped her wings and took off. Narcissa watched as Tonks and Bellatrix left for the ministry. Harry had keyed Bellatrix and drew her into an embrace. Narcissa felt tear-drops prick at her eyes. Good luck, sister, she thought, as the pair disappeared, leaving Harry in the kitchen. She cleared her throat and Harry turned. She'll be all right, won't she? Harry's voice broke her heart. It's so easy to forget sometimes how young he is. She walked over, embracing Harry. Nymphadora has faith in Madame Bones. I have faith in Nymphadora, she said, hoping her voice sounded confident enough for both of them. Harry was silent. His arms stayed around Narcissa. He looked up into her eyes. She really is beautiful, they all are. He smiled softly and keyed her. Thank you, Narcissa, he said softly. When Bella and Dora come back, how about the 2 of us go to Muggle London? We'd be spotted in a minute if we went to a place in Diagon Alley. So let's go to a place in Muggle London. We haven't gotten a chance to spend time together. Harry offered. Narcissa's eyes widened and then she smiled, a flush appearing on her cheeks. I would like that, Harry. He ed her again then. As the bond between Harry and his wives deepened, he found himself more comfortable dotting them. It helped that his wives were all extremely beautiful women. Each one had their place in his heart. Tonks was the voice of courage, always willing to do what is right. Bella was the heart. She held such enthusiasm for the things she'd missed out on. Then there was Narcissa, the woman he was currently dotting. She was the mind of the family. When the broke, they stood there, each one breathing slightly harder than before. They didn't notice Fleur on the stairs watching them with sad and envious eyes. Tonks and Bellatrix appeared in Amelia's office. Bellatrix had worn a hooded robe due to nerves. Madame Bones gestured to the pair. Please sit. I've been going through these names. I want to say I can't believe some of them, but as I was reading on, I think it's that I don't want to. Bellatrix sat down slowly, as if expecting chains to appear around her. Tonks took the seat beside her. Madame Bones, I am here to beg you for my freedom. Bellatrix began, removing the hood. This time the monocle did fall out, but Amelia was swift to catch it. Bellatrix Lestrange. Bellatrix Black, Madame Bones. I was married under false pretenses and the lord of my house saved me. Bellatrix said softly. You will submit to Veritaserum. Yes. The pensieve as well. Yes. Then let's begin. Amelia said, taking a small bottle and giving it to Tonks. 4 drops please, or Tonks. The dose was administered. Bellatrix's eyes glazed over and the interrogation began. Tell me everything about your time with the Dark Lord. When it was over, Tonks was trying her best to hold back tears. Amelia was thankful for her years in law enforcement. She needed the distance her job had taught her. Very well. Ms. Black, I will begin working on your pardon. It will be hard to get it onto the minister's desk, but I think if I put it in the middle of a large number of files for him to sign, he might overlook what he's signing. Bellatrix smiled, feeling tears prick at her eyes. Thank you. You don't know what this means. Harry will be so thrilled. Harry. As in Harry Potter. Yes, he is the Lord Potter Black now. He annulled my marriage. He broke the compulsion. He saved me from madness. She smiled softly. Amelia noted the small band on her finger. Flicking her eyes over to Tonks' hand, she noticed a similar band. She didn't say anything. I get the feeling Harry Potter is more than just the lord of your house. The pair returned to Grimmauld Place to find Harry and Narcissa preparing for their date. Bellatrix smiled, watching as her sister fixed her hair at the mirror in the foyer. You want to look your best, I take it. Narcissa jumped slightly, then turned. How did it go? Bellatrix grinned wider. If everything goes the way Madame Bones thinks it will, I'll be a free woman in a few days. So, where is our husband taking you? Muggle London. I'm going to take him to a cafe I used to go to when I wanted to get away from Lucius. Narcissa surprised herself when she let loose a small giggle. I haven't been this excited since I was a girl. Bellatrix went to say something, but was stopped as an unfamiliar man walked down the stairs. He was taller than Narcissa with warm brown hair and eyes. He was dressed in a plain but good-looking dress shirt and was fumbling with his tie. Seeing Bellatrix, he smiled and walked over, ing her. When he spoke, though, it was Harry's voice. Hello, Mrs. Potter Black. What do you think of the glamour Narcissa cast on me? You look very nice. You look nice, Harry, but I think I prefer my husband over a handsome stranger. Harry grinned. Narcissa did too, but this was my idea. If I went on a date in Muggle London with my normal features, they'd have her in jail for corrupting a minor. Harry took Narcissa's hand and the two prepared to leave. We'll be back later tonight, unless it's too late, then we'll just find a hotel for the night. With that, the pair apparated away, leaving a stunned Bellatrix and Tonks watching the spot they had been standing. 5 galleons says they don't come back until tomorrow. Tonks said to Bellatrix. Narcissa apparated them to an alleyway in Muggle London. She let go of Harry's hand and began to pat herself down, making sure that everything was perfectly in order. Mission accomplished. She turned to Harry and began doing the same thing, ensuring that his shirt was tucked in properly. Harry waved her off. We look fine. You're beautiful, and I guess the guy you had me look like is fine. Narcissa smiled a bit and took her husband's hand, leading him out of the alley and onto the sidewalk. She was taking him to a cafe she knew well. Whenever she needed a break from Lucius, she would come here. They knew her as Mrs. Nancy Jones, long-suffering housewife of Leonard. As they made their way towards the cafe, Narcissa explained the backstory she had given herself. Nancy had dreamed of being a solicitor, however her husband, Leonard, didn't approve of his wife going back to school. Harry squeezed her hand gently. Did you want that? Maybe not getting a job in law, but did you want to do something besides look after Malfoy Manor? She nodded. I did. I studied, briefly, to become a Medi-Witch. However, Lucius put an end to that when the betrothal was signed. At the time, I was young and foolishly thought I was in love. Remember that Lucius could be very insistent when he wanted, so I did as my future husband wished. She sighed softly, thinking about the day she had been told to drop the training program. No wife of mine is going to work at St. Mungo's. Lucius had said, you are going to be the Lady Malfoy, you are above such petty work. Donate a few galleons to them at Yule, that's more than they deserve. But, I like the program, and Healer Pomfrey said that I show real talent. She said that if I kept at it, when she retired, she would suggest me to Hogwarts as the new healer in residence. Narcissa pleaded. Lucius wouldn't hear of it, absolutely not. You won't work for St. Mungo's, and you absolutely won't work at Hogwarts. You must remember your station. A wife of House Malfoy is meant for greater things than mending a idiot's broken wrist. Narcissa continued to plead with Lucius for the rest of that night, but eventually he'd had enough and slapped her. Narcissa's eyes grew wide and she touched her cheek. Lucius touched her cheek gently. I am sorry, Narcissa, you just deserve much more than the life of a Medi-Witch. As a compromise, I will get you some books for our library. He lied smoothly. He never bought those books. I should have known he wouldn't, but some damn fool part of me thought that if I was the perfect little pureblood wife, he would eventually care about me. Then Draco was born and he completely ignored me. Unwelcome tears pricked at her eyes. Harry brought her to face him. Lucius was an idiot to not see the beautiful, intelligent woman that you are. I'm going to do my best to not be an idiot like him. He ed her softly, that key deepened as she put her arms around him. Narcissa broke the key, finally, and rested her head on his chest. I promise you, Narcissa Potter Black, if you still want to become a Medi-Witch, I won't stand in your way. Harry said softly, stroking her back. She smiled then. No, Harry, I have a new goal. I will help you bring our family to prominence. We have wealth, but together we will have the power to ensure that no one ever tries to control our lives again. She turned back and led Harry to the door of the cafe and then inside. Mrs. Jones, it's been a while. Came a booming voice as a short dark-haired man came over and hugged Narcissa. Hello, Guillaume, it's good to see you. Harold, this is Guillaume, the owner of the cafe. Harry held out his hand, but the man pulled him into an enthusiastic hug instead. Harold, and not Leonard, Guillaume said, to which Narcissa smiled and took Harry's hand. Yes, Leonard Jones is no longer my problem. Harold and I have been seeing each other for a few weeks and I figured I would bring him to my favorite place tonight. Guillaume's smile grew even larger. In that case, please take your usual seat and Marie will be with you soon. The man rushed back into the kitchen and Narcissa led Harry to a booth beside one of the windows overlooking the park opposite them. He seems nice, excitable but nice, Harry said once they'd sat down. He is very sweet. Marie, that's his daughter, is on her 3rd year at university. She wants to become a solicitor herself, so when he found out about Nancy's backstory, I swiftly became his favorite customer. Narcissa said, taking his hand. Harry was about to respond when a young woman walked up to them. Hello, Mrs. Jones, would you like your usual? The young woman was pretty enough, Harry supposed. She had long brown hair and expressive brown eyes. However, Harry's focus was on the woman across from him. Yes, please, Marie. Harold will have the same. Narcissa ordered for both of them. Marie jotted down the order and then walked away, leaving the pair again. So what is the usual? Harry asked. Narcissa pointed to the menu. House-made chicken salad sandwich with chips. Guillaume makes the best chicken salad I've ever had. Marie reappeared with a pitcher of water with lemo slices floating in it. She poured a glass for each of them. My father told me the good news. I'm so happy for you, Mrs. Jones, though I suppose I won't be able to call you that for much longer. The waitress said, smiling as she drew the pitcher back up. No, I suppose not. You'll just have to start calling us Nancy and Harold. Narcissa responded, squeezing Harry's hand gently. We've been seeing a lot of each other, and I'm fairly certain that we'll be stopping in together from now on. Marie turned to Harry now. So, tell me, Harold, how did you and Nancy meet? She reminds me of Hermione, Harry thought. Someone she likes is on a date and now she has to interrogate them. Nancy and I were friends at our secondary school. I moved away before graduation, so we weren't able to stay in touch. I moved back to London a few months ago. We ran into each other at a bookstore and it went from there. Narcissa's smile grew slightly wider. You could have been a great Slytherin, Mr. Potter. Harold and I were always very close. Unfortunately, Leonard was Leonard, so he didn't like the idea of my reconnecting with an old friend. That argument led to another, and now here we are. Harry took Narcissa's and brought to his lips, ing it. Here is a pretty fantastic place, Nancy. Marie looked as if she might cry. She walked back to the kitchen, leaving the pair again. Harry smiled softly. I think she liked our story. She did. Marie is a sweet girl. You seem so different here, especially compared to the Narcissa Malfoy I saw at the Quidditch World Cup. Harry noted. Narcissa squeezed his hand. That Narcissa, the Ice Queen, as the more gracious of our society referred to me, was a construct of necessity. It helped me to not think about the life I was living. This was my escape. Here I didn't have to try and be the perfect wife. Here I could just be. Well, Nancy. Marie returned with their meal. The chicken salad was as delicious as Narcissa had suggested it would be. The rest of the meal passed in a comfortable silence. Molly Weasley was furious. How dare that Fleur get my Bill in trouble? That no good French tart isn't nearly good enough for my Bill. Now Arthur is furious at him, and at me. She grumbled to herself as she chopped potatoes for the night's dinner. Arthur had deposited Bill on the couch, enervated him and proceeded to tear strips out of their son's hide. I didn't raise you like this. How could you give Fleur not just one love potion, but keep giving her love potions? He had shouted, coming just shy of cuffing his son on the side of the head. Bill for his part had still flinched. Look at her, Dad. A bird like that would make me the most talked about bloke at Gringotts. Besides, it's not like I was dosing a woman. Fleur Avila, it's like putting medicine down a dog's throat. That had been the wrong thing to say. Arthur did hit Bill that time. Then, Harry Potter. Do you know what you did when you attacked him? He could have had you Ed. He's a lord of 2 very wealthy houses. Of course he is. He's Harry Bloody Potter. He gets wealth thrown at him. Bill muttered darkly. Molly came around the corner just as Mr. Weasley started in again. Now he hates you. He'll probably hate all of us thanks to you. Arthur, what is all this? Molly said, wiping her hands on her apron. Molly, did you give Bill any love potions or the recipe to make one? Arthur said, rounding to face her. What are you talking about? She hoped playing coy would work. Arthur pressed on though. Did you, Molly Weasley, give Bill a love potion to use on Fleur? Is that what this is all about? I gave him one at the beginning. The poor dear was afraid she wouldn't like him. Molly began. Surely it's not as bad as you are making it out to be. Not as bad. Bill has been dosing her ever since. Tonks picked up on it, gave her a purging potion, and Harry made her a ward. He dueled Bill over what he'd done to Fleur. When Bill lost, Molly stopped him. Bill lost to Harry, but he's a boy. Arthur began again. He's a boy that managed to beat Bill in a formal duel. Then our git of a son tried to hex Harry from behind. Tonks, Fleur, Narcissa Malfoy, and that Josephine girl each cast stunners at him before he finished casting. Narcissa Malfoy attacked my son. I'll kill that. Molly started shouting, then raced to the flow. She shouted, Grimmauld Place. But when she tried to enter, she flew back onto the kitchen floor. Arthur, we've got to get Professor Dumbledore. Grimmauld Place's flow isn't working. That Malfoy woman has done something to it, I know it. Arthur had made a flow call to Dumbledore, who had asked him to come to Hogwarts. Now Molly was alone and stewing in her thoughts. Arthur blamed her for Bill giving that tramp love potions, he blamed Bill for Harry betraying the Weasley family by siding with her and then attacking her baby. I can't believe that boy, after all we did for him. Upstairs sides were being drawn. Fred and George were horrified at the idea of their eldest brother using a love potion continuously. Ginny and Ron, on the other hand, were more upset, like their mother, that Harry had betrayed them by forcing Bill to quit Gringotts. You two are being complete gits. Would you like if someone had dosed you, Ginny? Fred and George had asked. Ginny frowned. I'm an actual witch, not part creature. If someone did that to me, I could have them sent to Azkaban. I'll bet he only helped her so that she would owe him a life debt. Ron spat. Now he's got that big house, all that money, and a beautiful villa on his arm. The battle raged on. Finally, the twins, having decided that their younger siblings were never going to listen to reason, decided to go back to their room and lock the door. There, they began to pen a note to Harry. Dinner was lovely, Narcissa thought as she and Harry walked arm in arm through the park across from the cafe. I never imagined doing this with my husband. Lucius was, as you may have guessed, not the type for a romantic stroll. Harry smiled and brought her hand up, keying it. Walking with you like this is nice. Once again, you've given me another reason to consider Lucius Malfoy an idiot. Narcissa laughed softly and continued walking with her husband. What would you say if we spent the night in town? I must confess, I like the idea of having you to myself, even if it's only tonight. She said, looking to him. Harry thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, let's find a good place to stay the night. He led her to an intersection and held out his hand. A taxi pulled up for them and he held the door open as Narcissa climbed in uncertainly. This might be the first time Narcissa has been in a car before. This will be interesting. He thought as he climbed in beside her. Take us to the nicest hotel you know, he said to the driver. Narcissa stifled a yelp as the car pulled away. A few miles later, miles which Narcissa had dug her nails into Harry's leg from nerves as the driver sped down the streets, the pair were in front of a large hotel. What do you think, Mrs. Potter Black? He asked. Narcissa looked at the bright lights of the hotel and nodded. I think this will be acceptable, Mr. Potter Black. Let's go in and see if they have a room available. The hotel had a suite available. Harry had paid for it, thankful of the small card Gringotts gave him that he could use to pay for things in the Muggle world out of his vault. This was also Narcissa's first time in an elevator, but unlike the taxi, it didn't frighten her. Their suite was nearly as big as the Dursleys' first floor. It featured a small kitchenette, a sitting area, and through the partition, a king-sized bed. Damn, I should have thought to bring us a change of clothes, Narcissa said as Harry inspected the room. You realize the others are going to tease us mercilessly when we come home in the same clothes we wore today. Harry chuckled as he walked back into the sitting room with her. They would have teased us regardless. So we'll have to give them something to tease us about tonight. Narcissa drew Harry against herself. I have a few ideas about that, my lord, she said softly before dotting him. Once the key broke, she led him back to the bedroom, using her wand to put the room into darkness. Albus Dumbledore had a look of studied neutrality on his face as Arthur told him everything that had happened. Harry has locked everyone except for himself and the current occupants out of Grimmauld Place. He got into a dangerous and wholly unnecessary duel with Bill Weasley. I need to speak with him. I'm sure I can talk some sense into the boy, but to be safe I'll bring some of my lemo drops. If I can't get him to take one willingly, then I'll have to give him a mild confundus. Jean-Luc Delacour had had an interesting life to this point. As a young man he had made his name on the dueling circuit. During an exhibition he had met a beautiful woman named Apolline and fell head over heels in love. She had done her best to remain disinterested, but finally the charming young man had worn her down. That was when she revealed her secret. She was half Veela. She had expected him to be repelled, or if he did want to be with her, to only have her as his mistress. But he had loved her, and only her ever since. He considered the highlights of his life, not his successes as a duelist, or his rise to the senior aide to the French minister for magic. No, the highlights of his life were the day he was married, and the days his daughters were born. Jean-Luc loved his daughters, and when he received the letter from a beautiful snowy owl written in Fleur's handwriting, he had been delighted. He hadn't heard from his eldest in a few months, not since she wrote to him telling her father that Bill Weasley, the man she'd met at Gringotts, had asked her to marry him. As he read the letter, his happiness at receiving a letter from his daughter diminished and his rage grew. That bastard was feeding my little girl love potions. Thankfully Harry Potter took her in as his ward. Still, I am her father. I think Bill Weasley and I need to have a chat. I think I should show him what happens when someone drugs my little girl. He began to write a few letters of his own. He and the Delacour family would be taking a little vacation to London. He wanted to thank Harry, and to formally bring him into the Delacour family. After all, Harry has saved both of my daughters' lives, now he's saved Fleur from being married to a man who was using her. He must love her to fight for her like this. He'll make a fine heir. This was a very nice way to wake up, Narcissa thought to herself as she looked at the young man sleeping beside her. Harry had been eager to learn what she liked, and thanks to the wonderful truth that is youthful stamina, he had gotten several chances to learn over the course of their night. She placed a hand over her stomach. It would be much too early to know for sure, but it could very well be that the first Potter Black child had been conceived. She snuggled back into the covers more fully. She wouldn't rise until Harry woke up. She closed her eyes and found herself dreaming of a little girl with blonde hair and green eyes. Lilith Ann Potter Black. You get back here and take your piano lesson. Narcissa shouted as her daughter raced through the hallway giggling. She, like her father, was difficult to keep sitting in one spot for long. Nah, mummy. I want to go flying with daddy. Harry was out on the family Quidditch pitch, teaching his son how to fly. Lily does love her brother Teddy. I do hope they get sorted together. She thought fondly as she relented and let her daughter go out to play. Narcissa stood at the edge of the pitch watching as Harry flew down to greet his wife and daughter. Nymphadora was sitting on the grass beside Bellatrix and Fleur. Sabine, Fleur's daughter, was watching her brother and father flying with wide, terrified eyes. She will most likely never join the Potter Black Quidditch games. Narcissa thought with a smile. Harry landed and walked over dotting Narcissa fondly. Want to come flying with me, sissy? Before she could say no, Harry guided her to sit behind him, holding onto his waist, and the pair were off. Below them, the family looked like dots. Then Harry took them a little higher and they were in the clouds. It's so beautiful up here, she told him. Harry smiled and angled himself so he could her. I love you, Mrs. Potter Black. Before Narcissa could answer, she woke back up. Harry was out of bed and, judging from the sounds, was taking a shower. She grinned and rose to join her husband before they had to leave. Jean-Luc Delacour had shown his wife the letter from their eldest daughter. As he expected, she was ready to declare a blood feud on the entire Weasley family, but he calmed her. As the feathers on her arms began to retreat, he explained his plan. Darling, Harry has saved our daughters' lives. This time he saved Fleur from being a concubine to another wizard. He actually dueled for her honor. The last thing he needs is for us to make things more uncomfortable for him. At least until he knows who in the Weasley family can be trusted. I'm going to go to the ministry and request a long-term international portkey. We will visit our daughter, and then we will formally join with House Potter Black. Quote. Formally join with House Potter Black. You mean? Yes, my love, I'm going to ask Harry to marry Fleur. When I read the letter, all I could imagine was the time I fought Alain Dupart for your honor. He must have some feelings for her. From what Fleur said, the Weasleys were like his second family. Jean-Luc looked at the letter and sighed. In any case, I want to see my little flower. So, pack what you'll need. We'll leave tomorrow. With that, Jean-Luc went to his youngest child's room and knocked on the door. Hearing his daughter's entrance, he walked in. Gabrielle was laying on her bed reading over her Transfiguration textbook for the next year. Gabrielle, how would you like to visit your sister and Harry over the summer? Apolline Delacour was still furious. How dare that Bill Weasley bastard do that to my daughter? I only wish I could have been there when Harry dueled him. She had always loved watching her husband duel. It had been how they'd met after all. It was hot on the dueling grounds. Apolline and her friends were watching under the shade of a large tree as the men danced about throwing hexes at each other. One in particular, a thin man a little older than her, had made it his habit to throw a particularly impressive hex whenever he caught her eye. Alain Dupère was rich, he was handsome enough, but he only seemed impressed with her beauty. Not like the other man vying for her, not like Jean-Luc Delacour. Jean-Luc was shorter than she was, but that wasn't difficult. Being part Vila, she tended to be at least as tall as most of the men she met. He was smart though. Unlike the others on the circuit, Jean-Luc always talked with her. Not about dueling, or her father's fortune in magical cosmetology, but about her own interest in the theater. The duel had begun in earnest. Alain and Jean-Luc were rivals and not friendly ones. Besides both finding Apolline Lalaurie beautiful, they were both on opposing political sides. Alain belonged to the purist movement. The purist movement believed that pure-blooded wizarding males should have all the political power in their world. Jean-Luc, a half-blood and the son of a Muggle teacher and a Medi-witch, disagreed. His belief was that since anyone could have magic, anyone should have a chance to make their name in the magical world. She watched as the two men fought as her friend Elizabeth leaned in, the brunette witch's lips twitched with mirth. "You know they are fighting over you today." Apolline said that you would be safe under his protection, whereas Jean-Luc thinks you're, how did he put it, tough enough to scorch the nethers of any bigot. Apolline smiled a bit larger. Now she knew who to root for. Her daydream was broken as her husband came back into their room. She rose and kissed her husband before wrapping her arms around him. "Thank you, my love," she said softly. "For what?" "For believing in me all those years ago." "You are right. Harry must feel something for Fleur. Maybe he thinks that she's tough enough to scorch some nethers." Apolline and Jean-Luc shared a laugh together. Harry and Narcissa had arrived back at Grimmauld Place to find a welcome that was exactly what they had expected. Tonks and Bellatrix were both eager to tease them as the pair went to their respective rooms to change clothes. Harry was in the middle of pulling his shirt down when he felt the ward's thump. "Someone is here." They tried to apparate in. Knowing that it could only be one of a handful of people, he came downstairs to find Professor Dumbledore forced into a kneeling position. "Professor, what are you doing here?" Harry asked as he walked down into the parlor. Bellatrix, cloaked in her glamour, stood at the entryway with Tonks. Both looked furious and Harry didn't understand why until. "You long-bearded goat-loving wrinkly bastard. You've got a compulsion potion on you. I made these damned wards specifically so that if someone tried mind-raping a member of this house they wouldn't be able to move from that spot." Tonks shouted, her wand drawn and pointed at Dumbledore. "Nymphadora, if you please. I have nothing on my person except my wand and some lemo drops that I carry for when I feel peckish." Dumbledore said smoothly. The wards crackled and he felt a shock run through his body. "What was that?" Harry asked as Dumbledore flinched in response. "The shock. That was the old man lying to us. These wards are keyed so that if someone trapped by them tries to lie their way out of things, they get a little jolt to remind them to be more forthcoming with the truth." Tonks said, her wand never moving from its spot at Dumbledore's head. "I can assure you this is just a misunderstanding." Dumbledore felt another shock, and Tonks nodded to Bellatrix. "He can't move, find the lemo drops and his wand. Take them both from him and put them on the table." Tonks is in full-on horror mode right now, Harry thought, watching as Bellatrix rifled through the professor's robes. She placed a wand and a pouch of candies on the table. Tonks looked to Harry. "Get your wand out and hold it on him. If his eyes so much as twinkle, you cast the strongest stunner you can." Harry did as she asked, watching as Tonks began waving her wand over the pouch. Harry saw Dumbledore's eyes widen as the bag turned green. Tonks turned and gave a sickeningly sweet smile before turning to the doorway and calling, "Fleur, sissy, I think the two of you will want to see this." Fleur and Narcissa both came into the parlor. Narcissa seemed darkly amused at the sight of the man the wizarding world considered the unimpeachable leader of the light. Fleur, however, was less amused. "You, how dare you enter this house?" She spat, the feathers already starting to form on her arms. "Fleur, Maybe you would like to take a look at the housewarming present he brought for Harry. It's a bag of lemo drops, the same ones that I'd wager he has in that little crystal bowl on his desk. They've tested positive for a loyalty charm. Tonks said before walking over and kneeling beside Dumbledore. You weren't planning on feeding anyone in this house a mind-altering candy, were you? Dumbledore was silent. He'd lost his chance, and he knew he wasn't going to get another one. Tonks rose. I'll be back in a moment, folks. I'm going to go see Madam Bones about a few matters. I'm sure she'll be willing to take time out of her busy schedule to come visit us, especially with such an important guest here. Keep your wands trained on him just to be safe. If anyone, Tonks said, looking at Bellatrix and Narcissa, are familiar with killing curses, I'd recommend using it if he moves. With that, Tonks vanished with a soft pop, leaving the group watching over the headmaster. The ministry was, as always, abuzz with noise as the different departments bustled about. Rumors were flying that Harry Potter, recently named Lord of Houses Potter and Black, had gotten married. Not just once but 3 times. No one was quite sure to whom, though. Rita Skeeter's sources hadn't found names, only the fact that 3 separate marriage documents were sent out just after the Potter-Black Malfoy duel. The front page of the Prophet said it all, though. The Boy Who Loved. By Rita Skeeter. Harry Potter, the boy who destroyed he who must not be named as a child, is no longer on the market. Shortly after being named the Lord to House Black by his godfather, an action that caused Lord Black to take his place as Lord Potter as well, Harry Potter, it can be safely reported, has been sent 3 documents of marriage by Gringotts. No one knows for sure to whom the formerly most eligible teen in magical Britain is married to, but there are rumors of Narcissa Malfoy's involvement. She petitioned Lord Potter Black to annul her marriage and take her back into the family. Perhaps she also desired the place of Lady Potter Black. For other suspected witches, please turn to pages 3, 4, 5, and 13. Attached to the paper were pictures of every girl and single woman of note, including a picture of Skeeter herself, winking flirtatiously at the camera. Amelia Bones, making a concerted effort to ignore the rumors, smiled as the paperwork she'd sent to Fudge was processed. Fat idiot didn't even read any of it, he just rubber-stamped everything, tossed it back at me and continued to say how Harry Potter is insane. She lost that smile as Tonks burst into her office. Or Tonks, it's a surprise to see you here, since my secretary didn't announce you. Sorry, Madam Bones, but this was too important. I need to take you to Harry's home. Professor Dumbledore just tried to drug him. Tonks said, panting slightly. Dumbledore tried what? Never mind. All right, or Tonks, take me where we're going. Tonks took her arm and the pair double-apparated back to Grimmauld Place. Tonks and Bones appeared at Grimmauld Place to find Harry, Bellatrix, and Narcissa still holding their wands at Dumbledore. Fleur, however, was instead holding a fireball in her palm and was staring at the headmaster in abject fury. Has he tried anything? Bones said to Harry without preamble. No, Madam Bones, he's just stayed there. He probably knows he's up Shite Creek. Tonks said with a grin, the candies and his wand are on the table by the entryway to the dining room, ma'am. Amelia Bones nodded and walked over to the pouch. It was still glowing faintly green, but to be sure she cast her own spell. The green glow deepened as did the frown on Amelia's face. She put the pouch into the pocket of her robe and walked back over to the prone headmaster. Right, you're coming with us, Professor. A few hours in a holding cell and some Veritaserum will find out what brought you here with these charmed candies. Or Tonks, with me. She stopped and looked at Bellatrix, still in her glamour. She offered a smirk to the woman. Before I forget, it went through. Then she and Tonks took Dumbledore's arms and with another pop vanished. Once they were alone again, Bellatrix dropped the glamour. It went through. I'm free. She rushed into Harry's arms and keyed him. I'm a free woman at last. Bellatrix felt the tears in her eyes and did not bother trying to wipe them away. She was free. Rita Skeeter had a good life. She had a good living with the Daily Prophet, was able to take down those who got in her way, and thanks to her latest article, she would probably get a raise from the editor. I deserve one. Cuff has probably sold more papers today than he has since you know who got taken down. She smirked as she left her office at the Prophet to go have lunch. Her good feelings made it all the way to the lobby. that was when she noticed a veritable horde of angry women of various ages. "Who did Harry Potter marry?" asked one woman holding back a crying daughter of, and here Rita was being polite, unique beauty. "Did you marry him?" An older dark-haired witch, Mafalda something from the IUM office I think. She's always had a bit of hero worship thing for the boy. Rita thought with a bit of a smirk. I remember her paying for me to autograph 6 copies of my pieces during the tournament, probably thinks she has a chance. "Who took my Harricans from me? We were destined to be together." Rita didn't recognize the young ginger-haired witch, flanked on either side by a dumpy woman who must be her mother, and her. Rita glared as she saw Hermione Granger standing with the 2 red-haired women. "Ladies, please, while I share your feelings regarding the wizarding world's former most eligible bachelor, all I can do is give you the facts as I have them." Rita smiled in a manner she considered charming and then turned away before stopping and addressing the group. "However, I can give you a little hint regarding my next article. I have a source who will be giving me some very interesting information from the Office of Line Continuation. This will be available in the Sunday Prophet. Good day. Always leave them wanting more. Rita, now they'll buy every copy printed." She smirked softly as she decided to apparate to her favorite cafe for lunch. In the ministry holding cell assigned to him, Professor Dumbledore was silently fuming. "How dare they lock me in here, me? I am Albus Dumbledore, the leader of the light, the greatest wizard since Merlin himself. Calm down, old boy. We can still win this thing. They don't have any proof I was going to use those candies on Harry. They can't hold me for long, and when they release me I can still get Harry alone at Hogwarts." The cell opened and he schooled his features into a serene mask as Amelia Bones and Nymphadora Tonks walked into his cell. "Well, as I'm sure you are aware, Dumbledore, we can't hold you without a formal inquiry. Luckily we have enough suspicion thanks to Auror Tonks' excellent ward crafting to question you under Veritaserum," Amelia said, placing a very familiar-looking bottle on the table. "Madam Bones, please. I am simply acting in Harry's best interests. He has been in very suspect company since Sirius Black's will emancipated him. Voldemort is out there plotting Harry's death. You must help me take Harry's lordship away, temporarily. Once we have stopped Voldemort, then Harry is welcome to take his place as Lord Potter Black with my blessing." Dumbledore pleaded. If Amelia tried the truth potion on him, he would have to rely on his occlumency skills to keep his plans hidden. That would work, but it was risky. Suspect company. Like whom? Amelia tapped her fingernails on the table. She didn't trust Albus Dumbledore, she never had. He was entirely too wrapped up in his "I am the most pure-hearted wizard in the world" nonsense, in her opinion. Narcissa Malfoy, for one. The now widow of a known Death Eater. Not to mention he is dating a young woman the same age as Nymphadora here. It seems obvious to me that they are leading him down a dark path. Narcissa Potter Black. Dumbledore. She is married to Harry Potter. Amelia leaned in and smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. In fact, it rather reminded Tonks of a goblin's smile. As the primary wife and Lady Potter Black, she has drawn up the necessary paperwork to ensure that you, and any of your little friends, has to stay far away from Harry Potter Black, his home, and anyone of his house. Now, 6 drops if you please, Auror Tonks. Albus felt his face grow white. She did marry Harry Potter, damn it all. As Tonks went to give Dumbledore a double helping of Veritaserum, Amelia set out a parchment and a self-writing quill. Amelia Bones, head of DMLE. Testing. Auror Nymphadora Tonks acting as secondary interrogator. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, current headmaster, pending review of Hogwarts, current chief warlock of Wizengamot, pending review, current supreme mugwump of ICW, pending review is under questioning for the alleged attempted use of loyalty charms on Lord Harrison James Potter Black. Interrogation will begin now. Dumbledore tried to fight the serum. Why did they use 6 drops? It was no use, however. 6 drops could make a goblin give someone their personal account information. As Amelia questioned him, Albus was forced to answer. "Why did you come to Lord Potter Black's home?" "I came to get him to listen to me. If he would not listen willingly, then I would use my special lemo. Candies, like I did with Delacour." "What did you do with Fleur Delacour?" "I gave Fleur Delacour a loyalty charm in the form of my lemo. Drops to get her to stay away from Harry." I need him isolated so that when the time comes he is prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for the greater good. Why does Harry need to make the ultimate sacrifice? As long as Voldemort lives, so will Harry. For Voldemort to be destroyed, Harry must be killed by Voldemort's hand. When that happens, I will kill Voldemort. The questioning continued. Amelia stared at Dumbledore, never noticing the darkening crimson hair and eyes of the Auror beside her. When it was over, Amelia had two Aurors stun Dumbledore and levitate him to an even more secure cell. The man is a monster. He'll spend the rest of his life in Azkaban or worse, she said, looking over to Tonks. He'll never see Harry again, Mrs. Potter Black. Tonks paled, her hair going from dark red to mousy brown. You know. Of course I do. It's the three of you that's married him, isn't it? You and the former Mrs. Malfoy and Lestrange. Tonks nodded, briefly explaining everything that had happened. Amelia pursed her lips in thought. Congratulations, Auror Potter Black, you're being assigned to a permanent guard position. You will shadow your new husband whenever he goes anywhere, unless he's being guarded by one of the other wives, of course. Tonks smiled. Thank you, Madam Bones. Amelia returned the smile, then looked down at her paperwork. I need to take this to my office. Get back to your security detail, Auror Potter Black. I'll send word when Dumbledore's trial will be held. Tonks nodded and then apparated away, leaving Amelia Bones to gather her papers. How does one boy get into these sorts of things? She thought, before apparating back to her office. Lunch is always my favorite meal, Rita mused as she finished her meal and stood to leave, throwing a few sickles down in payment, a nice sandwich and some gilly water, and a chance to hear people gossiping about my work. As she walked out, she heard a voice, Ms. Skeeter, a moment if you please. Turning, she saw Narcissa Malfoy walking up to her. Mrs. Malfoy, or is it Potter now? Rita smiled, internally cursing that she didn't have her quill at the ready. Actually, that is why I am here. How would you like a series of exclusive interviews with the Lord Potter Black with regards to his life to this point? As the words sunk in, Rita's smile grew much larger. Forget the profit, I'm going to make this into an entire book deal. When would you like to meet? This morning had not been a good one at the Burrow. Arthur had hardly spoke two words to Molly since Bill's duel. Bill was in his old bedroom recuperating. Banned from working at Gringotts, he was writing letters to other firms that engaged in curse breaking, but it seemed that word had gotten around. Then came the morning mail. The Prophet had an article on the front page regarding Harry Potter and his supposed marriages. Narcissa Malfoy has her hooks in my Ginny's future husband, but Professor Dumbledore will know what to do. Molly went to the flow and stuck her head in, but Dumbledore wasn't there. Strange, maybe he's in London figuring this all out. Ginny and Hermione were still reading in disgust. Can you believe that Teresa Zabini is named as a possible Mrs. Potter Black? That's Blaze's mother, Hermione said, wincing at the thought of Harry being married to the mother of a Slytherin. Oh sweet Maeve, listen to this. It has even been suggested by those in the improper use of magic office that a certain member of staff there keeps a sharper eye on the young lord's trace than is generally considered appropriate. Ginny looked sick. Harry is mine. We're this generation's James and Lily. Girls, please. I can't reach the headmaster, so I think we need to investigate this a bit further. Come on, we're taking the flow to Diagon Alley. Molly looked determined. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Mafalda Hopkirk threw herself onto the couch in her flat when she arrived home that evening. Harry Potter is married. I know I'm far too old for him, but I figured if he was single when he came of age I'd. She Ned into her cushion. I'm too old for this. I'm 36 years old. I'm a grown woman. But he's so famous and handsome and rich and handsome, and Mafalda rose from her position, pointed her wand at a bottle of fire whiskey and summoned it. I'm an idiot. It's the week's end. I'm going to get drunk and not think about Harry Potter. I'm serious, Harry. I've watched you duel. You're good, but you'd be so much better if your movements were more fluid. Bella, I don't want to take up dancing, especially not ballroom dancing. Avenue scene, Ari dance, it is not, as forte. Tonks heard the argument from the parlor. She made her way from the kitchen. Watch her folks, what's this about Harry learning to dance? Harry glared at a very amused Bellatrix and Fleur. They want me to learn ballroom dancing. Apparently it'll help me when I'm dueling to have more control of myself. Tonks looked to her fellow wife, and then to the ward of their house and grinned. You know, they aren't wrong, a lot of Aurors take dancing classes in Muggle London, you know, so the folks back home don't catch them. Shaq took 5 years of ballet and tap. I'm not doing it. I hate it. What is our dear husband so adamant about? Narcissa arrived back from her meeting. We think Ari should take dancing lessons, said Fleur, not a wife, but she was still invested in Harry learning to dance. He was terrible at the Yule Ball, surely he can improve. It'll be good for him to control his movements in battle, added Bellatrix. Plus it'll be dead funny to watch, finished Tonks with a smile, her hair turning a mischievous shade of pink at the idea. I must say, Harry, I like the idea myself. You are after all a lord, and it will be expected that you dance with your wives, when we hold a formal reception before you go back to Hogwarts. Narcissa said, I'll take you to Madame Malkin's tomorrow and help you select proper formal robes as befits your station. She walked over and stroked his cheek. I do have some interesting news. The prophet has learned that you are married, to 3 witches no less. They don't know whom, so I am assuming the goblins are keeping the file buried for now. I found Rita Skeeter today, and have invited her here for a personal interview. But why? I hate that woman. I understand that, Harry, Narcissa said, silencing him with a finger on his lips. However, if we control the news regarding you, then we can make sure that everyone knows your story. No one will listen to the Dumbledores, the Molly Weasleys, the Fudges of the world's version. They'll hear yours, in your own words. Speaking of that long-bearded tosser, said Tonks to Fleur and Harry, Madame Bones got him to confess drugging you. She pointed at Fleur, and attempting to do the same thing to you. Now she pointed at Harry. Sissy sent some papers ahead. Old Dumbles can't come near you now. He'll be locked down tight until his trial, which will be sometime this fall. McGonagall has probably gotten word that she's the new headmistress by now. Harry smiled. He was about to say something when an owl scratched at the window. It was opened and Harry took the letter from its leg. Lord Harrison James Potter Black. My name is Jean-Luc Delacour, attaché to Monsieur de Gale, Minister of Magic in France. I wish to thank you for risking your life for my daughter, Fleur. To that end, I and my wife and youngest daughter, who I might add, is very excited to see her hero again, will be coming to London in 3 days' time. We wish to speak to you about allying with your houses, as well as to inquire as to your intentions with our daughter. Yours, Jean-Luc Delacour. Harry Potter had lived through a number of attempts on his life. He had survived them all so far, but fate, it seemed, was determined to make him earn each and every moment of life. Professors Sinestra, Vector, and McGonagall were sitting their respective offices preparing for the new term when the morning's owl post came in. Included in each professor's usual mail were an unusually large number of letters, and a few howlers as well. Aurora Sinestra looked up from her star charts and frowned. The last time she'd received a howler was 6 years ago when a parent was unhappy that their son had failed. She took the envelope and let it open, and suddenly a harsh woman's voice filled the air. "Who do you think you are? Harry Potter is 10 times better than some snotty star-gazing bint. If you have ensnared that lad, you had best unensnare him." Sweet Circe, what was that about? Confused, the astronomy professor went back to her other letters. One was from her mother back in Kenya. "Aurora dear, why didn't you tell us that you and the boy who lived were in a relationship? It's true that you are a bit old to be with a young man like that, but your father's cousin Hamid married a young lady 15 years younger than him, so if the two of you work at it, I'm sure everything will be fine. Please bring your new husband to meet the family soon. Love, Mum." Now, thoroughly confused, Aurora found herself looking at the Daily Prophet. Sure enough, Harry Potter, recently named Lord Potter Black, had in fact been married, and to 3 different witches. There she was on page 3. A possible love affair with Professor Aurora Sinestra of Hogwarts, age believed to be 33, could have blossomed during late-night stargazing. Aurora groaned and immediately began throwing all the unopened letters she didn't recognize into the fireplace. I wonder if Minerva still has that bottle of Ogden's Finest. Professor McGonagall did in fact have that bottle of premium fire whiskey. She was, as a matter of fact, on her 3rd glass since opening her first letter. Now she was gazing horrified at page 14 of the Daily Prophet, the page labeled, unlikely prospects. Some of the more spurious rumors revolve around Harry's head of house. Transfiguration Professor Minerva McGonagall, age unknown. Professor McGonagall is known to be a feisty woman, perhaps a late-night detention blossomed into something more. Where did they find this awful picture of me? The picture, taken at least 20 years ago at a Yule party, showed a rosy-cheeked and disheveled McGonagall raising a glass of wine, her arm around Professor Slughorn. Ho! Thug and Tarb Co Suas. She muttered before draining her third glass and starting on a fourth. Septima Vector was never the kind to engage in practices she considered unseemly. She, for example, did not care to drink. She drank gilly water instead of butterbeer, and often plain water instead of gilly water. She was a careful witch. A lifetime of studying arithmancy had taught her what a careless mistake can do. So finding her name on the fourth page of the Daily Prophet, alongside a picture of her that she believed was taken during a holiday to Spain that she definitely hadn't authorized the paper to use, she was stunned. Professor Septima Vector, age 38, is a less likely prospect than some. It is known that while Hermione Granger, see page 2, does in fact take arithmancy classes, Harry does not. It is believed by sources that the always ambitious Granger, possibly Potter, would not allow her beau to spend time alone with a teacher he doesn't have classes with. Septima grumbled and rose from her seat. She was going to speak with Aurora. The younger witch was a good friend. Perhaps she'd know what madness the stars had inflicted upon her. Walking out of her classroom, she met Professor Sinestra walking towards Gryffindor Tower, and the office of Minerva McGonagall. Aurora, have you read the paper? Read it. I had to send an owl to my mother that I hadn't married him myself. Come on. I'm heading to Minerva's office. She's closer to Harry than we are. The two found their way to the door of McGonagall's office. Sinestra went to knock but was startled by the sound of breaking glass and loud cursing in Gaelic. Throwing open the door, the two witches saw their older colleague on the floor tearing the prophet into several small pieces and flinging them into the fire. In her own office, Professor Sybil Trelawney paid no attention to the mail, or the howlers. Instead was looking at the picture of herself, hiding behind a bush with a cheeky smile, with a large glass of sherry in her hand. Professor Sybil Trelawney, aged 45, is another rumored spouse of the boy who lived. This professor, seen here during a holiday in Majorca, is not a believable possibility though. Her long-rumored love affair with cooking sherry would leave most people rightfully assuming that Harry could do better. With that, Professor Trelawney drained her glass, filled and drained another, and then collapsed weeping. Greengrass Manor. Daphne Greengrass was having a good summer holiday. She had been anyway, until her father had burst into her room and inquired as to whether or not she had been having an affair with Harry Potter. It seems, as he thrust the prophet into her hands, she was on page 2 along with Granger and the girl Weasley as likely prospects, along with Gwenog Jones and oddly, Narcissa Malfoy. Now she was writing a letter to her closest friend, Pansy Parkinson. Hey Pans, have you seen the prophet yet? Apparently you and I are alleged married to Potter. He got rich, like really rich over the halls, and now he's gotten emancipated and married to 3 witches. My dad came raging in wanting to know if I'd gotten friendly with him. Let me know what you think. All right. Daff. Parkinson Manor. Pansy Parkinson was in fact aware of her supposed marriage to Harry Potter Black. Potter is a lord now. More to the point, he took House Malfoy in a duel to the death. He's richer than anyone else I know. Maybe I should talk to Daddy. Draco doesn't have much going on at the moment, so he's not really going to be worth a betrothal contract now. Spinner's End. Draco Malfoy fumed as he read the prophet. How could Mother betray us like that? She left my father, let Potter murder him, and she's now Potter's wife. Severus Snape looked up from his potion work in disgust as his godson threw yet another tantrum. The only thing that had calmed him last time was the fact that Severus had a copy of his trust vault key. They'd moved everything into a vault owned specifically by Draco, and the boy had already burned through a third of it. If he starts kicking my bookshelf again, godson or no, I will kick him out of this place. I suppose I can't blame him too much. I'd be furious if Harry Potter was technically my stepfather. For some reason that made Severus laugh quietly as he continued to work on the pain relief potion for Voldemort. For some reason over the past few days, the Dark Lord had been suffering terrible headaches. Lovegood Home, Ottery Street. Catchpole. Luna frowned a bit looking at the competing newspaper before her. Well, this is just silly. If I'd married Harry, I'm sure we would have put our wedding announcement in the Quibbler. She thought for a moment. I'm certain we aren't married, but I'll ask him when we get to Hogwarts. A Nargle could have gotten at me and made me forget. Jones Flat, Muggle, London. Hestia tossed down the paper in disgust. Surely her best friend Tonks would have told her if she'd gotten married. They would have thrown a killer bridesmaids party. She decided to owl her friend, grabbing up some parchment and a Muggle pen. Tonks. Did you marry Harry Potter? The prophet says he's gotten married to 3 witches and your name is on the shortlist page. Says, Nymphadora Tonks, age 23, or known klutz, and possible beloved of Harry Potter. This would be especially crafty on her part as it is said that her mother, one Andromeda Tonks and formerly Andromeda Black, had been removed from that very family. Perhaps the Auror has aspirations of wealth and fame alongside her husband and possible family member. Ridiculous, right? Anyway, let me know what's going on. We haven't hung out in a week. Hestia. Rolling the parchment and tying it to the leg of her owl, she opened the window. The bird took off and Hestia went back to her table to go over more of the names. She was slightly hurt that she hadn't made it onto the list. What am I, chopped liver? Grimmauld Place. Harry and Bellatrix were laughing at all of the ridiculous names they saw on the lists. Apparently I could be married to Madame Malkin. He winced and shuddered. Don't forget Dolores Umbridge. Apparently you could have wormed your way into her heart. Bellatrix cackled, watching with delight the disgusted face her husband made. You are a heartless woman for making me picture that. Ooh, here's a good one. Apparently I was secretly pining for Valmy Morgan of the Holyhead Harpies. Harry grinned and pointed at a thin brunette which diving after a quaffle. She's pretty cute. Maybe we should go see a match and introduce you to your apparent lady love. Nah, I'm more of a Kenmare Kestrels fan myself. Maybe when we go on our date we can see them play. Bellatrix looked at him. What are you on about, Potter? Oh, I forgot to tell you. I found a concert playing in Muggle Ireland, some group called Riverdance. I know how much you love that kind of music, so I bought some tickets and rented us a hotel for that week. He said with a grin, it's amazing what the goblins can arrange for one of their biggest clients if you write to them and ask politely. Bellatrix tackled him, knocking him onto the rug and key, dotting her husband soundly, come along Lord Potter Black, we're going upstairs and I'm going to shag you rotten. Gaunt Manor. Voldemort screamed in agony. Harry Potter was responsible for this, he knew that much. Potter was happy. His happiness always equaled pain for Voldemort. Worse, somehow the Ministry had begun to figure out his sources. Marked and unmarked Death Eaters were being arrested and questioned under Veritaserum. Safe houses were being uncovered and destroyed. Luckily only 2 people knew of this place, himself and Wormtail. Wormtail had been given a new task. He was to hide in his rat form in Diagon Alley. When he found Harry Potter, no matter who was with him, he was to stun and capture the boy and bring him here. He had received a very infuriating bit of news from of his few remaining free associates. Apparently teams of Gringotts curse breakers were going to certain locations that were dear to him and destroying certain items. Somehow, someone had found out about his Horcruxes and were destroying them one by one. All that he had left was his ring and Nagini. He knew that he was in a sensitive position at the moment, but he also knew that the Blood Wards would keep anyone from finding this place. One positive thing had happened though. Greyback had brought him a copy of the Prophet. Apparently Harry Potter had gotten married, and the Prophet offered him a list of possible Mrs. Potters. Most were easily discounted nonsense, so he wouldn't waste the effort, but one name stood out for him. Narcissa, you've been a naughty girl. I don't know how you got hold of the information you gave Harry, but I will find you, and I will kill you. Narcissa finished her list for Madame Malkin's. She and Harry would be there for a while and so she had suggested that he eat a light lunch, with a promise that they would get something afterwards. You don't want anything that will be too heavy, otherwise the clothes might not fit properly. She explained as Harry grumbled his way through a ham sandwich. We need to get you some proper dress robes for when you present yourself at Dumbledore's trial. Though I do wonder if they'll require you to wear your Wizengamot robes over it. If so, we'll make sure that your dress robes are comfortable enough. Then we'll need to get you some new clothes for school, you'll need new uniforms, that sort of thing. She looked down at her list. Then of course, we need your Muggle clothes. Nymphadora has kindly offered to take you into Muggle London to purchase those. Dora is coming with us. Of course, according to Madame Bones, she is to be your bodyguard whenever you go out. She's making her own list of clothing stores she wants to take you to. Tonks was in fact making a list, but not just of clothing stores. She was ready for her own date night with her husband. The Weird Sisters are playing at the Scrying Bowl tonight. We're not on the list now, but I'm sure that Lord Potter Black and his young and beautiful wife/bodyguard merit a pair of free tickets. Just then she heard a tapping at her window. That's his owl. I wonder what she wants. Tonks opened the window and allowed the bird to come in. Watcher Brig, you got a note for me. Pennabrig, aka Brig, barked softly and held out his leg. Tonks retrieved the note and read it. Damn, he's is going to pass a brick when I tell her that I am in fact married to Harry. Ah well, nothing to do but fess up and deal with the mess afterwards. She sighed and took a different piece of parchment than her list and began to write. So yeah, turns out that I'm Mrs. Potter Black. Harry and I got married in a secret ceremony. Just us and the other 2 wives. Yeah, 2. I'm the youngest one though, so I'm still the prettiest, haha. Harry and I are going to the Scrying Bowl tonight for a concert. If you're around, stop in and say hi. Tonks or PB, you know, for Potter Black, I haven't decided yet. Tonks tied the letter to Brig and watched the bird fly off. This will change my timeline a bit for the day, but not too badly. We'll meet with Hees and get a few drinks, then go to the concert. Harry and I will probably stay out tonight ourselves. She grinned at the thought, considering how vocal Bella got, not to mention how happily disheveled Sissy looked. Harry, if he didn't know what he was doing, did a good job of compensating. It's been a while since I've had some alone time with a handsome bloke. Harry was certain that this day wouldn't end. They had already been at Madame Malkin's for what felt like 3 hours. Every robe had been wrong somehow. Narcissa was like a general inspecting her troops each time. She'd run her hands over one robe, decide the material was too rough, then when another came out she didn't like its color. Narcissa, why has everything been wrong? This is the best robe shop in town, Harry asked her. Narcissa looked up from where she was inspecting the stitches on a black and gold trimmed robe and frowned. You are the lord of a most noble and ancient house, absorbed into houses. Potter and Black are some of the wizarding world's most famous and infamous houses. I will be damned if I let you show up at the Wizengamot in last year's rags. They are going to be judging you, going over everything you say and do with a fine-toothed comb. I won't let them decide that you're just a child who knows nothing. I will stay here in this shop with you, going over every single robe in their stock until I find the right one. Harry put his hand on hers. Sissy, I trust you as my voice. If they think I'm some know-nothing child, so be it. They'll have to get past one of the smartest witches I know if they think they can take advantage of me. If they don't have something perfect, how about we ask them to make something custom? Narcissa smiled at the idea, well that and the feel of Harry's hand on her own. From her spot in the corner Tonks stifled a laugh at her aunt. Auntie Sissy's got it bad for our man. What did he do you last night? In any case I can't wait to find out for myself. She walked over to the pair, her hands tracing over the fabric. I don't know, this feels pretty silky. I know I like the feel of silky things against my skin. She said it softly, words meant just for Harry. Harry looked to his youngest wife and grinned softly. You do Tell me, are there magical lingerie shops? Tonks let her hair grow slightly pink. They do, but I think I'll wait until your birthday to take you there. She ran her finger down his robes again. Tonight, however, once Sissy is finished with you, you are mine. We're going to see the Weird Sisters tonight. Dolores Umbridge walked briskly into the DMLE offices. Ignoring the secretary, she walked into Amelia Bones' office. Madam Bones, I need to speak with you at once. Someone has placed a full pardon in the minister's paperwork and got him to sign it. Bellatrix Lestrange is out there somewhere. We need as large a squad of Aurors as you can find. You must capture that Death Eater quickly and quietly so that word doesn't get out. She enjoyed the feeling of bossing around others. It was best, she felt, that people knew their place. She didn't like the look on the face of Amelia Bones. Madam Umbridge. No. Now get out of my office. No. There is a convicted murderer on the loose and you say you won't go after her. Dolores drew herself to her full height, which wouldn't even come to the chest of Amelia Bones if she stood, which she did. Towering over the much shorter woman, she continued to smile unpleasantly to Umbridge. Again Madam Umbridge. No. Lestrange provided proof that she had been forced under a compulsion charm. She also, as a sign of remorse, gave me a very long list of names. Names. Yes, people, some of whom work in this very ministry that are openly or secretly associated with he who must not be named. All my Aurors are busy investigating those names. Perhaps instead of coming in here and bothering me while I'm working, you should see to your own staff and affairs. Now, get out of my office. Umbridge smiled sweetly, the kind of smile she saved for people she especially hated. Very well, Madam Bones. But I promise you, if something happens and it is connected to Lestrange, then I will be back with the minister, and we will remove you from this position and put someone in it that will obey the law. With that she turned and left the office, making her way to the lift. Rotten cow. How dare she refuse to do her damned job no matter. I still have my connections at Azkaban. I will send another group of Dementors after Lestrange. Peter Pettigrew, aka Wormtail, had been watching the street in his rat for a few hours now. Harry Potter went into Madame Malkin's with Narcissa and some third woman. He's not vulnerable here. Narcissa isn't any great shakes with her wand, but that purple-haired woman, I think I've heard the others talk about her, she's an Auror. The Dark Lord isn't expecting me back for some time. I think I'll just hide in the sewers for a while. Either Harry Potter will kill Voldemort, or Voldemort will kill Harry Potter. In either case I will just stay a quiet little rat away from all of them. With that the rat slunk away into the sewers. Narcissa had made some selections from the ready-made robes, emergency robes, she had termed them. Harry had stood there, allowing Madame Malkin's assistant to fit him. Narcissa and Madame Malkin were discussing a set of made-to-measure robes. Not just for Harry. Narcissa wanted a set for herself as well. We will need robes that state, "We are Lord and Lady Potter Black. Do not try and treat my husband like a child, and do not consider me an empty-headed trophy," Narcissa said to the woman as she swiftly began to take notes. Narcissa had finally settled on 2 sets of black robes for each of them. Harry's would feature a deep forest green along the neck. Hers would be similar but with a pale golden trim. As she listened to Madame Malkin discussing the features, she found herself imagining dancing with her husband at a Yule ball. "You look so beautiful, Lady Potter Black," Harry says softly as he spins her around the floor gracefully. "I didn't think I would enjoy my dancing lessons, but when I imagined you being disappointed in my skills, I set out to master dancing. What do you think?" Narcissa smiles and s her husband. "I believe, my Lord Potter Black, that should serve as an answer. They are the envy of the dance floor and soon enough they are the only ones dancing. The crowd watches them, the women are openly jealous of her. She can feel Molly Weasley glaring at her and her husband in outdated formal robes that could not hold a candle to her and Harry's beautiful, handcrafted robes. Let's stay out tonight. Lilith Ann is spending the night with Dora and Teddy. Bella and James are at the villa. Fleur and Sabine are in Paris visiting her parents. There's no reason we have to rush back." His voice is soft, his eyes teasing her. Somehow this marriage had become something so precious. Narcissa pitied any witch who never got someone to look at them the way her husband looks at her. "Lady Potter Black. I'm sorry, Madame Malkin, I was thinking about something else." "That's all right, my dear, but I wanted to know your opinion on these buttons for your dress robes." Madame Malkin opened a small case of buttons and showed them to Narcissa. The third set were white gold with an intricate runic pattern. They are perfect." Harry appeared, dressed in the outfit he had came with her in. Tonks came up beside him. "Right, you've had him long enough today. Harry and I are going into Muggle London, and I doubt we'll be back tonight." She grinned to Harry before looking over the robes Narcissa had picked out. "Not bad at all, sissy. You're definitely going to make a lot of people at the Wizengamot feel underdressed." Quote. Narcissa merely smirked and turned to pay Madame Malkin. Once the transaction was completed, she key. Ed Harry, have fun tonight, we'll see you for breakfast. She apparated back to Grimmauld Place, leaving Tonks and Harry standing there. All right, hubby, it's time I take you to get some muggle clothes. If you're good, I'll slip into the changing room and give you a surprise. She said softly as she drew up close against him and double apparated them away. They appeared in a flat. Tonks smiled and let go of Harry. So what do you think? Mum and Dad got this for me when I graduated Auror Academy. There's no flow, but my window is warded so muggles don't notice the owls. This is exactly the kind of place I would have imagined for Tonks. Harry thought. It was small and very messy. Too bad I can't call Dobby too. Crack. Master Harry Potter sir has called on faithful Dobby. What does the great Master Harry Potter sir need? The house elf appeared before them. Harry jumped slightly. House elf apparition was still something he needed to get used to. Tonks smirked and pushed Harry's shoulder gently. You have another house elf besides Creature. You've been holding out on us. Dobby isn't my house elf, he's my friend. He saved me in second year when Lucius Malfoy tried to curse me. The great Master Harry Potter sir considers worthless Dobby a friend. This is such an honor. Dobby then hugged Harry before dancing madly around the room. Dobby, 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 Harry called, finally getting the little house elf's attention. Dora here is my wife. Well, one of my wives. Will you please straighten up the flat for us? We'll be back a little later. I'll pay you 5 nuts a week for it. 1 canute a month and no days off. It is a privilege to clean for the great Master Harry Potter sir and Master Harry Potter's Miss Tonks. Dobby countered. 5 nuts a month and 1 day off each month. Fine, but only if the great Master Harry Potter sir lets Dobby bring Winky. Winky is terribly sad without a proper wizarding family to care for. Fine, Harry said, Winky can come and help you. Dobby hugged Harry's leg again and then vanished. Tonks smirked and walked towards the door to her bedroom. She shrugged off her robes and began to change into muggle clothes. So, that brings the count up to 3 house elves. Mr. Potter, you're going to spoil us girls. She called from her bedroom, before reappearing in hip-hugging jeans and a t-shirt that just barely covered her stomach. What do you think? Does this say, I'm the young and wife of a handsome young lord? She teased him, loving how flushed Harry's face got. She thought for a moment and then let her hair go from pink to a warm brunette, curling slightly. When she opened her eyes, they were the same warm brown to match. This is the face I use here. The folk in the building know me as a university student. She explained. Now, come on, let's go find you some proper clothes for tonight. With that, she grabbed his arm and led him out her door and into the hall towards the lift. Tonks, deciding that she wanted to tease Harry, began to play with his hair as the lift made its way down from the 15th floor to the lobby. Not content to only play in his hair, she also ed him hungrily, not stopping until the bell dinged and the lift doors opened. Mighty tasty there, Mr. Potter, I think I'll keep you. She teased him, before taking his hand and pulling him out the door of the building onto the busy street. Tonks, flat, as Harry was learning, was in the middle of a busy shopping district. She tugged his hand, guiding him towards a shop with a sign that said, Black Cat Consignment. This is where I get everything I wear, Tonks told him as they waited to cross the street. Everything comes from a second-hand shop. What about? You know. What my clothes and knickers. Never wear them. She's determined to drive me crazy today, Harry thought as they crossed the road and entered the shop. This was an affair much like Madame Malkin's. Tonks went up the aisles, picking out shirts and jeans, then throwing them at Harry. Go ahead to the dressing room, I'll bring back a few more things. She told him. Harry had just stripped to his boxers when he heard the door click open. Tonks slipped in and re-locked the door. I love Alohomora. I'm also a fan of Notice Me Not, and Silencio. Now it's nice and quiet outside of our room here, no one is going to notice us, and I can do this. She ed him hard then, pushing him to sit on the bench beside the pile of clothes she had given him. Remember what I said about never wearing knickers? She whispered against his ear. I meant it. I figure you owe me at least 2 rounds and I'm getting the first one early. The changing room rocked slightly, but no one paid it any mind. Later, Harry and Tonks left the shop with a bag of clothes. Harry was wearing on of his new shirts, a faded t-shirt with the logo for the Rolling Stones on it. Tonks held his hand as they walked. Harry had, as she had thought, not been the most skilled lover, but he definitely wanted to learn. Just wait until I get you trained, Mr. Potter. You are going to make your wives very happy indeed. They continued back to the building containing Tonks' flat. The pair, just as on their way out, spent the ride in the elevator key, dotting one another, until the bell rang on the 6th floor and a very old woman got on with them. She looked to Tonks, and then to Harry with a stern glare. A bit of decorum is appreciated, Ms. Abernathy. Sorry, Mrs. McNeil. The old woman got out on the 8th floor and Tonks rolled her eyes. McNeil is a miserable old harpy. She was the first one to welcome me, brought a dried up cake that smelled like she'd had it left over from D-Day. So she's always like that. Why did she call you Ms. Abernathy? Oh, the flat is in my grandmother's maiden name. Martina Abernathy. Dad said this way if someone wanted to find where or Tonks lived, it would be a lot harder since, technically, she doesn't live anywhere. Tonks explained, pulling him out as the lift opened on their floor. When they got to the flat, Tonks and Harry were both amazed. It was spotless. Dobby and Winky had, in less than an hour, accomplished a task that Harry had imagined would have taken him all night. Dobby noticed the pair standing there. The great master Harry Potter, sir, and his Miss Tonks have returned. Winky stopped and curtsied to them both. Master Potter, sir, has agreed to let Winky serve him. Yes, Winky. Do you want the same arrangement as Dobby? Not at all, sir. Winky is a good house elf. She only wants to serve. All right, Winky. Welcome to family. When you aren't needed here, you can go to Grimmauld Place and help clean up there. Is that okay? Harry asked her. Winky nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, Master Potter, sir. She said and then vanished before Harry could ask her not to call him master. Tonks set the bag down on the coffee table. Dobby grabbed the bag and vanished with it. She shook her head and then grabbed his hand. Excitable, isn't he? Come on then. We're going to the Scrying Bowl. We'll get a few drinks before the show. With that the pair vanished, reappearing in Diagon Alley. Hestia Jones had been waiting on them. When she spotted her best friend and her new husband, she rushed over, hugging Tonks before smacking her shoulder. You couldn't tell me you got married to the newest lord in town. Sorry, it was kind of a spur of the moment kind of thing. Tonks began. Hestia looked down at her stomach meaningfully. Tonks snorted. Not that kind of spur of the moment. I'll explain everything once we get a table. As they went to the door, the bouncer stopped them. Do you have tickets for tonight's concert? The bouncer was a large, thick-necked sort that reminded Harry immediately of Crabbe or Goyle. Tonks smirked and pointed. Do you know who that is? That's Harry Potter. I think you can let him pass. And you are. We're his entourage. Where he goes, we go. Harry allowed Tonks to guide him and Hestia into the club. Once inside, she had him sit at a table with Hestia while she went to the bar. Now she was alone. Hestia had to probe for information. So apparently, out of every single girl and woman in magical Britain, I'm the one that no one thought you'd get married to. I didn't even get interviewed for that article. Harry began. Hestia cut him off with a grin. Don't worry. I'm not that mad about it. You're cute and all, but I like my men to only be married to me. I'm not sure how Tonksy is going to do this. At that moment, Tonks arrived back with 3 drinks. She pushed one in front of Harry. Here, drink this, it's a flaming hippogriff. Harry sniffed it. Tonks, I can't drink this. I'm only. You're an adult according to magical law, right? You can have one measly cocktail. She cut him off. Hestia chuckled. Tonksy, you're corrupting the wizarding world's golden boy. Not half as bad as I planned to he's. Now I promised you the whole story. By the end of it, Hestia had needed another drink, and then a third one as well. Harry had finished his and against his will, had drank a second one at Tonks' behest. So that's where we're at. Dumbledore is a dickbag, Bill Weasley is a rapist, Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Malfoy are my co-wives, and we have a villa living in one of the spare rooms. How in the name of Maeve's left nipple do you get into these things, Harry? Hestia asked him, to which he shrugged. If I knew that I'd find a way to stop it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love being married to Dora, Bella, and Narcissa, but I kind of wanted 1 year where I wasn't in mortal peril for over half of it. The alcohol in Harry's system had made him a bit more vocal than normal. He took Tonks' hand and key. This is the best part of all this dragon dung though. Tonks is amazing. He key at her and then rested his head against hers. You are drunk, Mr. Potter. That's your fault, Mrs. Potter. Tonks grinned. She was about to say something when they heard a voice from the stage. Hello, Scrying Bowl. This is the Weird Sisters. Are you ready? The crowd roared as the band went into their first song. Getting Harry drunk had been part of Tonks' plan. She got her husband up onto his feet and onto the dance floor. The first few songs were fast-paced, and Tonks enjoyed the feeling of Harry holding her so close. Then she noticed they were alone on the dance floor. The crowd had parted, leaving them in the center alone. The song the band began to play was a little slower. Not much, after all the Weird Sisters wasn't the group one hired when they wanted a waltz, but it was slow enough that Tonks and Harry got lost in each other's movements. Hestia watched them with no small amount of envy. You got lucky, Tonksy. That boy has it bad for you, and you've got it just as bad for him. She drained her glass and then rose to find her own dance partner. The next morning's Daily Prophet would feature a picture of the trio at their table with the headline, "Could these be two of Harry Potter's wives?" The picture certainly hinted at it. Harry key dotting Tonks while Hestia appeared to look on in deep longing. The article mentioned that not only had Harry Potter danced with both women, he had also ended up on stage with Tonks. From various homes across magical Britain, howlers by the dozens began to fly. Harry and Tonks did not know this. After the concert they had retreated to Tonks' flat, and would awaken BPD in each other's arms on her kitchen table. We didn't even make it all the way to the bed, Mr. Potter. She said with a grin. Let's rectify that and try for a hat-trick. What? You know, 3 in a row. Tonks giggled and then key at her husband deeply. At the burrow, Molly Weasley, Ginny Weasley, and Hermione Granger read in horror. She's one of Harry's wives and Hestia Jones is one as well. Hermione read on in horror, feeling that pit in her stomach grow deeper and deeper. Harry was supposed to be mine, wasn't he? I mean, we're always together. He's saved my life at least once a year. I knew I should have been more forceful. That traitorous bint, I'll rip every hair out of her head for taking my Harry from me. Ginny Weasley fumed, before turning to Molly. Molly Weasley had a murderous look that matched her daughter's. Get your owl. I am sending them a message and demanding that they come here right now and explain this. He's too young to be married to that homewrecker. From upstairs, Fred and George wound up their extendable ear. So Harrikins is all grown up now. It seems so, dear brother. 3 wives and now we know 2 of them. Mum's on the warpath. Not just Mum. Ickle Ginny is just as mad. My own looks like someone hexed her dog too. We'd best send a warning. Let's grab Pig before they get a chance. Agreed, brother mine. Fred raced to grab the tiny Pigwidgeon from Ginny's room while George penned a letter. The owl was sent off just moments before they heard Ginny's screech, Pigwidgeon, where are you? Good luck, Harry, both brothers thought as they watched the tiny owl vanish into the distance. Harry tossed and turned beside Tonks on the small mattress of her flat. Perhaps it was just the sheer weight of everything. Perhaps it was that this was his first time having real alcohol, but tonight he was having the strangest dream. Harry found himself sitting in the stands in front of a Quidditch pitch. He recognized the pitch. He was at the Weasleys' home. Sitting beside him eating popcorn was Dobby, Creature, and Winky. He looked over and saw his godfather and his father sitting in the announcer's booth. Here we are at the beautiful Weasley family Quidditch pitch. This will be a match for the ages. One team Weasley, we have Bill, Ginny, Molly Weasley, and Hermione Granger. On Team Potter Black we have Bellatrix, Narcissa, Nymphadora, Tonks, Potter Black, and Fleur Delacour. At stake, the love and sanity of one Harry Potter. Sirius Black stood there with his wand at his throat. Beside him was James Potter. That's right, Sirius. It's an anything goes, no holds barred match-up. Up first is Fleur Delacour and Ginny Weasley. It's the youngest wife versus the youngest Weasley. Crack. Or Alistair. Mad Eye. Moody appeared dressed in the black robes of a Quidditch referee. He stood between Ginny and Fleur. Right, you two. I want a clean match. I don't care what those two idiots say about anything goes. Now let's get it on. Crack. Alistair apparated to the sidelines and the two women stood there assessing each other. You, Avenue no chance little girl. Fleur said with a grin. My, Ari loves me and he would never betray my, he art to be with someone like you. At least I'm someone. You're part creature. Why would my Harricans ever want to be with a thing like you? A thing. Suddenly Fleur's began to sprout feathers. Ginny's sneer turned into a look of terror as she began to dodge fireballs. Mooum. Ginny shouted, dodging left and then right. She tried to get her wand out but Fleur was too quick. A fireball cooked her wand, which exploded in a flash of light, and another took off her hair, leaving her with a bright pink scalp. That's a point for Team Potter Black. Take your victory lap, Fleur. Sirius's magically enhanced voice carried. Harry watched as Fleur turned and blew a key to him. Beside him the house elves clapped. Creature, Harry saw, was holding up a black foam finger with Potter Black inscribed on it in silver. I find myself thinking that I'd be fine with a French daughter-in-law. Came a voice on Harry's right. He turned and saw Lily Potter sitting there beside him. Mum. Harry said softly. Lily smiled. Yes, love. We've been watching. You've had so much going on. We figured you'd enjoy a little break. Harry looked down at the bleachers where the rest of Team Potter Black sat. Bellatrix was standing. Apparently she was going to be up next. Thank you for helping her son. James was scared she'd never find a way to free herself from what Walburga did to her. You're okay with. I don't know if I'm ever going to be okay with the idea of my baby being married, let alone to 3 witches so far, nor the fact that his first wife is my husband's ex-girlfriend, but she loves you, you love her. So I guess it doesn't matter. That said, if she doesn't treat you right, I'll haunt her, just like Sirius will haunt you if you hurt her. Lily smiled softly and put her hand on his. Someone else wants a chance to talk to you. She vanished, and then an older wizard Harry had never seen before was sitting beside him holding his bucket of popcorn. Come on, Bella. Knock that old witch's block off. The older man called out as Molly and Bellatrix squared off. Hello, Harry. My name is Cygnus Black. It seems I owe you a great deal of thanks. Thanks, sir. Yes, my greatest sorrow was dying before my wife. She and my sister, you know her as Walburga Black, did horrible things to my daughter after I died. They broke her mind, made her a weapon for their own ambitions. That was the same time Sirius left the Black home and moved in with your father. Cygnus sighed, watching as Bellatrix nimbly dodged a curse from the Weasley matron. My Bella, she was never supposed to be the woman you first met. She was my pride and joy, but then I died and the life I wanted for Bella was destroyed. I would have been happy if she and your father had been together. They were good for each other. But it wasn't to be. Cygnus turned to face Harry. Take care of her for me. Give her the love she should have had. Then there was a roar from the elves as Bellatrix hexed Molly into flying back through the wall of the burrow. Bellatrix Potter Black has taken down Molly, the beast of the burrow, Weasley. Sirius shouted as James pumped his fist. That's right, Padfoot. I hope Arthur is up to cooking dinner, because she's going to be out for a while. Lily was back beside Harry now. She handed him a pennant flag with Potter Black stitched onto it. Looks like it's going to be brains versus brains. Hermione and Narcissa are getting ready. Harry looked, and sure enough, the former Mrs. Malfoy was limbering up while Hermione thumbed through a book labeled Dueling for Dummies. Are you ready, Ms. Granger? Narcissa said, standing there, no trace of fear in her blue eyes. Hermione grabbed her wand and held it steady. He doesn't love you, you know. Harry could never love the mother of Draco Malfoy. She sneered and cast a hex at Narcissa, who nimbly dodged it and threw her own back. That would require her being Draco's mother, came a voice from Harry's side. He jumped a bit. Turning, he saw his mother was gone again, and in her place a owned haired witch his own age sat. Hello, Harry. My name is Cassiopeia Malfoy. Well, it would have been. I was stillborn. My father obliterated her memories of it and replaced me with another baby, one born from an affair with his true love. You mean that Draco? Draco is my half-brother. His mother was Auriel Malfoy, the sister of Lucius Malfoy. She was a squib. My father kept her hidden in a tenement in Knockturn Alley. She died giving birth to Draco. Cassiopeia looked to him. I'd like to think that if I'd lived we might have been friends. I don't think I'd have been quite as weak-willed as my half-brother is planning to kill you, you know. Back on the pitch, Hermione had connected with a weak stunner. It wasn't enough to drop Narcissa though. The older witch smiled cruelly and cast a charm that put a stack of books in front of Hermione. With another spell the books were alight with flames. Those are the books Sirius Black left her, Cassiopeia said with a smirk. My mother is very smart, you know. She is. Harry agreed. She's the one who's been navigating all of the insanity Gringotts and the Ministry have been throwing at me. And Hermione Granger is on fire. The point goes to Team Potter Black. Sirius shouted. That's my cousin. That's my daughter-in-law. James shouted. Narcissa turned. Her eyes seemed to catch Harry's. She bowed and smiled back to her husband before walking off. The last match was Tonks against Bill Weasley. Thank you for making my mother so happy, Harry. Treat her kindly and she'll be your voice for the rest of her days. Cassiopeia smiled to him and then vanished. Lily reappeared before her son. She seemed nice. Where do you go when the others come to me? Harry asked, to which Lily smiled and handed him a butterbeer. Concession stand. Last match is Bill, the Love Potion King, Weasley versus Nymphadora Potter Black, aka, Don't Call Me Nymphadora, aka, Tonks. Shouted Sirius as the pair squared off. You ruined my life, you stupid bint. If you hadn't meddled, you'd still be mind-raping Fleur. You are an awful person, Bill Weasley. I'm going to enjoy this. Harry watched as the two fought. This wasn't like Ginny and Fleur or Molly and Bellatrix, neither was toying with the other. This was a match born of hate. She's always been like that. If she found a bully on the playground she wouldn't stop until she'd beaten the pants off of him. Harry, now starting to get used to the surprise visitors, saw a rather nondescript-looking wizard beside him. Hello, Ted Tonks at your service. He said, putting his hand out for Harry to shake. I didn't realize that you were. Harry began as he shook Ted's hand. Oh, I'm not. This is a dream after all. Let's just say that you wanted a chance to meet your wife's family. You've met Bellatrix and Narcissa's father and daughter, so here I am. Ted chuckled and slapped Harry's back. You two are good together, you know. Age aside, if this was a normal relationship, I think you'd do well. Much better than some shaggy ass twice her age who would knock her up and then vanish until he got a boot up him by a teenager. He muttered the last part darkly as Harry watched his youngest wife neatly remove Bill's head from his shoulders. Well, that's it, folks. Team Potter Black has won the match. If you took advantage of Fred and George Weasley's betting pool, they'll be at the entrance collecting their money. Sirius said, and then everything vanished except for the bench Harry and Ted sat on. Well, I guess that's it, Harry. Please come and see Andy and me. I promise she's not going to hex your bits. Ted said, rising, and then everything went black. Harry bolted upright, panting. He felt sick. He was covered in sweat. His sudden jerk forward had awoken Tonks, who frowned at him sleepily. Come back to sleep, she muttered, pulling him down against her. Harry looked up at the ceiling. Tonks, as he was now learning, was a very loud snorer. He thought for a moment about getting his wand from the nightstand and casting Silencio, but thought better of it. Tonks would kill me if she woke up and found that she was silenced. At Grimmauld Place that morning, interspersed with the usual mail, were 2 letters, each delivered by Weasley owls. One was labeled, to Harem Master par excellence Harrison, Stud Muffin Potter Black. The other, a much more menacing red envelope, just said, Harry, in Molly Weasley's handwriting. Bella looked skeptically at it for a moment, then shouted, Creature. That miserable shrew and her shrew, it sent the lord of this house a howler. Dispose of it properly. The house elf snapped his fingers and the letter vanished. From outside the burrow it appeared a normal morning. Then there was a loud boom and the windows rattled. The gnomes in the garden paused in their work, then shrugged and continued to uproot the vegetables they found there. Molly, Ginny, and Hermione staggered outside, their hair standing up and a glazed look in their eyes. I didn't know you could send back a howler, Molly said as the trio fainted onto the ground. Somewhere in the afterlife 2 men were holding their sides in laughter. A red-headed woman walked up and cuffed them both on the back of the head. Harry and Tonks arrived back at Grimmauld Place later in the morning. Bellatrix was sitting at the kitchen table studying her book on compulsion charms and making notes onto a piece of parchment. When she saw him, she smiled and lifted her head. He key at her and then sat down. Owl post for you. Creature vanished all the howlers this morning. You had one from Molly Weasley. You also got this from the Weasley twins. Fred and George, what could they want? Harry looked down at the envelope and began to open it. It was nearly unreadable due to the speed with which they had written, but Harry was able to make it out. Dear Harem Master par excellence, Harry, Stud Muffin Potter Black, Lord of all he surveys. AKA your brother in all but blood. Mum, Jin, and my own are furious. They saw the Prophet article about your night out with your wives. Closing parenthesis. We borrowed pig from Jin, so when they send the howler that we promise is on its way, they'll have to use Errol. Seriously though, you sly dog, who's all your wives? We've seen Narcissa Malfoy, Tonks, and possibly Hestia Jones with you since it became public information that you are a married man. Whoever it is, we should all see each other before start of term to discuss business. You're going to be pranked hard. You need the best pranksters in the business to help you avoid those pranks. Your humble, devoted, and ever so much more handsome servants. Gred and Forge. Harry laughed reading the letter. So the howler you got this morning was. Yep. Judging from the grin, I'd say that creature sent it back. Harry James Potter, you answer this flow right now, young man. Molly Weasley shouted from the fireplace. Harry got a very goblinesque smile on his face. Hey, Narcissa. Would you like to help me with something? Harry walked to the flow and saw the disembodied head of Molly Weasley. She was in fact as furious as Fred and George had told him she would be. Good morning, Mrs. Weasley, how are? Don't you? Hello, Mrs. Weasley. Me, Harry Potter. You got my bill fired. You sent a howler to me. What is going on with you? Harry grinned and looked to Narcissa. Lady Potter Black, would you please get Fleur and Tonks for me as well? Narcissa nodded and leaned down and key at her husband deeply, in full view of the now horrified Weasley matriarch. Of course, my love. As she walked away, Molly sputtered and began to speak but was silenced by Harry, who cast a silencing charm on the fireplace. Nope. No talking. Not until Fleur and Tonks get here. Soon enough they arrived, Tonks dotting her husband, then glaring at the silently fuming Molly. Watch her hubs. Wise Molly got a face like she just took a shot of goblin piss. Well, Mrs. Potter Black, she is upset because I had the audacity to get her precious Bill, you know Bill, the one who gave Fleur love potion to make up for the fact that he was trash, in trouble. He grinned and undid the silencing charm. My Bill is a good boy. That French whore is wah. She continued to rant but no sound came through again as Harry reapplied the silencing charm. That whore, as you just called her, is my friend, and my ward. She is also, most assuredly not a whore. She is, however, the daughter of a very powerful man in the French ministry. He is also an accomplished duelist according to the stories Fleur has shared with us. Harry smiled, then further infuriated Molly by slipping his arm around Fleur's waist. She is also a very beautiful woman and far out of your son's league. Make no mistake, Mrs. Weasley, I could have killed him. I didn't want to because I didn't want to hurt your husband. Bill Weasley is dead to me, and if he ever comes within a mile of Fleur, he'll be dead to everyone. Harry grinned and then drew his wand out. Now, I'm disconnecting this call. Do not send me a letter. Do not send me a howler. Do not send me a sweater at Christmas. With a few exceptions, I am done with your family. Goodbye. Harry ended the flow call on his side and took his arm from around Fleur. I think that went well. Narcissa smiled softly. Indeed, my husband, but I doubt that will be the end of it. I'm sure it won't, but now that I've told her not to contact me and did so in front of an Auror and 2 witnesses, if she does contact me, it's harassment. Tonks grinned. You are a very smart man, Mr. Potter Black. If she even coughs too close to you, she could get fined. Harry looked to Fleur. Are you all right? Oui, Ari. Her voice was small. She wasn't as all right as she claimed. Harry took her hand in his. You are a much better person than she is. She is, as I've learned, a bigot. I don't abide bigots in my life, and I especially don't abide them attacking members of my family. Fleur looked down at their hands and her cheeks flushed slightly. You are too kind to me, especially after how I treated you. That wasn't you, that was the residual potion in your system. Tonks offered. Merci Tonks. She said softly. Suddenly they saw a owl bearing a ministry scroll at their windows. Harry allowed the bird in and took the scroll from its leg. He opened the scroll and began to read. Dear Lord Potter Black, we have arrived in your ministry. Please meet us at Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. We will be waiting for you there. Please bring our daughter and your primary wife as well as we have some business to discuss. Yours, Jean-Luc Delacour. Maman and Papa are heir. Fleur said once Harry had finished reading. All right, let's go see them then. Narcissa, it sounds like you might need to bring some of the papers you have been working on. Harry said. Narcissa nodded and left the room. Tonks looked to them. That's a public place, so it's time for me to be your bodyguard again. At the burrow, Molly Weasley was fuming. How dare that little? She swore under her breath and whipped her head around. Ginny. Ron. Fred. George. Get down here right now. You too, Hermione. The four Weasley children and their guest came into the kitchen. Molly drew in a deep breath to steady her voice. Harry Potter is no longer welcome in this house. He got Bill fired. You are not to talk to him ever again. She looked to Hermione. That goes for you too. He's not going to listen to his friends anymore. I'll bet Fleur is using her allure on him. Ginny said. Harry doesn't get affected by Vila allure, remember? Hermione said, frowning. How did he get Bill fired? Our brother gave Fleur a love potion. Came the answer from Fred and George. So, Mum gave Dad one when they were dating. Ron said, shrugging. Harrikins didn't see it that way. He seems to think drugging a woman is not an honorable thing to do. She's not a woman though, she's a Vila. Ginny said. Hermione frowned again. She's a person, Ginny. She went to school. She got a job. Yeah, a job with goblins. No one else would hire her, except at a whorehouse. Ron said, finishing that last part quietly so that his mother didn't hear it. Ronald Weasley. Hermione said, turning to face her other best friend. Come on, my own. She's not considered human by our laws, she's considered the same as a house elf. I happen to like house elves. Yeah, but you don't act like they're the same as a person. Ginny countered. Enough. All of you. Molly shouted. Harry Potter is no longer welcome here, so I don't want anyone writing him any letters anymore. Now get your rooms cleaned. They all began to file back upstairs. Hermione went to start climbing the stairs when a hand pulled her back. Hermione, you're not going to listen to Mum, right? Harry's our friend. Fred and George asked her quietly, their faces more serious than she had seen them before. I don't know. I mean, I think we need to hear Harry's side of it, but how would we? Never fear, Milady Granger. We've got that taken care of. We'll sneak pig away from Jin Jin. We've already sent him a letter this morning. George, or perhaps Fred said proudly. Harry, Tonks, Narcissa, and Fleur arrived at Diagon Alley via the flow of the leaky cauldron. Making their way to the ice cream parlor, they were greeted by the Delacours. Jean-Luc rushed forward, hugging his daughter and then drawing Harry into a hug of his own while Fleur hugged her little sister. Bonjour. Bonjour. Thank you for what you have done, Lord Potter Black. Apolline Delacour came forward, dotting Harry's cheeks. Harry was not used to this kind of affection still, he had gotten used to being with his wives, but this was different. Parental affection still bothered him slightly. Mrs. Delacour seemed to notice and backed off slightly. It's nothing, Mr. and Mrs. Delacour. I couldn't let something like that happen. It's true, Maman. Papa. Ari is a very noble person, Fleur began. Her father smiled and then held up his hand. I understand, my flower. That is part of why I am here. Harry, I wish to formally join my house and yours. While I realize it might not be as important here, on an international stage it would give both of our houses an advantage. I would like for us to form an alliance. Narcissa drew some papers from her robes. Fleur and I had discussed the possibility of this. I have started to draw up the necessary papers to file with the ICW. It will join the venerable House Delacour to the most noble and ancient House Potter Black. Jean-Luc didn't bother reading it, he signed it immediately. I trust you, Harry. I am certain that any bargain you bring before me is one that would protect our families. That brings me to the other thing I would like to ask you. Go ahead, Harry offered. Thank you, as you know I have only daughters. I cannot pass on my family's name unless her husband is willing to give up his own, or is willing to take on my house when I pass on. I would like to ask you to marry my daughter, and when the time comes assume the title of Lord Delacour in addition to your other titles. Mr. Delacour finished and looked to Harry. Beside him Narcissa was calculating, weighing the risks and rewards of such an offer. Harry could use that to take our family onto the international stage. He already has 3 wives. Perhaps a 4th wouldn't be so bad. She took Harry's hand and squeezed it gently. Harry looked to her and then back to Mr. Delacour. May I think about it and give you my answer later? He asked. Mr. Delacour smiled and nodded. Of course, we will be in London for a while yet. Harry rose and with a look to Tonks who rose to follow him, walked away from the group. Once they were in an alley away from the parlor, Harry looked to his current youngest wife. What do you think? She sighed and leaned against the brick wall beside him. I don't know, we never planned any of this, but I didn't really want to have to share you 4 ways. What do you think though? He groaned. I don't know either, but I'm not the only one involved here. Before I make any decisions, I'll ask Fleur what she wants. Tonks allowed a small snort of amusement at that. That's easy. She'll be up for it. Harry, you're her hero. You rescued her from Bill Weasley. You saved her in the maze at the tournament. You saved her little sister. You're bloody amazing. She leaned over and took her husband's hand. I'm not Dumbledore or Molly Weasley. I trust your heart. Listen to it. Whatever happens, we'll figure it out together as a family. Harry sighed and squeezed her hand before straightening up and leading her back out towards the group. Mr. Delacour, Mrs. Delacour, Fleur, I don't want to say yes just now. Instead, could Fleur and I work out a betrothal arrangement instead that states if we both are willing in a few months' time then we can get married? Narcissa had explained to him betrothal agreements because eventually he would need to write them up for any children they had. She smiled from her seat. Well done, husband. You've given them what they want and gave yourself an out as well. Fleur looked at Harry. He is being far too kind to me after the way I treated him before. I will have to do something special to prove to him that I am worthy of the place his other wives share in his heart. Tonks was watching as Harry and Fleur's father began to discuss the terms of a possible agreement. She felt the hair on the back of her neck stick up. Something is wrong here. Bill Weasley was watching the group. He had came to Diagon Alley to look for a new job. He had hidden in an abandoned shop when he saw Fleur parents appear and get an outdoor table. When he saw Harry and his group arrive, he grew furious. Damned Potteries not getting her too. He raised his wand and shouted Diffindo. Harry felt, rather than heard, the charm coming towards them. Remembering a spell he'd seen in one of the books he'd brought back from the vaults, he conjured a stone slab which took the brunt of the spell. Bits of stone hurled back towards him and he winced as he felt each piece cut into his flesh. Tonks had her wand out and then pointed, this way. She rushed towards the shop with Harry and Mr. Delacour but found it empty. Bill Weasley, hidden from them, had apparated away. Who could have attacked us? Death Eaters wouldn't have used a cutting spell like that. They prefer blasting hexes. Tonks frowned and looked to Harry. Let's get everyone back to Grimmauld Place. We can figure out what to do from there. Who could have attacked us? Death Eaters wouldn't have used a cutting spell like that. They prefer blasting hexes. Tonks frowned and looked to Harry. Let's get everyone back to Grimmauld Place. We can figure out what to do from there. Before anyone could apparate, there was the telltale pop of apparition as the street filled with Aurors led by Kingsley Shacklebolt. He walked over to the group. What happened? One of our patrols saw Harry summon a stone slab and then it exploded. Someone shot a curse at us from over there. Tonks said, pointing with a free hand. She had just noticed Harry was bleeding and had began picking the bits of stone from his face and arms. Narcissa knelt and took her place. Nymphadora, please escort Auror Shacklebolt to the building you think the attack came from. Before Tonks could answer, Narcissa had already turned away from them, casting healing charms to close the smaller wounds. She sighed softly as she reached up onto the table and took a napkin, tearing it into strips to dab at the blood on her husband's face. Harry, are you all right? I'm fine, Narcissa. I've had worse than some shrapnel. He rose and shook his head before turning to the assembled Delacours. Are you four all right? Ari, who could Avenue done this? Could it Avenue been I am? Harry thought and shook his head, frowning a bit. No, his followers like to cast spells that explode or burn. This was something more spur of the moment. Could it have been Weasley? Jean-Luc asked next. He has reason to hate us all, especially you. Could he have seen us and decided to attack? Excellent questions, but questions that wouldn't be answered at that moment. Kingsley and Tonks walked back over to the group. We've identified the magical signal of the spell as a cutting charm. That's third-year stuff. So whoever did it wasn't planning it. She told the group, then looked to her boss. I want to get them back to our place before we get attacked again. I'll flow into the ministry later to give a formal statement. The tall Auror nodded and then left the group to speak with his Aurors on the scene. Tonks turned to Harry. Mr. Delacour thinks it might have been Bill. Harry told her. Tonks' hair turned black, making her look very similar to a still insane Bellatrix. If it is him, I will turn him into a block of granite and leave him at the bottom of the Thames. At the Burrow things were very quiet and tense. Ginny was up in her room fuming. Those damned witches have tried to take my Harry from me. But that's all right. I have Mum's recipe for love potion, and when we're at Hogwarts they won't be able to keep him bewitched. He'll be mine again. We'll get those bints out of the house that should be mine. She looked at her work. She had chopped the root on her table finely. This would need to steep for a few days before she could strain it, boil it, and then strain it again. She'd have her love potion by the beginning of term. Ron was out on the Quidditch pitch. He wasn't flying right now, just sitting there looking at the clouds pass. Stupid lucky Potter, he gets all that money, a fancy house, beautiful women, he even gets to ruin Malfoy's life by telling him that he's his new father. At least I have Hermione. For now. Potter will probably try to steal her away from me. I'll talk to Mum, she'll know what to do. Bill had apparated back to the house now. He stood in the kitchen talking to his mother. He's got Fleur family here now, telling them all sorts of rubbish. There's got to be something we can do, Mum. Molly patted her eldest son's shoulder. I'm sure there is, son. In fact, I know it. Just keep hanging around the alley. Eventually she'll be there without supervision. Then you can talk to her. I don't care if you fill her so full of amortentia that she's catatonic, so long as she stays out of Ginny's way. Unbeknownst to Molly and Bill, a small ear on a string wound its way back up from the hall. At the top of that string, Fred and George were uncharacteristically grim. Mum's round the bend. Bill's not much better. The twins nodded to each other, then went to see Hermione. She needed to know the new plan. Hermione was, for the first time in a very long time, having a hard time reading. She was trying to calm herself, but today she was finding her copy of Hogwarts, a History, wasn't helping. She looked up to see Fred and George walking into the room and then closing the door. One of the twins muttered a silencing charm and then they both turned to face her. We've got an issue. Mum and Bill are planning something. We think they want to hurt Fleur in order to get to Harry. Hermione's eyes grew huge. We've got to warn him. One of the twins sighed. It's not that simple. If we send an owl out now, she'll know. We need to get the message to Harry and company without them knowing it. She thought for a moment. Well, I have been looking at what's called a messenger patronus. Back at Grimmauld Place, the group were settled around the dining room table. Harry and went upstairs to tell Bellatrix what had happened and their suspicions. That foul little Harry, I'm completely willing to go back to Azkaban. I will kill him. I will burn that little shed of theirs down, and I will make sure no one gets out. Bellatrix paced from one end to the other of their room. Harry stopped her by putting his arms around her. Bella, we don't know for sure what's going on. Who else could it have been? If a Death Eater had used the cutting charm, they'd have been laughed out of the group. And by laughed out, I mean, fed to Nagini. Bellatrix sighed against her husband's neck. I'm a free woman now. I should have been there. If you had been there, there's a good chance that you'd have been blamed. Or worse, the Aurors wouldn't have asked if you were at fault. They'd have taken you back, he said. I'm not stupid. I would have been in my glamour. She frowned and moved away. I'm tired of being trapped here. I've been to Gringotts and nowhere else. I feel like I'm going crazy stuck here while the rest of the world is trying to kill you or marry you. She sat on the corner of the bed. I am crazy, you know, even without the compulsion charm. I'm needy. I'm possessive. Harry sat beside her, taking her hand in his. You are protective. You want to be with the person who loves you very much. I'm not going to marry Fleur unless all three of you agree with it. It's not that simple. She's told us what you've done for her. She's probably as in love with you as we are. Bellatrix sighed, looking down at her hands. I'm not going to be happy about it right away. I probably won't be happy about it for a while. But you should probably marry her. Minerva McGonagall's hands shook as she opened the door to her new office. Albus Dumbledore had been accused of attempting to drug Harry Potter. He had confessed to the attempt while under Veritaserum. Now the school board had removed him and had made her the new headmistress. How could this have happened? The Albus I knew was a good man. He'd never have done this. Fawkes was gone. The Phoenix had disappeared last night. The portraits of the former headmasters watched her as she stood there. Welcome, Madam Headmistress, said the portrait of Phineas Black. I hope you will be a better one than the last. What do you mean, Headmaster Black? That fool was so wrapped up in his own nonsense he thought we never noticed his actions. He was so convinced that he was the only one who could save the world that he would use compulsion charmed candies to make sure that those who came to see him saw things from his perspective. The man inside the portrait sneered. People like to insult my beloved Slytherin house, when betrayal can come from anyone, not just the ambitious. Albus would never. Madam Headmistress, came the reedy voice of Armando Dippet. He could, he did. To you and to others. Why have you not told anyone before? McGonagall asked. Looking down, she saw the crystal bowl of lemo drops. Disgusted, she banished the whole bowl into the fireplace. We cannot break the confidence of the current headmaster. However, now that he is gone, we can tell you everything you need to know. Phineas told her. First, let me tell you about a visit between the former headmaster and Professor Trelawney. Downstairs at Grimmauld Place, Harry and Bellatrix had rejoined the group. The paperwork was prepared. Harry and Fleur would enter a betrothal agreement. If, before the beginning of the new term at Hogwarts, they both wanted to do this, the vow would be solemnized and they would arrange the wedding for Yule. Harry mentally sighed. Another marriage, well, at least all of the women I'm attached to are beautiful and intelligent. If we do this, I'll make Fleur the Lady Delacour after her father dies. He looked over to Narcissa, who was reading the paperwork and nodding softly. She's the one who understands all this stuff. That's why she wanted to be the primary wife. Narcissa and Bellatrix both were trapped in bad arranged marriages before, so at least if I let her iron out the details, I know she'll be fair to Fleur. So Harry, this is traditionally the year you decide your future, yes? Mrs. Delacour asked him. He nodded. Yes, ma'am. I was thinking about becoming an Auror. I'm rubbing off on you, E.H. Hubs. Tonks teased him, putting her arm around him. I was already thinking about it before all of this, Dora. Besides, I doubt we'd be partnered up. I don't know. I am supposed to keep you safe after all. I'm sure Madam Bones would let me stay extra close. She key. At his temple, her hair turning soft pink as thoughts of the two of them fighting evil together as Aurors raced through her mind. Nymphadora can help guide you through what electives you'll need. Once things have calmed down, we will go back into the alley and get any books you might need. Narcissa jotted a note down on her parchment and then stood. I will be in the study preparing the papers to send to Gringotts and the ministry. Tonks watched she left the group, then turned back to Harry. All right, Hubs. First thing we'll need is a practical guide to combat spells. I'd recommend Larson's How Not to Be Killed. At the burrow, the twins along with Hermione were discussing plans. We can't send an owl. They'll see it, said Hermione. Messenger Patronus is out. We can't cast it. Fred pointed out. George looked towards the window. I have an idea. Who wants to take a little flight to London? He smirked, watching Fred's eyes as his brother caught on. You are a genius, only slightly less intelligent than me. Fred looked to Hermione. You feel like flying. I don't fly. I haven't since my third year. When Harry and I rode Buckbeak. Had that been the moment she realized that her crush on Harry? She couldn't say, but she knew that feeling of being in the air with him had been its own kind of magic. Hermione looked to them. I don't know if I can do it. Fred looked at her and smiled. I'll fly then, you just hold on tight. Not knowing if she was insane for agreeing, Hermione nodded. George thought for a moment. All right, let's get everything we're taking with us, shrink it down so it'll fit in our pockets. Then we'll go outside one at a time, and before they know we're gone we'll be already be past Crookern. Mafalda Hopkirk sighed as she looked at the stack of paperwork on her desk. Ever since the Prophet article listing possible wives for Harry Potter came out, her life had been miserable. She had been teased by nearly everyone in her office, even people from other offices had stopped in to ask how the husband was doing today. I had a silly little bit of hero worship, now these ruddy idiots won't let me be. She grumbled as she opened her desk and took out a bar of chocolate. I can't believe these people. I've only seen Harry Potter in person once, and that was because he was being tried for casting the Patronus charm. She bit angrily into the Muggle dark chocolate bar. Just then the wardstone on her desk began to flash red. Oh, what now? She mumbled through a mouthful of her candy bar. Gulping, she put her hand over the wardstone. Weasley brooms spotted flying north and west. She muttered a curse before rising. She'd have to go speak with Arthur Weasley. He might know why brooms with his family's magical signature were off the family property. In his office, Arthur Weasley was going over paperwork of his own. Apparently, a Muggle-born wizard had been selling enchanted keys to Muggle thieves. He was glad of the distraction, anything to keep him from thinking about the mess that his life had become recently. Molly, what have you done to our family? What have I let myself be blind to? My oldest son using a love potion on his fiancée, my youngest two acting like it's no big deal. His door opened and a frowning witch walked in, closing it behind her. Mafalda, what can I do for you? Arthur, I am sorry to bother you, but I didn't think you'd want me to go through official channels. My wardstone just reported brooms with your family's signature on them traveling in the direction of London. London. But the only people I know in London are. His eyes grew wide. Mafalda, I need to use the flow. I'll be back in a moment. He rose and rushed past her. Mafalda's frown grew and she followed him, walking briskly and then flat out running to keep pace. What is this about, Arthur? If those brooms are coming to London, that only means one thing. Someone from my house is on the way to see Harry Potter. He paused, looking at the line of people using the public flows. Damn it, I won't get there in time like this. He began to pace frantically as he tried to find the shortest line. That was when Mafalda slapped him. Arthur Weasley, calm down. Come with me. Mafalda grabbed his arm and led him through the halls. My department has a set of private flows, we can use them. Yes. If I don't have something to put in my report, I will be called up by my superiors. I hope the explanation you have will be worth it. Mafalda took him into a chamber. Along the wall were 3 fireplaces. Arthur rushed to one of them and threw some powder into the flames. Grimmauld Place. He shouted. A moment passed and the face of Narcissa appeared. Mr. Weasley. Can I help you? Mrs. Malfoy. I mean Potter Black, I need to speak to Harry, it's urgent. I think my children are on their way to his house. Narcissa frowned and then vanished from the flames. She reappeared a moment later. Harry said that we can open the flow for you, please step through quickly. Mafalda walked up to him, pushing him through and then stepping through herself into Grimmauld Place. High above the city of Andover, Hermione felt her stomach drop as Fred dodged an angry goose. She tightened her grip around his waist and swallowed another shriek. This is not for me, she decided. This is definitely not for me. I hate flying. I hate flying. I hate it. At least Fred is good at this. She relaxed her grip on him slightly as the pair leveled off again. Fred turned slightly. All right, back there, my own. He had noticed that she wasn't enjoying the open air nearly as much as he or his brother did. Unlike George, who kept swooping and speeding up, Fred was trying to keep the broom as steady as possible for her. I swear, she's made that burbling noise 10 times in the past 5 minutes, he chuckled to himself, pulling the broom higher so that they were still above the clouds. Hermione looked around them. Up here, where she couldn't see the sky, it was beautiful. Fred turned. Noticing the look of wonder on her face, he smiled to her. She is pretty. I can see why Ron has always had a thing for her. The thought that he was taking her away from his brother did not fill him with the same unease that he had imagined it would. Ron and Ginny are being gits right now. They think that Mum's idea of using love potions on Harry and Hermione are going to make everything perfect. He's kind of handsome. They aren't completely identical. Fred has a little scar just over his lip. Wait, why am I looking at his lip? Hermione shook her head softly. Maybe I'm going stir crazy up here, she thought to herself as Fred turned back to face the clouds. George slowed his pace so that he was coming back up towards them. We're nearly there by now. We'll touch down outside of Chiswick and we can take the night bus from there, he shouted to the pair. Fred and Hermione nodded, Fred lowering the broom so they could go closer to the ground to see where they are. At Grimmauld Place, Arthur had explained why he had been joined by Mafalda Hopkirk. It was her department's Flo. She's the one who told me that they were heading to London. This is the only place I could imagine someone traveling to. Tonks nodded. Arthur's right, Hubs. If it had been the Banshee, she'd have apparated to the leaky cauldron first so she wasn't spotted. They were sitting around the table that previously had been used as the meeting place for the order. Harry was sitting between Narcissa and Tonks, while Fleur and the woman he knew as Josephine Reed stood with their backs to the wall. Mafalda sat beside Arthur. I am sorry, Lord Potter Black, but I had to follow him. If he'd been wrong, I couldn't put on my report that there was broomflight from Devon to London and I didn't investigate it. I understand, Ms. Hopkirk. Harry sighed and rubbed his temples. It's just that earlier I told Molly Weasley that she was not to contact me ever again. There has been trouble between her eldest son and my betrothed Fleur Delacour. Another one. Sweet Maeve, how many wives are you going to end up with? Mafalda swallowed her questions regarding all of this and then looked to Arthur. The Weasley patriarch ran a shaking hand through his thinning hair and sighed. Harry, I know that Molly loves our children to a fault. But you had every right to do this. Just please don't blame Ron and Ginny for. Molly referred to Fleur as a whore. Narcissa stated bluntly. Her son admitted, with you present, to using mind-altering potions on her, and your wife tried to blame Harry for Bill being unemployed. I know that I don't know what got into Bill. He started, but Tonks stopped him with a hand. I know, it's the same thing that broke Charlie and I up. They've been raised by their mother to think that they can do no wrong, and anything that happens to them will be fixed by her. Tonks said, her hair moving from a relatively calm brown to a more annoyed dark blue. Just then Harry felt the ward's thump. I think whoever left the burrow is here now, he said, rising along with Tonks. She moved in front of Harry, her wand lowered, but in her hand. I'll open the door, she said, stopping Harry just at the entrance hall. Tonks opened the door to find Fred, George, and Hermione standing there. Harry, we got here as quickly as we could. Mrs. Weasley is planning on drugging Fleur the next time she's alone, Hermione said as she rushed in past Tonks. What? That was all Harry could get out before he was tackled by a patented Hermy hug. She's going to give Ginny a love potion for you once Fleur is back with Bill, she said against his chest. She's right, Harry. We all heard it, came the response from the twins, who only just now, it seemed, noticed the appearance of their father. Hey Dad, they said as one. Tonks' hair was growing long and curly, its shade going from the blue it had been to a dull black. That miserable ch. She spat out. I'll hex her bloody head off her shoulders. Harry broke from the embrace of his best friend and pulled Tonks into his arms. It's okay, Dora. She's not going to succeed. We'll get Madame Bones to send some orders, he whispered against her cheek as he embraced her. Tonks began to calm down slowly. She drew in a deep breath and squeezed her husband. I'll go to the DMLE office now. Arthur, you need to get back to your department. She Ed Harry softly then went to the dining room to use the flow. Arthur looked to Mafalda. They came here to warn Harry. They did, which is why I'm going to record this as an anomaly. However, if they ever decide to go joy flying again, I will snap their wands myself. Now come on, I've got to get you back before they come to talk to you. She grabbed his hand and pulled him back towards the dining room. Finally it was just Harry, the twins, and Hermione. He looked to them. You know, if the Aurors don't take her to Azkaban, she'll kill you three, right? If she doesn't, Bill will. If Bill doesn't, Ron and Jin might try to poison our soups. Harry, could I use Hedwig to send an owl to my parents? I want them to know where I am, Hermione asked. Sure. Go on to the study. Narcissa is probably in there. Please be polite to her, he said, to which Hermione nodded. We aren't going back. We left Hogwarts. We're leaving the burrow. You got room to rent? Fred and George asked. We aren't going back. We left Hogwarts. We're leaving the burrow. You got room to rent? Fred and George asked. Mafalda Hopkirk pushed Arthur out of the private flow room. All right, Arthur, go back to your department. You don't know anything about anything, do you understand? If they think you know anything about what your wife is planning, you'll be out of here quicker than you can say. Boggart. He looked helpless. My wife is planning to drug a boy I've considered a son since the day he came into my house. I can't just sit in my office and pretend that I don't know what she's planning. You have to. I'm sorry, Arthur, but unless you think that you can help your family by being in Azkaban beside your wife. Mafalda sighed. I will not pretend I understand how this feels. All I can offer is my sympathies. Now, go to your office. Knowing Tonks Potter Black, she's probably already either on a flow call or she's on her way here. In either case, you need to be in your office when they come to question you. Mafalda pulled Arthur along the corridor, making their way back to the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. Once inside, she pushed him towards his chair. For Merlin's sake, stay here. I'll see what I can find out for you. She rushed back out towards the bullpen. Tonks had been as punctual as Mafalda had feared. She saw the pink-haired talking rapidly to Kingsley Shacklebolt. Tonks noticed Mafalda standing there and beckoned her over. She was their Shack, her and Arthur Molly's gone around the bend. And you say the twins heard her telling Bill that she would give him enough love potion to keep her glassy-eyed, till Harry was safely married to Ginny. Mafalda cut in. It almost killed Arthur. I saw him at the duel shack. He didn't have anything to do with this. Tonks added. The tall nodded, frowning. I'll gather a team. We'll leave out for the burrow in 15 minutes. Mafalda left the bullpen to tell Arthur Weasley. Then, thinking better of it, she cut back towards her office. She needed to get the bottle of fire whiskey she kept hidden in her desk first. Bill saw the Aurors from his bedroom window. Suddenly the silence he had been enjoying made sense. The twins and Hermione must have heard. Mum ran to Potter's side. Sorry, Mum, I'm not hanging round to deal with this. I'll deal with Potter and Fleur on my own. He drew his wand and apparated back to London. Molly was frowning at the family clock. Fred and George were traveling. I can't find Hermione now. Bill's traveling as well. What is going on here? There was a loud knock on her door. Molly walked to the kitchen to open it. She smiled as she saw the familiar face of Kingsley Shacklebolt. Kingsley, what are you doing here? What is she doing here? Molly's smile turned swiftly to a frown as she saw Tonks standing beside him. Smell that shack? I do. That's a Mortentia brewing. That is illegal. He replied to Tonks, his frown threatening to split his face. Yep, and judging by how strong the smell is, I'd say she was making a powerful dose. Tonks pushed past Molly, looking at the cauldron that bubbled in the fireplace. What is the meaning of this intrusion? Molly asked Kingsley. The Auror looked to her. We received a tip that you were making an illegal love potion, with the intent on drugging Harry Potter Black and his ward Fleur Delacour. We see the potion brewing now. That's enough evidence to take you in for questioning. That mongrel has ensnared poor Harry, made him think the most awful things about my poor Bill. She gave him a sob story and Harry was fool enough to listen and duel my baby. She spat, then looked to Tonks. That one was in on it. She's had it out for my family since Charlie wised up and left her. I dumped Charlie when I found out that he'd rather be around his precious dragons than with an actual woman. Tonks shouted. Kingsley raised his hand, silencing the younger Auror. In any event, Molly Weasley, you are under arrest by the DMLE. You will be taken to a holding cell and questioned under Veritaserum. Will you come peacefully or will you require stunning? I'm not going any. Stupefy. Tonks lowered her wand as Molly dropped to the floor. She smirked and looked to Kingsley. You gave her the option to come peacefully, Shack. She didn't take it. Ron and Ginny rushed into the kitchen. What did you do to our mum? Ron shouted. Homewrecker. You stole my Harry from me. Ginny snarled at Tonks, who grinned nastily to the younger girl. He was never yours, Ginevra. He is, however, mine, and I didn't need to take his mind from him. Now, while Shacklebolt takes the Banshee of the Burrow back to headquarters, I'm going to be your babysitter until your father gets here. Tonks smirked and waved her wand, instantly trapping Ginny and Ron in tight ropes. You two sit tight. I'm going to take a little tour of the house and see if there's anything else we need to add to our reports. Kingsley grabbed Molly's hand and apparated her back to London. Tonks went upstairs to the room Hermione had shared with Ginny. She looked under the bed and found what Hermione had told her would be there, a box of cauldron cakes dosed with love potion. Thought you'd beat my husband's mind, you miserable little mini harpy. She came back with the box in her hand, thoroughly enjoying watching as the color left the younger girl's face. So, you had some sweets and wanted to keep them hidden. I wonder what will happen if I test them. Do you think they'll come back positive for anything? Ginny didn't answer and Tonks set the box down on the kitchen table. She waved her wand and a faint golden glow came from the box. Look at that, testing positive for mind-altering potions. I guess you'll be joining Molly at Azkaban. Just then Arthur Weasley came through the floor. Behind him again was Mafalda Hopkirk. She seemed to be holding him up. Arthur, you're just in time. Ginny here had a back-to-school present for my husband. Cauldron cakes loaded to the gills with love potion. Tonks stated, watching as Ginny's eyes filled with tears. Daddy. No. Ginevra. You will not talk your way out of this. I've failed my family for too long. Arthur said to his daughter, who stopped speaking. He then turned to Tonks. Will you let me fix this? How do you plan on fixing this, Arthur? Tonks asked. She wanted to nail Ginny to the wall for attempting to dose Harry, but she also knew that Harry would want to find a solution that wouldn't hurt Arthur Weasley more than necessary. I will send them both to my Aunt Muriel. They will not go back to Hogwarts unless they can convince her that they deserve a chance to go back. If they can't, then they will take correspondence courses instead. Arthur said. Mafalda helped me come up with the plan. She also spoke to Aunt Muriel for me. I was too ashamed, he thought sadly. Tonks frowned and let out a sigh. All right. Send the two to see your aunt. But let me tell you no, if they come back to Hogwarts while my husband is there and they even blink at him, I will personally transfigure them into rocks and throw them into the Black Lake myself. Arthur nodded, then removed the bindings on his youngest children. He took a canute from his pocket and tapped it with his wand. Portus, he muttered, making it into a portkey. He grabbed his children and then they vanished. Tonks looked to Mafalda. What did you do to him? Arthur Weasley is not normally that decisive when it comes to his children. I might have gotten him slightly drunk. Mafalda said, to which Tonks laughed. I like you. Tonks said simply. Harry, you have to calm down. Tonks is taking care of it. Bella, still in her glamour, tried to calm her husband. She had taken him upstairs to their room. They were sitting on the bed, her arms around him. This isn't your fault. Bill Weasley is the one who started this. I know that. But she wouldn't have met Bill if it hadn't been for Dumbledore trying to keep her away from me. He ran his hands through his hair. I've got to do something. I'm going to ask her to marry me now. We'll go to Gringotts and get them to put a rush on the papers. Once she's Fleur Potter Black, she'll be protected if she has to defend herself against him. He stood. Come with us, we'll be going to Gringotts, it's not the ministry. He helped her up from the bed and half dragged her down to the assembled Weasleys, Potter Blacks, a Granger and the Delacours. Fleur, I know we said we'd give it a few months, but if the Weasleys are planning this sort of thing, I want you protected in case you have to defend yourself. He let go of Bellatrix's hand and walked over, taking Fleur's hand. Marry me today. Let's go to Gringotts and sign the marriage contract. Ari. Yes. I will marry you today. Fleur managed. She could tears prick at her eyes. He's so worried about me. He's been like a guardian angel since the second task. We will have the formal wedding at Yule My Flower. This is just the paperwork. Her father said. He knew that Fleur deserved a proper wedding, but he understood Harry's plan. Tonks appeared with a pop before the group. Molly's in a holding cell beside Dumbledore. Ron and Ginny are on their way to Shell Cottage. Bill wasn't there. Harry looked to Tonks. Then I'm glad you're here. Fleur and I need to go to Gringotts to file the marriage papers. If he's out there, I don't want her hurt and unable to defend herself. All right. Who all is going? Tonks asked. Harry looked at the group. I guess we all are. Tonks nodded and went to the fireplace. All right, Mr. Delacour, you and your wife go first with Gabrielle. Sissy, you and Josephine go next. Then Hermione, the twins, and then Harry and Fleur. I'll take the rear. Bill was in an alleyway just off of the main part of Diagon Alley. He was watching the street as he tried to make a plan. I could buy some exploding oil potions and blow his miserable ass up when I see him. No, that won't work. He's a bloody seeker. He'd see it coming. What if I got some polyjuice and made myself look like someone he trusts? Nah, he's already had that one happen. He saw the group walk out of the leaky cauldron walking towards Gringotts and then grinned. Or I could just cast Bombarda Maxima and kill the whole ruddy group of them. He raised and then lowered his wand. Damn it, that's Fred and George. Mum would kill me if I hurt them. I'll wait for them to come out of Gringotts, then I'll cast it just as Harry and Fleur are coming out. The twins are beaters, they'll get out of the way. Harry held Fleur's hand as they walked into the lobby. He took her to the counter. Lord Potter Black and his party wished to speak with account manager Griphook, please. He said to the goblin at the counter, who didn't make any sign that he noticed them, except for pressing a small button under the desk. Go to meeting room 19. He'll be waiting on you. Thank you, Harry said as he let Fleur guide them to the meeting room. Griphook was indeed waiting there for them, Lord Potter Black and Cursebreaker Delacour. What can Gringotts do for you? He said in greeting. Account manager Griphook, Bill Weasley has reneged on his promise to leave Fleur alone after losing the duel. I can't be with her all the time, so I wish to file a marriage contract making her my wife, and in time, the Lady Delacour. Harry said as Fleur nodded. Please, Monsieur Griphook, we need to do this as soon as possible. Griphook nodded and took a parchment from below the desk and placed it before them. Sign this in the places marked with an X, and then have your witnesses sign here. Harry and Fleur did so, then Hermione and Fred signed as the witnesses. Very well, I will expedite this with our afternoon post to the ministry. Now, let's get the rings taken care of. I believe that this point you know the procedure, Lord Potter Black. Harry nodded and held out his hand for the blade. A few drops of blood later and Fleur had a silver ring on her hand bearing the Potter Black sigil and then the Delacour coat of arms underneath it. Our business is concluded, Lord Potter Black, good day. Griphook rose, leaving the newly married couple. How do you feel? Fleur asked him, to which Harry smiled. I should be asking you the same question. I feel relieved, thank you, my US band. She ed him softly. Harry felt a warmth flood through his body. He looked to her. Fleur, seeing his confusion, smiled and explained, that was my magic recognizing you as my US band. The group made their way to the doors of Gringotts. They had just made it out when they heard a cry come from across the street. Potter, you bastard, she is mine. Bombarda Maxima. Harry pushed Fleur out of the way as the group scattered away from the doors of Gringotts, which exploded as the blasting hex hit them. Harry felt a dull pain in the back of his head when he hit the ground. He reached back and felt warmth on his fingers. As he brought back his hand, he saw that it was coated in blood. He began to rise woozily when he heard Bill call out, Expelliarmus. Harry couldn't defend himself in time and saw his wand fly from his hand. Then he felt a dry heat behind him. Fleur saw her husband push her to safety. She saw him take a block of stone from the door, strike him in the back of the head. Then she saw red as Bill disarmed Harry and began casting another spell. Bill Weasley got as far as Ava, before a fireball larger than any she had ever cast before raced towards him. The fireball struck his head and with a dull roar exploded, taking the head of Bill Weasley with it. She didn't have time to enjoy her victory over the man who had hurt her. She needed to tend to her husband. Fleur raced to Harry's side, along with Narcissa, Tonks, and Bellatrix. Bellatrix hadn't noticed that her glamour had dropped, and for the moment no one else had. They were too focused on Harry. We need to get him home. I believe he's got a concussion. Narcissa said to the group. Bellatrix took Harry's hand and with a pop the pair vanished. That was when Hermione's brain caught up with her eyes. That was Bellatrix Lestrange. She said, to which Tonks shook her head. That's Bellatrix Potter Black. We'll explain at Grimmauld Place. The group made their way back to the leaky cauldron to flow back. When they arrived they found Bellatrix tending to the wound on the back of his head. I've got the bleeding staunch sissy, that's the best first aid I can give him. Narcissa moved forward and took over for her elder sister. I'll finish healing him. You and Nymphadora can explain why you are here and how you came to be married to our husband. It's a long story, she began, as she retold her story to the assembled group. When it was finished, one of the twins looked at Harry's prone form. It's a curse, said one twin. It's a blessing, the other one replied. It's a curse, said one twin. It's a blessing, the other one replied. They aren't wrong, you know, Bellatrix said as she and Harry were getting ready for bed. What do you mean? He said, to which Bellatrix laughed softly. Harry, you have 4 wives now. Your former best friend's brother tried to kill you at least once. His sister was going to stuff you so full of love potion that you would have been a drooling, semi-coherent idiot. You became the lord of 2 houses. Either you have either the best luck or the worst luck, and I'm not sure which it is. Harry pulled her down onto the bed. Well, let's see, I have you. Do you count that as good or bad luck? Hush. Now, I have you, a clever and very beautiful witch. I have Narcissa, a brilliant and also very beautiful witch. I have Tonks, who's one of the most resourceful aurors I've ever seen, and again very beautiful. Finally, I just got married to Fleur, who is one of the best witches I know when it comes to transfiguration that isn't also 100 years old, and again she's a Vila, so the beauty goes unsaid. He smiled and ed Bellatrix gently before continuing. I have 4 different, incredibly beautiful and incredibly protected wives. I am rich enough that our grandchildren wouldn't need to work, and thanks to your information, the DMLE has done most of our work in destroying Tom for us. Bellatrix smirked. All right, I suppose you can say it's most likely good luck then. I think so. By the way, I know you haven't been able to leave the house very much. How would you like to go to Muggle London tomorrow? He sat up a bit so he could gauge her reaction. Muggle London? Whatever for? She asked him. Well, how many wizards do you think will be hanging around Muggle shops? Besides, we need to get you some Muggle clothes for our trip to Ireland. He grinned, watching the smile as she remembered his planned trip, a concert in Muggle Ireland before he had to go to school. All right then, will it be just the 2 of us? Harry thought, and then shook his head. I doubt Tonks would go for that. Madame Bones told her that she has to escort me everywhere. The truth was that Tonks was supposed to guard him, unless one of the other wives went with him. She had neglected to tell Harry that part, however. The 2 went to sleep, and the next morning found Harry and his wives standing inside a department store in Muggle London. Come now, Bellatrix, Narcissa said, frowning. You cannot have everything in black. You will stand out like a sore thumb. All right, sissy, how about this sweater? It's very dark gray, Bellatrix said, holding up a sweater that was most obviously black. That's black, Fleur said, looking at her reflection in the mirror as she tried on a blue silk scarf. It's very dark gray. Meanwhile, Tonks had pulled Harry over to the men's section. You need a nice suit for when we have dinner with my folks. Mum sent an owl yesterday. She's ready to tear strips off of us if we don't go and show her that you haven't put a baby in me as a reason for the sudden marriage. I thought you explained everything, Harry said as she thrust a brown jacket into his hands. I did, but she fainted. So now we need to do it again. Go get changed. I'll check with the others and see how they are doing. Tonks told him. Dotting him and then walking away. Harry grumbled about bossy witches, and then went into the dressing room. Great. The latch is stuck, I'll have to cast Alohomora to get out. Putting it out of his mind, he began to try on the clothes Tonks had given him. It's black. Dark gray. Bellatrix Potter black. It's as black as your original last name, and you know it. Sissy, it's. Tonks walked up, hearing the argument. She couldn't resist adding her 2 nuts. Watch her, folks. Hey Bella, nice black sweater. Told you, Fleur said smugly. Narcissa then looked at the t-shirt, torn jeans, and boots Tonks had worn today and frowned. Nymphadora, we must get you some proper clothes as well. Every shirt you own has either a mustard stain or a band's name on it. She began. Tonks threw a dark look to Bellatrix, who was grinning now that she wasn't the only one having to deal with Narcissa in mother hen mode. Back in the dressing room, Harry had given up trying to shift the door. He took his wand out and cast the unlocking charm as quietly as he could. The door heaved and then nothing happened. Great. I'm trapped in here. Hey, if there's anyone outside, I'm stuck in here. Coming, sir. A man's voice sounded from the other side. Harry then heard the man call for another. Mr. Lucas, are you free? If so, please help me with this. We have a customer trapped by an errant door hinge. I am free and on my way, Mr. Humphreys. Just let me find an axe. Come now, Mr. Lucas. We hardly need an axe. Look, just help me shift. There it goes. The door came loose with a crack at the hinges, and Harry was greeted by an older man with gray owned hair and a younger one with brown hair. Terribly sorry about that, sir. Began the first man, the one Harry now knew as Mr. Humphreys. Yes, normally when someone is trapped we try to find them a bird to be trapped with. Sadly, Ms. Brahms is on the other side of the floor with your ladies. The brown-haired man said, obviously trying to be witty. Right. So does the jacket look all right on me? Harry asked. The two men looked at it and then shook their heads in unison. I'm dreadfully sorry, sir. Began Mr. Humphreys. It's just not your color. Mr. Lucas said. Then went to a rack behind him. Try this. You have black hair and green eyes. A brown jacket would wash out your color. He handed Harry a black jacket. There you are, sir. Now please feel free to pick a different dressing room this time. As Harry retreated, Mr. Humphreys looked at his assistant. That was the vicuña coat, wasn't it, Mr. Lucas? It was, Mr. Humphreys. Commission on that will be £30 easy. You're forgetting something, Mr. Lucas. I am. Yes, you're forgetting that it's my customer. Harry had went with the black jacket, boggling at the £2,000 price tag. The ladies had loved it though, each one insisting on running their hands over the material. That old bag behind the counter, Mrs. Slocum, I think it was, she kept putting her nose up like we were going to grab her clothes display and run with it. Tonks said to Harry as the group reached an empty alleyway. She was about to say something when all of a sudden they felt a chill in the air. Bellatrix grabbed his arm, her eyes wide and frightened. Harry, we've got to get out of here. I know that feeling. It's Dementors. 10 Dementors floated into the alley, making their way towards the group. Harry and Tonks held out their wands, expecto patronum. They called out and suddenly a silvery stag and a jackrabbit darted out towards the creatures. 3 of the Dementors made a strange hissing noise as if repulsed by the charm, but the other 7 continued forward, one getting close enough to begin feeding on Bellatrix, who had collapsed in the dirt of the alley. Harry rushed to her side and shouted even louder, expecto patronum. This time the charm was enough to push the Dementors away. Narcissa knelt by her sister, checking her pulse. Harry, she's very weak. We need to take her to St. Mungo's. Harry nodded. Narcissa and Fleur took Bellatrix's arms and vanished with a pop. Tonks took Harry's arm and an identical pop. The group vanished and reappeared in the lobby of St. Mungo's. As expected, a hospital full of patients was not a welcoming place for even a former Death Eater. But at Harry's insistence, Tonks was able to call on the only healer she trusted. Andromeda. Tonks got a call that her daughter and several others had arrived with Harry Potter and were carrying an unconscious Bellatrix Lestrange. She rushed down to the room the group had been given and opened the door. Well, this wasn't quite how I expected to meet my new son-in-law. Mum. Bella has been hurt. It was Dementors, they attacked us. Tonks cut her mother off. Dementors. But they are all supposed to be at Azkaban. All right, you lot. Clear out of here so I can work. Andromeda then removed the group, pointing to a waiting room. Harry paced around the room waiting for an answer. Narcissa wasn't much better. She was staring at the floor as if concentrating hard enough on it would make everything better. Fleur watched her husband pacing and rose. She put her arm around him. Bellatrix will be fine. Ari. She began to say, when Tonks spoke. Sorry, but I need to report this. I'll be back soon. If I don't see you here, I'll go to Grimmauld Place. With that, she rose and keyed Harry before apparating to the ministry. Harry was alone with his thoughts, even with Fleur still holding him and Narcissa having moved to put her hand on his knee. Andromeda opened the door, her expression unreadable. Bellatrix is resting. She's tired and very weak at the moment, but she'll make a full recovery in a few days. The Dementor's effect on her was particularly strong due to her condition. Condition. Do you mean because she was at Azkaban before? Harry asked, concerned about his wife. Andromeda shook her head. No, I mean, she's pregnant. Condition. Do you mean because she was at Azkaban before? Harry asked, concerned about his wife. Andromeda shook her head. No, I mean, she's pregnant. Bella is pregnant. Harry had very nearly fainted when he'd heard the news. Can I go see her? He asked Andromeda, who shook her head. I'm sorry, but she's resting right now. I gave her a dreamless sleep potion, she'll be out for at least a few hours. Can I wait in her room then? Andromeda nodded, watching as Harry left the room. She then turned her gaze to Narcissa and Fleur. Have either of you been active with him? Non. Haven't you only just married, Ari? Yes. Narcissa said. Andromeda nodded and sat beside her. Have you taken any precautions? She asked her baby sister. Narcissa shook her head. No. He is our husband. When it happens, then we will be glad of it. She then looked to Andromeda. You should speak with Nymphadora. She spent the night with Harry a few days ago. Merlin. I hope he hasn't gotten all three of you. One pregnant wife is enough, imagine 3 of them. Multiples run in Ted's family. She rubbed her temple then. Sissy, would you mind if You wish to test me? Narcissa nodded. Do it. Andromeda raised her wand and cast a diagnosis spell. First a soft glow washed over Narcissa, the colors switched from a sickly brown to a soft light rose color. Andromeda frowned. Sissy. You are also pregnant. A girl, from what I can see, like your first. My first. I've only ever had Draco. Sissy. The first part of the spell showed that you've had 2 pregnancies. This one and one that ended in a stillbirth. Andromeda looked to Fleur. Could you please excuse us for a little while? Fleur nodded, watching as Andromeda took her sister's hand and led her out the door. Andromeda. Where are? Follow me please. Narcissa was half dragged into an empty room. Andromeda began to cast more diagnosis spells. She frowned, then stopped and drew her confused sister into an embrace. Andromeda. Sissy. I'm so sorry that I have to be the one to tell you this. Someone tampered with your memories. There are traces of an old memory charm on you. I think. She drew in a breath. I'm sure of it. Lucius, or a proxy of Lucius Malfoy, wiped your memory of the event. And passed off your Draco as your son. Narcissa sat very quiet for a moment and then the dam broke. Great shuddering sobs racked her body. Everything I've ever known was a lie. Draco isn't my son. What will Harry think when he finds out? I had 1 stillbirth. What if I lose this baby too? Andy, would you please bring Harry to me if Bellatrix is still sleeping? Andromeda nodded and left the room. If Harry hadn't already killed him, I would happily take the key. If it meant Lucius Malfoy was dead, she found him sitting by Bellatrix's side watching her sleep. She cleared her throat softly, gaining his attention. Harry. Would you please follow me? Narcissa needs to speak to you. Harry nodded and rose to follow her out. He was surprised when Andromeda didn't lead him to the waiting room, but instead took him to a different room. Narcissa was sitting there with her head in her hands, her body heaving as she cried. Harry went to her side. The moment his hand rested on her, she threw her arms around him. Harry, Andy told me that. She couldn't get the words out as she gasped for breath through her sobs. Harry stroked her hair. Leaning down, he placed a key on her hair. Sissy. Please tell me what's wrong. I am also pregnant, but my last pregnancy ended in a stillbirth. She said that Lucius took away my memories of the birth and convinced me that Draco was your son. Harry finished quietly. Narcissa didn't speak. She just nodded against his chest. She was named Cassiopeia. I think. I had a dream. A few nights ago I met your father Cygnus. I guess as well as Cassiopeia. He said softly. She told me that Draco's mother was Auriel Malfoy. Auriel. That's Lucius's sister, according to the dream. He said. She was nice. Said that if she'd lived we might have been friends. He smiled softly, then stroked her hair. Sissy, if you're pregnant, then we'll prepare a nursery for 2 babies instead of just Bella's. This boy is going to make a great father. Andromeda thought as she walked out of the room to give the pair some privacy. Tonks had apparated to the ministry and went straight to the office of Amelia Bones. She pushed past the secretary and threw the door open. Bones was talking to Kingsley Shacklebolt. The pair looked at the furious pink-haired woman. "Or Potter Black, you got here quickly. I haven't even finished penning the message I was about to send you." Amelia said, "Why are you here?" "Dementors. We were attacked by Dementors in Muggle London." Tonks stated, "Someone with access to Dementors tried to kill us. They managed to feed on Bella for a moment before Harry was able to drive them off." Amelia looked to the reports on her desk. "The Dementors Merlin. All right, I'll get an investigation started." In the meantime, Senior Orr Shacklebolt was giving his report on the Burrow. "From what I gathered from Orr Dawlish, I believe you have some more to add to that story." Ginny Weasley was making love potion with her mother. Arthur Weasley took responsibility for his children and sent them to his Aunt Muriel. He gave me his word that they would not be returning to Hogwarts unless he was convinced that they would not try to harm Harry. Tonks said, "Later, after returning from the Burrow, I escorted Harry and the others to Gringotts. There he married Fleur Delacour, now Fleur Potter Black. Leaving the scene, Harry was attacked by Bill Weasley. Fleur decapitated Bill with a fireball. And you decided not to wait to speak to an Auror because, ma'am, Harry was suffering a concussion. We took him straight back home and put him to bed." Tonks said, watching as her direct superior and his direct superior shared matching frowns. "In the future, Auror Potter Black, you will remember procedure. You should have left someone to act as a spokesman then. Luckily for your job, Auror Dawlish was contacted shortly after the event at Gringotts by a Jean-Luc Delacour. He gave a detailed statement." Bones waved her hand. "Senior Orr Shacklebolt, you had something to speak with Potter Black. You are both dismissed." Kingsley walked out with Tonks. "I want you to go to the holding cells. No one has told Molly Weasley about the events at Gringotts." Tonks nodded. "I'd be glad to tell that banshee what her idiocy has cost her family." "Good. I have to do the same with Arthur." With that, the tall Auror departed from her side, going towards the lifts. "Merlin. That's going to kill Arthur." She shook her head sadly, then went to the holding cells. Molly Weasley was sitting on her bed glaring as Tonks walked in. A few cells over Albus Dumbledore sat. His trial was due to come up in a few days. "What are you doing here?" Molly spat. "Well, hello to you too," Tonks said with false cheer. "I've come to tell you that the Weasley family clock will be missing a name now." "What are you talking about? The only way the clock would lose a name is if..." Molly's face grew pale. Tonks noticed that Dumbledore was listening intently, though he was doing an admirable job of hiding that fact. "Well, it seems that after your plan to mind Beep Harry and Fleur failed, thanks to a tip from two very concerned family members, your eldest decided to escape the Aurors and stalk Harry. It turns out that if you attack the husband of Avila, you'd better hope that you're fireproof." "Fireproof?" "Molly. Bill is dead. He tried to kill Harry and Fleur defended him." Tonks wasn't sure what to expect. Molly was very quiet. She saw the color leave her face. "You mean, my Bill is dead?" Molly fell over in a faint. The guard rushed over and opened the cell door. Tonks went in and checked her pulse. "She's alive. She just fainted. Have a healer come down to check on her," Tonks said to the Auror on duty before rising and leaving the cell. She turned to Dumbledore. "It's your fault. You had to try and micromanage every aspect of everyone's life. Without you, Harry and Fleur would have had their own relationship and Bill Weasley would probably still be alive." She left then, not allowing him to speak. Mafalda came to check on Arthur. By now rumors of the attack on Harry's life had made it through the ministry. She knocked on his office door, and when there was no answer, she opened the door. "Arthur. Are you? My son tried to kill a boy I've loved as a son since practically the first day we met him." Arthur whispered, his voice harsh with emotion. He looked much weaker than he had when she left him before. His face was lined and pale as if he'd aged 20 years in just a few days. "Arthur. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say." "There's nothing to say, Mafalda. I'm a failure as a husband, as a father, and as a man. I ignored what my wife was doing to our children. At this point, I think only 3 of my children made it out of my wife's clutches unscathed. Percy has his own life now. Fred and George have their mail order business. He rubbed his eyes and stood. I'm sorry, Mafalda. I think I need to leave the office today. If you're leaving, I am coming with you. You shouldn't be alone right now. She grabbed his hand. We'll go to a pub and talk. Harry and Narcissa were still talking when there was a soft knock on the door. Andromeda walked in, leading Fleur and Tonks with her. How do you feel, sissy? She asked Narcissa. Harry and we will deal with this as it comes. I can't believe Malfoy tampered with your mind like that, Tonks said, to which Andromeda scoffed softly. It's not hard to imagine, Nymphadora. Lucius Malfoy was a scumbag. I'm just happy that your husband killed him. Do you want to send an owl to Draco? We can arrange a meeting room at Gringotts. Or even go to Malfoy Manor. Harry asked her, squeezing her hand gently. What can I tell him? Hello, Draco. I hope you've been well. I just found out that I'm not your mother and the woman who was your squib Aunt Auriel. She sighed. I don't hate my Draco. He's lost his father. I suppose it won't really do any good. I still hate him, but I don't think I hate him enough to ruin his life like that. He said. Narcissa looked up and ed him. You are a good man, Harry Potter Black. We are all very lucky to count you as ours. Fleur watched the scene before her unfold. Harry. I don't know why fate seems to hate you so much. She had seen so many things go against him in just the short time she'd known him. Dragons, Death Eaters, dueling. Him, in a graveyard, not to mention Bill. Merlin. Harry. I'm just glad I was still on the potion. Tonks watched her husband comforting Narcissa. Still traitorous little thoughts began to play in her mind of a son with his eyes. Or a metamorphogous child. I could see Harry freaking out the first time our baby changed hair colors. She smirked at the idea. Dora. Teddy's hair is blue. Harry calls from the nursery. She raced in to find Harry cradling their son, a happy baby named Teddy after her father. Sure enough, their son has bright blue hair. The little boy babbles happily before shoving a chubby fist into his mouth, drooling heavily. He's just like his mum, she said softly, lifting him up and cradling him against her chest. Harry put his arms around her and ed softly. I love you too so damned much. Language hubs. He might not be able to speak yet, but no sense in letting him hear words like that. Tonks blinked out of her reverie. A Mediwitch in nurse's robes had opened the door. Mrs. Potter Black is awake and wants to see her husband. Harry disengaged from Narcissa with another key, and walked out of the room. Does Bellatrix know? She asked her sister. She doesn't. She was unconscious when I ran the test and I only woke her up to give her the dreamless sleep potion so she could rest. Harry opened the door to Bellatrix's room. She was sitting up. She seemed paler than normal and very tired, but she managed a weak smile. Hey, she said as Harry went to her side, dotting her gently. Hey yourself. Are you feeling any better? A little. The nurse said I'll probably be here for a few days. I guess my time at Azkaban made me more sensitive to the Dementors. Well, that and being pregnant. Harry said. Oh no, she didn't know. He thought as he saw Bellatrix's eyes widened. I'm pregnant. According to Andromeda, Narcissa is too. Harry took her hand. We're going to have a baby. She nodded, then looked into his eyes. Are you happy about it? He smiled and squeezed her hand. I am, and you? I don't know how I feel. I think I'm happy. I mean, I know I am. But it's just. I didn't think we'd have our first child before you got your OWL results. She smirked, then sat back on her bed. You certainly weren't going to take your time, were you? Two pregnant wives. I wonder if Tonks has also fell victim of your charms. Don't say that, Bella. I don't think I could handle 3 pregnant women at once. Back at Grimmauld Place, Hermione had finally gotten a chance to look over the books she'd been left. I thought there would be more books. But knowing the Black family, they probably kept the more dangerous ones in their vault to keep children from opening the wrong book. The book she was reading now had a particularly interesting passage about inscribing cascading runes onto an object. She thought about the idea and jotted some notes. Fred walked into the library. Ever since their flight from the burrow, he'd been unable to get the memory of flying with her out of his mind. What are you reading? He asked. Oh, It's Roderick's Guide to Runes. There's a very interesting chapter here about cascading runes. Theoretically, you could inscribe a series of runes onto one of your joke cushions to make it play. Scotland the Brave. As the person sat down and then active a secondary action like transfiguring their trousers into a kilt. Hermione shared a grin with Fred as the sudden image of Ron Weasley dressed in a tartan kilt flashed in both of their minds. Hermione, how would you like to become an employee of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes? Hermione, how would you like to become an employee of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes? Harry had an idea. The record player was shielded so that it was resistant to magic. Back at Grimmauld Place, he was placing the box of records onto the top of the player. Narcissa watched from the doorway. Bellatrix will enjoy that. I hope so. She will, Harry. Partly because she loved music, but mostly because it's a sign you were thinking of her. She smiled and came into the room, placing a hand on his shoulder. We are all very lucky women to have you in our lives. Harry Key. Ed her softly. Thank you, sissy. Will you help me get back to St. Mungo's? Narcissa thought. I don't know if I should. I know my own pregnancy isn't that far along, but now that I know about, I want to be extra cautious. Harry nodded. I'll ask Fleur then. He drew Narcissa into his arms. Our first visit to the Wizengamot is coming soon. It is. The trial of Albus Dumbledore is going to be a huge circus, but at least we'll learn once and for all who Minister Fudge hates more, you or Dumbledore. She said dryly. Harry chuckled. I think he'll throw Albus into Azkaban or through the veil, then he'll consider me nothing but a little boy. And that, my dear husband, is why he will fail. You are so much more than a little boy. Before the trial begins, I will go visit some of the families we discussed earlier. The Greengrass family, the Longbottoms, the Abbotts. Those will be good houses to discuss forming an alliance. Narcissa sighed and stroked her husband's cheek. We will make our family strong again. I swear it. I trust you, sissy. You are one of the most brilliant witches I've ever met. If anyone can make our family strong, it's you. Harry told her, embracing her for a moment. I'm going to go ask Fleur if she'll come with me. We might go out for dinner afterwards, otherwise we'll be home fairly early. Fleur agreed to go with Harry back to the hospital. She apparated the two of them back to the hospital, Fleur carrying the box of albums and Harry carrying the player. Bellatrix was sitting up in her bed talking with Andromeda. Seriously, Andy, I'll be fine. I can go home. Bella, you are staying right here. You have to finish your replenishment potions. Andy, my husband has returned. Would you please go harass other patients? Bellatrix said, smiling at the sight not just of her husband, but of her records. Oh, very well, I'll be back. Andromeda crossed the floor to the doorway, stopping in front of Harry. Do not let her talk you into helping her leave. She is still very weak. And with that, Andromeda left, closing the door behind her. How do you feel? Harry asked, setting down the record player and key. Dotting his wife. Miserable. That butcher has poked and prodded me all day since you left. Bellatrix groused, ignoring the look of amusement on Harry's face. She's your sister. She loves you, Harry said, sitting beside her. Fleur brought over the box. Bellatrix, why don't you pick something out? She said, offering the box to Bellatrix. I know how about. I wish it would, Ron. She said, looking to Harry. He rose and took the record out, putting into the player and pressed the button. Sunshine, blue skies, please go away. A girl has found another and gone away. With her went my future. My life is filled with gloom. So day after day I stay locked up in my room. I know to you, it might sound strange. But I wish it would rain. Oh yeah. Harry sat back down beside Bellatrix. His hand went to hers as the Temptations played. Fleur was, like Bella and Tonks, a fan of Muggle music. Her tastes, though, ran more to jazz, due to her father's love of the music of Sidney Bechet. I wonder if father would let me bring some of his records home when we visit them at Yule. She thought, watching as Bellatrix closed her eyes and just listened to the music. 'Cause so badly I wanna go outside, such a lovely day. But everyone knows that a man ain't supposed to cry. Listen, I gotta cry 'cause crying eases the pain, oh yeah. People, this hurt I feel inside. Words could never explain. I just wish it would rain. Oh, let it rain, 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 baby. Let it rain. Oh yeah, let it rain. Harry squeezed Bellatrix's hand gently, a gesture she returned. Hey Fleur, would you please give us some time alone? We, Ari, I will be waiting for you in the lobby. She said, rising and leaving the pair in the room. You didn't have to send her out, Bellatrix said softly. Harry looked to his eldest wife. I wanted to talk to you. The attack I should have done more. What else could you have done? You fired off 2 Patronus charms. You saved my life and our baby's life. Tears pricked at Bellatrix's eyes. When they attacked me, I saw myself back in the Department of Mysteries. I saw Sirius. Harry rose and came closer to his wife, taking her into his arms. I killed my first real friend Harry, even though I fought like hell not to. I just cast AF, King Stunner. But he still fell through that damned veil. The tears came freely now. She cried against Harry's chest. I don't know if I can fight at your side when the final confrontation happens. What if I'm there and he puts me back under control? He could make me kill again. He could rip the thoughts out of my brain and find out everything, including about the baby. Her voice hitched then. He could make me apparate to our home and kill our baby. I'm not strong enough to fight him. He'll make me a weapon against you. Hey, enough of that now. We will defeat him. I promise you that, Bellatrix Potter Black. We will defeat that snaky bastard and raise our children in a happy and mostly sane home. Harry said softly. Ing the tears from her cheek. I'm scared. Harry, inside me is a part of you. A life is growing inside me that connects me forever to you. As long as he is alive, he could use that as a weapon. You are stronger than that, Bella. It took 3 people casting the compulsion charm on you in order for you to be trapped. I know you. You are the strongest person I've ever met. Ed her gently. You are an amazing woman and you will be an amazing mother. Will you hold me until I fall asleep? Of course I will, Bella. Harry did just that. He held his wife until her breathing slowed. The attack had drained her. She needed this chance to rest. He pressed a key to her temple and then rose from the bed. Fleur was waiting for him in the lobby just as she had promised. How is she? She's resting. I think everything hit her today. She's worried about the baby, about someone using her as a weapon again. Merde. Ari, I promise you, we'll find something that will help her. Fleur took his hand. Her Vila nature had recognized him as her husband. She needed physical contact with him, almost as much as Bellatrix had needed in the beginning. I promised you a dinner tonight, didn't I? Harry said softly, squeezing her hand gently. If you aren't feeling up to it, we can. No, Fleur. I made you a promise. Let's go find a place in Muggle London though. I don't feel like dealing with any more surprises from the wizarding world. Harry said softly. Fleur nodded and then apparated them both to a dingy alley well out of the public's view. Muggle London was much noisier than Diagon Alley. Partly that was due to just the volume of Muggles compared to wizards, but the other part of that equation was the lack of silencing charms. Magical shops put silencing charms on the doors and windows of their buildings to keep the sounds of the alley from intruding on the business going on inside the shops. Harry looked to Fleur. So, do you have a suggestion for a place to eat? Ari, there is a place called Clos Majore, on King Street. I apparated us to an alley near there. My parents' avenue been there a few times. She said softly. Harry grinned. Did you guess I would ask you to pick the place? Narcissa and Tonks both said that you let them guide the evening. I had a feeling you would allow me to do the same. Well then, Mrs. Potter Black, led on. Harry said, taking her hand and stepping out of the alley and into the street before them. Narcissa and Tonks both said that you let them guide the evening. I had a feeling you would allow me to do the same. Well then, Mrs. Potter Black, led on. Harry said, taking her hand and stepping out of the alley and into the street before them. Clos Majore. It's a lovely little restaurant in Covent Gardens, my petite. Apolline said as she watched Fleur prepare for the trip to St. Mungo's and then their date. Your father and I have visited it often. You and your husband should get the lamb and share it. Fleur grinned softly at the idea of sharing an intimate meal with the man who had risked his life for her family time and again. How is Gabrielle handling my marriage? Not as badly as we feared. She is still a bit upset that you got her man, but she told her father that she's willing to wait until she's old enough to marry him herself. Fleur laughed at the idea of her sister trying to marry her husband when she turned 17. Harry is a good man with a lot of love in his heart, but I think one set of sisters is enough for him. It was beautiful. The interior was designed to look like a vineyard with the walls decorated by vines and flowers. It reminded Fleur of their summer home in the south of France. It's a beautiful place. I'm glad you decided that this is where we should go for our date night, Harry said as they were escorted to their table. Maman and Papa love it. It reminds me of the vineyards at our summer house, she said. Harry pulled out her chair and she sat down dotting him. Tell me about it. Apparently I have a villa at the Riviera now. Maybe we'll be neighbors. Well, our summer house is called Maison de la Vie et de l'Amour. It means house of life and love. My father was given it by his mother and father as a wedding present. She smiled, thinking of the home she used to spend every summer vacation at. It is very close to the beach, and thanks to the wards it's hidden from muggles. According to the paperwork Narcissa has, Maison de Nord is near Toulon. Is that close by? Non. Our house is near Monaco. That's a few hours away. But with apparition, those distances are not an issue. We could visit my family in moments. Their discussion ended abruptly as their waitress arrived. Harry looked at the menu trying to decide on an entree. We will Avenue the slow roasted lamb shoulder and a bottle of the 86 Domaine Jasmine please, Fleur said, ordering for them both. Mother's suggestion, Harry asked as the waitress walked away. The meal is the wine over was my idea. It is our night to celebrate our marriage to one another. My magic, as claimed you, Harry Potter Black. I am yours now, as you are mine, she said, taking his hand. Vila magic is not exactly like human magic. It is based on the art. Love, passion, jealousy, these are all things that can cause my magic to react unless I take care to control them. The bottle arrived. Harry had never had wine before, but judging by the way Fleur seemed to approve of the cork's aroma, he figured it had to be all right. Wine tastes awful. Harry did his best to hide his grimace as he took his first sip. Fleur watched him and stifled a little giggle. Ari, do not take such a large sip for your first time. You must acclimate yourself. Wine can be very opinionated. Like a wand, it can be a bit much for the wrong person. What do you mean, the wrong person? Some people cannot taste the sweetness of wine because their tongue only notices the bitterness. You must learn to savor both parts of wine, just like how you cannot avenue only the good parts of life. If Dumbledore and Bill had not done what they did to me, we might have been together earlier, but there is no way to know if we would avenue been happy now. I know your art. I know how kind you are, how brave. The Fleur you first met wouldn't avenue been as open to the idea of loving you. She took his hand, squeezing it gently. Fleur, I would have fought Bill for you even if you told me you never wanted to marry me. You deserve a life where you aren't under a potion-fueled haze. He brought her hand up to his lips. I wanted to ask you to the Yule Ball that year, but I was terrified that you still saw me as a little boy. Ari, I said that because I was being a little girl. I was angry that you were there. I knew who you were. Everyone knows who Harry Potter is. Then I saw you outfly a dragon. Then I saw you save my sister from Grindylows. You saved me from Devil's Snare in the maze. I didn't save Cedric though, he said sadly. That is crime, not yours. Cedric's death was terrible, but it wasn't your fault. Tom Riddle was the one who cast that spell, not my US band. He dueled that evil thing to a standstill and brought Cedric's body back to his father. She squeezed his hand again. You are my arrow. Their waitress arrived with their food and conversation stopped for a time. I must be dreaming, Bellatrix said as she looked around. Gone was her room at St. Mungo's. Instead she was in a muddy field surrounded by cheering people. She looked down. Her usual black robes were gone, replaced by muggle jeans and sandals. She was still dressed in darker colors, but she looked perfectly at home here. Wait, I recognize this place. You should. This was our concert. Came a very familiar voice behind her. Bellatrix spun around and there, standing there with his hands in the pockets of his jeans, was a young James Potter. Hello Bella. It's been a long time. She froze for a moment. James, how? The powers that be granted me this chance to talk to you, he said, smiling as he took her hand and led her towards the tent that she had shared with James and Sirius. Is he? Sirius? Yeah, he's around. He wouldn't miss this for anything. Lily was convinced that you would prefer just me, but Sirius wanted to see you too. James chuckled and led her inside. Sirius, not looking a day over 17, smiled at her from his spot on the floor. Hello, and how is my favorite cousin? He said, rising and embracing Bellatrix. Sirius, I'm so. Nope. None of that. They didn't let us have this time so you can feel guilty over something you had no control over. It wasn't you who cast the stunner, it was Riddle, working through the compulsion charms. Blaming you would be like blaming the wand and not the wizard, Sirius said before releasing her from the hug. Harry has said as much. You have a very smart son, James. Bellatrix said, looking over to her former secret boyfriend. He is. He takes after his mother more than me. I was a royal prat as a teenager. He's a good kid. James smirked. He's got a big heart, Bella. He loves you. All of you. Do you resent me marrying your son? She asked quietly, to which James laughed a little. Bella, Harry loves you. I love you. Fate decided that I couldn't be with you, so it gave you the next best thing. Lily thinks it's a bit odd that her daughter-in-law is older than she was. Well, two of her daughters-in-law are older, but that's neither here nor there. James said, waving his hand. The two of you are together, and inside you is a new life. All I want is that you help him make the world a place for you, for Harry, and for my grandson. Grandson. Yes, Bella. There's a baby boy in there. You're having a son. I will. I don't know how I will, but I will do it. She promised. Good. No more moping. No more worrying about what Goldilocks will do. Goldilocks. Yeah, Sirius and I thought it up. We figured Riddle'd hate it. What do you think? It is a bit juvenile. Ha. Then he'll hate it. Sirius crowed, and then went to the tent flap. Sticking his head out, he shouted, I told you, Lils, Goldilocks is a winner. Honestly, you two are nothing but overgrown babies. Came a voice Bellatrix didn't recognize. But when the young red-haired woman walked in, she knew who it was. Lily Potter. The one and only. Like Bellatrix, Lily Potter wore bell-bottom jeans, but while in the dream Bellatrix had her hair loose and wild around her face, Lily had a dull green headband that kept her rosy hair out of her face. James gave you his blessing, now I'm giving you mine. Harry needs love, my wretch of a sister couldn't bring herself to love my son. The family he thought loved him like one of their own was using him. You and his wives are the best chance he's got of making through this sordid affair with his sanity intact. Lily stepped forward and hugged Bellatrix. She leaned in and whispered into her ear, I might not be able to hold my grandchildren, but I'm watching over you all. The love you share with Harry, and the love he shares with you is a power greater than all the dark magic in the universe. Voldemort is afraid to die. Give Harry enough of a reason to live and you won't have to worry about losing him to death for a very long time. Speaking of time, I'm sorry Bella, but it's time to wake up. James said before his face shifted and Andromeda Tonks was looking down at her. Bella, are you all right? You were talking in your sleep. I'm fine Andromeda. I feel better than I have in a very long time. She said with a smile, one hand resting on her belly. Your parents will live through this war, and we will love you so much, James. Dinner had been fantastic. While Harry couldn't say that he liked wine, he could say he enjoyed slow-roasted lamb shoulder when sharing it with his youngest wife. The pair left the restaurant, walking hand in hand. So, I suppose the next thing to do would be to find a hotel for the night. Grimmauld Place is a bit too crowded for what Avenue planned for you tonight, Mr. Potter Black. Fleur said impishly. What have I gotten myself into? Harry asked aloud, to which Fleur smacked his shoulder teasingly. You, Avenue married a woman whose heart burns with passion, my love. Now, come with me to our hotel. It's nearby. Fleur took his hand and half pulled him along the still bustling street. Covent Garden Hotel was unassuming from the outside, but once Fleur had went to the counter and asked for Monsieur Delacour's suite, he was able to see how luxurious it really was. "This place is amazing, Fleur," he said, stunned. It was beautiful. Deep burgundy wallpaper and white carpet made the room seem warm and inviting. Fleur pushed him to sit on the massive bed, smirking when Harry sank into the soft bed. "Prepare yourself out. I will do the same," she said. Dotting him and walking into the ensuite. Harry divested himself of his clothing as the lights dimmed. Fleur stepped out nude. "I hope you are ready for me," she said as she moved onto the bed and crawled up to headboard. Dotting Harry deeply, she snapped her fingers and the nights went out. "I hope you are ready for me," she said as she moved onto the bed and crawled up to headboard. Dotting Harry deeply, she snapped her fingers and the nights went out. Things were quiet at Grimmauld Place for the next few days. Harry and his wives were glad of it. Bellatrix had been allowed to come home and Harry had been doing an admirable job of caring for her. "I feel like I'm already 9 months along," Bellatrix grumbled as she sat up in the bed beside Harry. "Well, you're not, you're only a week along," he said, smiling, putting his arm around her. "I missed you, you know. This bed is far too empty when you aren't at home. I'm surprised the others didn't offer to take my place while I was away," she said softly. "I mean, Sissy is the primary wife. By tradition, she should be the one in bed with you each night." "Maybe so, but this is our bed," Harry said. "Now let's get some rest." The lights went off, but for Bellatrix sleep didn't come easily. The next morning Narcissa sat at the table sipping her tea and looked over some paperwork. "Well, our marital status is public record now. The Daily Prophet will have to stop playing guessing games with just whom Harry is married to. For good or ill, I suppose the secret is out." Sure enough, the front of the newspaper had a composite photograph of all of them, including Bellatrix. For her portion, they had used her picture from her wanted poster. Narcissa noted, her eyes narrowing. "A Death Eater, a Dowager, an Auror, and a Vila." By Rita Skeeter. Hearts were broken all across the wizarding world when it was revealed that our very own boy who lived, Harry Potter, was married. Those broken hearts have been irrevocably shattered with the discovery of just who Harry Potter claims as the loves of his life. The youngest, and most recent bride, Fleur Potter Black née Delacour, is employed by Gringotts as a curse breaker. During this employment she met Bill Weasley, eldest of Arthur and Molly. She claimed that her former lover was using love potions on her and drawing on her time as a fellow Tri-Wizard champion. She employed Harry as an agent of revenge, or is it justice? Handsome and available scion Draco Malfoy had this to say. "She's pretty enough for a creature, bit like a nymph, I guess. Weak-willed fools try to treat them the same as a witch." Next in age is the junior Auror Nymphadora Potter Black née Tonks. Daughter of the disgraced Andromeda Black, we reported on her as one of the likely prospects due to her youth and ability to change aspects of her body. No doubt those abilities will come into use when she needs to hide the ravages of time from her youthful husband. Narcissa Potter Black née Black, the widow of Lucius Malfoy, is the primary wife of House Potter Black. Like Fleur Potter Black, she ensnared her husband by claiming abuse at the hands of Lucius Malfoy. That marriage was annulled and Lucius challenged Harry to a duel to the death. The recorder of the duel, one pious thickness, was recorded as saying, "The match was fairly quick. The boy was outclassed by Lucius, who was a master duelist. There was an unfortunate slip and Potter was considered the victor by a technicality." Finally we come to the most infamous of the wives of Harry Potter, Bellatrix Potter Black née Lestrange. Those with memories of the attacks by He Who Must Not Be Named, will remember her as the monster who destroyed the minds of Frank and Alice Longbottom. Sadly, their son Neville was unreachable for comment and his grandmother and Regent Augusta Longbottom's response was not suitable for printing. Is it a love potion, a confundus charm, or perhaps even blackmail that lured Harry Potter into the clutches of these three witches and a Vila? For detailed analysis of possible reasons, turn to pages 3, 4, 5, 12, and 14. Damn, we need to get ahead of this thing. That interview with Skeeter has to be moved up. I'll send her an owl. If we do this right, Harry will come out looking like a good-hearted young man with devoted wives. Narcissa thought about possible interview questions she would allow as she sipped her morning tea. The other letter was a notice from Gringotts about Draco. It seems the boy I thought was my son is going to try and make a claim on House Malfoy. Fool boy, Harry took the house in fair combat. Thinking about Draco made Narcissa wince slightly. While she knew intellectually that it wasn't his fault that his father had switched Draco with her daughter at birth, it still hurt each time she thought of what could have been. Mummy. My Hogwarts letter came. Cassiopeia was a bright girl with big blue eyes that seemed to drink in the whole world. Narcissa smiled as she knelt down and embraced the 11-year-old. Congratulations, my love. When your father gets home, we'll go straight to Diagon Alley and get you everything you'll need. Would you like a cat or an owl? The little girl thought and then smiled up at her mother. I'd like an owl like Daddy, a beautiful white owl. Cassie, as they called her, was not the daughter of Lucius Malfoy, but rather the daughter of Narcissa and Harry Potter. In this dream world there had never been a Lucius Malfoy. She and Harry had met in school. He'd still been a Gryffindor, she had still been a Slytherin, but when he held her, house rivalries didn't matter. The front door opened and Harry walked in, still wearing his Auror's robes. I told Proudfoot that I would be taking the afternoon off. I know what day it is, it's the day our Cassie gets her letter. Cassie broke from her mother's arms and jumped into her father's. Daddy, I want to get an owl like Hedwig. Narcissa broke from her daydream as Harry walked downstairs with Bellatrix. Morning, sissy, he said, dotting her softly. Good morning, Harry. Bella, I've got an hour post organized. The prophet knows who you are married to now. Rita Skeeter did her usual hit piece on us, she said, handing him the newspaper. Harry took it and quickly scanned over the article, then cursed. I thought she was going to help us. Quote, she is, Harry. We have a meeting with her in a week, but with your permission I'd like to move it up to tomorrow. If you give her an exclusive, she'll be in your debt. Narcissa said, pushing the Gringotts letter to him. Okay. Talk to her. Now what's this from the bank? Draco is attempting to make a claim on House Malfoy. He's claiming that you didn't actually kill Lucius, as it was a disarming spell that sent him into the pillar, rather than a hex designed to kill. Narcissa worried her lower lip with her teeth. If he challenges you to a duel, I'm not going to handicap you by begging you to not kill him. Harry took her hand. I don't want to kill anyone except Riddle if I can help it. Draco is a Ponce, but that's because he's just another Lucius. Narcissa smiled at that. What if we offered him Malfoy Manor? I mean, we would take anything dangerous out first, but if we gave him the house, do you think he'd leave you be? Harry asked her. I don't know, we will need to set up an appointment to meet with him at Gringotts if you wish to try and speak with an arbiter. She said after a moment of thought, I have no love for that house, so if that will serve the purpose I am in favor of it. Tonks made her way downstairs. She paused and Ed Harry, Morning Hubs. She said, stifling a yawn. Good morning, Dora, he said, pulling her into an embrace. Quick question for you. How annoyed would you be if the Dursleys were murdered by Tom? She asked him. Harry thought for a moment, somewhere between, not annoyed at all, and ecstatic, but I would still probably try to warn them. Why? You're an adult now. The wards put on Privet Drive will probably be falling soon, if they haven't fell already. Harry frowned. So, we have to go save them from being mulched by Death Eaters. Tonks smirked. Either we warn them or we let them fry. Bellatrix had a dark look in her eyes. Let them die. I've seen what they did to Harry. She is talking about your scars, isn't she, Ari? Fleur came into the kitchen, moving to the side opposite Tonks to her husband. I am. They hurt our husband. I think we need to pay them back, with interest. Bellatrix said that last part almost as a snarl. Harry touched her hand gently. Bella, they aren't worth you going to Azkaban. But, if we're going to warn them, I don't see why we don't all go together as a family and have a friendly chat. Harry turned and went upstairs to get changed. His wives shared a dark look. The Dursleys will pay for hurting Harry seemed to be in the eyes of the four women. It was a drizzly summer morning on Privet Drive. At number 4, Vernon Dursley was reading his newspaper. Damned liberals are ruining things. This health scheme is entirely too welcoming to the immigrants. The fat man scowled when he heard a knock on the front door. Almost as if summoned by magic, Petunia Dursley was at the door. When she opened it, there stood a very beautiful owned woman about her age, wearing a black dress and carrying an attaché case. Petunia Dursley, the stranger said, to which Petunia nodded. Yes, may I ask who you are? My name is Narcissa. I represent the interests of Harry Potter. She said, may I come in? We don't deal with freaks. Petunia hissed. She went to close the door, but before she could, Narcissa had her wand drawn. I wouldn't do that, Mrs. Dursley. Now if you'll move aside, we'd like to come in. That was when Petunia noticed the three women standing behind her. All of the women were looking at them with open contempt. The eldest, a black-haired woman, stood with her arm interlocked with her nephew's. What is this, Vernon? She called for her husband as the group pushed into the house. Pet, did you call me? What is this? Why are you here, boy? None of that, fat man. We all know how you've treated Harry. Tonks said, drawing her wand. We treated him like the freak he was. Absolutely right, Vernon. A few more beatings might have taken that freakishness out of him. You call. I am a freak. E is the arrow of the wizarding world. Fleur said, feathers starting to sprout along her arms. Is that it? Is that the cupboard? Bellatrix asked Harry, before walking to it and throwing it open. You put a child in this. She rounded to face the Dursleys. You dared to put your sister's only child in a cupboard after he lost his parents. She turned back to Harry. They aren't worth this, Harry. Let's leave them to Riddle. Who is Riddle? One of your freaks? Vernon asked Harry. He was trying to keep control of the situation, but being surrounded by so many angry witches, it was difficult. Sissy calmly sat at the table and opened her case. Inside she had a small stack of papers. We agreed, Bellatrix, that it would be Harry's choice. Personally, I think we all agree with you. Let Tom Riddle come and kill the lot of them. Uncle Vernon, Tom Riddle is the man who killed my parents. Dumbledore put wards on this house to keep him from finding me, but those wards are going to vanish soon, if they haven't already. Harry said, watching the red on his uncle's face drain away, leaving him pale. Vernon, we've got to get out of here. Petunia shrieked, dashing upstairs to pack. She's not wrong. You need to get out of here. When he comes, it won't matter that I'm not here. It won't even matter that you hate me. He will kill you. He'll probably take out the entire block. Harry said, Narcissa has something to offer you. If you accept it, then we'll consider everything settled and we'll never have to see each other again. It was a surprisingly subdued Vernon Dursley that sank into his chair at the kitchen table. Narcissa showed him the papers she had set out. Your nephew, due to his status as Lord of Houses Potter and Black, is a very wealthy wizard. He is willing to offer you a house hidden away from the eyes of the world. Vernon looked down. There is a picture of a nondescript two-story home. This is a property owned by House Black. It is near the town of Guildford. It is close by and warded against strangers coming to your door. Narcissa explained, then flipped the pages. It is unplottable, which means it doesn't show up on maps. Harry recommends that you rent a box at your post office for all correspondences. If you accept the house, Harry is prepared to key you into the wards so that your family members are able to go there. Narcissa finished and let Vernon look at the picture. What do you get out of this, boy? Vernon finally asked warily. Nothing. You get to live and the universe continues to let you go unpunished for how you treated me. Harry said, if it was just you, I would probably have sent you a letter. You would have ignored it and he would have killed you. Harry has told us about your treatment of him. We would prefer it if Riddle killed you. However, he still feels that your wife and son would be burdened by your death. Bellatrix said as she moved to his side. Will you take the house? Harry asked. After a time, Vernon nodded. All right, in that case the house is yours. Narcissa has the key and the paperwork for you. When you clean this house out, make sure you get everything. Nearly anything can be used to make a tracking charm. Harry rose and went to the stairs. Dudley had woken up hearing his mother frantically packing and had came downstairs. He looked different to Harry, as if he hadn't been sleeping well. Harry, is he the one who sent those Dementee things after you? No, he's the one who killed my mom and dad. When they attacked us, I saw everything I've ever done flash before my eyes. How I treated you, how I treated everyone. I'm sorry. Dudley apologized to me. I cannot say I saw this coming. Harry looked down. Dudley was holding out his hand. Harry reached out and shook it. Thank you for saving my life again. Apparently saving people is what I do. It's how I met 3 out of the 4 women who came with me. The one I didn't is an Auror. That's the Wizarding World's police. She also saves people. Bragging on me, Mr. Potter. Tonks said, smiling. Coming from his bedroom with a small bag in her hand. This is everything that had your magical signature on it. All right, we've got everything we need then. Goodbye, Dudley. Bye, Harry. Take care of yourself. With that, Harry and the other women vanished, never to come back to number 4 Privet Drive ever again. Harry felt numb when they arrived back home. Tonks watched him as he walked into the house almost in a daze. He just gave the people who spent his entire childhood abusing him a house and the promise of safety. I can't let them take advantage of him like this. Hey, Harry, she began. He didn't really seem to hear her. Harry. She called again, louder this time. Harry turned slowly. Yeah, Dora. I need to know everything about the Dursleys. Please. I'm not asking as your wife. I am an Auror in charge of keeping you safe. I have a duty, both to our house and the law. She went to his side, taking his hand. We can take as long as you need, but I need to know everything. Harry sighed. It doesn't matter, Dora, what they did is over. I got some scars from it, but hell, I face a new mortal peril every few months. Harry, please. All right, fine. I was locked in that cupboard for so long as a kid that I think part of the reason I wear glasses is that my eyes can't handle light. Vernon used me as a punching bag whenever he lost a sale. Petunia used me to cook, clean, mow the lawn, weed the garden, and when I was 8 she made me clear the gutters during a storm. I fell off the ladder and broke my wrist. Do you want to know who fixed my wrist? So would I, because they never took me to a doctor. They are horrible, evil people. He said before closing his eyes and lowering his head, and I just gave them a house and my promise that they'd be safe there. They treated you so horribly. Why would you save them? Fleur asked in a horrified whisper, her eyes filled with unshed tears. Because some damned fool part of me keeps thinking, maybe someday they'll love me. Harry said sadly before taking his hand out of Tonks and walking upstairs. They heard the bedroom door open and then close. You 3 keep an eye on him. He gave me enough information that I'm going to see Bones. If I'm not back by tonight, tell him I got called in to assist with a case. Tonks said before rushing the flow. If she doesn't get them arrested, we kill them. Narcissa said softly, her voice filled with venom at the thought of how they had treated Harry. I might do it anyway. Bellatrix said, looking for the first time like the former Death Eater she was. Avenue never killed anyone before, but for what they did to Ari, I would. Fleur said before looking at the stairs, one of us should go see. I'll do it, Bellatrix said softly, before starting to the stairs. It turned out that Amelia Bones had the same idea as Tonks. Auror Potter Black, is Arabella Figg still living on Privet Drive? Yes, ma'am. Could she corroborate what Harry has told you? Most likely. I'll send you alone. If your investigation pans out favorably, we'll send a team to the house Harry set them up. I will put you point for this, but let me warn you now. We do this by the book. Now go. Tonks nodded and apparated to Privet Drive. She took a look at number 4 and sighed. He deserved so much better than what they did to him. I swear I will make his adult years happier than his childhood. She made her way to Mrs. Figg's door and knocked on it. Nymphadora Tonks, whatever are you doing here? Arabella Figg asked as she peered around her barely opened door. Actually, it's Potter Black now. I'm a married woman. She said, I need to ask you some questions about Harry. He's been having nightmares, screaming out at night about something they did to him, she said, pointing at number 4. Any ideas what it could be? Mrs. Figg frowned and opened the door wider. Come in, please. This house reeks of Kneazle piss. Tonks thought, stifling the urge to wrinkle her nose as she stepped into the house. I'll tell you the same thing I told to Minerva McGonagall. Those people treated Harry fine. Fine. I've seen the marks on his back. Tonks started to raise her voice. What do you mean, Minerva McGonagall? She was here, asking about Harry. Had some cock and bull story that Albus Dumbledore was using compulsion charms to make everyone see things his way. Mrs. Fig snorted derisively, as if the leader of the light would ever do something like that. He did. He's in DMLE custody for drugging Fleur Delacour and attempting to drug Harry. Tonks said, "Have you ever eaten or drank anything he gave you?" "I beg your pardon, I don't need to listen to this nonsense. Harry was treated just like any other boy, now please show yourself out." Fig isn't going to be a useful source of information. It sounds like Dumbledore put a compulsion spell on her as well. I'll tell Bones when I get back. Unfortunately, or Potter Black, while I share your suspicions and your desire to get justice for Harry, unless you have proof, or can convince him to submit to Pensieve or Veritaserum, we don't have any options at the moment. Amelia Bones looked furious that these people were escaping. Tonks frowned and then had an idea. "Madam Bones, would you allow me to go to the manor disguised as Harry with or Shacklebolt?" Tonks as Harry stood at the door. Kingsley, hidden by a powerful notice me not charm, stood to one side with a quick quotes quill and parchment. She knocked and then waited. "What do you want, boy?" Vernon Dursley, looking as much like A.B. owned Walrus as ever to Tonks, opened the door. "We need to talk. I've given you a house. I think I deserve an answer to some questions. I think the only thing a freak like you deserves is a belt to the head." He went to slam the door, but Tonks was too fast. She pushed the door all the way open and held it there. "A belt to the head, is that your answer to everything? It worked when you were younger. I don't see why it wouldn't work now." Vernon brought up a fist and sent it towards the face of who he believed was his nephew. "Stupefy." Tonks ducked as the stunner from Kingsley shot out and hit Vernon in the chest. "I think that'll be enough to get a full investigation into what they did to Harry," Tonks said as she shifted back into her normal form. She went into the house. She found Petunia at the kitchen table. "Petunia Dursley, you are under arrest by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for abuse of a minor wizard. You have two choices. You can come quietly or we can stun you," Tonks said, leveling her wand. "Abuse. We took that brat in. That was as far as she got before Tonks stunned her. Man, everyone I arrest wants to take the option where I get to stun their stupid asses." She smirked and then made her way to the upstairs bedrooms. She found Dudley waiting for her sitting on his bed. "Dudley Dursley, you are save it. I know why you're here. I saw you from the window. You're arresting us for what we did to Harry." "Yes, you have two options. You can. I'm going quietly. I wasn't lying. When those things attacked us, I was trapped in the memories of what I did to him. I saw myself beating my cousin for no better reason than because I could." He stood up and held out his hands. "Whatever happens, I don't blame him. I'd say I'm surprised he never burnt the house down with all of us in, but that's not Harry." Harry lay on his bed looking up at the ceiling. Bella had came into the room and was laying beside him, holding him against her side. "Bella. Yes. Why do they hate me so much?" His voice was so soft she'd almost missed it. Blinking back tears, she thought for a moment and squeezed his hand. "Because some people are just full of hate. Look at my family if you need proof. Look at Tom Riddle. Some people are incapable of being kind. But I know Vernon and Petunia love each other. He never forgets her birthday or their anniversary. I wish I had an answer for you, Harry. I really do. All I can say is that we love you. You have a family here. Soon it'll be joined by my baby and sissies as well. I love you too, Bella. All of you." Meanwhile, in the library, Fred and George were working on the plans for a new type of joke suite when Fred felt someone staring a hole in his head. He turned and saw Hermione standing there. "Hermione, is everything all right?" "No, it's not. You dropped out of Hogwarts and the two of you are attempting a NEWT level potion." "So, we've done this before plenty of times," Fred said, trying to placate the brunette. "It failed. Plenty of times. You mean you just randomly experiment with dangerous substances whenever the urge takes you?" The frown on her face seemed to threaten splitting her face. "No, we do work out the formulas before we open our kits. Believe it or not, we like keeping all of our bits attached so we don't just randomly throw ingredients together," he said before rising and walking to her. "What's your problem? Ever since we got here, you've been finding fault in everything I do." Hermione managed to look embarrassed for that. "At least, I don't want to find fault, Fred. It's just I also don't want to see the boy who flew me away from the burrow with a face dissolved by acid. Oh, never mind. She turned and rushed out of the library and up to the room she now shared with Fleur. What was that about? Fred asked his brother, who'd been watching with no small amount of amusement. Come on, my less handsome brother. Even Ronikins would see that. Hermione has a thing for you ever since our broom flight. Vernon Dursley was still under the effects of the silencing charm Tonks had placed on him. Stupid freaks, how dare they try and arrest an upstanding gentleman like myself? If it weren't for the shame of having to deal with their kind, I'd have the lot of them sued. He glared at the woman currently staring at him like he was an insect. Or Potter Black, this thing is Vernon Dursley correct? The red-haired freak with a monocle said to the pink-haired freak who had hung off of his freak nephew's arm. Yes, Madam Bones. Good. Be a dear and fetch a fresh bottle of Veritaserum. Mr. Dursley, she said, turning from Tonks to Vernon, we are going to have a little chat, you and I. You may refer to me as Madam, our director. I am the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. You currently stand accused of abusing your nephew Harrison James Potter Black. This would be bad enough if he wasn't as prominent a member of society as he is. Your nephew is the Lord of Houses Potter and Black. Besides that, he is the future Lord of House Delacour in France. You have literally been abusing wizarding royalty. Still unable to speak, Vernon merely glared at her. Amelia smirked. Let me explain, while you are still blessedly silent, the various punishments you could be facing. First, most lenient, and least likely, is obliviation. We would remove your memories having to do with Harry and the magical world and drop you and yours off in the middle of Muggle London. She looked at her papers. I can promise you, that won't be your fate. Next, and possibly the most likely, is a lifetime stay at our prison. The Hotel Azkaban is a lovely 4-star resort in the middle of the North Sea. It features all-inclusive packages where your meals and rooms are covered. You'll also receive round-the-clock exercise as the Dementors run you through your worst memories again and again. While you're in your cell, be sure to ask your son what he thinks of Dementors. Finally, we have our 2 lethal options. These are the ones I will personally be advocating for, by the way. You either go through the veil downstairs in the Department of Mysteries, or your good friends the Dementors can give you a key. That key will drain your soul out of your body and you will spend the rest of your short life in a vegetative state at Hotel Azkaban. Amelia enjoyed watching Vernon's face get progressively paler and paler. Now then, here are the options you have before you today. You can cooperate and go to your trial with as normal a mind as your kind ever gets. Your kind here, dear Vernon, refers to abusive pieces of dung, not muggles, or you can be an obstreperous A.S. and we'll use that truth potion I just called for. If I have to do that, I promise we'll be here for hours going over everything you tell me in excruciating detail. Just then Tonks arrived with a small silver bottle. All ready, Madam Bones, a fresh bottle of Veritaserum. Thank you, or Potter Black. Would you like to act as the recorder for this little meeting? Amelia asked, offering Tonks a quill and parchment. Gladly, madam. Good, now you get ready while I see if Mr. Dursley is ready to chat. Amelia waved her wand and the silencing charm was broken. Are you ready to talk? She asked, keeping her wand level. I don't have to talk to you, I am a British citizen. Vernon was silenced by a wave of Amelia's wand. Mr. Dursley, you are a citizen of Muggle Britain. We aren't in Muggle Britain. We are in magical Britain. I am the head of law enforcement. You will answer my questions, and now you will do so against your will. Amelia opened the bottle and grabbed the back of Vernon's head. She pulled his hair, causing him to open his mouth in pain. She placed 4 drops of the truth potion onto his tongue. Now then, let's remove the silencing charm. Amelia undid the charm and watched as Vernon's eyes glazed over. I'll begin asking the questions now, if you are ready, or Potter Black. Tonks nodded, and so Amelia began to speak. Name: Vernon Cuthbert Dursley. Age: 42. How many times have you beaten Harry Potter? When he comes back from that freak school? When he lived with us full time at least once a week since he was 4. Why? Because it's his fault. What is? That long-bearded bastard left the boy on our doorstep. I tried to drop him off at an orphanage, but as soon as I drove away, the basket appeared on the seat of my car. I threw him off a bridge and the basket appeared on the bridge beside me before it touched the water. Why did you try to kill Harry? He's a freak just like his parents. I hated James and Lily Potter. Why? Because he was rich. She was beautiful. I made a good living, but I got stuck with the ugly one. That's enough. Or Potter Black, take him back to his cell and then bring in Petunia Dursley. Amelia rubbed her temple as she watched Tonks stun Vernon and then levitate him, using her magic to drag the man out of the room. King Muggle Bastard. When I leave the office, I'm going into my training studio at Bones Manor and I am blowing off as much steam as I can. The idea that someone could be as evil as Vernon Dursley wasn't shocking to Amelia. After all, as an Auror, she'd seen horrors before. The appearance of Tonks and Petunia brought her out of her thoughts. Auror Potter Black, have you explained to Mrs. Dursley what is going to happen? She asked. Tonks nodded, her hair swirling from pink to a deep red. I have, ma'am. She insists on speaking to Harry and refuses to answer our questions until then. Amelia flicked her eyes over to Petunia. She looks like she's going to be sick. Auror Potter Black, did you tell Mrs. Dursley anything about Mr. Dursley's interrogation? I may have let it slip exactly what Vernon thought about her. She did. She informed me that my husband considers me the ugly one. I want to speak to Harry. Petunia said softly. Her voice sounded far away, as if she was looking back on everything she'd done. Well, Mrs. Dursley, let me tell you something else from our discussion. Your husband admitted to trying to murder the infant Harry Potter by dropping him off of a bridge. With a confession like that, I can promise you, Vernon Dursley will not be coming out of prison alive. He might not even make it to jail alive. Amelia watched Petunia's face, looking for something. Come on, you ch. Show remorse, hell, show pride so I can hate you even more. My husband has no desire to see or speak with you ever again. The only time you'll see him is at your trial. Tonks said, jabbing her wand into Petunia's back. Now sit. Petunia sank into the chair. Amelia prepared the bottle. Open your mouth, Mrs. Dursley. I want to spia. Petunia didn't get to finish as Amelia used the opportunity to drop 3 drops of veritaserum into her mouth. Petunia resisted and then slumped forward. Name? Amelia asked. Petunia Annabelle Dursley née Evans. Age? 39. How many times have you struck Harry Potter? Never. All right. How have you abused him? I let Vernon hit him. I let Vernon lock him in the cupboard. I stood by while my son learned from his father and beat Harry. Why? I don't know. Why do you want to speak to Harry? To beg him to save Dudley. What do you remember of the day Harry came to live with you? I remember seeing the letter on his basket and then looking down at the reason my sister was dead. I felt strange, like I wanted to hug him and keep the link to my sister alive, but I also wanted to dash him onto rocks. Tell me about the letter. What did it say? Vernon and Petunia, this is Harry. Lily and James died to protect him. Raise him in your house. When the time is right, he will be taken back into our world. While he stays with you, treat him harshly. He must be willing to sacrifice everything when the time comes. It wasn't signed, but I believe it was that Professor Dumbledore. When I read the letter, I felt something tell me to trust his decision. That's enough. Take her back. Gently if you can, Auror Potter Black. Amelia ran her hand through her hair as Tonks led Petunia out of the room. Another damned compulsion charm. Albus, I will throw you through the veil myself. Tonks didn't put Petunia in the same cell as Vernon, instead she opened the cell that held Dudley. What did you do to my mother? The boy asked. She's been given a truth potion. It will wear off soon. When it does, she's probably going to be very confused. Look, your father is screwed, I won't lie to you about that. But, there's a chance that your mother was influenced by an extremely strong compulsion charm. Madame Bones will most likely be calling in a mind healer and an unspeakable to look at her. What's going to happen to us? Dudley asked, looking to his mother and then to the cell where Vernon Dursley lay on his cot. You're underage for an interrogation without an advocate. My father is a solicitor. If you'd like, I'll ask him to be here. Otherwise, you can wait for one of ours to come up free. Why would you bring your father to help me? Dudley asked. I was just as bad as Dad when it came to how I treated Harry. The difference is you seem to feel some remorse. This is a very messed up situation. Your father admitted to attempting to kill Harry as a baby. He didn't. He admitted it under a truth potion. Dudley, it happened. He tried to throw him off of a bridge. Tonks sighed. When we have the formal hearing, it's not going to be pretty. Madam Bones might have to confiscate every wand she can to keep someone in the gallery from killing your father there and then. What's going to happen to us? That I don't know. Like I said, Vernon is done. Your mother might be still feeling the effects of a compulsion charm, and if she is, then the wizard who cast it will be taking a free trip through the veil. I don't know what she'll recommend for you though. You show remorse, but you're still guilty of what you did. She sighed as her hair turned the dull mousy brown that signified she was depressed. It was easier when I thought you were all shite. Look, do you want me to contact my dad for you? Yes, please, we might as well get this over with. All right, I'll tell Madam Bones and then I'll speak with my father. Your interrogation will take place in a few days. Tonks left the holding cells and sighed as she entered the hallway. Damn it, I just wanted a nice and easy trial and execution, but no. One might have been brainwashed into hating Harry and the other went and grew a conscience. Hello Dudley. Petunia. My name is Ted Tonks. I'm a solicitor who specializes in wizarding law. My daughter asked me to speak with you. Ted Tonks was a fairly average-looking man, tall and broad with owned hair. He had the appearance of an overgrown child. He knew that and used it to his advantage in the Wizengamot as well as in Muggle courts. He looked over the file that his daughter had sent him. It says here that there is a strong suspicion of a compulsion charm cast on you, Mrs. Dursley, is that correct? He asked. If there was and you help us in the case against the wizard or which responsible, then you should be able to go back to the home Harry has given you until the end of the war. What will I do? Vernon was the one earned all the money, Petunia asked. Ever since she found out about what she'd said during her investigation, she'd been working through it in her mind. Harry is Lily's son. I've always known that. But if that letter really did have a spell on it, how different could have things been? Mum, Harry got a letter delivered by an owl. Dudley called excitedly. He and Harry had been best friends since the day they could talk. She and Vernon had divorced shortly after Harry's arrival. It wasn't easy raising two children and working, but Mrs. Figg across the street had been a godsend. Petunia took out the pan of cookies she'd been baking and walked into the living room. That's his letter from wizarding school. Lily got one just like it. You mean Harry and me won't go to the same school anymore? Dudley seemed like he was going to cry. Petunia knelt and placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, Dudley. When I was a girl I felt the same way. Lily went to that school and I had to continue at St. Agatha's. That's stupid. I hate magic, he said, frowning. Petunia drew her son into an embrace. Dudley, it's nothing Harry can help. It would be like saying you hate that he has green eyes and you have blue. Petunia shook the thoughts from her mind. It didn't matter what could have happened, she decided. What did happen was she had spent Harry's entire life allowing him to be hurt. He'll never forgive us, not that we deserve it. Ted Tonks went through his paperwork. I am not sure what will happen, Mrs. Dursley, but from what my daughter has told me about Harry, and from what my wife Andromeda has seen of him with Bellatrix and Narcissa, I doubt he would put you on the street. Petunia was silent again. Ted looked to Dudley now. The kid looks like he's been in a war zone, probably the shock from everything and the lingering aftereffects of Dementor contact. Dudley, if you'll come with me, we will meet with Madam Bones. Dudley rose and the cell door opened, allowing him to walk out. Now, what's going to happen is very simple. There's a truth potion that you'll be given. It won't hurt you, it will just make it so that everything you say will be the truth. What will happen to me? That I don't know. You admit that you took part in his abuse. But you seem genuinely contrite. In any event, Madam Bones will handle that part. Ted opened the door and led him into the chamber. Amelia sat there looking at him with an unreadable expression. Dudley Dursley. Please sit down across from me. Mr. Tonks, take the seat beside him. Or Potter Black, if you will begin recording. Yes, ma'am. Tonks replied, startling Dudley, who hadn't noticed her standing by the open door. She tapped the dictaphone with her wand and spoke. Or Nymphadora Potter Black, recording the interrogation of Dudley Dursley regarding events that have taken place in number 4 Privet Drive in Little Whinging, Surrey, regarding Lord Harrison James Potter Black. DMLE Director Amelia Bones presiding. Law Wizard Theodore Tonks acting as counsel. Mr. Dursley, as he is underaged. We will begin now. Mr. Tonks, we will administer 2 drops of Veritaserum now. Mr. Dursley, please hold out your tongue. Amelia stated. Dudley complied and Tonks put the 2 drops on his tongue. In a moment Dudley's eyes glazed and Amelia began to ask questions. What is your full name? Dudley Herschel Dursley. What is your relationship to Lord Harrison James Potter Black? He is my cousin through my mother's side of the family. Have you hit him? Yes. How many times? During our years in school together I often struck him if he got better grades than me. At home I joined in with my father in hitting him whenever the mood struck. Why? Because my parents hated him. Why have you shown remorse for these events? When I was attacked by those things Harry saved my life. I saw everything I had ever done to him. I can't find a way to apologize, so I decided that whatever decision the court makes I will abide by. Even if you receive the same penalty as your father. Yes. Corbin Yaxley had considered himself lucky. He had been thus far spared from the arrests and investigations that had pursued the other followers of Voldemort. As far as he knew, in the ministry it was just himself, Thickness, Rookwood, and McNair that were left. Now, having been summoned to this place by his master, he wondered if he really was lucky. Ah, Yaxley. So good of you to come and see me, Voldemort said to the kneeling wizard. I have a special assignment for you, my friend. You will take these, he gestured to a box of potions sitting in a chest near his chair, and you will place the bottles in the Wizengamot chamber. The trial of Albus Dumbledore is coming. As I'm sure you know, the most prominent and least helpful families will be there. These potions will explode when you give the trigger word, and the ensuing explosion will ensure that the fear these fools have of me override their feelings towards Harry Potter. I will do as you command, my lord, but how will I speak the trigger word and not be caught in the blast? You won't. You will be sitting on top of the potions. But my lord, Imperio. Yaxley struggled for a moment and then everything made perfect sense. I will sacrifice myself for the glory of Voldemort. Tonks sighed as she looked at the parchment. He admitted everything. He's old enough that they could put him in Azkaban for life. Damn it, why couldn't they just all 3 be assholes? Nope. We had to have one asshole, one possible compulsion victim, and one who wanted to make amends before it became a possible life or death situation. What am I going to tell Harry? I had to do this. She dropped the paper off at the bullpen and then made her way to the apparition point and back home. Harry was upstairs with Bellatrix. She could hear the faint strains of music playing from their room. He's going to hate me for this. He's going to cast me out of the house. She knew she had done the right thing, but that didn't negate the fact that in order to do the right thing, she'd had to go behind her husband's back and arrest the Dursleys. Narcissa was sitting at the table sipping her tea and looking over the agreement she had made with Rita Skeeter. Nymphadora. What happened? Long story short. Vernon Dursley tried to murder Harry as a baby. Petunia Dursley might be under the effects of a long-term compulsion spell, most likely cast by Dumbledore, and Dudley Dursley will probably be in Azkaban or a Muggle prison for the rest of his life, and he is fine with that. Tonks said before sinking into the chair. That bloated walrus tried to murder a baby. Narcissa was beyond furious. The teacup she had been drinking from shattered in her grasp. Her hand was bleeding, but she didn't notice it. Luckily the basket he was in reappeared in the seat of the car. By the way. Hand. Tonks said, pointing. Narcissa looked down and finally noticed that she had cut her hand open. She began to cast a healing charm. Once that was done, a repairing charm fixed the cup. Harry's aunt was under a compulsion. Maybe. Bones has a mind healer and an unspeakable coming to see her probably tomorrow. Harry's cousin Dudley was the worst one. He knows he did wrong. He wants to make amends. He said he was prepared to accept whatever judgment was cast on him. Upstairs Harry and Bellatrix were laying together. She rested against him, watching the fascination he seemed to have with her belly. She smiled as he rested her hand just above her navel. What should name the baby? He asked her. James Cygnus Potter Black. She said simply, it's your father and my father. What if it's a girl? Harry, I am certain that sitting inside me right now is a little black-haired troublemaker, and he is going to be named after his grandfathers. She smirked and pressed a key to his temple. By the time we're done we'll have enough children for an entire Hogwarts house of our own. Remus Lupin sighed as he read the paper. Dumbledore is going to be tried in just a few days. I've got to talk to Harry, he's got to see reason. Yes, Dumbledore was out of line, but he's the only one who can fight against Voldemort. Look at this. Or Nymphadora Potter Black was responsible for catching the disgraced former headmaster in the act. Not only that, but the late Bill Weasley was also sussed out by Harry Potter Black's wife and bodyguard. Maybe I can get through to Tonks if Harry doesn't pan out. I'll send her an owl and arrange a meeting. Maybe I can get through to Tonks if Harry doesn't pan out. I'll send her an owl and arrange a meeting. Tonks steeled her nerves as she went to knock on the door that led to Harry's bedroom. Come in, she heard him say. Sweet Circe, don't let him hate me. She drew a deep breath and opened the door. I need to talk to you, Harry. It's about the Dursleys. Dora looks terrible. I hope she's not getting sick. Harry had never seen her look this pale. Her hair was limp and mousy brown, the color that signified she was upset. When the words, the Dursleys, made it to his ears, he frowned. What about them? I have an obligation as an Auror. They hurt you. I had to report it to Madame Bones. She allowed me to go to the house you gave them with Kingsley. I changed myself to look like you and we arrested them. She looked at the floor for a moment, then drew a breath and continued. We interrogated Vernon first. Under Veritaserum he admitted to beating you and attempting to drown you as a baby. He's looking at the veil or the key. Then we did your aunt. There's evidence that she might have been under the effects of a loyalty charm. I don't know what will happen to her. Or to Dudley. My father sat with him since he's underage. He admitted to everything, including that he will accept whatever punishment is decided for him. She looked at her husband. Damn it, Harry, I had to do this. Please stop looking at me like I kicked a puppy. She felt tears prick at her eyes, but she was done. Now she waited for his reaction. I told you it was over. That I didn't want to ever deal with them again. Why couldn't you respect that, Dora? Why do you always have to run roughshod over me? His voice was low, but Tonks could feel the anger in his words. I had to do it, Harry. I can't ignore the scars I feel whenever I touch your back. I love you. I can't let the man who tried to murder you just get away with it. She ignored the tears that were starting to fall. Would you want me to ignore it if I saw a different person being abused? You couldn't ignore Bill's treatment of Fleur. Why do you think I could ignore what they did to you? I understand that I hurt you. It kills me to hurt you. I'll stay at my flat tonight. I have to go. She turned and left the room, hoping that he hadn't seen the tears. Go get her, Harry. She didn't do anything wrong. Harry turned to see Bellatrix standing at the door of their ensuite. I know you're angry, but she's right. She had to do this, otherwise I would have killed them. I would have went to that house and I would have leveled it with them in it. We all would have. She doesn't deserve you being mad because she did what she had to do. Now go. She pushed him out of the room. Damn it, I didn't want to see them ever again. But she's right. I wouldn't be able to look the other way if someone was treating a different person the way they treated me. He went to the room Tonks and Fleur shared. You don't have to worry, Harry. I'll be gone in a minute. You can send me an owl when you want me to come back. Tonks said, keeping her back turned to him. If he can't see the tears, then it's like they aren't there. She thought as she continued to throw clothes into her bag. Dora, please. I don't want you to go anywhere. He placed his hand on her shoulder and the dam broke. Tonks wheeled around and put her arms around him. I'm sorry I've been so mad about this, Dora. You're right, if this was anyone else I would have demanded that we do something. You did the right thing. It's just. That was my only home before this. Before you and Sissy and Bella and Fleur. He stopped talking for a moment and drew in a deep breath. Thank you for ignoring my wishes. He said softly before leaning in and dotting her. Soft at first, but as the emotions overtook them they found themselves falling onto her bed. Narcissa had sent the letter to Rita Skeeter. This will entice her to coming quickly, with the only interview with Harry Potter since the Tri-Wizard tournament. Then she saw the fireplace flare green and the head of Remus Lupin sat in the flames. Mr. Lupin, can I help you? She asked evenly. While she distrusted most of the Order members on some level, she had it ingrained in her to be civil where she could. Thank Morgana for deportment lessons when I was 10. Mrs. Malfoy. Potter Black. Mr. Lupin. Lady Potter Black. I am the primary wife of House Potter Black after all. She replied frostily, "Do you need to speak to my husband?" Yes. Lady Potter Black. Either your husband or Tonks. Please. I need to speak to one of them. Fleur came into the kitchen. Bonjour Remus. Ari and Tonks are a bit busy at the moment. You may wish to call again later. Or leave a message with us. She smirked as she took an apple out of a bowl on the counter and bit into it. Please tell one of them to send a message to me. I'm staying at the Shrieking Shack. Please tell them that it is extremely important that I speak to them. His face disappeared and the two women were alone in the kitchen. I don't like him, Fleur. I don't like anyone that I have to remind to call me Harry's wife. Narcissa said, looking at the villa. Had a bit of a crush on Tonks perhaps. He wants to see if she is happily married. She said, her features twisting frowned. Narcissa cast her eyes up to the ceiling. She smirked as she saw the chandelier shifting ever so softly. I don't think he needs to concern themselves overly with that. Upstairs, Tonks and Harry lay on the bed panting. Her hair had shifted from dull brown to vibrant pink. She leaned in and kissed him. I promise you, I will never go behind your back after this, she sighed and lay her head on his chest. There was a soft knock on the door. Fleur opened it and stepped inside. She smirked, seeing the BPD intertwined lovers. I think Sissy is right. Remus doesn't need to concern himself with their marital status. Ari. Remus called for either you or Tonks. He said, he is at the Shrieking Shack. Harry nodded and stood up to get dressed again. Tonks watched him for a moment and then stood to do the same. The pair walked downstairs holding each other's hand as they went to the fireplace. Harry opened the flow call and stuck his head in. Professor Lupin, are you there? He called, squinting to see in the dark. The Shrieking Shack was as decrepit as ever. Finally he noticed Lupin coming into the room. Hello Harry, how are you? Come on in, we need to talk. Harry pulled his head out and looked to Tonks. He wants to talk in person. All right, let's go together, she said, taking his arm and apparating them with a soft pop. Harry, Tonks, thank you for coming to see me. Remus Lupin looked the same as he always did. Sirius gave him all that money and he still lives in a broken down shack and dresses like he gets his clothes from a bin. Tonks noticed with a soft frown. She unconsciously took Harry's hand, an action that caused Remus to flick his eyes down and then back up. Harry, I know that no one has the right to ask you this, but we need Albus Dumbledore. No one else can lead this fight. That, Remus thought as she saw Tonks' hair change from pink to black, might have been the wrong thing to say. Let me tell you something about Albus. Too many middle names, Dumbledore. She began, her voice frighteningly level. He allowed the infant child of your best friend to go to the Dursleys. Vernon Dursley was so excited to have Harry live with them he threw an infant off of a bridge. The only reason Harry is still alive right now is because somehow a 1-year-old managed to apparate back into the car. She squeezed Harry's hand and stared daggers at the older man. But they were his family, they wouldn't have. I interrogated that bloated bastard myself. 4 drops of Veritaserum Lupin. He wanted to kill a baby because he didn't want a reminder of James Potter in his house. When he couldn't do that, he decided to beat the boy each time he was angry or bored. Have you seen Harry's back? He's got strap marks all over back there. Tonks sighed and looked to Harry, then back to Remus. Why didn't you take him? You were James's best friend after Sirius. I couldn't look after a child, my lycanthropy would have made me a danger. So you couldn't stop over at my folks' house. Said something like, hey Andy, Ted, do you mind watching Harry for a few days so he'll be safe while I change? Literally anything would have been better than the childhood Harry survived. I'm sorry Professor Lupin, but she's right. I'm not asking them to free Dumbledore. Not after what he did to Fleur. What do you mean? Oh, you haven't heard about that. I'm surprised. I thought everyone knew about Bill Weasley mind raping Fleur with love potions. Tonks spat. Harry dueled him to protect her. Bill tried to kill him twice afterwards. Dumbledore brought Bill and Fleur together and he knew about the potions. You have a choice, Lupin, Tonks said. You're either with Dumbledore, or with us. When you know you can send us an owl. Until then I'm making sure you're no longer keyed into the wards. Come on Harry. She took his arm and with another pop the pair vanished, leaving Remus Lupin to decide where he stood in the middle of this new front of the war between the light and the dark. At the Department of Magical Law Enforcement there was a hum of activity beyond the usual. Today, as the trial of Albus Dumbledore was in the mind of everyone in the department. Amelia Bones looked at the papers on her desk. That long-bearded son of a bi.ch. We've got him for using illegal loyalty charms that might not be enough to put him away for life, but since he also arranged for love potions to be used on one of Harry's wives, it should be enough to at least get him tossed into Azkaban for a long time regardless. She looked at the docket and rose. It's time. Harry arrived at the ministry with his wives. The Delacours had came with them to see the trial before leaving for France. Jean-Luc had made sure that Fudge knew that he was there, and should he believe that the once renowned Albus Dumbledore was getting special treatment, he would bring it before the ICW. Harry sat beside Narcissa in the seat for House Potter. She was the primary wife and his voice in the Wizengamot while he was at Hogwarts. Tonks had left his side with a key, and took her place along the door with the other Aurors. Bella, Fleur, and the Delacours sat in the public seats farther down. I can't believe I have an office here, Harry smirked, remembering how Narcissa had walked into it like a child in a toy shop, already picking things that she would change. This paneling is out of date. These chairs will need to be replaced. Sweet Morgana, it's as if they never changed the decor after the death of Charles Potter. She sighed through her teeth and drew out a small Muggle notepad and pen from her robes. Oh, let's see. I'll need to replace all the furniture, except the desk and that cellarette. I doubt I'll keep liquor in it. Well, maybe one small bottle for entertaining dignitaries. Sissy, are you planning on spending our entire fortune? Came a teasing voice from her left. She turned and saw Harry standing in the doorway. I want it to give off a certain statement, namely that the Potter Black family is powerful and have no problem showing it. She said simply as she walked over to her husband and key. Ed him. You look very smart, my Lord Potter Black. The robes Madame Malkin made for you look perfect. She said as she brought her hands up and straightened his seams. Harry's robes were black with the forest green inlay that the seamstress had promised. Narcissa's robes with its pale gold made a good contrast, she felt. Then it went bad. Harry sighed softly, remembered what happened next. There was a knock on the chamber door. Harry opened it and found himself standing face to face with Neville Longbottom. Harry, is it true? Did you marry the woman who tortured my parents? I married Bellatrix, yes, but she's not what you think. She was under a compulsion charm that forced her to act. Harry began, but sadly Neville was having none of it. Have you seen my mother and father? They just sit in their room staring at the wall. They don't recognize me. They'll never get to tell me they love me, or that they are proud of me. She took that away from them. From me. Neville, she lost 20 years of her life to a spell cast on her that stole her free will. How do you know that? I know it because she saved my life when Lucius Malfoy cursed me. She, Tonks, and Narcissa saved my life by binding their magic to mine. When she did, I saw in her mind. I'm not asking you to forgive her for what she was forced to do. Good, because I can't, Harry. My gran got the owl your wife sent. I'm sorry, but we cannot be a part of your alliance. Neville turned and left the room before Harry could say anything in return. Harry went to the desk and sank into the chair. Narcissa went to his side, placing her hand on his shoulder. I am sorry, Harry. I know he was your friend, she said softly. Neville is my friend. He's a good person. He's just upset right now. I'll give him some time and then I'll try talking to him about the alliance again. He squeezed her hand softly and then stood up. It's nearly time for the trial. Let's go find the seats for House Potter Black. Harry looked over and spotted Neville and his grandmother Augusta Longbottom sitting on the left side of the chamber. He was looking straight ahead, right at the public seating where Bellatrix sat with Fleur and the Delacours. I'm sorry, Neville, but I love Bella more than I value your friendship. I hope it never comes to it, but if I have to choose between you and her, she's going to win. Corbin Yaxley is sitting in today, I see. He's right above the Longbottoms, Bellatrix noted before motioning to Tonks. She came over and knelt down so that her ear was near her aunt and fellow wife's ear. There is a Death Eater here. Corbin Yaxley, have someone keep an eye on him. Tonks didn't speak, but instead she nodded and then walked back to her station. She whispered something in the ear of another Auror and watched as that Auror walked out of the chamber. What was that about Bellatrix? Fleur asked quietly. Bellatrix leaned in and whispered the information she had just told Tonks. Fleur muttered a soft curse in French. Keep yourself calm, Fleur. We don't need fireballs in the Wizengamot chamber. Tonks is watching him. Bellatrix said, keeping her eyes on Yaxley, and then she noticed who was sitting across from them at the side of Cornelius Fudge. It's that foul toad who tortured Harry. Dolores Umbridge. Maybe we could use a few fireballs in the chamber after all. When the trial begins, say the words the Dark Lord has taught you. The potion bottles will burst on the command phrase and your task will be accomplished. Corbin Yaxley sat in his seat. No one had paid any attention to him placing his attaché case on the floor under his chair. It will be easy to bring in the potions, you will shrink them down and then mail them to yourself. No one checks ministry officials' mail. Rookwood will ensure that your package gets through. The commands he had been given ran through his mind, almost but not quite managing to completely stifle a little voice yelling for him to run. His feet, however, did not obey. Corbin Yaxley was trapped in his body as the moment of his death drew ever closer. Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped into the center of the floor and spoke aloud to the assembled wizards and witches. This session of the Wizengamot is called to order, Acting Chief Warlock Tiberius Ogden presiding. We are here to examine the case of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement versus Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore for the crimes of illegal charm use against Lord Harrison James Potter Black and Fleur Celestine Potter Black née Delacour, and the further charge of attempting to manipulate the Delacour and Potter Black lines with use of amortentia supplied by Molly Weasley née Pruitt. Tiberius Ogden, a short and quite plump elderly wizard, stood, though Harry suspected he'd be the same height if he sat back down. The man is almost as short as Professor Flitwick. He looked down at the chair sitting empty, its chain hanging limply, and then called out, "Bring in the accused." Dumbledore was half dragged in by two oars. He was put in the chair and the heavy chains snaked around him, holding him tightly to its back. Albus Dumbledore, you are accused of illegal charm use against Lord Harrison Potter Black, his wife Fleur Potter Black. You further stand accused of line manipulation by use of amortentia. How do you plead? Tiberius asked. Dumbledore straightened up in the chair as best he could and tried to look like the noble, grandfatherly wizard he was believed to be. Not guilty. I have never done anything that wasn't expressly for the Harry's benefit. Amelia Bones rose then. I will present to the court the confession written while the accused was under veritaserum. It states that he did use a loyalty charm on people who tried to interfere with his plans for Lord Potter Black, including a loyalty charm hidden in the lemo. Drop candies he kept at Hogwarts. He used that on Minerva McGonagall when she noticed how thin the 11-year-old was. He also used the same candies on Fleur Delacour when she expressed interest in developing her friendship with Lord Potter Black after the completion of the Tri-Wizard tournament. It is time. Stand up and say the phrase. Corbin Yaxley rose from his spot and drew his wand, shouting, Causa Satani Mortis. Stunners flew from the oars at him, but it didn't matter. The explosion was violent as great gouts of flame erupted from his case. Neville watched as the flames seemed to form a half-circle over his and his grandmother's head. Vaguely he thought he heard someone shout, "Move, the both of you." His grandmother pulled his arm and led him out of the path of the fire and towards the doors where the oars were shooing people out of the chamber. He noticed who had cast the shield. That was Bellatrix Lestrange, who just saved our lives. He wanted to stop and try and make sense of it, but his grandmother's iron grip on his wrist precluded that. Harry didn't leave with Narcissa until he saw the Delacours, Fleur, and Tonks make it out safely. Sissy, run to the flow. Go. Before she could stop him, Harry had leapt over the chairs towards the floor of the chamber where Bellatrix stood holding off the flames as more people made their way out. Come on, Bella. We need to leave. He grabbed her wandless hand and pulled her towards the door to safety. He turned to see Kingsley Shacklebolt and Amelia Bones grab Dumbledore and apparate away. Once out of the now ruined chambers, Narcissa led them back to the Potter Black office at the Wizengamot. We can use the flow in our office to get back home, come on. The Delacours followed along, Jean-Luc carrying his crying daughter Gabrielle. Who was that? Apolline asked as they entered the office. Corbin Yaxley. He was on the list I gave Bones, Bellatrix said as they walked up to the fireplace. How was he still able to walk free? Fleur asked. That is a very good questions and I plan on getting an answer or Nymphadora Potter Black thought as one by one they used the flow to go back to Grimmauld Place. Longbottom Hall had been a sad place for as long as Neville could remember. He watched as his grandmother went to her room without a word once they arrived safely from the ministry. We were saved by Bellatrix Lestrange. I don't understand why she did it, unless she was trying to trick us into trusting her. Bella, what happened to you? What happened to the chubby dark-haired girl that I loved? Augusta Longbottom sank into the chair in front of her mirror. Her hands trembled slightly as she opened the drawer of her vanity and took out a tattered photograph. It was her holding an infant as the girl's father watched. I know how to hold a baby, Cygnus Black. I watched after you enough when you were a child. She says, cradling the infant Bellatrix in her arms. Hello, little one. My name is Augusta. Your father was my godchild, and that makes you my first grandbaby. She leans down and kisses the child on the forehead. Bellatrix Black, you are going to change the world one day. Augusta blinked back tears and put the photograph back up. Bellatrix Black had been a wonderful child, always happy to see her Augusta. As a child, before Hogwarts, she had become friends with her son Frank and his friends Sirius Black and James Potter. Come on, Bella. James grabbed his friend's hand and tugged her towards the Quidditch pitch. My dad taught me how to fly. I want to show you. Augusta watches from the window of her room. James Potter, just 7 years old and already head over heels in love with the girl. She smiles watching the boys fly while Bellatrix sits on the grass staring up at James Potter with a dreamy smile on her face. That boy had it bad from the very beginning. She mused as she remembered Frank and James flying their brooms together. Then, as it sometimes happens, things got bad. It was just after Bellatrix turned 17. I'm telling you, Mum, no one has seen Bella since her birthday. James and Sirius were in the house with her. They said she got called downstairs and then she never came back up. All Sirius got out of his aunt was that Bella had went with her betrothed to the Lestrange Manor. James was heartbroken. Lily Evans has been at Potter Manor basically forcing the man to eat. Frank was also hurting, Augusta noticed. Bella had been like a member of their family, but then Cygnus died. Druella had stopped letting her go anywhere without her being there. And since Druella Black hated Augusta Longbottom, she had stepped foot in Longbottom Hall in nearly 4 years. Augusta didn't want to think about the last time Bellatrix had been in the house. That was the day her son and daughter-in-law were taken from her and Neville. She changed into her household robes and came back out of her room walking back downstairs. I don't see Neville, he must be out in the greenhouse working through all this. Augusta had been right. Neville was in fact in his greenhouse, repotting some bubo tubers. How can Harry love her? She's Bellatrix Lestrange, she's evil. I know he tries to save people but you can't save evil. He looked down and noticed that he had accidentally squeezed too hard and undiluted pus was covering his gloves now. I'm so worked up right now I can't even do the one thing in the wizarding world that I'm good at. Harry sat numb at his desk. He kept trying to write a letter to Neville but the words couldn't come out. He felt, rather than heard Bellatrix behind him. He turned and offered her a smile, but there was no real mirth in it. I know what he wants to hear, but I can't give that to him. I can't say. Sorry for the confusion, I don't actually love Bellatrix, so anyway, how's things? Bellatrix came up and put her arms around his neck, resting her lips against his temple. I'm sorry that I keep turning people away from you, Harry. Maybe I should have just stayed hidden until after Riddle was destroyed. All that would have done was delay this. I wish I could show him what happened when you came here. He thought about what he just said, show him, that's it. He smiled and started penning the letter before giving it to Hedwig. Girl, get this straight to Neville for me, please, it's important. Hedwig looked at him as if he was an idiot. Of course it's important, you've never sent a casual message since you got me. She seemed to say before taking off through the open window. Neville looked at the letter. Neville, please let me show you what happened. I have a pensieve here, I will bring it and show you that we are telling the truth. I will swear on my life and my magic in front of you and your gran that we don't mean any harm. Please, mate, you're one my few real friends, especially after what all has happened with the Weasleys. I can't stand the thought of losing another one. Just send a flow call to Grimald Place and let me know if you'll let us come over, or if you will come to us. Harry. He knocked on his grandmother's door. Gran. Harry sent me a letter. He's offering to show us memories to prove that Bellatrix was under a compulsion spell. Neville said, letting her look at the letter. Augusta hated the idea of Neville losing a friend, he had so few to begin with. He's willing to swear an oath on his life and his magic tell him to come over. If he goes through with the oath, then you can see where it goes from there. Come on, Bella. Neville said we could flow over, I want you to come with me. Harry said, leading her downstairs from their room. Why me? He's right, I was in the house that night. He won't want me to be there. Bellatrix said once they arrived at the fireplace. You have to be there, it's your memories. I won't be able to show them you saving my life because I was unconscious for it. He said, taking the flow powder and calling, Longbottom Hall. Before stepping into the green flames. Bella sighed and then did the same. Whatever happens, Harry, I'm at your side. Why is she here? I thought it was just going to be you and I talking. Neville said when he noticed Bellatrix, you've got to leave now. She can't. It's her memories, not mine. Harry said before raising his wand. I, Harrison James Potter Black, hereby swear on my life and my magic that I will do nothing to harm Neville Longbottom or his grandmother, so I swear, so mote it be. There was a flash as magic recognized the oath. I, Bellatrix Aidan Potter Black, hereby swear on my life and my magic that I will do nothing to harm Neville Longbottom or his grandmother, so I swear, so mote it be. Bellatrix made the same oath and magic recognized it as well. Bellatrix, we will use the pensieve in the study. This was the first time Augusta had spoken to Bellatrix in over 20 years. Hearing her voice had brought back a memory of a little girl, her smile marred by a missing front tooth, telling her about the adventures she'd gotten into. And James and me went to the ice cream parlor with my dad and his dad and Sirius. James got a chocolate cone, but that's my favorite, so I made him switch with me. I got strawberry and that's his favorite. Bella said, smiling as she sat beside her godmother. You like James, don't you, dear? He's my bestest friend and I told him that when we're big, he's going to marry me. You told him that, did you? Of course, Grandma Gusta. And then when we're married, I'll have a baby and he can be your great-grandson. You've certainly thought this through, Bella. She smiles and brushes a lock of curly black hair from her face. Augusta brought her attention to the stone bowl sitting on the desk. Bellatrix began to place memories into it with her wand while Neville sat away from the desk. Augusta moved to sit beside him, and Harry stayed at his wife's side. He really does look like James Potter, she thought. If she and James had been married, I wonder how different Harry would look. I'd assume the hair would have stayed the same, possibly his eyes would be different. I haven't seen a green-eyed Potter who didn't start out as something else. Because this needs to be viewed, I'm going to cast a charm that will allow everyone to see the memories floating above the bowl, rather than having to stick your head inside it. Bellatrix said, tapping her wand on the bowl and then standing back a few feet. A white fog rose from the bowl and shapes began to form. The first set was of Bellatrix trapped in a dungeon. She struggles against the chains holding her. A wizard in a silver mask opens the door and throws a dark-haired man in with her. For a moment she looks hopeful, James. Then her hands are free and a wand is slipped in one of them. Kill him. The command was given. Dutifully Bellatrix raises her hand, but then it began to shake as she fights the compulsion charm. I won't do it, I won't kill James. Kill him. No. She swings her wand at her captor. A green flash of light comes from the wand the Death Eater drops. Accio wand. A voice hisses and her wand is pulled from her hand. A flash of green light comes from the doorway and James Potter dies. Bellatrix runs to his side and sees that it is actually a red-haired man. Well, Fabian Pruitt dies just the same as Gideon. You obviously won't be of any use to me in killing the Potters. So I'll send you with your husband and Crouch to the Longbottoms. The voice in the doorway says. I won't hurt the Longbottoms, they are my friends. Exactly why, my dear Bellatrix, that you will go there. You are keyed into the wards. You will open the door for us now, enough of your lip. Imperio. Bellatrix looks at the memory and then to the group assembled before her. No matter how hard he tried to reinforce the charm my aunt and mother put on me, he could never break me fully. I could struggle if he tried to make me hurt someone glamour to look like James Potter. She then looked at the bowl and sighed. The next memory is of what happened to Fr to the Longbottoms. She blinked back tears. Harry went to her side, his arm going around her waist. Bella. Bella, it's you. Frank Longbottom hugs his long-lost friend. Alice, bring Neville to see his Auntie Bella. Bellatrix is dying on the inside. Trapped in that cell in her mind, she is screaming at them to stun her, to kill her, anything so that this doesn't take place. Nevy, this is Bella. She was one of my best friends when we were children. Frank hands her the baby. Hello, Ickle Nevy. There it is, the voice that will come to haunt magical Britain. Bella baby talks to the squirming child, brown eyes lock on violet ones. Inside her mind, Bella is shaking the bars of the cell, sobbing as she can't control her body. Bella, why don't you introduce us to your friends the Longbottoms? A voice from behind her. Then another. That's all right, Rodolphus, I'll introduce us for her. Crucio. Barty Crouch Jr. curses Frank while Alice falls to Rodolphus. Curse. Bellatrix looks at the now crying baby. Just like with the not James earlier, the bars in her mind shift just a little. I think I'll deal with him upstairs, Roddy. You two try not to have too much fun without me. She walks up the stairs. They can't see her face, so they don't see the tears. She places Neville safely in the closet. She takes her wand and puts it to her temple. Her hands shake and then the bars in her mind tighten and her hand drops. She is still in enough control that she can turn and walk out of the room, so she does. Bellatrix wasn't sure when she began crying as the memories played. All she knew was that Harry was holding her. Augusta Longbottom looked paler than Neville had ever seen his grandmother. She stood shakily and went to Bellatrix before putting her arms around the woman. You saved my grandson. I couldn't save Frank and Alice. It wasn't just the Cruciatus curse. Crouch used something else. An old hex. Bellatrix said, her arms slowly going around her godmother. I wasn't in control of my body. I had to watch as they used me to hurt the people I loved. It wasn't your fault, Bella. I just wish Frank could know that his friend was back. He missed you terribly. I promise you. If I can find anything to fix their condition, I will do it. No matter the cost. Orrs Robard and Proudfoot left the director's office. They had just dropped off the full damage report to DMLE Director Amelia Bones. Amelia flicked her eyes over the paper. Total damage. 73 chairs, half of the ceiling. Number of casualties. 1. Corbin Yaxley. 2. Dolores Umbridge. 3. Amos Diggory. Well, Yaxley and Umbridge are no great loss. But Diggory though. Amos was a good man. She sighed and took out her quill. She needed to pen a few notices. Obviously the security protocols need to be updated. Finishing that task led her to another. What to do with Dumbledore? He would need to be retried, but for now the chamber wasn't set up for a proper trial until it's repaired. Perhaps I can talk to Fudge, see about holding the trial in the holding cells. It's either that or we keep them waiting. She sighed, crumbling the paper up and throwing into her waste bin. He'll never go for it. Dumbledore is too high profile. He'll want everyone there to see what happens to his enemies. I could possibly talk him into holding the trials for Molly Weasley and the Dursleys down there. He doesn't care about them. She stood up, stretching her back with a sigh before sitting back down. Merlin, I'm getting too damn old for nope. No thinking that Bones. You start thinking that you're too old, you'll start believing it. What happened to you, Bones? You were the Iron Lady of the Auror Corps. You know what happened. He happened. He helped her put on her Auror's robes, pressing a key to her temple. You'll be great out there, Melia. She smirked and put her arms around him, drawing him close so she could key him properly. You always tell me that, Fox, and I still end up coming back to our place smelling like smoke and ass. Harry Fox, former champion duelist, and current part-time professor at Hogwarts. They had met shortly before the Voldemort rose into prominence the first time. She had been assigned to Hogsmeade and he had been assisting Minerva McGonagall in keeping an eye on the students. Their relationship was fast and hard, and then he died. Death Eaters attacked Hogsmeade the day before school let out for the summer. He'd died taking a curse meant for one of the younger students, a third-year Hufflepuff named Mafalda Hopkirk. When he died, she felt like she aged 20 years in just a day. Amelia blinked away the memories and looked down at her parchment. She would send the request to Fudge. Trials for all of them, Dumbledore, Weasley, and the Dursleys. The sooner we get the trials over, the sooner he can go back to pretending everything is fine. Damn, 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 damn. Cornelius Fudge was angry. He read over the report the Aurors had sent to him. With Dolores gone, I'll need a new senior undersecretary. Someone who can handle the things I don't want to deal with. He smirked and tapped his wand on a wardstone sitting on his desk. Mrs. Grigg, would you please call Percy Weasley into my office? I would like to speak to him about taking on a greater role in the ministry. Weasley will work. He's always pushing for more recognition. If I give him this job, he'll do whatever I ask. Fudge looked up from his writing when he heard a soft knock on his door. Come in, Weasley. He called, watching as Percy Weasley stepped into his office. You asked to see me, sir? Why, yes. I am very sad to announce the passing of our own Dolores Umbridge. She was among those taken by the fire in yesterday's attack. However, that leaves me with a problem. Dolores was my right-hand woman, always ready to assist the ministry whenever it was needed. Without that right hand, I'm incapable of giving my duties the attention they will deserve. That's where you come in. Fudge hid the smirk that wanted to show on his lips as he watched Percy's eyes practically bulge out of their sockets at the thought of becoming senior undersecretary. Me, sir? Yes, Percy. I want you to become my new right hand. You will get your own office, a pay raise, and broad authority so long as you are working towards the goals of my administration. The wardstone lit up. He frowned and pointed his wand at it. Yes, Mrs. Grigg. An elderly witch's voice crackled through the stone. A letter for you from Director Bones, sir. She is requesting to hold the trials for Albus Dumbledore, Molly Weasley, and the Muggle family in her holding cells. I am willing to hold the trials for Weasley and the Muggles there. Albus requires a more public trial. I will send my new senior undersecretary to make the arrangements. This will be a good test of your mettle, Percy. Go to Director Bones and tell her she has my permission to make the arrangements for the trials of your mother and the Muggles. Why, yes, sir, Percy said as he left the office. I still can't believe Mother is accused of making love potions and giving them to Bill and Ginny. I mean, I can understand that she did it. That's how she attracted Father. But that was one time to get his attention away from another woman when they were kids. Surely she didn't keep up the dosage. After that, he walked towards the lift and prepared to speak to Madame Bones. Bellatrix slept well that night. Augusta forgave me. I would have never went there if Harry hadn't made me. I need to thank him for what he gave me. She looked over at her husband. She grinned and leaned over him. Dotting him until he awoke. Jasmine. Harry smiled as he felt her dotting him. His arms came around her and pulled her down against him. The deepened until they let it break, each panting softly. Good morning to you, Mrs. Potter Black, he said, smiling. And to yourself, Mr. Potter Black. I just wanted to thank you for making me go to Longbottom Hall last night. I figured a little early morning fun was the perfect way to do that. She ed him again before tugging off her nightgown. Amelia wasn't surprised that Fudge wasn't going to allow the trial of Dumbledore to be held where the largest crowd possible would not fit. At least we can get a few of these trials done and dusted. I'll schedule Molly Weasley first, then we'll do that fat bastard Vernon, then Dudley. Petunia will be last. The mind healer hasn't quite finished with her yet. The mind healer had found quite a few things wrong with Petunia Dursley. Signs of magical binding, compulsion charms on compulsion charms, and loss of memory from obliviation. It's a damned mess is what it is. I'm surprised she hasn't snapped already. That unspeakable wasn't any help. Rookwood is useless. He just asked her the same questions I asked and then made some notes and walked away. Fudge is a bastard for sending Percy Weasley down here. He put on a brave face to tell me that Fudge was allowing the trials of his mother and the Dursleys to take place here, but you could tell it hurt him. Amelia looked at her desk drawer. Hiding inside it was a bottle of Muggle scotch. Fawkes always liked the Muggle liquor the best. No sense drinking if you're going to have flames come out of your mouth. A smile tugged at the corner of her mouth as she thought back about the man she'd fallen in love with. Harry Fawkes was supposed to have been Susan's godfather. He was supposed to have been the father to her own children as well. Then he had to go BAF. King Hero. Damn it, Fox. I know I can't be mad at you for saving a child's life, but why do you have to die doing it? Amelia looked down at her notes. She would send an owl to the Potter Blacks. The trials would be held tomorrow morning. Hopefully, with Molly Weasley in Azkaban and Vernon thrown through the veil, we can see some closure to all this nonsense. In the basement of the ruined Riddle Manor, now renamed Gaunt Manor, Voldemort listened to the news from his own personal unspeakable. Augustus Rookwood had not only questioned Petunia Dursley, but he had used occlumency to find out a few secrets about Harry Potter. Voldemort now knew for certain that Bellatrix was responsible for the setbacks they had faced of late. Harry Potter has gone and taken Bellatrix and Narcissa from us. Keep an eye on the Ministry, Rookwood. You are dismissed. Now then, young Draco. Voldemort said, turning to his newest Death Eater, I have a job for you. You will send a letter to your dear mother. You will use this parchment. He handed Draco a piece of what appeared to be normal vellum. It is a portkey. When she touches it, she will be brought here. When she comes, I will remove whatever is clouding her mind so that she can see the true path again. Harry Potter will no doubt come to fetch his prize, and when he does, you will kill him. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. After their morning together, Bellatrix went into the library but was frustrated by the books they had available. Sissy brought every book from Malfoy Manor and none of them are what I need. The goblins took the libraries from Lestrange Manor, so those are out. Bellatrix looked up and saw Fleur stepping into the library, making her way to the writing desk. Who are you writing to? Maman and Papa. I want to make sure they Avenue gotten. All right. It was nearly 4 in the morning when they had to leave. It can't hurt. Hey Fleur, does your family have any books on hexes? We, Avenue, a few, but they aren't anything special. Why? Bellatrix explained to Fleur about what transpired at the Longbottoms' home last night, as well as the attack she was forced to partake in. I swore to Augusta that I would do whatever I could to try and heal Frank and Alice, but I can't find anything in these books. I'm going to check the grimoires we kept in the Black Vault at Gringotts in a little while. If you'd like, I will ask Maman. We might not Avenue anything special, but perhaps my grand mère is something she could tell us. Fleur sat down in the chair and began to write as Bellatrix left the library. Dear Maman and Papa, I hope this letter arrives after you've returned home. I know international portkeys are a pain to deal with, so hopefully you've had time to get some sleep. Last night after you and Gabby left to go home, Bella and Harry visited his friend Neville Longbottom. During the time she was cursed, Bella hurt his parents terribly. Everyone who has ever told me about the attack says that the use of the Cruciatus curse broke their minds. But that doesn't make sense to me. Bella said that the spell she heard used on the Longbottoms, she had managed to fight the compulsion long enough to hide the baby Neville in a closet and never lifted her wand to hurt either Longbottom. Apparently they were friends at the time. Maman, do you believe that Grand Mère could have something at the Enclave that could help us? Please tell me if you think so. I will send a letter to her myself. Your daughter, Fleur. Fleur picked up the note and apparated to Diagon Alley. She would need an international owl for this. Hedwig is a dear owl, but this journey is far too long for Harry to be without her. As she stood in line, she noticed a strangely familiar owned boy paying for an express owl. That is Draco Malfoy, I am sure of it. Where's the owl heading, lad? The man behind the counter of the Owl Post Office asked, jotting the information down onto a piece of paper. I do not know the exact location, but it needs to be delivered to the Lady Narcissa Malfoy. Surely the owl can find her with that. Draco seems fearful. Who is he sending this letter for? I'd best take care of this. Excuse me, you are Narcissa's son, are you not? Fleur spoke up. Draco started and then turned to face her. I am. You are the Vila Flower. Fleur. If you need to send a message to Narcissa, I will be happy to take it home with me. She offered. It's a private letter. Could you just give me the address? He probably thinks I'll read the letter myself. Unfortunately, I cannot. The wards of our home do not allow anyone but my US band, or Dora, to give our address. Not true, but that doesn't matter. I don't trust him. Draco looked nervous, but then relented. As Fleur took the letter, she noticed that it was kept in a paper sleeve that protected the envelope. Why bother putting a sleeve around the envelope? Surely the point of the envelope is to keep the letter from getting dirty or being seen. Please give her this. Tell her it is important that she give me an answer as soon as possible. Draco left without thanking Fleur, something she noticed with a frown. I wasn't expecting him to be grateful, but he could at least acknowledge that what I offered was better than what he was getting from the clerk. Still, Fleur went to the counter and paid for her own post, watching as a handsome tawny owl took off with the letter for her parents. Now to get this to Tonks, I don't trust this letter or its writer. Harry and Narcissa made their way to the leaky cauldron. Narcissa had gotten a response from Rita Skeeter. After the events at Dumbledore's trial, she was eager to speak with the Potter Blacks. Narcissa scanned the tables with a slight frown. She wasn't angry. Harry knew that frown. This is her looking and not seeing what she wants. He took her hand, squeezing it gently. She looked over and smiled softly, then led him to the bar where Tom stood polishing a tankard with a gray-looking rag. Good morning, Lord Potter Black. Lady Potter Black, your guest is waiting for you up in room 14. Tom said, handing Harry a brass key. Thank you, Tom, Harry said as he and Narcissa made their way upstairs. They found the door and unlocked it, stepping inside. Rita Skeeter sat in an overstuffed chair by the fireplace. She grinned as she took in the Lord and his lady. Well, here we are, at long last. Lord and Lady Potter Black, let's get started, she said as she drew out a familiar green quill. No, Ms. Skeeter, not that quill. We aren't doing a puff piece after all, Narcissa said. Coming to sit across from her on a small two-seat couch, she took Harry's hand and pulled him down to sit beside her. Rita smirked. Even without my quick quotes quill, this will still be a fantastic story. Well, tell me how all this began. How did the lady of House Malfoy and the boy who lived end up as man and wife? A standard quill poised in her hands, Rita listened eagerly. Lucius never treated me as anything more than a pretty little trophy wife. Once Draco was born, he never touched me again. When Harry became the Lord of House Black, I requested an annulment. Lucius, when he found out, reacted poorly. He challenged Harry to a duel to the death. If he'd won, then Lucius would have taken House Potter Black and forced me to become his wife again. Narcissa explained. What happened at the duel? I know that obviously Harry won, but what happened? Rita scratched furiously at her paper. This sounds like the beginning of a romance novel, the abused woman and the handsome young lord coming to her rescue. Harry didn't balk. Lucius and Draco met with Harry, myself, and Nymphadora at the ministry. Harry had promised me that he would not kill my Draco. Rita's eyebrow shot up at that, but she kept quiet. There's a story there, but let's get this part first. Harry and Lucius dueled. Lucius cast a terrible curse at Harry. Harry cast a spell that hurled Lucius into a pillar. Lucius died on impact and Harry was named the victor. During his recuperation, we fell in love. Narcissa took Harry's hand and squeezed it. Harry brought her knuckles up and keyed them. Narcissa is easily one of the smartest people I know. Without her, I'd have never been able to maneuver all of the paperwork I've been given by Gringotts and the ministry. Harry smiled, looking at his primary wife. So tell me, are there any plans for an heir? I am expecting. We only recently found out. My sister, Andromeda, confirmed it when she confirmed the pregnancy of Bellatrix. Ah yes, the former Bellatrix Lestrange, former Death Eater turned loving spouse. Rita continued to scratch on the paper as Harry stiffened. Narcissa squeezed his hand gently. The first thing you will learn, Ms. Skeeter, is that Harry is very protective towards Bellatrix. I would recommend that you ask all questions about her with deference. Bellatrix was put under a series of compulsion charms by her mother, aunt, and now ex-husband. She was tortured into a weapon and used for her entire adult life. We were able to break through the compulsion and she immediately sent word to DMLE head Amelia Bones. Madame Bones arranged a full pardon for all crimes in light of what she had faced from age 17 on. Harry said as Rita continued to write, another story of hero and abused woman. Harry does seem to have a type. Bellatrix is not what you've heard of. She's funny. She's smart. She's fiercely loyal to our family. She saved Neville and Augusta Longbottom during the attack at the ministry. That was her second time saving Neville, Narcissa added, to which Harry nodded. When the Longbottoms were attacked, Bellatrix was directed to kill the baby Neville, but she was able to break through the compulsion enough that she hid him in the closet and made Rodolphus and Barty Crouch Jr. believe that he was dead. That caused Rita to stop writing. She looked up at that. You mean the right hand of he who must not be named was a victim just as much as anyone else? Yes. Harry, you are going to make me a very rich woman. Now, let's move off of wives for a second and talk about you. Tell me all about the boy who lived. Well, it starts after Riddle. Riddle. Tom Marvolo Riddle, otherwise known as Voldemort. In my first year I faced a possessed Professor Quirrell. He had Tom riding the back of his head. The second year I faced a spectral form of him. Came out of a diary. Third year nothing much from him, but I did meet Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew was murdered by Sirius Black. Wrong, Rita. Peter Pettigrew betrayed my family and framed Sirius for their deaths and the deaths of the muggles he killed. Peter, an unregistered animagus, was hiding as a rat in the home of the Weasley family. Sirius escaped from Azkaban in order to find him and clear his name. Harry said before waiting a moment to allow Rita to finish writing. So, fourth year, I fight Tom in a cemetery. He murders Cedric Diggory and we duel to a draw. Fifth year, Tom tries to possess me at the Department of Mysteries. He failed and that leads us to the present day. Amazing, Harry, simply amazing. Do you have any idea how many copies of the Daily Prophet this is going to move? Rita looked at her notes almost in awe. This is going to make me the most famous journalist in magical Britain. I cannot possibly tell you how little I care about how many issues the story moves. The most important thing is that the public knows the truth. Fudge isn't doing anything to protect us from Tom, so I've had to go around him. Harry said pointedly. Narcissa picked up on his annoyance and squeezed his hand gently. Harry is not in this for fame. If Riddle wasn't an issue, I'm reasonably sure that my husband would go to Hogwarts for the requisite number of years, find a career he enjoyed and never bother with anything more glamorous than taking his wives out to a Yule ball. Narcissa said. She looked at their hands and smiled, then back up to Rita. Even though I am so much older than Harry, he has never treated me like it. He has been better to me than I could have ever dreamed of. This will make a fantastic follow-up to my last article, The Boy Who Loved and the Women Who Love Him. It's perfect. So that is what happened. Dora. Fleur finished explaining the events at the Owl office to Tonks and Bellatrix as the three women stood in the library. So, that owned Ponce wanted you to deliver this letter to his mother. Set it down gently on the table, Fleur. I'm going to run some diagnostic charms on it. Tonks used her wand to ease the envelope from the paper sleeve Draco had given to Fleur. She flicked her wand over the envelope and frowned when it glowed blue. It's a portkey. He was going to kidnap his mum. That miserable little. Hang on a second before we do anything else, Dora. I've got something I want to attach to the portkey for when time runs out and it vanishes. Bellatrix grabbed a piece of parchment and began to inscribe a series of runes onto it. Lousy little mess with my sister. There we go. Bellatrix looked at the runic pattern she had inscribed. Now, let me just affix this with a weak sticking charm. Why a weak one? Tonks asked, to which Bellatrix grinned. I want him to be able to rip it off and toss it on the ground. She gently flipped the paper over and wrote a little note, before using the sticking charm and attaching the paper, note side up onto the envelope. With a soft pop, the envelope vanished from Grimmauld Place. The letter came back unopened. That Vila didn't give Mother the letter. Draco saw the envelope appear back on the table. It had something attached to it. Draco picked up the letter. He read the note. Don't mess with my family ever again. Love, Auntie Bellatrix. Disgusted, Draco threw the note on the ground. He never heard the explosion, but downstairs Voldemort felt the magic flowing as it leveled the room. He waited until the tremor stopped and looked to the other Death Eater. Severus, go see what that damned boy just did. At once, my lord. Snape went upstairs. When he returned a few moments later, he was paler than normal, almost matching Voldemort. Well, what was it? Draco is dead. There was an explosion of some kind centered around this. Snape handed Voldemort the charred note. Voldemort looked at the inscription and then tossed the paper away. So, Bellatrix took issue with our summoning her sister. No matter. The boy was of little use. Any of the children of my former servants can attend to the task I had planned for him. Fred. Hermione didn't want to be a nag. Truly she didn't, but this had been bothering her since he and George left Hogwarts. Yeah, my own. Do you think you will ever get your NEWTs? Maybe someday. Why? I don't want anyone to think that you and George aren't the brilliant men I know you to be. She looked down at her hands and then back up to him. You are a brilliant potion maker. You know your way around charms and transfigurations like a professor. Fred smiled. He and Hermione had begun this tentative relationship a few days after settling in at Grimmauld Place. My own. I don't give a toss what anyone thinks of my abilities, except for you, and George too, I suppose. Hermione sighed softly and Fred put his arms around her. None of that. Besides, I told you before I want you to work with us. You'll be the one who handles all the business stuff, so I'll just mooch off of your test scores. He grinned, teasing his girlfriend of 2.5 weeks. She smiled up at him and leaned into him, Frederick Arthur Weasley. I will not let you mooch off of my test scores forever. She mock glared at him. I fully expect you to get your NEWTs and to do well enough that no one would assume I'm slumming. Is that clear? Crystal. Fred answered before dotting Hermione back. Molly Weasley watched as two Aurors walked into the room that held her cell. Standing behind them was DMLE Director Amelia Bones, the Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, and her son Percy. Perhaps Percy found a way to get me out of here. Molly thought. She smiled at her son then froze when he didn't return it. The doors opened again and 3 more people entered the room. Harry, the boy who should have been her son-in-law, Fleur, the Vila that took Bill from his family, and Nymphadora the traitor who let Harry seduce her. Molly Weasley, your trial will begin. You are accused of the crimes of crafting illegal love potions and attempted line theft by use of said illegal love potions against the Lord of House Potter Black. How do you plead? Amelia Bones spoke, the quiet of the room shattered by her voice. I did nothing of the sort. Harry and Ginny are in love, it's that damned Vila and Nymphadora Tonks. They seduced Harry and stole him from my daughter. That be owned by .ch murdered my Bill. Molly said, pointing first at Fleur and then at Tonks. You are entering a plea of not guilty, is that correct? Amelia's voice was clipped, almost bored as she motioned to one of the Aurors. Auror Proudfoot, please administer the Veritaserum, 3 drops. The Auror nodded and opened Molly's cell. Molly tried to resist taking the truth potion and so Proudfoot forced her mouth open and poured the requisite number of drops into her mouth. With that, Amelia began the trial. What is your name? Molly Weasley. Did you brew love potions for Bill Weasley to use on Fleur Potter Black? Yes. Why? My son wanted her. Albus needed her out of the way, so this would make everyone happy. Why did Albus Dumbledore want Fleur out of the way? She and Harry were becoming too close after the Tri-Wizard tournament. Harry looked at Fleur. She looked horrified. I'm the reason that she was drugged. Molly continued to talk. He was concerned that she would steal him away from Britain and take him off to France. We needed him here to fight you know who. Did you try to give Harry a love potion for Ginny? Yes. Why? He is supposed to be with Ginny. They are this generation's Lily and James. But he's been bewitched by those hussies. So I brewed a love potion. It would allow my Ginny to win back her man and then after a few months it wouldn't be needed again. And why is that? Because she would be pregnant by then. We were going to brew a fertility potion after they were together again. I see. Auror Proudfoot, you may give Molly Weasley the antidote so that she is lucid for her sentencing. Auror Proudfoot nodded and proceeded to give the antidote. As Molly Weasley's eyes cleared, she took in the scene. Fudge looked pleased while Harry and the other women looked furious, but the worst was Percy. Percy is looking at me like I'm no better than a Death Eater. Molly Weasley. You are found to be guilty of the crimes of brewing illegal potions and attempted line theft of Lord Potter Black. Your sentence will be obliviation and having your magic bound. You will live like a muggle for the rest of your life. Amelia said as she looked to the Aurors, prepare the prisoner for transport. Wait. Please, you can't do this to me. It was Dumbledore. He forced me to brew the potions. He said that if Harry had left for France we'd be defenseless. Molly pleaded as the Aurors raised their wands. So instead you and Dumbledore decided to take his free will from him. Amelia said sharply. Please, I'll do anything. I'll testify against Dumbledore for you. I'll tell the world what he's done. I can't live in the Muggle world like my cousin the Squib. Molly was silenced by a stunning spell cast by Proudfoot. Her cell was opened and she was levitated out of the room. We will keep her at Azkaban until the trial for Dumbledore. If she is useful, I will see my way clear to moving her to light security and lowering the sentence to 5 years with time served. Fudge said to Percy. It's more than she deserves, sir. Percy couldn't believe it. Everything father said was true. Mum really was trying to dose Harry. The trial against the Dursleys will begin in a few hours. The mind healer is still working with Mrs. Dursley. Amelia said, walking to Harry's side. If you wish to leave the ministry, I'll give you a wardstone that will activate when it's time to return. Thank you, Madam Bones. I think it would be a good idea if Fleur and I went to clear our heads. Harry said, taking his youngest wife by the hand. Fleur smiled softly, her hand squeezing Harry's gently. Ari, thank you, she said, looking at their hands. Fleur, I'm sorry that it was my fault that you got involved in all this. Harry began, but Fleur stopped him with a soft key. None of that, US band. They were right. If I had known that even half of what I know now about your life, I would. Avenue forced you to bond with me and made you stay in France for the rest of your life. Quote. She said, looking into his eyes, I told you during our date, if things had been different, we would. Avenue been dating by this time anyway. Her arms slid around his waist. I love you. Harry Potter Black. You, Avenue been my arrow since the day you risked your life to save my sister. I thought at the time that you were just trying to impress me, but as I came to know you, I learned that it is just how you are. Yeah, risking my life does seem to be part of the pattern. He said, chuckling, then winced as she smacked him in the side. You are my arrow and I will not let you disparage yourself. She said, smirking, then straightened and looked at him imperiously. Now, come and take your wives to get something to eat. Amelia presented Harry with a small black stone. Here, this will vibrate when we are ready for you. I'd recommend that Harry Potter Black take you through the private flow outside of my office. The less people that know you are here the better. I'd hate for that wench Skeeter to find out you're here as a witness to the trials. She already knows. Sissy is with her now, telling her about the Dursleys. Thank you, Madam Bones, he said, pocketing the wardstone. Amelia nodded and turned away, leaving the room. All right, Hubs, let's get to that flow. I think you need to take us for something unhealthy. I don't know why, but I've been craving a Muggle cheeseburger. We'll go to my flat and get changed into some of the clothes we bought. Tonks said, taking his hand and leading him on. Fudge and Percy walked out of the room towards the minister's office. Weasley, you did very well today. I was very impressed that you didn't try and ask for leniency for your mother. Fudge stopped at the door of his office. If you wish, you may inform Arthur in regards to your mother. After that, return to my office. I'll have a list of tasks for you to complete before the Dumbledore trial. Yes, sir. Will you be returning for the trial against Harry's family? No, that will be your job to represent the ministry. A portkey. You mean Draco was going to try and kidnap me? Narcissa wished that she could feel more shocked. Draco, you are far too much like your father. She sighed softly. Little Draco wanted to force you to wherever he's been hiding. I left him a friendly little reminder to never try and hurt my family again. Bellatrix said with a little smirk. If he was smart, he saw the note and set it down gently. He's not smart though. He's the son of Lucius Malfoy, so he threw it down. The explosion probably left a few pieces of him, but nothing worth burying. Bellatrix, you didn't have to kill him. Narcissa said, more out of obligation than anything else. He would have given you over to Riddle, and you know it. He was obsessed with regaining the wealth of House Malfoy. Sissy, I would gladly have set his A.S. on fire in front of an entire school's worth of Muggles. He was a threat to my family, and those don't live. Bellatrix's voice was cold then. It was easy to imagine the former Death Eater at the height of her insanity. Narcissa shivered. Does Harry know? No, and I'm not going to tell him unless I have to. He has enough going on right now. We handled the problem. Bellatrix sighed. Are you going to tell him? I should. No. As you said, he has enough going on. Narcissa sighed softly. Our husband seems to never have a day where things go easy for him. Lousy stinking muggle bastards. Rita Skeeter had never been this mad before in her life. She knew that Harry had not had the idyllic childhood people assumed he'd had. She knew a false story when she heard it. Harry showed me the scars, they'd been beating him for years. Years. She was determined to make the magical world aware of what had befallen their savior. This had become something different. This was not about making a profit this time. This was about showing the world that Harry wasn't some mythical golden child, that he had suffered, that he was just a particularly strong-willed teenager who had faced down the most powerful dark wizard in generations. Boy Who Lived and the Muggles Who Abuse. By Rita Skeeter. Like many, this reporter believed that our very own Boy Who Lived, Harry Potter Black, lived a life of leisure somewhere far from the troubles of the day-to-day grind. Sadly, during another of our exclusive interviews with the Lord Potter Black, I found out that this was not the case. I was shown evidence of terrible abuse at the hands of his relatives. Relatives I am happy to report are in the custody of the DMLE. An interview, edited only for the sake of those with weak constitutions, will be available on pages 3, 4, 7, and 9. Rita sighed looking at the paragraph. It should be enough to get some attention. Hopefully it would be enough to get Harry some allies in the Wizengamot. Pansy Parkinson sat in her room. She had felt very strange today. A few hours ago she had been reading on her bed when she passed out. She had awoke almost immediately afterwards, but now she felt different. I feel like I've had my head in a bucket of bubo tuber pus and only just now have gotten clean of it. She decided to go into the family study and get a book to read when she heard her parents talking. It's the Dark Lord. I can't just ignore his summons. Of course you can, Cyril. You aren't a marked Death Eater. It's not as if you know who can summon you. No, but he can send Greyback here to collect me if I don't obey him. What does he want? We are to prepare an attack on the home of that Muggleborn friend of Harry Potter, that Granger girl. Rookwood got a hold of her wardstone and made a copy. The second that it goes off we'll know where to go. The Dark Lord wants her alive, and he wants her parents made an example of. That's horrible. Cygnus, please, you can't. Melinda, it's either I go there and at least look like I'm obeying him, or he sends that bloody werewolf here and he kills us and turns Pansy. Pansy raced back to her bedroom. She grabbed a piece of parchment and began to write furiously onto it. I've got to warn Harry, he'll know what to do. She wasn't questioning why precisely she was suddenly filled with the urge to help her boyfriend's worst enemy. She continued to write as her mind filled back up with lost memories. Hi, my name is Pansy, what's yours? A smiling girl with dark hair says as he looks for a compartment. Harry Potter. The boy smiles nervously. He notices her eyes go to his scar, but she doesn't act like the others have so far. Your parents were heroes in the last war. I'm sorry for your loss. She says softly, would you like to sit with me? Sure. He stops. He frowns seeing someone outside of the compartment. A.B. owned boy flanked by two larger ones. I have to go. I'm sorry. Maybe we can talk at the castle. He leaves before she has a chance to say anything. A few moments later her future husband walks into the compartment, flanked by his two hired friends. Who was that? He asks her. Harry Potter. Amelia Bones looked at the wardstone on her desk. She tapped her wand to it and watched it glow softly. It's time to send Vernon Dursley to his maker. She rose and left her office, making her way back down to the holding cells. Vernon Dursley fumed as he sat in the cell. Pet won't look at me. Dudley won't speak to me. What did these freaks do to my family? Calm down, old boy. Once you explain that you don't recognize this freak show fake court, they'll have to release you. Vernon grumbled to himself as he saw the doors open. Fantastic. Here comes the parade of freaks. There's the monocled freak, some ginger freak, two of their fake constables, the boy and two of his she freaks. Vernon Dursley, you stand accused of attempted murder and multiple cases of assault on the Lord of House Potter Black. How do you plead? Amelia spoke as the trial began. Not guilty. Furthermore, I do not recognize this trial. I am a British citizen, not one of your freaks. Vernon spat. Orr Hitchens, please state your full title to Mr. Dursley. Amelia said, looking to the older of the two Orrs at her side. Orr Byron Hitchens, also Constable Byron Hitchens of Scotland Yard. The man said. Amelia held a grin from reaching her lips as she watched Vernon's face go pale. All Aurors are classified as constables. We have full authority to arrest muggles should they commit a crime against a magical family. In your case, you attacked the lord of two of our noble and ancient houses. Amelia stated. Now, would you like to reconsider your plea? I didn't do anything wrong. I kept that little brat at my house, fed him my food. Food you forced him to prepare. From age 5 onward, you had him cooking meals, weeding the gardens. He needed to earn his keep. Amelia glared and then took out her wand. Silencio. Now then, we have veritaserum produced testimony. You are pronounced guilty by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and the punishment is the Dementor's Key, followed by life imprisonment in the high-security wing of Azkaban. Take him away. Amelia watched as the silenced Vernon was stunned and then levitated out of the room. We will begin the trial of Petunia Dursley. She will be represented by mind healer Jeanette Tompkins. Amelia stated. The doors opened and Petunia Dursley walked in. At her side was an elderly witch in white robes. Petunia Dursley, you are accused of negligence in regards to the health and safety of your nephew, the Lord of House Potter Black. What is your plea? Guilty. Petunia said very softly. Mind healer Tompkins stepped up and spoke. Madam Bones, during my examinations of Mrs. Dursley, I have found evidence of crimes perpetrated against her that I feel explain her actions somewhat. We have went through the procedures to draw out the memories and I would like to present them. Very well, Mind healer Tompkins. Auror Proudfoot, please bring the department pensieve to the room. Amelia said. The taller of the two Aurors nodded and then left the room. It's all right, Petunia. It'll be just like I explained. I will show them the memories. The older witch was speaking to Petunia as if she was talking to a small child. She looks lost. Harry couldn't help it. He walked over to his aunt. Fleur started to follow, but Tonks held a hand out and stopped her. Let him talk, she said softly. Aunt Petunia, what are they talking about? Harry asked. Petunia Dursley looked at him and then back to the floor. Harry saw tears pricking at the corner of her eyes. Your aunt was not as in control of her actions as you may have thought. Tompkins said. I found evidence of charms cast on her mind. It took some effort, but I feel that we've removed them. She remembers enough of the past few decades now that I feel comfortable letting her be tried. Wait, decades. You'll see when the pensieve gets brought in. That was when Proudfoot arrived carrying the large stone bowl. Petunia and Tompkins stood at the edge of it. The older witch touched her wand to Petunia's temple. All right, Petunia. Let's start with the oldest memory. Like the bowl at Longbottom Hall, the memories played on a cloud of white fog, showing an 11-year-old Petunia looking at the day's mail. Mum. Lily and I got letters. Petunia Evans races into the kitchen, thrusting them at her mother. Well, that Professor Dumbledore did tell you that he would be sending them. Her mother said, wiping her hands on her apron before taking the letters. We will have to take the two of you into London. Thank you, Petunia. This memory is one of several that had been blocked. Petunia Evans was born a witch, just the same as her sister Lily Evans. Now for the one from your 3rd year, please. Tompkins said as she tapped Petunia's temple again. It's perfectly safe, Petunia. You want Potter to yourself, I want Lily. A greasy-haired teenage Snape said. Brew this potion, he'll fall madly in love with you. Lily will see you dotting him, she'll get angry at him and then I'll comfort her. But what about that other girl? Black's cousin. She'll be upset at him, but I doubt it would be worse than a slug vomiting Hex. In any event, he'll be yours. Think about it, you certainly won't win James Potter with your magic, sad to say, but you are practically a squib and you know it. She hesitated and then nodded. All right, give me the recipe. Unfortunately, that wasn't a love potion now, Petunia, please. James, I wanted to bring you something before the Quidditch match. Petunia hands him a small white cake. Thanks, Petunia. James looks at the cake and starts to unwrap it. What's this, Potter? A voice from behind them, a young Bellatrix Black, comes around to James Potter's opposite side. Lily's sister brought me a present before I beat the Hufflepuffs in the match. He says, popping it into his mouth. He chews for a moment, Petunia watching with eager eyes. Then James Potter collapses, white foam coming out of his mouth. James, what did you do to him? Bellatrix points her wand at an ashen-faced Petunia. It wasn't supposed to hurt him. You little house elf. I need a house elf. Bellatrix screams. With a pop, one of Hogwarts' house elves appears. Take James Potter to the infirmary, now. Bellatrix screams, before rising and grabbing Petunia's wrist. The elf vanishes with James. Come on, we're going to see Professor Slughorn. She pulls Petunia down the hall, neither of them noticing a smirking Severus Snape. Severus Snape gave Petunia the recipe for a poison. After speaking with Mediwitch Pomfrey and going through the records, it was determined to be a blood poison. James Potter was sick for a period of 4 weeks. Tompkins said softly, now the memory of the expulsion. Petunia Evans. You poisoned another student. In light of this, I can do nothing except expel you from Hogwarts. Please give me your wand. Albus Dumbledore gave a perfect impression of a stern, disapproving grandfather as he snaps Petunia's wand. Beside him stands Alistair Moody, looking healthier but no less crazy. Petunia's hands trembled as she hands Dumbledore the wand. He snaps it and then set the pieces onto his desk. Now, as per the statute of secrecy, I will now remove your memories of Hogwarts and the magical world. You will instead believe that you have been at a private school. Obliviate. Dumbledore touches her head with his wand. Petunia collapses into the arms of Alistair Moody. Now, lastly to bind her magic, Dumbledore raises his wand and shouts, Magicae Vinctum. Petunia shrieks and falls unconscious. Her magic was bound, her memories changed, and Petunia Evans was dropped off at her home. Now, we will skip ahead to the day she found out her sister was dead. Tompkins touched her temple again. Petunia opened the door to find a small baby in a basket at her doorstep. Clutched in his chubby fist was a letter addressed to her. Who are you? She says softly before taking the letter. She opens the envelope and her eyes widen and then narrow as she looks at the basket. My sister's brat. That freak professor wants me to look after you now that she's dead. Fine, I'll do what he wants. At least until he can get you out of my house. That letter, as we have seen from the Veritaserum-induced confession, was a loyalty charm designed to prevent Petunia from connecting with her nephew and for her to implicitly trust Albus Dumbledore. Tompkins finished. In light of these facts, Petunia Dursley, you are sentenced to no less than 2 years in the Janus Thickey ward of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Mind healer Tompkins will see to your care. Amelia said. Harry went to his aunt's side. Aunt Petunia. Harry, I am so sorry for the way I treated you, for what I let Vernon and Dudley do to you. She said softly. If you'd like, please visit me at the hospital. She was then led away by the Aurors with Tompkins following closely. Tonks and Fleur walked to his side. You okay, Harry? Tonks asked, her voice quiet and soothing against the nerves he didn't know were frazzled. My aunt was a witch, he said softly. Fleur put her arms around him and rested her head against his cheek. Will you visit? Fleur asked, her arms snaking around his waist and her head coming to rest beside his. I don't know, she tried to give my dad a love potion. Snape gave her a recipe for a poison. That was clever of the little shit. Give her the recipe so that she's the one whose magical signature is all over the potion. Tonks said. I agree, Auror Potter Black. That is why I am having some of my Aurors collect Professor Snape after this trial is over. Amelia came over to them. Go and get some air, Lord Potter Black. The next trial will begin in a few hours. We need Law Wizard Tonks here to represent your cousin. McNair, you will lead the attack on the ossuary. Voldemort said to the masked man kneeling before him. The Bones family is an annoyance. With DMLE Director Bones out of the picture, we can begin to recruit new followers. Yes, my lord. Good. Take the funds you will need from Vault 626 at Gringotts. Use it to lure mercenaries. While you are leading them, evaluate them. Bring the competent ones to me, and kill the rest. Take the key on the desk and leave me. Voldemort watched as his servant did as he commanded before leaving the room. Severus, go into Diagon Alley and keep an eye out for Wormtail. He is not responding to my summons and our numbers are too few right now to afford simply killing him. He said to the man standing in the corner before waving his hand in dismissal. At once, my lord. Severus turned and left the room. Voldemort winced once he was alone, save for Nagini. Ever since the Department of Mysteries I have felt the link Potter and I share grow more painful. I must find a way to destroy that link once and for all. The owl sitting before Bellatrix and Narcissa was not one they recognized. The bird barked at them, before holding out its leg. Bellatrix tapped the letter with her wand, watching it glow blue. "It's safe," she said, taking the envelope and setting it on the table. "It's addressed to Harry," Narcissa noted, as she tried to discern if she recognized the handwriting. "It looks somewhat familiar, but I can't think of why. I'll open it. Knowing Harry, it'll either be a challenge from some idiot, a love letter from some other idiot, or someone claiming that Harry is the long-lost heir of Merlin." Bellatrix opened the letter. When she did, Narcissa understood why it looked so familiar. "That's the handwriting of Draco's former betrothed. Why would Pansy Parkinson be writing to Harry?" she asked. Bellatrix frowned and began to read. "Harry, I know you have no reason to believe me, but my father was contacted by the Dark Lord. There will be an attack on Granger's home. Her magic is being traced, and the moment she uses her wand they will know where she is. I promise you, I am not lying. I'm not sure why, but earlier this morning I felt like I woke up from a strange dream, and I remembered our first year at Hogwarts. I don't know what made me stop being your friend, but I am sorry. Hopefully you can use this to save the girl that didn't give up on you. Pansy. Another threat on the life of someone Harry considers important." Bellatrix frowned and set the paper down. "Luckily, they are tracing Hermione's magic. She's here with us, so they wouldn't be able to find her," Narcissa began, only to be interrupted by Hermione herself. "Who's tracing my magic?" she asked. "Riddle. Your house is going to be attacked. Somehow they must have your wardstone, or a copy of it, from the IUM office. The minute you use magic of any sort, they'll know right where you are," Bellatrix explained. Hermione's eyes grew wide. "They're planning to attack my home. We've got to warn my parents. We will, once Harry returns from the trials. They won't be able to find your home while you are here, at least not that way. Grimmauld Place is still unplottable. No one can get here unless we allow it. We'll move your parents to the safe house the Dursleys were going to use," Narcissa said, her maternal instincts kicking in as she saw Hermione's eyes fill with tears. "I'll go to the ministry and get Harry. This is too important to wait," Bellatrix said, making her way to the flow. Harry walked alongside Fleur and Tonks to the apparition point in the Auror's bullpen. He was still deeply conflicted by the events that had just taken place. "My aunt was a witch and she was in love with my father. Snape gave her the recipe for a poison that could have killed him. I can't forgive her, but I can at least try to understand her, Dora." "Yes, Harry," Tonks said as she took his hand. They would apparate in a moment. From the look on her husband's face, Tonks knew he needed to talk first. "What should I do?" His voice was quiet. "Merlin, he doesn't deserve all the shit that keeps getting piled onto his plate. I wish I knew Harry, I really do." She pulled him into her arms. "All I can tell you is that we love you. If you decide to go see her, we will love you. And if you decide to visit your aunt, then we'll love you. And if you decide not to visit her, we'll love you." Harry sighed against her neck, his arms squeezing her. "I think I liked it better when I could just hate them," he said softly, looking down at the floor for a moment. Harry felt the wardstone vibrate. Confused, he looked to Tonks and Fleur. "Something must be up," he said as they walked back towards the holding cells. Bellatrix was standing beside Amelia Bones. When she saw him, she went to his side. "Harry, we have to hurry. Riddle is planning an attack on the Granger home." "What? How did you?" "A girl in your year, Pansy, sent a letter. They have a copy of Hermione's wardstone. They are going to use it to trace her location," Bellatrix explained. "But Hermione is at my house. They can't find her there." "True, but eventually she won't be at Grimmauld Place. We need to move them to the safe house you are going to put the Dursleys in," Bellatrix said. "Or you could give them what they want, but under controlled circumstances," Amelia said. "We could have a team of Aurors waiting at the Granger house, get the Grangers out of the house, then have your friend use a spell. Get her out before the Death Eaters show up, and then get the ones who show up." Harry looked to Bellatrix. "Does Hermione know?" "Yes, Sissy and I read the letter when it arrived." "And you said Pansy sent it?" "The only Pansy I know is Parkinson. She's a Slytherin. She's Draco's girlfriend." Harry said, not adding that she had been the second person after Hagrid to be nice to him. Harry thought the dark-haired girl was very pretty. He hadn't made any friends yet. Hagrid was okay, he guessed, but he was too old. Maybe she could be his friend. Then Harry saw that own boy from Madame Malkin's. He made his excuses and then left immediately. It was during his trip to the library when he saw her again. She was reading alone. Harry went over to her side. Hi, Pansy. Harry, why did you run away? Her voice was soft, hurt. I'm sorry, I really don't like that Draco kid. She giggled at him. It's okay. I don't really like him either. Can we try being friends again? I want to, Harry, but I'm in Slytherin, you're a Gryffindor. We'll find a way to make it work. But they hadn't. They were only able to see each other in the library, and even then only when they were both alone. In second year it had gotten even worse. At some point she had decided that he wasn't worth the trouble. Go away, Potter. Pansy, what's wrong? What did I do? You were fraternizing with mudbloods and blood traitors, that's what. Pansy spat at him. Her eyes weren't in it. They seemed heartbroken. Unfortunately, Harry wasn't looking at her eyes. All he saw was his first friend telling him to go away. Finally, he reached into the left sleeve of his robe and tugged. He pulled out a small scrap of colored string. It was their friendship bracelet. She had made it for him and sent it anonymously during their Yule break. She had told him about sending it when she'd gotten back. Fine. If we aren't friends then. I don't need this. He threw it at her feet and strode away from her as quickly as he could without running. At her home, Pansy was looking at that very bracelet. I'm so sorry, Harry. I don't know why I kept saying those awful things. It was like I couldn't control myself. She sighed, looking up at her ceiling and thinking back to that moment. Fine. If we aren't friends then. I don't need this. He threw it at her feet and strode away from her as quickly as he could without running. Pansy managed to control herself until he was out of sight. Then she collapsed on the floor of the library. Thanking Morgana that no one was nearby, she grabbed the cord with shaking fingers. Her own bracelet peeked out from her left sleeve. Harry, I didn't mean it. She sobbed. Then all of a sudden she stopped crying. Lousy Potter. My Draco is a better wizard than he'll ever be. She rose, thrusting the bracelet into her pocket and turning. Draco Malfoy stood there with a smirk on his face. It doesn't make sense. Unless Draco isn't nearly strong enough to have cast a compulsion charm. She sighed. Third year she had given up the idea of trying to repair their friendship. She had remade his bracelet and wanted to give it to him as a Yule present, but every time she got prepared to do it, something in her mind made her stop. This will make Draco angry. Draco is your boyfriend, he deserves your loyalty. That damn thought wouldn't leave her mind until she put the bracelet away. Fourth year she was prepared to just watch Harry from a distance. Then the tournament happened. Pansy saw the look on Harry's face as his name was called. He looks sick. There was no way that Harry had put his name in the goblet. The first task was dragons. Full-grown nesting mother dragons. When Harry flew away from the dragon, it was all she could do not to shout for him to be careful. Draco was for once not sitting beside her. Instead he is shouting for the dragon to roast Harry. Normally there was that whisper in her mind that told her to laugh when he said things like that, but for some reason, she supposed it was the fact that Harry could very well die. She didn't hear it. Harry looked very handsome at the Yule Ball, Pansy noticed. A fleeting image of the two of them dancing together played in her mind but was squashed by those whispers telling her that she owed it to Draco to be loyal. The second task had Pansy watching as Harry did what she had come to know as his normal routine. He saved everyone he could. The Bobaton champion's sister and Weasley were rescued by Harry. Again she was able to ignore those whispers long enough to cheer for Harry. Then came the third task. Harry appeared with the Tri-Wizard Cup and a dead Cedric Diggory. He was shouting that Voldemort was back. Pansy felt a cold shiver run through her body when she saw Draco's smile. Pansy sighed and closed her eyes. She opened them when she saw an owl sitting on her windowsill. The brown owl waited for her to open the window, and once it did, it held out its leg for her. You're a ministry owl who at the ministry would send me a letter. Taking the letter, and offering the owl a treat, she began to read it. Pansy. Thank you for the warning. We are working to get Hermione's family into a same undisclosed location. I want to apologize for how I left things that day. You were my first friend besides Hagrid and you deserved more than me stomping away like a prat. Maybe we could try again. Your friend, Harry. P.S. If you ever want to talk to me, the flow channel is Grimald Place, and the password is family. Pansy smiled looking at the letter. She would call him later, preferably when her parents weren't home. Harry watched as the letter left with the Ministry Owl. Amelia Bones stood behind him. Merlin, this young man cannot catch a damned break. He reminds me of Fox that way. My Harry always had some nonsense trying to kill him. She smirked sadly at that thought, remembering the day it happened. Hogsmeade weekend was always busy. Harry had came to see her before her shift began. He was, as usual, assisting Minerva McGonagall watching the kids, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to stop in and see his girlfriend. The attack happened just as the students were supposed to go back to the school. Harry had raced through Hogsmeade blasting Death Eaters alongside her. Then he saw a trapped student. Mafalda Hopkirk was pinned down, her leg caught under a fallen beam. Harry went to her side to lift the beam up when a Death Eater stumbled upon them. The killing curse was cast and Harry twisted his body so that he shielded the young girl from it. Amelia arrived just as it happened. She saw Harry die. In her rage she cast a killing curse of her own. Harry Fox died protecting Mafalda Hopkirk. He had been a hero, but that didn't make the nights any less lonesome. Amelia blinked before drawing in a breath. Calm down, Melia, one day at a time. She would have sworn that she heard Harry Fox's voice in her ear again, but no, it was Harry Potter Black talking to his wife Fleur. Watching Harry as he spoke to his French wife made Amelia happy for her. Girl needs someone to love her after all the shit Weasley put her through, but it also served to remind Amelia that she hadn't let anyone inside after Harry Fox. Amelia Susanna Bones, you are going to start dating again if it's the last thing you do. There was a flurry of activity as the Aurors squads were dispatched. One team was headed to Spinner's End to apprehend Severus Snape, the other 4 teams were preparing to travel to the Granger home. Tonks and Hermione vanished with a pop heading to the Granger's dentist office. Harry and Amelia were left standing in the bullpen. All right, Mr. Potter Black, you are with me, she said, leading him towards her office. Madam Bones. Yes. Thank you for this. I don't have many friends, especially not now. Everyone expects me to be the Harry Potter they wanted, instead of the one I am. He said softly. A very wise man once told me, you can only be who you are. She thought back to that day. It's okay, Melia, Harry Fox said as he held her. I'm not going anywhere. But. Why did it happen? Amelia had been ecstatic when she found out she was pregnant. Even better, her boyfriend had been happy as well. Then came the miscarriage. She had been chasing a suspect wanted for questioning in a series of murders. Half-blood and Muggle-born wizards had been turning up dead. Amelia had rounded a corner with her partner, or Catherine McHugh, into an ambush. McHugh died from a killing curse and Amelia had been hit by a bone exploder. Barely having the strength to apparate away, she had collapsed the moment she appeared at the ministry. She had lost the baby from a combination of the curse and the strain of the sudden apparition. She had told Harry everything, expecting the worst, but he had embraced her. I'm going to resign. I'm not cut out to be an Auror, she said miserably, her face not leaving the crook of his neck. Amelia, Harry's voice was soft but stern, you can only be who you are. And you are an Auror, it's as much a part of who you are as that red hair of yours. But I failed. I lost our baby. Catherine died because of me. Did you cast the killing curse? No. But you didn't kill her then. Amelia looked at Harry Potter Black. For some reason she did not want to think about at the moment, he kept making her think of her own Harry. Maybe it's the messy hair and green eyes, maybe it's the fact that the universe keeps dumping its waste all over him. All right, Mr. Potter. Harry. Please take my hand and we'll go see the Grangers. Have sent word to Alistair. I think we'll have some help from your order as well. The dental practice in Crawley was buzzing with its usual energy. Hermione led Tonks, thankfully with hair a sedate brown color, inside the clinic. They were both dressed in Muggle clothing, a fact that Hermione was grateful for as her parents' clinic was full of clients. She stood at the reception desk, waiting for the nurse to look up from her files. Can I hello Miss Granger, what can I do for you? The older nurse, Sharon, Tonks noted on her name badge, asked. Hello Mrs. Bridges, I just need to speak with my mother and father, are they free? Hermione said. Yes, they are in their office, go on back. Hermione steeled herself as she and Tonks walked through the clinic into the back where her parents' office sat. Sweet Maeve, I have no idea how I'm going to explain this, she thought as she opened the door and ushered Tonks in. Mum, Dad, this is Dora Potter Black, she's a friend of mine. She's also an Auror, a constable in the wizarding world. We've heard about an attack on our house. The plan Madame Bones suggested was the best one. Hermione and Tonks went together, while Harry and Amelia apparated next. Before too long the Granger household was starting to fill with a mixture of Harry's wives, Aurors, and the Order members they knew they could trust. Harry was surprised to see Remus Lupin standing beside Alistair Moody talking beside a curio cabinet. He went over towards them. Professor Lupin, what are you doing here? I'm a member of the Order, Harry. If Voldemort is going to attack someone, then I want to be there to defend them. Besides, I owe it to you. You were right. I should have came to see you when you were younger. Hell, I should have told you who I was from the first moment we met on the train. Damn right. Tonks walked up, her arm going around Harry's waist. Harry leaned in against her for a moment. Good to see you pulled your head out of your shaggy ass. If we could put an end to this, I think it's time. Auror Potter Black, I want you beside the Grangers. The moment Miss Granger casts a spell, I want you to get them out of here. Amelia sat coming to their side, handing Tonks a black leather belt. This is a portkey, it will take you all back to the Ministry. I should stay and fight. Harry can handle the portkey. Tonks said, handing the belt to Harry. Auror Potter Black, you will do as you are ordered. You will escort the Grangers and your husband back to the Ministry and allow the Aurors and the Order members to deal with this. Amelia said. I am a bloody Order member. Tonks shouted. Yes, and you are, after Harry, the single biggest target the Death Eaters would have. Now, you will listen to me or I will stun you and send you back to the Ministry holding cells. Amelia countered. Dora. Please, I want to stay and fight, but she's right. If something were to happen to you here, that would kill me faster than any curse. Harry said. It's not fair, Tonks thought as she took the belt back from his hands. All right, places people. I want Auror Potter Black, Lord Potter Black and the Granger family in the center of the room. Amelia said, directing the flow of people so that the Harry and his group were in the spot that Hermione's family usually had their couch. Miss Granger, please use your wand to cast a spell. Hermione nodded and pointed her wand at a book sitting on the shelf opposite her, Accio. The book flew into her hands. Very good. Now, Auror Potter Black, please activate the portkey. Tonks cut her eyes at her boss but did as she requested. In an instant the Grangers along with Harry and Tonks vanished. Amelia looked over to Alistair. How are the wards? When those bastards try to probe them they'll get a nasty shock. Moody replied, an ugly grin on his face, a little something I cooked up special. They felt a thud as something changed outside. Anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards just went up. Auror Proudfoot said, looking at the window into the forest outside. I see shit. What is it, Proudfoot? Amelia asked, her heart tightening at the rapidly paling face on her Auror. It's not just Death Eaters, ma'am. It's werewolves. Remus stiffened upon hearing that. Werewolves meant that Greyback would be here. He had wanted to kill Fenris Greyback since the day he'd been turned as a boy. Right. If it's werewolves, then remember to use burning spells or crushing spells. Piercing spells won't do enough damage quickly enough. Moody said. Cyril Parkinson watched as a fellow Death Eater began to check the wards outside the Granger home. Ha! Piss weak. Everyone concentrate on this spot and we'll be inside in no time. The Death Eater said, raising his wand. They all cast together. Cyril watched as the ward shimmered and then fell explosively. The last thing he saw was a fine red haze that used to be the man in front of him. The Death Eaters who had managed to stay back were led by Antonin Dolohov. He looked over to the other leader. Greyback, get your pack ready, we're down 6 Death Eaters already. We are always ready. The werewolf smirked, bringing his hand up and then down, a chorus of shouts following him. The group arrived back at the ministry, Hermione's parents collapsing onto the floor. Bellatrix rushed up and took Harry into an embrace. I was worried, she admitted, her lips not leaving his hair. Bella, this part went according to plan. Hopefully the part where they capture or kill the Death Eaters will go the same way. Harry said, squeezing her gently. Madam Bones made me come back. Apparently a wife of Harry Potter Black would be too valuable a target. Tonks said, still angry that she couldn't be at the battle. She's right. Bellatrix said, surprising Tonks. We are targets now. It's part of being his wives. Wives. Dan Granger said, looking to Hermione. Yes, Dad. Harry has 4 wives, Dora and Bellatrix here, but also Narcissa and Fleur. She held the smirk she felt forming when she saw the look of relief on her father's face. I was worried for a moment there that you were going to tell me you had married a boy we've only met once or twice. Dan admitted. King werewolves. Moody spat as he hurled a curse at a body, watching with a grim smile as the werewolf was nearly split in two. Amelia counted the bodies now littering the property. Thank Merlin these people lived at the end of a private drive. 15 Death Eaters. 10. Wait, Moody just laughed. That's 11 and 6 oars. Then she spotted a familiar profile. Dolohov, he's had his mask knocked off. I finally have you, you son of a bi.ch. She raised her wand and shouted, stupefy. When the Death Eater dodged, she cursed under her breath and ran forward. You took my baby from me, you took my Harry from me no more. She began casting like a madwoman, throwing curses almost faster than she could shout their names. Remus Lupin ducked against a tree. The battle was tough now. Normally Death Eaters retreat, I suppose that's why they brought Greyback and his pack. He spotted Amelia Bones throwing curses at one of the few still standing Death Eaters. She's getting careless, I've got to try and help her. He rushed forward just in time to see a sickly green light erupt from the wand of Antonin Dolohov. He threw himself forward, the green light hit him and Remus Lupin knew no more. Amelia saw the killing curse coming. I guess I'll be with you soon, Harry, she thought as time seemed to slow around her. She didn't know where Remus had came from, but he threw himself in between her and Dolohov, taking the curse. Dolohov brought his wand back up, but this time she had him, reducto. The force behind the curse caught Dolohov by surprise, for the second or so before it took the back of his skull away. The last Death Eater had fallen, the werewolves disengaged. Amelia felt the wards fall. Gather all the dead and wounded, bring them to St. Mungo's, the ministry if they are Death Eaters. She ordered Proudfoot before apparating back to the ministry. Amelia arrived back in her office. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves and then went to the bullpen where Harry, his wives, and the Grangers were waiting. What happened? Harry asked, crossing the distance to her side. Death Eaters and werewolves happened. We got the Death Eaters, some of the werewolves. I'm sorry to say that Remus Lupin died, she said, calling upon her training to keep her voice calm. Professor Lupin is what happened. Amelia saw Harry's eyes darken with sadness. He might not have been on good terms with Lupin, but he definitely didn't want him to die. She noted. He saved my life. I was caught by Dolohov. Here, Amelia heard Hermione draw in a hiss of air. He took a killing curse meant for me. And Dolohov? Hermione asked. Dead. Amelia stated, the trace of a grim smile on her lips. You'll never hurt another person, you bastard fox. I told you I'd get him. Dudley's trial was the quickest. He admitted full guilt for what he had done. In acknowledgement, Amelia sent him to a Muggle juvenile detention facility. He would be out on his 18th birthday. It was finally over. The people who had hurt him for so long were gone now, put in places where they could never touch Harry again. Moving the Granger family to the safe house was easy enough. Once Amelia declared it safe, they would be allowed to go back and collect their things, but for now they would have to make do with clothes procured for them. Harry and Bellatrix were watching as the Grangers inspected their new temporary home. Harry looked to her. Why didn't you tell me that you knew Aunt Petunia? I didn't know her until I saw the Dursleys. What are you talking about? Bellatrix was puzzled by the look on Harry's face. I saw a memory of hers. She was a witch. She poisoned my dad and got expelled for it. You were there. You took her to Professor Slugworth. He looked to her. How do you not remember this? Bellatrix frowned in thought. I don't. That can only mean that long-bearded bastard messed with my brain. I can't wait to watch them throw his sorry ass through the veil. Harry took her hand. I'm sorry I brought it up. It's not your fault, Harry. Bellatrix said, squeezing his hand. It just seems that the so-called greatest wizard since Merlin has always been a manipulative shit. Tonks walked up. Having heard some of the conversation, sounds like yet another charge to add to the ever-growing list. Bellatrix nodded. Petunia Dursley was a witch. She shook her head. Yeah, Harry said. She was in love with my dad too. Snape gave her the recipe for a love potion, but it was really a poison. You saved my dad's life by getting a house elf to take him to the infirmary. I wish I did remember this. I'd have killed her. Bellatrix said, glaring. As it stands, I'll just have to content myself with killing Snape. Too late, Bella. The Aurors are picking him up. Without Dumbledore to protect him, I don't think we'll have him teaching at Hogwarts this year. Someone will have to be hired for that job in the defense class. Harry said, not noticing the look on Tonks' face. Bellatrix, however, did notice the look. You know something. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. For a moment Tonks tried to play innocent, but it failed. All right. Don't tell anyone. Madam Bones asked me to apply for the defense position. It would keep me close in case someone tried something. But also she thinks the fake Moody had a good idea. This way you can learn some actual defense. Tonks said, looking to Harry, if you're still thinking of becoming an Auror, this will definitely help me get you ready. I like it, but won't people accuse you of showing favoritism if your husband is in the class with you? Harry asked. To which Tonks' hair turned a shade of purple. All that means, my dear husband, is that if you act like a git, I will keep you for a very long and intimate detention. She grinned and keyed at him. Just then she felt her wand buzz in her holster. That's not good. We've just had a recall. Everyone not chasing a suspect has to report to the bullpen now. What is it? I don't know yet, Harry. I won't know until I'm there. At the bullpen, Tonks joined the assembled Aurors as Kingsley addressed them. This is a class for emergency people. Madam Bones hit the wardstone at the ossuary. That can only mean one thing. Death Eaters have attacked her and her niece. Unfortunately, that means her home will be sealed by their anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. Right now, all I can tell you is to be ready. We will apparate to the nearest point to the ossuary and make our way there. Once we arrive, we'll start trying to break the wards. Merlin willing, we will get in there before anything happens to Director Bones or her niece. Tonks looked horrified at the idea that her boss, after fighting to keep Harry's best friend and her family safe, could be killed today. We will find a way to rescue you, she thought as Kingsley and Auror Proudfoot began discussing the best place for apparition. Amelia was exhausted. Ever since she felt the wards go up, she had been pouring her magic into wards of her own. Thank Morgana I had came back home after the trial. Susan would have been here all alone. Susan Bones was trying to do the same. Her aunt had taught her about wards during the summer holiday. Now it was time to put that theory into practice. We can't keep this up, Amelia thought grimly as she felt herself weakening. I guess I'm coming to see you earlier than I thought, Fox. She thought as she felt her eyes fluttering close. At the safe house, Harry felt strange. For just a moment he saw a flash of an older Harry and a woman with red hair. Definitely not Ginny. He thought with some relief. Melia. Don't worry, I'm sending help. He heard in his mind before there was a near blinding flash in the room. Fox. He said, looking at the phoenix who stood before him. Fox trilled, nodding his head, then held out a clawed foot to Harry. There's no way this will go well. Harry thought as he grabbed onto the bird's foot. Then the pair were gone in a flash. Bellatrix heard the whoosh of the phoenix fire and rushed into the kitchen. All she saw was a small black halo scorched into the wood floor. Harry, she cried out, looking for her husband. Harry found himself inside a house he did not recognize. Fox looked at him for a moment and then vanished in another ball of flame. He did, however, recognize the two figures laying unconscious on the floor. That's Madam Bones and Susan. He rushed to their sides, checking first Susan then Amelia. He found a pulse for both of them. Well, this is handy. Potter is here too. The Dark Lord will reward me for bringing you to him. He heard a voice from behind him. Instincts honed from years of playing Quidditch allowed him to roll and dodge the stunning spell of McNair. Stupefy. Harry called, sending a stunner towards the Death Eater. You'll have to try harder than that, you little shit. McNair said, smirking as he pointed his wand towards Amelia, Flammium Flagally. Harry rushed forward, taking the strike from the conjured flaming whip. Amelia was unconscious. In her mind she saw herself, 20 years younger, sitting in the cottage she had rented in Hogsmeade to be closer to her fiancé. Said fiancé. One Harry Fox was standing before her. Hello, Melia. He said, bringing her up into his arms and embracing her. Harry. How are I'm dead, aren't I? Harry Fox shook his head, smiling. No, love, I pulled in a favor from 2 of my friends in the afterlife. Let's just say that it's not your fate to die today. Destiny has a plan for you and for the young man who just took a flaming whip for you. Harry screamed as the flame cut through his robe. He channeled that pain and rage into an overpowered stunning spell that sent McNair through a wall. Just then he felt a thud as the wards over the ossuary broke. He could hear a series of pops as the Death Eaters began to leave in an effort to escape the mass of Aurors who arrived. Harry went back to see if either Bones was stirring. Susan mowed Ned softly at his gentle shaking. When he touched Amelia, though, it was more energetic. She grabbed him and pulled him down to her. You saved us, she said softly. I don't know how I got here, except that Fox sent me. He said, looking into her eyes. Suddenly he knew who the older him had been with. Of course it was Fox. She said, chuckling softly. Phoenixes are the only things I know of that can travel through wards, Melia. He said absently. Amelia Bones drew in a breath and looked at him in confusion. Who told you that name? Just then Tonks and Kingsley arrived. Harry, how did you get here? Fox brought me. Amelia insisted on tending to Harry's wound. Damn you, McNair. I'm glad Harry's stunner cracked your head like an egg, she thought as she dabbed burn cream onto the long angry mark that went around his waist. If it gets to hurting too badly, just let me know and I'll stop. She said, putting another blob of orange cream onto the wound and watching as it slowly replaced the burnt tissue with healthy, if pale, skin. He won't. Our husband is the kind of person who doesn't want you to know how he's feeling as far as pain goes. Tonks had apparated back to the Granger house and informed Bellatrix of Harry's location. Bellatrix watched Amelia tend to Harry's wound, leaning against the wall. I would recommend then, that someone who knows his face better than I do, to keep an eye on him. This is strong stuff, she said, rubbing another small dab onto his lower back. It's not that bad. Harry said, wincing slightly. It burns worse than the spell did. So, where will you and Susan go? There's a fairly large hole in the side of the manor. I hadn't thought about that yet. I have a home in Hogsmeade that I rent out. It's unoccupied right now. Amelia thought about that house. It had been her home when she was the senior Auror assigned to Hogsmeade. This will work. Amelia sighed as she leaned back and took in the work she had done. The house was small, but very clean. It was a far cry from the family manor, but it was the first place she had ever bought for herself. It looks good, came a voice from behind her. Professor Harry Fox had been a more or less constant part of her time in Hogsmeade. He was usually in the village on weekends, so they saw each other often. When she told him she had bought the house, he had offered to help her clean it out. Thank you again, Harry, she said, looking to him. Harry Fox had become her friend over the course of conversation in the street, shared meals at the Three Broomsticks, and through their shared love of Muggle entertainment. Specifically, as Harry had termed them, wonderfully awful martial arts movies. They watched for different reasons. Harry enjoyed the terrible acting and overwrought dubbing, while Amelia enjoyed the fight scenes. Watching one at a theater in Muggle London, they had came back to her room at the Three Broomsticks, applied a silencing charm to the door, and Harry watched as Amelia tried to copy the move. Harry had teased her. She had responded by hooking her foot behind his and pulling him down onto the floor. His arm had came up and brought her down on top of him, and they had shared a key. That was the moment when Harry Fox went from friend to something else. Amelia had finished her work on the wound. The skin would be white for a time, but eventually the new skin would resemble the old skin. She frowned slightly as she had to tell herself not to key the wound. An old habit not born of tending to Susan, who had never really been injured too badly at home, but from dealing with Harry Fox. Damn it, Fox, how do you keep doing this? Amelia rolled her eyes as she tended to her boyfriend's shoulder. He had been demonstrating basic piercing hexes and had accidentally gotten too close while a student practiced. It happens sometimes, Melia, he said, wincing as she closed his wound with a muttered spell. Poppy already did this once. I guess I twisted too hard and the wound reopened. You're a bloody menace, she muttered, watching the wound close. She cleaned the skin of blood with a wave of her wand and then leaned in and keyed at his shoulder. I think you get hurt so often because you like me doing this part. Amelia watched Harry put back on his shirt. That litany of scars on his back told a story, the story she knew from the testimony of Vernon and Dudley Dursley. She had only ever seen one person with as badly a scarred back. How did you get this chewed up? It was their first time being intimate. She couldn't help the question from bursting forth when she saw the tiny white lines on his back. I'm a duelist, Melia. Or I was before I became a teacher. You get hit sometimes, and you either get good at ducking or good at taking the hit. He shrugged before rolling back over and taking her into his arms. Amelia shook her head softly, banishing thoughts of the man she had given her heart to. She looked to Harry, now talking to Bellatrix. He turned back and spoke to Amelia. With all that's going on, I think it would be safest if you and Susan were to come and stay with us at Grimmauld Place. Pansy Parkinson paced the floor. Her father had left for the attack on the Granger house and hadn't returned yet. She was growing increasingly nervous. No word, not from the Orrs telling my mother he's been arrested, not from him, or his proxies anyway. Just then she heard a cry from the parlor. Pansy raced down to find her mother sitting on the overstuffed chair in front of a stern-looking dark-skinned Orr. He can't be. I am sorry, Lady Parkinson, but I was there. Your husband is dead. He was with several known Death Eaters and attacked the home of a Muggle-born witch. Kingsley Shacklebolt said evenly. My father is dead. Pansy's eyes grew wide with horror. She rushed to the fireplace and threw flow powder into the flames. Grimmauld Place. Family. She activated the communication channel. At Grimmauld Place, Narcissa had been working on the next series of interviews for Rita Skeeter when she heard a voice. H. Harry. Are you there? Please, it's Pansy. Narcissa turned and went into the library where she saw the head of Draco's former betrothed in the flames. Miss Parkinson, Harry isn't here at the moment. There was an attack on Granger, I know. I'm the one who sent the letter warning him. My father was killed. We're not going to be safe if they find out it was me. Pansy was crying now. Narcissa sighed gently and nodded. Please stand back from the flames. I will open the flow to travel for you and your mother. Come to Grimmauld Place and we will try and figure out what to do. Harry arrived back at Grimmauld Place holding on Amelia Bone's arm. Susan had traveled along with Tonks, still being somewhat leery of Bellatrix. When they arrived they were greeted by Narcissa and Fleur. Harry, we have company, Lady Parkinson and her daughter Pansy. Harry, he heard the voice of his very first friend. Pansy, I'm here, he said shortly before a dark-haired blur took him to the floor. I'm so sorry for everything I did. I don't know what happened to me and I don't expect you to forgive me, she said, her words coming out in a rush. Pansy. It's okay, really, I'm sorry for behaving like an immature git. He said, sitting up and looking at her. I fixed it, she said softly. When Harry looked puzzled she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small piece of colored string. I kept mine even when I couldn't think of anything except how angry I was about you. I couldn't bring myself to remove it. She said softly, pressing it into his hands. Harry, if you don't hug that girl I will hex your nose off of your face, Bellatrix said, watching her husband do just that. Harry did as Bellatrix commanded. He hugged Pansy Parkinson. For a moment neither moved, then the dam broke. Pansy squeezed him. I'm so sorry, Harry, I don't know what happened to me. She said, her voice a ragged whisper. Pansy, it's okay, it's the past. We're friends again. To prove it, Harry held out his hand and let Pansy affix the bracelet onto his wrist. He looked back down at it. The bracelet looked exactly as it had the day he got it from her. Hey Harry. She was excited to see him after the Yule holiday. She had told her parents that Harry Potter was her friend. Her mother had been excited for her. Her father had tried to act it, but even at 11 Pansy could tell when someone was lying to her. Hey Pansy. Harry reached into his pocket. I made you something. Harry had spent hours during the break practicing the transfiguration spell he needed to turn a small piece of vellum into a little flower. Oh Harry, it's beautiful, it's a lily isn't it? She said, looking at the tiny flower with wide eyes. Yeah, it's not quite what I wanted it to be bigger. But. I love it. I sent you a present too, I made us these. Then she reached into her pocket and showed him the bracelet she had made to mirror the one he was slowly pulling from his own pocket. So, that's where this came from. Yep. She grinned. Now hand me yours. Harry did so, allowing her to put the bracelet around his wrist, then she pressed her own into his hand and held out her wrist. Now, do the same for me. Harry's touch was warm against the cool skin of Pansy's wrist. She smiled watching him fix the bracelet. There, now no matter how stupid the house rivalries get, we can each look down and see something that will make us think of each other. Harry looked at Pansy. How do people think she's ugly? So her nose is a little stubby, it's cute on her. He coughed slightly. Pansy, we should probably explain to everyone. Harry and I met on the train. He was looking for a compartment. He asked me if he could sit with me, and I said yes. And then Draco Malfoy showed up and I didn't want to be anywhere near him. Harry finished. After the sorting we agreed that we wanted to stay friends and we tried. But something happened to me. I don't know what happened, but I couldn't look at Harry without getting mad at him. I couldn't think about him without thinking about how Draco hated him, and since he was my betrothed I needed to be loyal to Draco. Pansy added, then looked to Harry. Something happened. That something is Draco Malfoy dying. Bellatrix said simply. Bella, what did you do? Harry asked, noticing the rapidly paling face of Pansy. He tried to kidnap Sissy. He tried to get her to take an envelope that he'd made into a portkey. So I put an explosive rune on the letter and sent it back. My guess is that whatever it was, be it a charm or a potion, it was keyed to his life force. Bellatrix thought about it. The little slug wasn't good enough at magic to have cast a loyalty charm, so my bet is that his godfather made him a loyalty potion and got Pansy to drink it. The idea of someone else manipulating her mind brought Pansy back to the discussion. You think he would have done that? Bellatrix laughed. His father used a memory charm on Sissy. My family put me under a series of compulsion charms to turn me into the creature you knew from the wanted posters. Even the great and all-knowing Dumbledore used charms to manipulate people into doing things the way he wanted. Seeing Pansy's face, Harry squeezed her hand. No one will do that to you ever again, I promise. Melinda Parkinson finally spoke up. If the Dark Lord ever finds out that Pansy warned you, Riddle would try to kill you. That's why I suggest, Harry, that you make the Parkinson family vassals of House Potter Black. It will allow us to add extra wards like we have here to their home. Narcissa said, not looking up from her parchment as she made some notes. I would also suggest making the Granger family vassals. That way your wards will recognize and protect them as if they were your own blood. What about Madam Bones and Susan? Harry asked. Amelia walked over. Firstly, it's Amelia. You risked your life for me. I think we're at first names by this point, Harry. Secondly, I can answer that. If you make Susan a ward of House Potter Black, then she would become Susan Potter Black, and the Bones family would be without an heir. Making our family vassals to your house would be safer in the long term. Amelia thought about it and nodded. Besides, if we were wards I'd be Amelia Potter Black, and I think you've got enough adult witches with your last name at the moment. She allowed a small grin. You never know. I could always tell people that you fell hopelessly in love with the way I caught on fire. Harry said in a deadpan voice, but he smirked nonetheless. Amelia chuckled at that. It was impressive, I'll give it that. Just then Hermione came into the study from the library. Harry, I heard that you were hurt. Why is Parkinson here? She looked at Harry and then to Pansy. She's here because she was the one who warned us about the attack on your family. In doing so she put herself in danger. Amelia said, looking evenly at Hermione. I assume that you were just stunned at the good fortune to thank the girl who saved your parents' lives, and that's why you haven't done it yet. Parkinson warned. Pansy. Hermione. Pansy was the first friend I made at Hogwarts, even before you or Neville or Ron. Harry said. If you were friends with her, how did I never see you around her? Hermione didn't understand, and Harry knew that when she didn't understand something, she wouldn't give up. Because of the very reason you called her, Parkinson. House rivalries made it impossible for us to be seen together in public. We believe in second year Draco did something to her in order to drive us from being friends. Apparently, Draco tried to kidnap Narcissa. Bellatrix stopped him permanently. Whatever he did was tied to his life force, so Pansy regained her free will. That was how she was able to warn us. Harry explained everything as he knew it. Pansy nodded. We might not have been friends. Hermione, but I didn't want your parents to die. Hermione was at a loss until she felt a hand on hers. She turned and saw Fred beside her. I'm sorry, Pansy. Thank you so much for warning us. If you hadn't, my parents and yourself would have been killed a few moments after you used magic of any sort. Even something as simple as potion brewing would have counted. Amelia finished for her. You're welcome, Hermione. Pansy went to her side and stuck out her hand. Can we try this again? Hermione looked at the hand and then extended hers, shaking it. I'd like that. Rhiannon Cosgrove sighed as she entered the safe house. The young werewolf had been part of the attack on the Granger house. She had seen it all. The exploding ward vaporizing the first group of Death Eaters, the outright slaughter of next group by Mad-Eye Moody and the assembled Aurors. How in King Blue Blazes did they know we were coming? Was there a spy? No one smelled off. Well, not any more off than any group of murderers, she thought wryly. I should have stayed in Hogwarts and got my NEWTs if I hadn't dropped out and got that damned job in Nocturne. I wouldn't have. She wouldn't have been attacked. She wouldn't have become a werewolf. Now, no one would hire her, so she had done the only thing she could. She joined a pack for protection. Fenris Greyback had promised them a world where werewolves would never have to hide again. And what did he give us? We're all considered even worse than we used to be. It. She wouldn't keep this up any longer. She wasn't a Death Eater. She didn't have the mark. Azkaban can't hurt any worse than what that snaky bastard would do to me. Rhiannon penned a note and stuck it to the desk before gathering what little she owned and making her way out the door. A few hours later, Mulciber, the Death Eater responsible for this safe house, would find it. Against his better judgment, he took the letter to his master. Dear Voldemort, aka the snaky jackass scared of a teenager. Your little attack on the Grangers went to shit basically at hello. They had some wards set up that blew 6 of your Death Eaters to hell. Then when we got past that, they had an army of Aurors at their side. You lost Dolohov, Greyback, and just about everyone else. The pack scarpered to who knows where, and I'm not going back to look for them. F.K.U. very much. Love. F.K.U. P.S. F.K.U. In retrospect, I should have read the note before giving it to the Dark Lord. Mulciber thought in the brief moments of lucidity he had in between Voldemort's usage of the Cruciatus Curse. Rhiannon Cosgrove had spent most of the meager amount she had on her room at the Leaky Cauldron. She sighed as she pulled a Muggle cigarette from its packet and lit it. The only good thing about being a werewolf, I don't get sick, so I don't have to worry about cancer. She took a long drag off the cigarette and then began to write her note to the only Auror she trusted. Tonks. It's been a long time. I have a lot to tell you, and I think by the end of it you'll hate me almost as much as I hate myself. Please come to the Leaky Cauldron, room 4. Bring a lot of parchment. I spent almost everything on the room. Please come. I'll answer every question you have after I'm done. Rhiannon. All right. I'll take this down to Tom and ask him to send it out, then I'll deposit the rest of my coin in Dad's vault. She sighed and finished her cigarette before rising and leaving the room. Well, there she is, the original Mrs. Potter Black. Tonks smirked as she walked up to Hedwig's cage. Would you mind taking a letter to my mum for me? I'm worried about the way I've been feeling lately. I've been so emotional whenever it comes to Harry. Plus I feel like goblin shite. Hedwig barked softly in agreement, and so Tonks tied the letter to the owl's foot. Hedwig flew out the window once Tonks opened it. She was about to close it when a small tawny owl came to the window. Well now, who are you? she said, offering the owl one of Hedwig's treats. The small owl stuck out its leg. A letter. All right, let's get that off of you. She untied the note and watched as the owl flew back out the window. As Tonks started to read the note, she frowned. Rhiannon, but I haven't heard from her in years. She wants to meet me. Tonks left the room and went down to the kitchen where Harry was preparing some lunch. Master must let loyal creature do his job. Master can't be cooking, that is elf work. The elderly house elf stood beside a humming Harry who was happily sautéing chicken pieces in a curry sauce. This is what makes me feel better, creature. You wouldn't want me to feel sad because I'm not doing one of my favorite things, would you? Harry asked, stirring the sauce before checking on the rice. That said, if you'd like to help, you could always wash the dishes. Creature will do the dishes for Master, but Creature should be cooking the meals as well. I let you cook most of them, it's just every now and then I need to cook. It's how I calm down. He said, going back to the sauce and tasting it. Needs more lemo juice. Harry went to the counter and sliced another lemo, squeezing its juice into the pot. That smells amazing, Hubs, Tonks said as she came into the kitchen and ed him. Thanks, Dora. I'm making tikka for lunch. There's so many people here right now that I figured we needed something that could feel a group. He answered before dotting her back. Tonks grabbed the spoon and tasted it. She stifled a little shudder. Forget how it smells, that tastes practically orgasmic. She put her arms around him. You know how to spoil a girl. Well, it'll be ready pretty soon. I'm just waiting on the rice to get completely tender. It was still a little crunchy. Put my portion under a heating charm. I got a letter from an old friend, one I haven't heard from since she dropped out of Hogwarts. She wants to meet me at the Leaky Cauldron. She said before apparating away. What is that smell? Amelia Bones walked into the kitchen. You're making curry, aren't you? He nodded and she went over and took a taste for herself. In that instant her mind was transported to a long distant time. I'm glad we stocked the kitchen. It gets boring at the castle. The house elves do all the cooking. Harry Fox fussed over a simmering pot. Amelia watched her fiancé cook with interest. What are you making us? Chicken tikka. I had it in a Muggle restaurant, so I figured I'd give it a try. I read a few cookbooks, but this will be my first time making it. Harry said, not looking from the simmering pot. Well, it smells amazing. Let me try a taste. Harry fed her with the spoon he was using. Amelia closed her eyes and Ned softly. That tastes fantastic. I hope you know you're staying the night. Yes, ma'am. He replied before ing her. Amelia looked at the simmering pot and then over to Harry. Why does he remind me so much of Harry Fox? It hadn't been the first time she asked the question, but the answer never seemed to come. So, how'd I do? Harry asked her finally. Amelia smirked. Considering your wife let out a moan, and that I could hear when she had some, I think you should know. Well, yeah, but Dora likes everything I cook. I want your opinion. My opinion is that it's delicious. So, you are rich, powerful, and you can cook. If you tell me you give foot rubs, I'll marry you on the spot. She chuckled. Well, Bellatrix and Narcissa think I do a good job with those. They are starting to swell, so I give them a massage at night. He said to her, hang on, Harry, are you flirting with the head of the DMLE? Harry was unable to know that at that moment, Amelia was asking the opposite question herself. Rhiannon, I haven't seen you since. Tonks began, only to be cut off by the other witch. Since I dropped out. Rhiannon Cosgrove looked the same more or less. She was still rail thin with spiky dark hair. The only real difference that Tonks could see was her eyes. They were sunken and dull. She hasn't had a full night's sleep in years, it seems. Why did you leave? She asked her former best friend. You just didn't come back and no one knew what happened. You didn't even send me a letter. Mum died. Dad got sick. He couldn't afford the tuition. So when I heard him looking at the balance sheets during Yule break, I decided to strike off on my own. The problem with that idea was that when you are a dropout with no OWLs, or NEWTs to your name, the only job you can get is as a waitress at a pub in Nocturne. Rhiannon drew in a deep breath and let it out shakily. That brings me to why I asked you to come. What's wrong? Sometimes working in a dive on Nocturne means getting mugged on your way home, Sometimes it means tripping over a dead body, and sometimes it means getting a whole new problem every month. She pulled the neck of her robe down, just enough that Tonks could see the angry red mark. You're a werewolf. Yeah, I got fired from my job and I couldn't find work anywhere else. I ended up living on the streets. Why? Even fewer people want to hire a werewolf. Look at the shit fit that came from that professor at Hogwarts being a werewolf. I know precisely dick about the muggle world, so I couldn't go there. So I made my biggest mistake after leaving school. I joined the wrong pack. Rhiannon looked down. I joined Fenris Greyback. I didn't want to, but it was either join him or die when the ministry found out about a homeless witch who turned into a monster every full moon. Greyback. Rhiannon. Were you? Yes. I was at the attack. I promise you, Tonks, I wasn't going to kill anyone. I've never killed anyone. I was going to just hang back and shoot stunners in random places until it was over, grab some valuables to pawn and then vanish again. She blinked rapidly, keeping the tears away. I told you, you'd hate me almost as much as I hate me. Why did you ask me to come here? I fled. I'm not going back. They'd kill me or worse, make me beg for death. So I'm turning myself in. Send me to Azkaban. Hell, throw me through the veil. Just do one thing for me. I'm calling in the favor you owe me for not ratting you out for going into the third floor broom closet with Henry Foster. What? Just tell my dad I was a thief. Hell, tell him I did murder people. Just don't ever let him find out I'm a werewolf. He's had a bad heart ever since Mum died. It would kill him to find out his little girl is a monster. Rhiannon didn't try to hide the tears now. You promise me that you've never killed anyone. On my mother's grave and my own magic. Will you come with me? I want you to speak with Madam Bones. Maybe there's something we can do. Rhiannon wasn't sure where Tonks was taking her, but she trusted her former best friend. The entrance hall of a manor house was definitely not what she was expecting, beats going straight to a holding cell, she thought. Welcome to our house, Tonks said, turning to face her. Our house? Who all lives with you? Rhiannon asked, taking in the place. It smells like old magic and... She took a deeper inhale. Babies. Rhiannon looked more closely at Tonks. You're pregnant. She watched Tonks' hair change colors from the purple it had been to a sickly yellow to mousy brown. No, I'm not. Please, sweet Maeve, don't let me be pregnant. Wait, I was on the potion. It should have been good for another week. I'm not pregnant, Tonks said, more trying to convince the universe not to do this to her. Not now, not with two other pregnant witches in the house. You are. I can smell it. Apparently you're having a few of them. The scent is strong here. Rhiannon said softly. What's the big deal? You're married to the guy. They are his right. I am married to him. Yeah, but... Wait. You smell it. That's just Bellatrix and Narcissa then. They are pregnant. Tonks drew in a sigh of relief. I can't be pregnant right now. We're in the middle of a war. Yeah, I know that. You're in a war against my former Alpha's employer. Rhiannon sighed. Why are we here, Tonks? Because I want you to talk to Madam Bones, Tonks said, then froze as she felt an arm go around her waist. Welcome back, Dora. Your lunch is waiting on you. Who's your friend? Harry pressed a key to his wife's cheek before looking over to the woman standing there. She's the first person I've ever seen scrawnier than me. Harry, this is Rhiannon Cosgrove. Rhi was my first friend. She was my best friend in school. Tonks said, unconsciously leaning against her husband. It's nice to meet you. Harry said, moving from Tonks so he could offer his hand. Rhiannon took it. Merlin, I can feel the magic in him. She drew in a slight inhale. I wish we were meeting in better circumstances, like ones involving a time turner. She said softly. Better circumstances? What do you mean? Are you in trouble? Harry asked. Tonks did her best to keep from smirking. That's the hubs. He's always trying to help people that might make this easier. I've done some stuff. I came to Tonks. She's the only Auror I know of that I would trust. Rhiannon said tightly. Here it comes. Time for him to hate me just like everyone else. But then what else would I expect? I'm a thief and a monster. Rhi got involved with Greyback. She's a werewolf. She's sworn that she's never killed anyone, and I believe her. I still remember her crying when her puffskein got scratched by her mum's needle. Tonks started to explain but was cut off by Rhiannon. I'm a thief, not a murderer. I was at the attack on the Granger house, but I swear to you, just like I swore to Tonks, on my life and my magic, I wasn't going to hurt anyone. I was going to shoot sparks in random directions until the fighting stopped, then I was going to fill my pockets with whatever I thought would sell. But then I saw a grayback die and I legged it back to the safe house. I knew if I stayed they'd put down the monster, so I ran. She drew in a breath and continued, but at the safe house I started thinking, your people killing me couldn't be half as painful as what the Death Eaters would do to me. So I came to London. I sent Tonks a message and here I stand. Rhiannon looked at him. I have nothing to offer to buy my safety with, so whatever they do to me, I'll let it happen. Just keep your promise, Tonks. Never let him know. I told you, I'll never let him find out about what happened to you. She said softly, then looked to Harry. She called in a favor. No matter what Madame Bones decides, I will never let her father find out that she's a werewolf. It would kill him. The werewolf said simply, if they have to put down a werewolf, then let it happen. It's not like I've ever had anything in this world to look forward to. But I will not let my father's last memory of me be that I'm a creature. Rhiannon felt hot tears sting her eyes, but she blinked them away. Well, Amelia took Susan to St. Mungo's to make sure she's fine. Let's get some lunch while we're waiting. Rhiannon, do you like curry? Harry asked before taking his wife's hand. Amelia Bones left Susan in her room at St. Mungo's to stretch her legs. I'm not used to being so cooped up. Grimmauld Place is fine, if a bit cramped. I'll need to spend more time in the Aurors training room. I need to do some more training. Fox would tease me mercilessly if he saw me now, probably call me an old woman. I miss that man so damned much. Harry Fox and Amelia Bones had planned it all out before his death. She was due for a promotion to senior Auror. He would keep teaching at Hogwarts for a time, then they would get married and he would retire from his post. Then she got pregnant. Harry set it all up. Her favorite meal and, more to the point, her favorite dessert. Amelia had loved the roast chicken with sprouts and potatoes, but it was the chocolate cake that had stood out. Be careful, Melia. Don't eat your slice too quickly. He chided her gently, watching as the witch he loved slowed her pace and took a more sedate bite. She stopped chewing when she saw a glint of gold hiding in the dark chocolate icing. Fox is that, she started and then stopped when she saw Harry Fox kneeling before her. Amelia Susanna Bones, will you marry me? He said, looking into her eyes. I promise you, I'm not asking because you're carrying our baby. I'm asking because when I think of my life without you in it, it's the worst feeling I can imagine. Of course I said yes. Amelia thought, blinking back an unwanted tear. Harry Fox was the only man who didn't just see a rookie Auror stuck guarding Hogsmeade. She sighed softly. Harry Fox, I've been faithful to your memory since the day you died. But Morgan, help me. I think I'm starting to develop feelings for Harry Potter, Black of all people. Amelia shook her head and walked back into the room, finding Susan speaking with the Medi-Witch in charge of her care. Andromeda Tonks waved her wand and then made notes of what she saw as a series of colors danced over Susan's skin. Magical exhaustion, but not severe. Signs of some lingering damage from a cutting spell, but I already knew that. And what's this? Andromeda frowned softly. Young lady, I think you'd better tell me why you've cast a long-term contraceptive charm on yourself. Susan started to deny it and then turned a deep red. I was going to offer to thank Harry for what he's done for us. Andromeda sighed and rubbed her temples. My son-in-law has 4 wives, 2 of them are my sisters, and I've seen how protective they are of him. 1 is my daughter and I've seen her deal with women trying to steal her boyfriends. The 4th is Avila. Do you know what happens to people when Avila is angry at them? The short answer is you are lucky if you end up bald. What's this now? Amelia had chosen this moment to open the door. It's nothing, Aunt Amelia, Susan said, silently pleading with the Medi-Witch to not say anything. Andromeda did not listen to the plea. Your niece was planning on offering herself to Harry as a way of saying thanks. Susan. That is the most. I have to, Aunt Amelia. I don't know why, but every time I think about what he's done for us, I just want to throw him onto the ground and snog him senseless. Susan cried. Considering I want to do the same thing, I'd better not be too harsh with her. Amelia thought as she tried to find the best words to use. This is the best food I've had since Hogwarts. Rhiannon finished her helping and then had another too. When Madame Bones gets back, will you be ready to go to the ministry? Tonks asked her. Yeah, I'll go, sign whatever I need to sign, take the serum, hell I'll give her every memory in my brain if she wants them. Rhiannon said. Finally full, she sat back from the table. Thank you Harry, this will make a hell of a last meal. I don't think Madame Bones will. Tonks. Cut the shit. I'm a werewolf. You know the ministry's feelings on me. Keep me from getting a job, and if I even whisper a word about magic to a muggle, fill me full of killing curses. She said bitterly. When it happens, will you take my trunk out of the leaky cauldron? There's still a little money in it. I want you to make sure it ends up in my dad's vault. Cuthbert Cosgrove, Vault 1997. Please Tonks. Even if she doesn't kill me, I'm still going away for the rest of my life. I was at the site of an attempted murder of muggles. I know they lost people. They're going to want an easy target, and I'm gift wrapping myself. Please make sure Dad gets the money. Just remember your promise. She pleaded. Tonks looked at Harry. Do you think you could talk to Amelia? Maybe you could convince her. I'll try. Rhiannon, do you want me to talk to her? He asked, to which the young werewolf snorted softly. Come off it. Why would you want to save the life of a thing like me? She said miserably. I'm AF, King Werewolf. If you want to help me, then just stab me in the heart with a silver dagger. At least if it's quick, I won't have time to feel it. Harry looked to her. I get it. You feel like a freak because of something completely beyond your control. You've focused on survival for so long that now when you look at what happened, you feel that there's nothing you can do. He stood up and pulled his shirt off, showing her his back. I was abused, basically from the moment I went to my aunt and uncle's home. When Dora went around me and brought them to justice. I was mad at her, but she didn't give up on me. She did what she knew was right. She did that because she has one of the biggest hearts I've ever came across. Harry took his wife's hand. Please let us try. Rhiannon was quiet for a moment. Very well, Alpha. Alpha, Harry asked. I am putting myself at your mercy. You are my Alpha now. Rhiannon looked to him and then to Tonks. Whatever you decide, I will abide by, and unlike with that Pillock Greyback, I won't run away from this. I'll stay here and guard you and your mates. Tonks might not have believed me, but I smell a baby in her. In the library, Bellatrix, Narcissa, and Fleur were busy researching possible ways to heal the Longbottoms. Fleur looked up to stretch her back when she saw a brown owl flying towards the window. It landed and looked at each of them in turn before lifting its leg and offering it to Fleur. Merci. Fleur said, taking the letter. Would you wait for me to get you a treat? She asked the owl, who bobbed its head in assent. Fleur rose and walked over to Hedwig's cage. Here we are, Monsieur Owl, thank you. The bird ate its snack before rising and flying back out the window. It is a message from my Grand Mere, Fleur said as she opened the letter and began to read it. Little one, your parents have informed me of your nuptials to an English wizard. Apparently he is rather famous, though no one in the Enclave knows of him beyond some impossible rumors. As for your question, I believe we have some things that could assist you, however I will not be sending them. You have been gone far too long without a visit to your home. Make the arrangements and bring your husband to the Enclave. This letter will act as promise of safe passage for your wizard. Grand Mere Celestine. So what does it say? Bellatrix asked. Grand Mere wishes for me to bring Ari to the Enclave. She also says that she is something that might help. Fleur replied, looking at the letter. I will ask Ari if we can leave soon. Perhaps we can help you cure the Longbottoms soon. She said to Bellatrix. Rhiannon paced the floor of the sitting room. Harry and Tonks were in the study speaking with Amelia Bones now. He's my Alpha. I will abide by whatever he decides. It's not like Greyback. He's Harry friggin' Potter, besides he's got 4 wives. He's not going to see me like that. He doesn't need to sleep with the dog. She stopped pacing when she sensed someone standing at the door. Amelia Bones watched her carefully for a moment before speaking. I remember your mother. Jane Cosgrove was a dedicated Auror. She always kept a picture of you on her desk. I've spoken with Harry and Nymphadora. If you will tell me everything, I will keep your name off the paperwork. That will keep you from the Vale or Azkaban. However, regarding your transformations, have you ever heard of the Wolfsbane potion? Wolfsbane potion. Yeah, that's some fancy brew that's supposed to let me keep my mind right. Yes. It is rather expensive though. Then you'd better put me down. Even with as careful as I've been over the years, eventually I'll slip up and hurt someone. Rhiannon said softly. Actually, I was thinking we could take it out in trade. Harry's voice came from behind Amelia. She moved and let Harry walk into the room. I want you to work for me. You are my alpha, Rhiannon said, puzzled. I already belong to you. I'll protect your family with my life. Those are the rules for an alpha. If he's in danger, protect him. If he's hungry, feed him. If he's horny, shag him. Greyback preferred that last one. Then consider acting as my bodyguard, part of that, and take the pay for your father. You'll stay here with us. Hermione and the twins are moving to the safe house with her parents, so there's room. You'll travel with us, and in exchange you'll get room, board, your Wolfsbane potion, and regular pay. The way Harry outlined it for her, it sounded too good to be true. I died in that battle at the Granger house, didn't I? I died, and this is the afterlife. King me over. All right. I'll do both. I'll give you all the information I have, Madam Bones, and yes, I will act as your bodyguard. Rhiannon felt something she hadn't felt in a very long time, pride. I will keep this place safe for my alpha and his mates. Tonks, even if you didn't believe me, your child will be safe in this house no matter who tries to harm you. Narcissa and Fleur were in the study making a list of everything they would need to purchase the international portkey. Fleur was nervous about taking her husband to meet her grandmother. Grandmere hates non-Velas. I know she's going to antagonize Harry to try and get a reaction out of him. She sighed softly, and then went to the window. Something on your mind, Fleur? Narcissa asked. Poor girl has been sick with worry ever since she read that letter today. My Grandmere, she has never left the enclave since my mother was born. She, Atesh non-Velas, always, as. I worry she will try to goad our US band into doing something foolish, Fleur confessed, clenching her fists. We'd best keep Bellatrix from meeting her then. Narcissa commented. My sister would not react well, and then we would lose our chance at whatever help she can offer us. Bellatrix is very protective of Ari. As are we all. I worry about how I will react. I keep thinking back to the alley and seeing Ari on the ground after the attack. Fleur sighed and went back to the window. He is a good man. One of the best I've ever met. He keeps giving, and the world keeps taking and taking from him. He is an incredibly unique person, Fleur. When I'm with him, I feel 20 years younger. She smirked at the thought. Even then, I would be older than him. Fleur nodded at that, then went back to looking out the window. He will be polite to Grandmere, regardless of how she treats him. Tonks and Rhiannon were preparing to go to Diagon Alley. Rhiannon needed some new robes badly. No buts, you look like you haven't had clean clothes in years. There's a reason for that, Tonks. I haven't. The werewolf said softly, to which her friend winced. Right, so I'm still good at putting my foot in my mouth, in case you didn't notice. Tonks said. I'm sorry I said it that way, It's okay, Tonks. Really, after the miracle you and Harry worked for me, I'll take all the unintentional insults you've got. She smirked and then looked to Tonks. So, what's it like being married to the most famous wizard since Dumbledore? Dumbledore is a pillock. Forget everything you know about the supposed leader of the light. He's a manipulative ass, just as bad as Grindelwald. He was setting Harry up to die at the hands of Riddle. Tonks said, her hair turning dark crimson at the thought of the former headmaster's plans for her husband. He had the world fooled. Yeah, everything I thought I knew got turned upside down when Harry introduced me to his girlfriend Josephine. Tonks said, well, it wasn't really Josephine, it was actually Bellatrix. I saw in The Prophet. That was in the interview with Rita Skeeter, wasn't it? Yeah, Bellatrix hid from everyone until Harry got hurt saving Narcissa from her husband. He got hurt bad and we bound his magic with ours to help him heal. Then Fleur came along. Right, the Vila. Rhiannon said, doing her best to keep up. That's her. Her fiancé was dosing her with love potions on Dumbledore's orders. He didn't want Harry to have any attachments, especially not a girlfriend. So she was sacrificed for the greater good. I saw the signs and got her to drink a purging potion. Tonks said. Needless to say, when she finished vomiting and crying, Harry had another person in need to help. He made her a ward first, and then when Bill attacked us, he married her to make sure she would have protection if something happened. He married her to keep her safe. Yep. That's the hubs. He's got a real, saving people, thing. He saved Bellatrix from compulsion charms, Narcissa from her husband's wrath, Fleur from Bill. I'm the only one who didn't really have anyone trying to kill or control me. So, what made you marry him? You said it was a ritual. Rhiannon asked. I didn't know they made rituals that married witches to dying guys. The ritual required us to focus on a strong emotion. We all chose emotions that were centered on Harry. In my case, I felt guilty because I had been helping Molly Weasley and her daughter spy on Harry and who we thought was his girlfriend. He found out about me and he told me that he liked me while telling me that I was a jerk. That was when it hit me that I liked him too, so when we performed the ritual, all I could think about was finding a way to prove to him that I would never take his feelings for granted again. Tonks smiled. It's been weird, but I wouldn't change anything. You were pregnant. I can smell it on you. The smile on Tonks' face faded quickly. I can't be pregnant. Harry has too much on his plate right now. Rhiannon looked at her. You love him. He loves you. Most people would kill for that. I tried one time to have a relationship after my attack. It lasted until 3 seconds into me confessing what I am. Tonks sighed. I'll figure out what to tell him later. Right now let's get you a new wardrobe. With that the pair vanished. Hermione frowned, watching Fred pace. You don't have to come with me if you don't want to. My own, it's not that I don't want to. It's just, what am I supposed to say to your parents? Hi there, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, I'm Fred, your daughter's boyfriend. I run a mail order joke shop with my brother and I'm a dropout. I love your daughter and she pities me enough to stick around. Fred said, then froze, a look that was mirrored on Hermione's face. You love me. Yeah, I guess I do. I love you, Hermione Granger. It's funny how actually saying it accidentally was easier than admitting it the second time, Fred thought as he looked to his girlfriend. In that case, I would lead with being my boyfriend, loving me, and that you own a business. Maybe save the dropout part for much later. Hermione said with a little smirk, still trying to process what Fred had said in her response. I'll tell them that you are brilliant and sweet. And that I love you too. Fred went to her side and drew her up against him. This was their first key. Having admitted they loved each other, and Fred could practically feel Hermione trying to memorize everything about it. At Shell Cottage, Ron Weasley and Ginny Weasley were busy planning. Aunt Muriel never comes down here. One of us can sneak out the flow when she's taking her afternoon nap and get the ingredients we need. Since we had to bring our things for school, we've got our cauldrons and potion-making kits. Ginny said, we'll get all of this fixed. Harry will be mine. He'll get them to release Mum from jail, and you'll get Hermione back from him. I can't believe Fred would do this to his own brother. But you're right, we'll hit them with the love potion, then once we get them in a broom closet, we won't need a second dose. We'll each take fertility potions, and before you can say Quidditch, you'll have a Potter baby, and Hermione will be the next Mrs. Weasley. Ron said as he wrote out a list of the ingredients they would need. Steal my bird from me, Fred, you're just lucky your family, or I'd treat you like that Vila treated Bill. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.